I'm not in the habit of making bets, and it's more important to ask the actors about their affairs. So let's leave that question to our Rikuo-sensei. But the hosts are likewise no slouches. Immediately picked up the ball that was kicked out again and said, I'll ask Mr. Ligua later. Director Zhang can make a guess. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. The program was on the air, and Zhang Mao naturally had to give the host face. So he had to pick up the microphone and say, in fact, each actor's performance status and when he is closely related to the state, so the prediction I actually cannot predict, if in accordance with the past my understanding of the crowd. Zhang Mao paused, pretending to look thoughtful. It was only then that he spoke slowly again. First of all, I think Lu Daoming teacher that group should not have a problem, the old actor well, and secondly, I think I predicted that one will be enough. Zhang Mao tried to escape the question with an awkward smile. The host is also a bit helpless. You say he didn't predict it, but he did predict one. You say he predicted it, right? He predicted one that everyone would advance by default, and in turn avoided all three variables. Seeing that Zhang Mao doesn't want to offend anyone, the host had to throw the difficult question to Zhang Ligua. Rikuo-sensei. Zhang Ligua at the bottom of the arena laughed as he expressed his plea to be spared while grabbing the microphone to answer. Mine also thinks there's no problem with Mr. Lu Daoming's group. It was just that the host had just let Zhang Mao off the hook, and naturally he would not let Zhang Ligua off the hook again right now. Mr. Rikuo, please predict the second advancement spot. Zhang Ligua began to play tricks. My prediction of Mr. Lu Daoming and his group advancing second. The host held his forehead and laughed, so he had to dig in again. Then please, Rikuo-sensei, evaluate a team that you feel has the most risk of advancing. You can't be a jerk this time. Zhang Ligua slightly held his forehead, finally turning over an unfamiliar face from the 12 in his mind. Sorry, lad. Just decided it was you. Choosing his target, he snapped his head and said, I think everyone's level is actually not too far off, but it's Ju Suk and his group. There's a newcomer, so if something goes wrong, I think it's more likely to be due to inexperience. Chapter 70. Half a dragon set. The words of the front court pass into the background. Ju Suk seems to have a chance to play again. Hear me, there is a problem probable out of you. I advise you to take the initiative to talk to the director. Let me have the role of overlord, or we are going to fail because of your performance. Zhu Shua didn't continue on, and the doglegger who had been following him took the opportunity to behave. If it's because you caused Shua to be eliminated, I guarantee that you'll have a hard time in the entertainment industry. Facing this kind of provocation, Lin Xiao didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. And let's not talk about the fact that your own TV show is supposed to be released in the next couple of days. With the contract Fenghua offered him alone, there was no way he could have disappeared from the entertainment industry. His entire mind was on the game at this point. Since the awakening of the system, he was confident in his role as any emperor. But the Lin Xiao at the moment was given the script of King of Western Chu. Although the King of Western Chu was also the overlord for a few years, he did not claim the title of emperor after all. His own character is not like an emperor, but as people call him generally like a bully. Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to try the help system. System, can I exchange my dragon chi for the soul of the Western Chu hegemony? After inwardly murmuring these words, his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. This was the first time he had actively communicated to the system since activating it. Well, after only half a second, the familiar system tone sounded once again. Notice, the King of Western Chu has not yet been crowned emperor, and may not use dragon chi to redeem it. Sure enough, it doesn't work, is it? Lin Xiao's heart flashed a trace of disappointment. But immediately afterward the system spoke out. But the host can use the power of the emperor to summon him. When the host has fused 100% of an emperor's soul, he can summon any king in history, but during the summoning period, it will take up 10 points of dragon energy. Lin Xiao had acquired a total of 120 points of dragon chi from awakening the system until now. 100 points had already been taken up by the soul of Han Wu Da Di, and right now, there were 20 points of free dragon chi left, which was just right for summoning. It's just a little weird how summoning the King of Western Chu with the soul of Emperor Han Wu is thought of. Lin Xiao threw away his distractions and meditated on King of Western Chu in his mind. Immediately afterward, he felt his mind move and a powerful soul reunite in his chest. And that originally vacant 20 points of dragon chi was suddenly completely occupied. Lin Xiao's heart fluttered. System, how come it took up 20 points of dragon chi at once? The icy system tone sounded again. The King of West Chu has never submitted to any emperor despite being a king, so the dragon energy needed is doubled. Doubling is as good as doubling, so it's good to have enough dragon breath. In response to the next play, without saying a word, Lin Xiao directly integrated the soul of the Western Chu hegemony into his body. In a single breath, Lin Xiao's aura changed abruptly. Ju Suk and Dogleg were still yakking, especially that dog-legged man. After realizing that Lin Xiao had been sitting still, the entire man's curses became more and more unpleasant. The spittle is even more all over the place. I'm telling you, it's about to start, and it's going to be because you're a dog's ass. Just as he was cursing, Lin Xiao jerked his head up. A fury like wildfire came over him. Dogleg felt his skin sizzle and his entire body sat on its butt uncontrollably. Lin Xiao stood up smoothly. At this moment, his figure seemed to have swelled to 3 meters, and his body was also faintly ablaze with flames. Zhu Shua was scared out of his wits by this battle and stammered. If you don't change, you can't kill people here. When these words came out, Lin Xiao, who was originally furious, immediately lost interest. After throwing the other man a look of utter contempt, he sat back down without a word. Lu Daoming observed everything from afar, a trace of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in meditation one after the other, was also sitting in meditation, but it gave him a very different feeling. The previous feeling was like an abyss under dark clouds, as if a divine dragon was ready to take off and summon thunder. The current Lin Xiao, however, was like a wildfire that appeared to be quietly burning there. However, once there is a slight breeze, this flame will turn into a prairie fire. As an actor, his only explanation for this is, Lin Xiao was already in the movie. Interesting newcomer. I'd really like to get a scene with him if I get the chance. Lu Daoming couldn't help but mumble. An actor off to the side heard something and asked unusually proactively. What did you just say, Mr. Lu? I'd say it should be starting soon. Lu Daoming smiled. Once the first group of actors finished their makeup, the host announced the start of the competition. The rest of the cast changed costumes and went to a studio-like area. The first group of actors are all newcomers, and their strength is between the first and second tier in the entertainment industry. So a couple of the performances were moderate though not outstanding. But in the eyes of the great director Zhang Mao, there is only perfect and poor acting. As soon as a few of the performances were over, he couldn't wait to grab the microphone for a bout of criticism. This sent alarm bells ringing inside the actors who were not yet on stage. Zhu Shua was equally flustered in his heart and subconsciously tried to transfer the pressure to Lin Xiao. However, as soon as he remembered the latter's aura just now, he shifted back to his little brother the moment the words would have left his mouth. If you dare to drop your chain later, don't blame me for going back without mercy. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder that dog leg licking is tight. Feelings of these two people accompany. It was too late to have more thoughts as the host called out the number of the next group to come out. It's our turn, good luck. Lu Daoming gently patted the two actors to cheer them up. The two partners, who were still a little nervous, instantly bottomed out. What does it matter to us if someone else is eliminated? We have Mr. Lu Daoming in our group. Just as their group arrived at the door, they happened to meet up with the first group of faces that had suffered a defeat. Both sides briefly exchanged glances before resuming their separate paths. However, shortly after Lu Daoming disappeared, one of the actors in the first group muttered, I really envy those two. Being able to be grouped with Mr. Lu Daoming. The speaker has no intention of listening. The one with the highest curiosity in the group suddenly erupted. What? With that level of yours, you're also good enough to partner with Mr. Lu Daoming. If you hadn't dragged me down, would Director Zhang have said such unpleasant things? The actor who just muttered was said to be a little embarrassed, coupled with the fire accumulated on the stage. At this moment, even without fear of curry directly hard up. I said how? Your own acting is a thing, hope you heart a little 13 number. They cannot, do not blame others. People Zhu Shua with half a dragon set also did not like you to go around screaming. The high-ranking curry sniffed the voice and the fire became even worse, pointing at Lin Xiao without a word. You'll know when Zhu Shua takes the field. With losers like you, no matter who you are, you won't be able to win. Lin Xiao, who was quietly eating melon, was not in a beautiful mood. It's not. What's wrong with me? How come I'm the one who's doing this? Then, according to this, the so-called half-dragon set is also me? Chapter 71, Lu Daoming, the old dramatist. The moment this thought appeared, Lin Xiao felt his own blood stirring madly. The whole thing was even more filled with the urge to set a few people into the wall with one punch. That's the angry bully. What's the point of actually doing those guys here? He had no choice but to frantically comfort the overlord's soul inwardly. Don't be angry. The king of Western Chu is guilty of not bothering with a few bugs. It was at this exact moment that Lu Daoming's performance began. The few people who were still arguing were suddenly concentrating on watching. This is the scene of Lu Daoming. Even if you are eliminated from the show today, if you study it well, it will be beneficial for future performances. Zhu Shua even stared at his eyes, fearing that he would miss a little detail. Because the character Lu Daoming got at this time is also Han Gaozu Lu Bang. After the narrator introduced the background, the male third LV Ma Tong performer opened his mouth and stormed out. There is a reward for killing Xiang Yu. The few group actors arranged by the program group held spears and stopped a few steps away from Xiang Yu. These are all things that the director had to arrange in advance. There are only two tasks for the group actors. One is to surround Xiang Yu in the opening scene. The second was killed by Xiang Yu when he needed to fight. That's why the group's movements are always fixed, no matter who is on stage in the program. The Xiang Yu actor at this point, not quite in his element, braced himself and shouted, "Lu Bang, you despicable villain. Even if it's just me, Xiang Yu, I can still back off your millions of soldiers." With that roar, Lu Daoming walked out slowly from behind the curtain. Unlike the sense of villainy in the previous group, Lu Bang. At this moment, Lu Bang raised his hands and feet with a sense of composure and confidence. He only saw the wind under his feet and his clothes fluttering, and in 3 or 2 steps, he came behind the soldier. According to the original script given by the director, at this point Lu Bang should be standing here. However, Lu Daoming took another step and peeled away the crowd to the front, only to see him take a deep look at this most difficult enemy to defeat, and then he swung his robe again, leaving only a faint phrase in the air. "Kill him." Zhang Mao sighed and Zhang Ligua exchanged glances. The former couldn't help but marvel. Amazing. Just a simple visit and the sense of empire came out. The latter did not answer, but nodded fiercely. The show continues on stage. With King of Western Chu's sword swinging again and again, the encircling soldiers had all fallen to the ground. Immediately afterward, he walked over to Lu Ma Tong with his sword in hand and said, "Lu Bang will reward me with 1,000 gold wins and 10,000 vassals. You and I are old friends and from the same town. I will give you this head." Words, and then Xiang Yu no longer hesitate, dry and sharp, to draw the sword toward the neck to wipe away. Time stood still for a few seconds. The scene erupted into applause. Zhang Mao did not mince words of praise. Many people think that Lu Bang is just a lewd villain, but how can a man who can make so many virtuous people die to follow him be a villain? Mr. Daoming played the role so well, bringing to life a Lu Bang who took advantage of the world's power and possessed the look of an emperor. Zhang Ligua's review was rather simple and rough. "Mr. Daoming, you and I are both actors. You and I have both played emperors. I admire your performance today." Zhang Fugue wasn't interested in acting. His heart only had swimsuit beauties on the beach. If he hadn't gone through that incident, he wouldn't have appeared here as a rich second generation. "Dong Zhang." The host's voice interrupted Zhang Fugue's memories, and the latter hastily adjusted his body and said, "Mr. Daoming's play is still as consistent as he remembers, worthy of a veteran actor." Once again, the scene erupted into applause. The people in the back of the room stared at the screen in unison, and a wave of envy couldn't help but well up in their hearts. Unsurprisingly, Lu Daoming's group is 100% going to advance today. Just during the exit of the live actors, Zhu Shua had already rubbed his fists together. After Lu Daoming's performance, it was as if he had found the answer at this point. As long as one made slight changes to the other's performance, then crushing Lin Xiao seemed to be a very simple matter. If Lin Xiao could know what Zhu Shua was thinking at this moment, he would definitely think that this Zhu Shua was out of his mind. The current two are clearly a community of interest, and yet all this fool thinks about is still how to deal with himself. Of course, whatever Lin Xiao would think at this moment had become irrelevant, because the host is ready to announce the next group to enter. On the screen, the host spoke slowly with a microphone. "Next, let's give a round of applause to..." "It's our turn." Zhu Shua and his group stood up. Group 4. Zhu Shua and the others' figures moved, followed by fixing themselves in place again. Shouldn't 1 and 2 be followed by 3? How did it go straight to 4? The host also happened to explain it at that moment. The director chose to go in reverse order for the second half to be fair. Zhu Shua and the others were speechless for a while and sat back down with a reluctant face. Lin Xiao hadn't gotten up from the beginning to the end, but inwardly, he was inevitably a bit upset. Draw last in the lottery, act last in the show. So we're saying, is it possible for a director to be fair to you and I'm the only one who's unlucky in the end? But a late appearance is a late appearance, lest your acting skills be copied. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao immediately felt much better. It was just that while his mood was open-minded, Jushua's entire face looked like he had eaten. Originally, after Lu Daoming's performance, he wouldn't have too much of a problem if he just followed and imitated. But now there is a group of people in the middle of the interval, if the other party chooses to imitate Lu Daoming. If you were to imitate it yourself again, you would inevitably fatigue the audience. Plus Lin Xiao, the dragger. When that happens, it is highly likely that they will suffer elimination instead. Thinking of this, Ju Suk's eyes looking at the screen revealed anxiety. Better yet, the judges freak out over the other actor's impersonation. This way later on you can get a high chance of winning if you just play normally. Unfortunately, it was not to be. After the fourth group performed, the judges were slightly displeased with the third Lu Bang impersonation though. But there was no point in pursuing the matter too far. After listening to the three judges, it was surprising to hear that there was some implicit recognition of the group in some details. Jushua's expression sank as his mood became even less beautiful. Damn. Since the director took the fourth group's behavior lightly, he certainly couldn't copy it himself. Just as he was thinking of a way to respond, the hosts are already inviting them out. Next, let's give a round of applause to the third team led by our Jushua to take the stage. The contemplative Jushua's body shook violently. In his opinion, the fourth group that had copied the homework was definitely stronger than the third group that didn't dare to copy the homework. So the host's invitation was certainly a death knell. Lin Zhao's heart was like still water, and the moment he secretly merged into the soul of the Western Chu hegemony, the lake in his heart suddenly turned into a wildly roaring ocean, only to see him slowly stand up, carrying an invincible aura all over his body, striding towards the stage. Chapter 72. The King of Western Chu. After ascending the stage, Lin Xiao stood with his sword with his back to the audience. This distinctive look immediately caused a lot of talk on stage. Hey! Newcomers are newcomers. They don't even understand the truth of not turning your back on the audience. Who knows? Maybe it's because of nerves. Too bad it's not too bad looking, but it's a flake. Not only the audience, even Lu Daoming, who had been observing Lin Xiao, shook his head helplessly. It's a good talent, just inexperienced. Maybe it'll get better later, so just go down there and sink your teeth into it this time. When Zhu Shua, who had ascended the stage, saw this scene, his eyes blackened even more. He certainly hoped that he could finish off Lin Xiao in this scene. But the other side can't be too far off the mark. In desperation, he began to frantically imploring his little brother to send a reminder to Lin Xiao. The little brother naturally did as he was told and pressed his voice sharply. Turn around, hey! Turn around! However, even though his voice was already so high that it was about to go through the earphones, Lin Xiao remained still. Another familiar background narration. The unfinished Ju Suk horse boy had to force his way into the lines. Perhaps influenced by Lin Xiao, there was a hint of bravado in his voice. There is a reward for killing Xiangyu. Still familiar lines, some viewers were a bit drowsy. The only audience members who were expecting the newcomers to make a fool of themselves were those who fought back their sleepiness and continued to stare at the stage. Next, it should be the group acting surrounding Xiangyu with spears, right? The moment the crowd ventured this thought, a group of soldiers armed with spears indeed rushed over. However, the next image was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Xiao, who had originally turned his back to the audience, violently turned around to glare at the surroundings. The camera pushed in for a close-up, and Lin Zhao's facial expression at the moment was unobstructed in front of everyone, only to see that his originally white skin had now turned red, and veins that looked like gnarled dragons were coiled on his forehead. Scarlet eyes, blood-stained makeup, and then a domineering aura from the inside out. On the stage stood where is still an actor, completely a blood-bathed Shura. Sleepyhead? The bully is punching the crown. The audience, who were originally in the mindset of watching a joke, had sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Zhang Mao couldn't help but sit up straight. The offstage reaction was such that the shock to the group actors on stage was even more soul-stirring. Only to see the group of performers who were about to surround Lin Xiao involuntarily retreating back and forth on their feet. In their eyes, the one standing on the stage at the moment was none other than the devil-like king of Western Chu. Zhu Shua's brain, which originally intended to copy Lu Daoming's performance, was completely blank at the moment. In the situation before him, even if he had 10,000 more guts, he wouldn't dare to take a step forward. This was not an act. The one who was now surrounded by the group of actors was clearly the overlord himself. Lin Xiao on the other side maintained his posture and quietly waited for Zhu Shua's movements. But he sat and waited, but he didn't see the other party come at all, and even more so, he didn't have any lines. Mr. Daoming's Lu Bang was so good. How come this guy can't even copy his homework? The scene cannot be deadlocked. Since you're not coming over, I'll just go over there. Helplessly, Lin Xiao had no choice but to walk towards Lu Bang. As we've said before, everything the group actor does is designed in advance. That's why the group's movements are always fixed, no matter who is on stage in the program. However, as Lin Xiao took one step, all the group actors actually took a step back in unison without the slightest hesitation. Just kidding. At this moment, Lin Xiao was the chilling king of Western Chu in the eyes of the crowd. Lin Xiao advancing is the king of the Western churches advancing. They may not be able to act, but the desire to survive is definitely pulled full circle. In the face of such a situation, even those who are not in their right mind will have to obediently get out of the way. History books record that the king of Western Chu single-handedly killed more than 100 armored soldiers. This kind of overbearing battle power was not something that could be rivaled by these little caramels of theirs. Seeing that Xiang Yu was getting closer and closer, Zhu Shua, who was already about to be scared out of his wits, couldn't help but shout, "Kill him!" His voice broke a bit because he shouted so urgently. But even with such an obvious mistake, none of the field cared. Because at this moment, they were all looking at Lin Xiao intently. The group acting soldiers actually had the feeling of a group of people being surrounded by one person when they heard Lu Bang's order. Under extreme pressure, one group actor took the lead and swung his spear, followed by the others. Maybe it's too much into the movie. This group actor even forgot to collect his strength and stabbed straight towards Lin Xiao's waist. Luckily, the latter's body had long been strengthened by the dragon Qi. Plus, at this moment, he was possessed by the king of Western Chu. He was only seen to dodge and snatch the spear, then reverse his body and knock down all the remaining spears with a slash. In the work of a single breath, the group actors on the scene had all been knocked to the ground by Lin Xiao. This was another unexpected turn of events. Zhang Mao, who has directed countless movies, saw the problem the moment the first group actor stabbed out. Subconsciously, he opened his mouth and tried to shout, "Click!" However, he had only just opened his mouth when he saw Lin Xiao picking over all the group performers in 3 moves. With a scare, he marveled at Zhang Ligua. With that body alone, he could be a first-rate actor. Zhang Ligua was equally agitated. The problem is that he's also a good actor, he's quick to get into the scene, and he's so explosive. Zhang Mao nodded heavily, and his mouth was even more decisive as he shouted, "Super 1. Sooner or later." In fact, his assessment is not unfounded. The biggest difference between a stage play and a movie or TV show is that the actors don't have time to brew their emotions. The first group of actors who were harshly criticized actually had some strengths of their own. With directorial guidance, you can naturally produce excellent work as well. But the problem is that this is a stage, and there is only one chance, not to mention that the crowd hasn't even had a chance to rehearse since they got the script. This makes it hard for the actors to get into the movie. However, Lin Xiao not only did it, but also accomplished it very well. Even deeper into the movie than Lu Daoming. Before the play on the stage was finished, Zhang Mao had already given Lin Xiao 100% in his heart. As for Ju Suk in the same group, if it weren't for the fact that individuals couldn't be eliminated, Zhang Mao would have already wanted to tell the other party to get the hell out. Back to the stage. After Lin Xiao knocked down the group of group actors, he released his spear and switched to his sword, taking a step in front of LV Ma Tong. The latter was frightened by the intense killing aura, and his entire body was directly dumbfounded in place. Immediately afterward, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao drew his sword and slashed madly towards the other party. The imagined image of blood spurting did not appear. Instead, the armor on Lu Ma Tong was scattered along the rope connections. The crowd was still in surprise when Lin Xiao pointed his sword at LV Ma Tong again and said, "Lu Bang rewarded me with 1,000 gold wins and 10,000 vassals. You and I are old friends and from the same hometown, so I'll give you this head today." After saying this, he faced the already scared out of his wits Lu Bang again. "Lu Bang, let the clan temple of your Han be built on the body of my Xiang Yu." Afterwards, Xiang Yu had no more hesitation and directly waved his sword around his neck and fell straight down. Chapter 73 Losses. The whole room was silent. The audience, both in front of and behind the arena, were immersed in the stage and couldn't help themselves. Zhang Mao was the first to come back from the drama. Looking around, he surveyed the scene and then looked at the motionless actors on the field. He picked up the microphone and half-jokingly shouted, "Ka!" The crowd was then awakened as if from a dream. A cacophony of noise erupted from the scene. A young fellow exclaimed to his companion beside him, "Awesome! It's so awesome! With this realistic acting, I thought it was the king of the West Chu returned." That companion was not finished with his words. "Who says it isn't? Look at the sweat on my head. But why do I suddenly feel that there's something familiar about this new actor?" This comment managed to usher in a response from the Roadrunner. "Familiar face? I remember. The trailer for director whose new drama a while ago. Wasn't that Emperor Wu of Han him?" At this statement, many people around them began to rummage for their cell phones. And the live broadcast is that there are people who have long recognized Lin Xiao, and they have grouped together and started to brush the screen. "Greetings to Emperor Han Wu. Isn't this Han Wu Di? How come he's defected to the opposite side of the country? Ga ga ga." Just as the scene and the pop-ups went into a frenzy of discussion, the host had returned to the stage again with a microphone. The group show exits. Lin Zhao's group stood in a row not far apart. Zhang Mao on the stage has long been unable to hold back. Not waiting for the host to play, has picked up the microphone. "I have something to say to this group of contestants right now, especially number 7. The host smiled, respectfully. "Director Zhang Yu say." Zhang Mao pointed at Lin Xiao with one hand and held the microphone in the other. It took another half-second of brewing before the words came out of his mouth. "Keep it up and you'll be the next phenomenal actor." The audience in attendance couldn't help but let out an audible gasp. Phenomenal is the realm that all actors pursue in their entire lives. If that had come from someone else, people might have just laughed at it. But if the person who said that was director Zhang, that would be a different story. Also as a $10 billion director, Zhang Mao and Hu Mei are equally labeled as demanding and cussing in the entertainment industry. Many actors are on the set until they are killed off, and the best they get is just okay. Most of the actors who had been complimented by him as not bad had been promoted to first-tier actors. Yet the Lin Xiao at the moment was actually praised as phenomenal by him without hesitation. The gold in this speaks for itself. After Zhang Mao complimented Lin Xiao, he turned his words to Zhu Shua. "I recognize you, it's Zhu Suk, right?" "Yes, Director Zhang." The latter immediately revealed a joyful expression at the words, and even more so, he straightened his chest. It is a matter of pride for him to be remembered by the name of such a director. "Your play today." Zhang Mao wanted to say something, but was hindered by the fact that the other party's fanbase had reached a certain number. So he had to change his tune and say, "Try harder next game." Zhu Shua didn't hear the semantics of this, and just nodded his head with an excited face. As for little Karami on the other side, Director Zhang didn't even mean to take a second look. Zhang Mao put down the microphone. Zhang Ligua just couldn't wait to be seamless. "Contestant number 7, I'm sorry I forgot your name, but if you just say it again right now, I promise everyone in the room, including me, will remember your name." Lin Zhao's toes buckled to the ground in embarrassment. "I just did a scene. What's the big deal? Wouldn't you guys go crazy if you saw me in a TV show?" But awkward as he was, he spoke as naturally as possible. "My name is Lin Xiao, the forest of the woods, the Xiao of Xiao He." Zhang Ligua joked. "That's quite a fitting introduction for you." He then said with a change of subject, "Lin Xiao, are you willing to come to my agency? Since Director Zhang also thinks you'll be phenomenal in the future, I'll give you a phenomenal contract. You'll even get a share of your company's shares when the time comes." The Xiang Yu on the stage was thrilled to the core. How much the phenomenal actor's contract was he wasn't sure, but it was certainly more than what he was being offered now. "If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to sign a contract with Fenghua. Now it seems like you're simply losing money." But on the flip side, if he hadn't joined Fenghua himself, he probably wouldn't have had this opportunity. And really, when it comes time to sign a contract, the other side certainly won't sign such a contract with themselves for just one show. Even if it does, the odds are that it will be in the form of something like a parley. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Ligua has his own studio though. However, compared to the resources that Feng Hua could provide, there was still a world of difference. Lin Xiao quickly collected his mind and replied seriously. Thanks for the love, Mr. Rikuo. But I'm already signed up. Zhang Ligua's face flashed with a moment of regret, and then he slapped the table in a half-joking manner. How much for the breach of contract? It's out of my pocket. When he removed his palm, there was indeed a bright card on the table. The host came down and flipped the card, but on the front was a membership card for a brand endorsed by Zhang Ligua. How can someone troll with a membership card? And XXX companies hitting the money. The host made a joke in passing, which was also a favor to Zhang Ligua. The scene did erupt in harmonious laughter. The host returned to the stage and Zhang Ligua spoke again. The day you want to change companies, you can really consider us, and I can give you this membership card of mine in addition to the normal contract. With the last half-joking sentence exiting, it was finally Zhang Fugue's turn to comment. Only to see that after a burst of commenting on Lin Xiao as he had done, he asked a question that was mind-boggling to everyone. Under what circumstances do you think a person would pull the plug on their best friend without saying a word? Lin Xiao frowned in confusion and vaguely seemed to remember something. It turned out that he had not pulled back the other party until today after he hit the last time he smacked Fugue noisy and pulled the other party back. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel weak. Maybe an accidental misstep? Zhang Fugue looked incredulous. So many keystrokes by mistake? Is that possible? Of course it's possible. Lin Xiao swore, his eyes firm like he wanted to join the organization. Zhang Fugue wanted to ask something more, but because of the live broadcast, he had to casually pull a couple sentences about the other two's performance before hastily ending his review. The scores of the 4 groups of actors have thus been tallied. The moderator held up the stats sheet that had been delivered and said with his eyes looking straight into the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff has just delivered the group scores to me, and next we have all of our actors coming to the front stage. Music playing in the background. The backstage cast order takes the stage. The actor who had previously mistakenly labeled Lin Xiao as half a dragon set lowered his head in panic just as soon as his eyes met, fearing a cold shoulder from the former. However, for this kind of minor character, Lin Xiao was naturally too lazy to take care of it. Eyes also returned to the stage. Chapter 74. What if we switched roles? With the moderator announcing the rankings. Lin Zhao's group and Lu Daoming's group were promoted without any surprise. After the other 2 groups left the field in despair, the host immediately opened the second round. Next, once again into the grouping draw, the 6 players on the field will be divided into 2 groups based on the plot. Due to the different plots, the number of groups will deviate. After the performances of the 2 groups are over, the judges will vote for each actor to stay or go, and those who receive less than 2 votes will be eliminated, with no limit on the number of eliminations. At these words, there was a rustle of discussion in the arena. According to the host, the worst-case scenario is that all the actors are eliminated. This is something that has never happened before in all of Variety. More importantly, as this round is not eliminated by group, but rather a particular actor is eliminated individually. A small change in the format of the competition has turned what was originally a collaborative relationship between the same actors into an adversarial one. In this way, the roles that the actors extract become much higher in their influence on whether the actors stay or go. After the host introduced the rules, he made a please gesture to the crowd. Maybe it's to hurry, maybe it's because it feels like there are only 6 guys left on the field. The program didn't dictate order of precedence again this time, so it was only natural that Lu Daoming became the first actor to extract a role. Ju Suk was still upset about going to the ring and muttered to his little brother, "If the 2 of us switched roles, I would inevitably be able to crush that kid under my feet." The junior brother had a moment of belly-aching, but his face was respectful. "That's right, Brother Zhu. I hope that this time, Brother Zhu can still share with that kid, so that you can get your revenge." This ass-kissing was just right, and a few moments of smugness appeared on Zhu Shua's face. The hosts also happened to announce the role of Tao Ming Lu. Maybe it's from playing too many emperors. Once again, he draws the role of the emperor. Only this time it's a fictionalized historical episode. The number of performers is even more clearly written as 4. Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to realize the severity of the problem. Although the host had a word that the next grouping numbers would be off, most people didn't take it to heart. After all, the next rule of elimination is based on actor performance. But it wasn't until Lu Daoming drew this card that he realized the menace contained in the rules. There were 6 actors on the set, and since the 2 groups had different numbers, they must have been distributed 1-5 or 2-4. At first glance, it just sounds like a difference in the number of people in the group, but in reality, it makes a world of difference to the actors. If it's a 1-5 distribution, then there's bound to be one person in a monologue. The monologue lacks contrast, not to mention the other characters to assist the actor in substituting for the atmosphere. This leads to one person alone who must be worse than those 5 in terms of play. But even with the current 2-4 spread, the remaining 2 are no better off than the others. The biggest difference between a rivalry scene and a group scene is that the former is highly confrontational. If both are strong, then they are strong. If both are weak, then the play points taste like crap. But if one is weak and the other is strong, the disadvantages of the weaker party will be magnified without limit. By designing it that way, the director will allow the next casting to carry a large portion of luck. However, Lin Xiao quickly relieved himself again. In the face of absolute strength, this insignificant bit of luck could not affect anything at all. Just at this time, a joyful voice came from the side of the draw box. I drew Xiangyu, only to see Ju Suk holding the lottery with the 2 people written on it in his hand, his expression showing an unconcealed joy. The plot described on the card is also the scene where Lu Bang borrows troops from Xiangyu. In this way, no matter who Jushua's opponent was, on the plot, his aura was already a few points stronger than his opponent's. The facilitator takes away the cards to hang on the grouping boards. Zhu Shua took the opportunity to squint at Lin Xiao again. It means as if to say, just now it was you who played the king of West Chu, now it's my turn. At the same time, his heart was secretly praying. It would be best if Lin Xiao could be put into a group with him so that the shame of the last match could also be wiped out. And Lin Xiao was not in the habit of spoiling the other party. He who had wanted to strike last squeezed right into the front of the crowd. Didn't you want to be in a group with me? I don't want to do what you want. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and casually grabbed a card and lifted it out. The probability of drawing a 2-person card was already low, and now Jushua had just drawn one. You can't have another one yourself, can you? Lin Xiao took out the card and without looking at it, directly handed it to the host. In his heart, he even didn't forget to look at Jushua with a mocking face. Hey, I'm not going to play along with you and piss you off. The latter was red warm for a second, but because of the live broadcast but had to hold this sulk. However, Lin Xiao's dejection only lasted for a second, and the host's next words directly gave Lin Xiao a few forced buckets. Contestant Lin Xiao drew the role of Lu Bang this time, and interestingly just happened to complete a role swap with contestant Zhu Shua, so you can all look forward to that. The smile on Lin Xiao's face froze, spinning around with a subdued look at the audience. Zhu Shua similarly froze for a moment, then realized that Lin Xiao had indeed been assigned to a group with himself. What's the matter just now so dejected? I thought you went to Mr. Lu Daoming's group. Thinking of this, he then planned to return a few mocking expressions to the other party as well. However, when he looked at Lin Xiao again, he only saw a back shadow and the middle finger that the other party quietly raised behind his back. This, Ju Suk immediately went red warm again, and even his years of expression management started to get out of control. I'll see how long you can fool around. Thinking about the performance that was about to start next, Ju Suk quickly calmed down. Doesn't matter, when the show starts, I'll show you the difference between the first tier and this weak-ass rookie. The rest of the 3 drew lots and the host arranged for the crowd to go down and put on their makeup again. He himself continued to buy time on the stage. Okay, while the actors are in makeup, I'd like to ask the judges to give their predictions again. Zhang Mao and the others were suddenly like enemies. Zhang Ligua, in particular, couldn't help but have the comment of the problem may lie with the newcomers at that time floating in his ears. Although the actors on the field didn't know it, with that explosive performance of Lin Xiao on the stage. It's inevitable that some of the new powder on the other side of the ball will be rushed later. So if he let the prediction go again, he would say anything to bypass Lin Xiao. Yet it was as if the host had prejudged him. The next went so far as to directly limit the topic to Lin Xiao. May I ask the judges and teachers if they think that Lin Xiao, our outstanding performer in the last scene, can actually handle the role of Lu Bang? Zhang Mao was the first to take the microphone and once again used the cardinal prejudgment method. If he can keep his form consistent with the last game, then I believe he can play it well. It's just that Xiang Yu and Lu Bang have very different personalities, and after getting into the scene so deeply in the last game, I am worried about his character substitution this time. This style of discourse cannot be faulted at any time. Whether Lin Xiao performed well or badly, he could always come back round. Zhang Ligua listened and intended to follow suit. Yet again, the moderator wondered. Then please predict, Mr. Zhang Ligua. Who do you think will be able to suppress the other in the next rivalry between Lin Xiao and contestant Zhu Shuo? Chapter 75. Forward and Backhand Instruction. Zhang Ligua directly flaxen frozen. No? Targeting? How come I'm the one with the problem? It was good that he had gotten the essence of Zhang Mao, and after a little contemplation, he spoke leisurely. I think a lot of people think that rivalries are about overpowering each other, but I think they're more about accomplishing each other. If I must say who can play better, it depends on the state of the moment. Zhang Ligua finished looking at the host with a smug look on his face. You want to dig a hole for me? No way. The host missed with 2 strikes, so he had to move his target to Zhang Fuguei, who was in a state of dropping. Takes a lot of courage to dig a hole for investors. So with a little deliberation, he decided to come up with a straight ball. Mr. Investor, may I ask who you think will perform better in the next rivalry scene? Lin Xiao or Zhu Shuo? Of course you can leave it out if you don't want to. Zhang Fuguei began to compare the curiosity of the two. Zhu Suk is a first-rate actor, while Lin Xiao is still just an unknown newcomer. What else is there to think about with this kind of question? Of course it's Lin Xiao. The host froze, never expecting the other party to directly give such a positive answer. The other 2 judges couldn't help but give a slight side eye, inwardly exclaiming that this TM was a true warrior. Dare to be upfront about hosting and accept the blasting of fans. As expected, Zhang Fuguei's answer soon drew a burst of anger from Zhu Shuo's fans. What a investor! Something with no eyes. Isn't it just that the character that came on the show was better than my family pigeon, and this role-swap pigeon sure taught him to be a man? That's right. See how this investor gets punched in the face. The hosts also felt that the other side was playing a bit big and tried to round off the conversation. Mr. Investor is very sure, so you are thinking that the 2 are equal, but Lin Xiao can be better in certain aspects, right? Zhang Fuguei could more or less understand the host's hint. But who is he, Zhang Fuguei? Naturally, you can say whatever you want. No, I mean Lin Xiao will crush Zhu Shuo, so the odds are that this one will be a forehand and backhand teaching. Just because he has no interest in acting doesn't mean there's no appreciation for it. Lin Zhao's last performance was completely the descent of the king of West Chu's own body. How could this kind of acting skill be compared to that Zhu Wuchuo? Plus, he had been reluctantly assigned this task by the family in the first place. So messing around with the scene was just the thing to teach the family a lesson. Give me something like that and it's 100% screwed up. Things were just as Zhang Fuguei had hoped. The crew hadn't even started filming yet, and the boycott was already on. This investor is too arrogant. No matter what he's going to shoot next, I'll be the first to boycott. That's right. It's a boycott. Unless it's to cast Pigeon in the movie. We doves don't care to act in this trashy investors drama. Pulling the plug on the show. The investors must apologize. Aside from Zhu Suk's fans, even some passersby felt that it was a bit outrageous. Although Lin Zhao's performance just now was really good, maybe it was just that he happened to specialize in the Xiangyu role. Not to mention the fact that the former is a top-tier actor, no more than a positive or negative teaching. Zhang Fuguei contributed the largest amount of pop-ups to the program in the briefest of words. The hosts are already starting to sweat. If not handled well, this game will undoubtedly be a blemish on his hosting career. However, he no longer dared to continue communicating with Zhang Fuguei. It was only possible to disregard the notice that the actors were already in place backstage and forcefully rounded off the conversation. The investors joked with everyone, and I'm sure the rest of the show will be what everyone is looking for. Zhang Fuguei picked up the microphone and tried to emphasize that he wasn't joking. But the hosts have already pre-empted the actors and put them in their places. The first performance was a shelf historical drama spearheaded by Tao Minglu. Unsurprisingly, Lu Daoming's acting continues to steadily prop up the room. Again, because of this, when the first performance was over, the judges did not hesitate to eliminate everyone except Lu Daoming. Instead of feeling nervous, Zhu Shuo had some gloating intentions. The harsher the judges were, the more likely Lin Xiao would be eliminated. When that time comes, Zhu Shuo recalled Lin Zhao's previous provocation and Zhang Fuguei's words. A sinister color gradually emerged on his face. Lin Xiao observed the change in the other party's face from the side. It doesn't take much thought to realize that this Zhu Shuo is in YY again. It was a pity that the other party didn't know that if the Shichu bastard just now was considered a side project for Lin Xiao, then the next role of Han Gaozu Lu Bang can be a complete professional counterpart. However, Lin Xiao didn't intend to use the remaining 20 points of Dragon Qi to fuse with Han Gaozu's soul. Instead, it's a quiet little trick. Between the two men's differing minds, the host began to call the two men to the ring. Next we have Lin Xiao and Zhu Shua to bring us the classic bridge from the legend of Chu and Han. Please. As the background music of the appearance played, Lin Xiao and Zhu Shua were already in their positions. That said, Lu Bang entered the center army tent, but Xiang Yu didn't even bother to look at him. After the brief narration, Xiang Yu's condescending voice slowly rang out. What can I tell you? Zhu Shua slightly combined his contempt for Lin Xiao. This line is kind of in character. Lin Xiao, dressed in rough clothes, said with a respectful posture. Do not dare. I have long heard that General Yu is a man of great justice, able to save people from fire. Zhu Shua interrupted with a disdainful face. Save who? Lin Xiao replied. Save me. Zhu Shua's tone was laced with a bit of impatience. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Xiao let out a long sigh. His tone continued to remain respectful, and even more so, he spoke about the traitor in one breath. Zhu Shua also turned around in a very timely manner, only for his tone to be a few points higher once again. Traitor. Lin Zhao's tone remained unchanged as he said his lines according to the script one by one. Zhu Shua's heart, on the other hand, was becoming more and more joyful when he saw this. See, so much for your performance of Lu Bang. At this rate, Lin Zhao's elimination seemed to be a foregone conclusion. With the end of Lu Bang's line about borrowing troops, Xiang Yu slammed the table and said, What a joke! I am under military orders. I can't just move my soldiers at will. The original script didn't have the table-tapping action. The reason why Zhu Shua did this was to enhance his aura as a way to put pressure on Lin Xiao. Yet the latter was nonetheless not the least bit intimidated. Not only did the tone of voice rise an octave, the whole person was even more obedient to sit before the case. But what I, Lu Ji, hate most in my life is traitors, especially this kind for the sake of a little. With a simple movement, he set Zhu Suk on fire. If Lin Xiao was allowed to finish his lines, then his action of slapping the table just now would seem powerless and superfluous. So he hurriedly said in a stern tone, Hey, 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 is this where you're supposed to sit? Took the bait. The corner of Lin Zhao's mouth arched. Immediately, he stood up facing Zhu Shua's direction. And this, too, was the first time he turned his back on the audience on stage. Chapter 76, Zhu Suk's Elimination. Just turn your back on the audience for a moment. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate to merge into the soul of Emperor Han Wu. Not only that, he had purposely unleashed his emperor's might to the extreme. In an instant, everyone in the room couldn't help but feel their breath catch. And that was still because Lin Zhao's back was to the crowd and the stage was far away from the audience. As for Zhu Shua, who was only a stone's throw away from him, he endured this imperial might intact. Trance. Zhu Shua only felt a golden dragon rise up in the air on the ground, coiled in mid-air gazing at him. The substance like dragon's might made him lose his concentration for a while. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Lin Xiao immediately lifted the fusion. The body took 2 hasty steps back, and halfway across the side vocalized the lines. Who are we? We are the people of Chu. How can we bow down to the king of Wei? According to the plot, Zhu Shua should decisively ask Lu Bang how many men he needed at this moment. However, he was still immersed in the intimidation that Lin Xiao had just unleashed at the moment. There was an uncontrolled lull in the scene for a second and a half. Lin Xiao hurriedly stormed out with his rich experience as a dragon setter. You say, am I right? Right. Zhu Shua only felt a thunderclap ringing in his ears and subconsciously followed suit. Immediately afterward, he felt a coolness coming from all over his body. It turned out that the moment he had just stared at Lin Xiao, he had unknowingly sweated through his entire body. Zhu Shua glanced at Lin Xiao with a palpitating heart before continuing to ask along with the lines. Is 5,000 enough? Enough. Enough. Lin Xiao didn't fuse the Han Wudi's soul this time, but instead slightly incorporated 10 points of dragon chi. The gangliness and the dragon's aura blended together, and there were a few moments of Gaozu's pre-venture appearance. It's okay to lend you soldiers, but I have a condition. Borrow 5,000 and return 8,000. At this time, Zhu Shua no longer had the momentum of the party, and his tone sounded like he was just reading words in a normal way. On the contrary, Lin Xiao was becoming more and more colorful, only to see him quickly put away his dragon aura, revealing a 3 parts coy, 7 parts gangly smile. I don't have that many people on my hands. Zhu Suk still didn't get into the swing of things, still mechanically reading his lines. Add that to what you're holding and it's not 8,000. Lin Xiao hesitated briefly and once again extracted 10 points of dragon chi into his body and said, "All right. Thank you, General." Accompany this salutation. It was only then that Ju Suk finally returned to the role. "Wait a minute. Can I lend you 3,000? Lin Xiao once again extracted 10 points of dragon chi and said, "Okay. 2,000. Okay. What about 800? Okay. And I won't lend you a single soldier? Is this revenge still avenged?" Lin Xiao was silent and melted another 30 points of dragon chi dao in one breath. This revenge will be avenged. The duo is framed on stage. At this point, the stage lights slowly dimmed. Along with the darkening were the hearts of Ju Suk's fans. Suk just made a mistake. Didn't he? I should have missed. I'm so angry. Did I really get taught forehand and backhand? Not necessarily, as long as Suk isn't eliminated. Then it's not considered being taught. With these words, a glimmer of hope was sparked in the fans who were originally in a dark mood. The crowd returned their attention to the program when it was back on again. Lin Xiao and Zhu Shua had stood side by side, and the moderator beside them had begun directing the voting. Moving on to the voting section, judges and mentors, first of all, please determine the Ju Suk actor's retention. Zhang Mao shook his head regretfully. Too bad. If it had played out the way it did in the opening round, he might have saved a ticket for Ju Suk. But on the current state of affairs, the performance of this so-called top-tier actor is nothing short of catastrophic. Zhang Mao picks up the microphone. "Zhu Shua, you made a mistake on the stage just now. Do you admit that or not?" Zhu Shua gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Xiao. "If not for this man's sudden and inexplicable change of aura, don't look at anyone else. I'm asking you." Zhang Mao's voice came again. Zhu Shua hesitated for a moment and could only nod helplessly. "You know, I have high standards for first-rate actors." When Zhang Mao said this, he was also considered to be giving the other party a leg up. Immediately afterward, he pressed the elimination button without hesitation. The scene drops and a large cross appears in the background. So Zhu Shua had to put his hopes on Zhang Ligua. It was a pity that Zhang Ligua also showed the same disappointment. Ju Suk is a top-tier actor no matter what. However, he was crushed by Lin Xiao, a newcomer, 3 times. Even more so after the delay in getting into the scene after the very serious blunder just now. If Lin Xiao hadn't remedied the situation in time, this would definitely be considered an extremely serious performance accident. While it is true that Zhang Mao is notoriously harsh on his actors, Zhang Ligua, also an actor, has a harder time tolerating such serious lapses. "I don't know what it is about you today, but your blunder today is unacceptable for any actor." After saying that, he directly pressed the elimination button without hesitation. 2 eliminations and Ju Suk's elimination is final. As is humanly possible, the last jury gives a pass to save face. Unfortunately, the final judge today was Zhang Fugui. Originally, he said those near provocative things about Ju Suk's fans in order to stink up the show. Nay, this Zhu Shua was too ineffective and was actually really taught by Lin Xiao being taught forehand and backhand. This also leads to an extra ray of hope for the crew that could have been flushed out. So whether it's a personal vendetta or a continued blackmail, there's no way he's going to leave any face for the other side. And so it was. At the same time that a voice of elimination had just sounded on the scene, another voice of elimination sounded immediately. The piercing sound of elimination made Ju Suk's face turn green. In this way, Ju Suk became the only cast member of the show to eat 3 eliminations. The die-hard fans in the anchor room were completely tense at the sight of this, and directly cursed on the pop-up screen. The last judge has no brains. Does he? Doesn't he know about favor votes? I'll accept the elimination for poor performance, but what right do you have to humiliate my pigeons? However, Zhang Fugui absorbed another wave of fans with his handsome face and precise language. Plus, he did stand reason this time. And so his freshman fans began to take a bold stand. Where did the stinking fans come from, and who made it a rule that there should be favor votes in showbiz? Some people just see that their pigeons have eaten 0 eggs and have broken their defenses. Is it possible that your homing pigeon's performance doesn't even come with a humane ticket? For a moment, asterisks flew above the pop-ups. The 2 classes, especially Ju Suk's diehards, have been completely uninterested in watching the program. But that's a small percentage compared to the total number of people on the air. Most of the people who were annoyed by this tedious exchanging of tears simply turned off the pop-ups and watched the follow-up in peace. After only seeing Zhu Shua leave the stage with an ugly face, the host once again came to Lin Zhao's side. "Next, please, judges. vote on Lin Zhao's retention. As the host's words fell, Zhang Mao's originally half-leaning body suddenly sat up straight. It's exactly like a teacher preparing to praise a good student's antecedent actions. Chapter 77. Dare you play Li Shimin? Just when the crowd thought that Zhang Mao was going to brag about Lin Xiao. Instead, he turned his chair toward the audience stage. Have you all ever heard the term dragons and snakes? Some people in the arena nodded and some shook their heads. Zhang Mao laughed and stood up from his seat, pointing at Lin Xiao with one hand. What he just performed was the dragon and serpent transformation. He then turned back to the stage and parsed as he reminisced. From the entrance because he wants to borrow troops, so he is respectful to Xiangyu, but to the time when Xiangyu tries, little by little to reduce the promised source of troops, his aura instead gradually strong again. Simple small design. The generation of Emperor's stoicism and backbone all played out. Very good. There was a round of applause. When the applause fell, Zhang Mao suddenly looked seriously at the stage. Would you like to make a date with me for a play? One that's customized for you. Tailor-made? Murphy is another imperial character. A small wave of excitement surged within Lin Xiao, but just in case there was a misunderstanding, he asked again carefully. May I ask Director Zhang, what role am I going to play in your movie? Zhang Mao raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised by Lin Xiao's answer. If it was any other rookie actor who had been invited by himself, he would have answered with his ass. And the young man on stage even had the presence of mind to ask what his role was. So he said with some amusement, what role do you hope to play? Lin Xiao mainlined a straightforward, I want to play the emperor. A low cry erupted from the scene at these words. Some of the straight-talking viewers were even outright mocking. This guy on stage is too tigerish, isn't he? Mr. Zhang is being polite to you, and you're really gasping for air? You still want to play the emperor, but you don't know how much you weigh. However, Zhang Mao's next words turned all the mockery and skepticism into shock. No problem. The relaxed tone of voice was like a show of hands. A silence fell over the scene. He asked for it and you gave it? Only someone seemed to not know how to be nice, and continued to make a fool of himself. Thank you, Director Zhang. If there's no conflict in the schedule by then, I'll definitely actively participate in the movie. The just quiet scene once again erupted in shock. Even the pop-ups are hard to watch. Does he know who he's talking to? Shouldn't you be good and wait for Director Zhang's script? He's a newcomer with a fart slot. I think it's because Director Zhang is giving him too much praise, he's drifting away. Just wait. Director Zhang withdrew his offer right away, and I guarantee he'll cry harder than anyone else. The outrage the crowd was expecting did not occur. The camera gives a close-up. Only Zhang Mao first smiled helplessly, his gaze full of appreciation. Immediately afterward, his lips buzzed with a serious expression. It's a deal. I'll wait for your slot. The audience just thought the world had gone mad. What kind of person is Director Zhang to announce that he's waiting for a newcomer slot in full view of everyone? What's even more maddening is that the one on stage actually accepted it with a straight face. Young man, whose love do you think you're receiving? In fact, for Lin Xiao, Zhang Mao's invitation really wasn't anything particularly important. You should know that the great director who is on a par with him, can be a sibling to him in the crew. To really compare, Zhang Mao is kinda a no-brainer. For Director Zhang, Lin Zhao's performance is unexpected but reasonable. Would someone who could so perfectly portray the two overlords of Chu and Han be as simple as the average person? And it was this air of pampering that he wanted. If Lin Xiao really showed too much obedience, it would instead go against his wishes. After Zhang Mao put down the microphone, Zhang Ligua's eyes were filled with envy. Both of them could equally see that Lin Xiao was a good seed. Nay, Zhang Mao had happily reached a verbal agreement, while he could only stare. So he once again dug in live on camera. I'll leave it at that. If you feel bad about your current company someday, contact me and I'll pay for the breach of contract. The moderator made a well-timed jab. Mr. Ligua, is it possible that people's bosses are also watching us live? Zhang Ligua immediately half-joked to the camera. I'm sorry. I'm from a small family. I hope the boss will be generous. With 2 votes, Lin Zhao's advancement is a foregone conclusion. But the process that needs to be followed still needs to be followed. Zhang Fuguei did not hesitate to vote to pass. The review is even more simple and rough. Well played. The host was caught off guard. Finished. Zhang Fuguei mainlined a me too. Done. The host smiled helplessly and immediately invited Lu Daoming to the stage. Next we have our Mr. Lu Daoming on stage to draw the next drama script with Lin Xiao. Here I would like to especially remind the audience that the next script is our director's original drama, and is also an excerpt of a clip from our future upcoming script. Lin Xiao's expression showed a rare minute of excitement. After working for so long, is it finally time to finish the system mission? When Lu Daoming came on stage, the program team pushed a wooden board directly to him. It shows 5 characters. They were Li Shimin, Yuqi Jingde, Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Rui. A question rose in the minds of the audience. There are only 2 people on the field, but 5 characters appear, so it can't be that it's meant to be 1 person in 2 roles? The host seemed to read the audience's confusion and took the initiative to explain. There are a total of 5 roles in the next episode, so please ask Mr. Daoming and Mr. Lin Xiao to choose 1 each, and the remaining roles will be cast by our special guests. Lin Xiao was not surprised by this answer. After all, Lian Jia had shown him the process list of the variety show before. He was just a little curious as to what guests would be featured in such a short variety show. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Daoming next to him, trying to see something in the other party's expression. The latter, however, was bemused with a touch of anticipation, and had evidently also long been informed of the contents of the variety show. But there seems to be an equal lack of knowledge about the show's guests. Lu Daoming sensed Lin Xiao's line of sight and inclined his head to give him a slight gesture. Although the two hadn't exchanged words before, he was quite agreeable to the performance of this junior. And Lin Xiao had the same respect for this kind of serious old artist. After a slight bend in his respect, the host went back to his task. Next, Mr. Daoming, Mr. Lin Xiao, which one of you 2 will choose first? Lu Daoming took a step out at the sound of his voice and said, "I'll go first." The host was a bit surprised that Lu Daoming, who has always been low-key and humble, would take the initiative to ask to be chosen first. Lin Xiao's heart, however, had a hidden guess. Only to see Lu Daoming gently step to the front of the 5 plaques, very casually removed the Changsun Wuji piece of Dao. Played too many emperors and was trying to ease the flavors today. He then looked at Lin Xiao with a smile on his face and half-joked. "Don't you like the emperor? Dare you pick up Li Shimin?" Chapter 78 Zhang Fugui's Trouble. Sure enough. No wonder Lu Daoming's reputation has been good in the entertainment industry. In order to give Lin Xiao a chance, he was afraid that the other party would have scruples. So Lu Daoming took the initiative to pick up the other supporting roles. Likewise with his question, Lin Xiao once again became the center of attention in the room. Tang Taizong Li Shimin, the great emperor who started the reign of Jingguan. Does this newcomer have the guts to take it or not? Although Lin Xiao had already acted out Hangaozu Lu Bang just now, that was only a very short scene after all. And the plot at hand relates to the director's casting, which means there's a good chance he'll get the role of Li Shimin in the future. It is both an opportunity and a challenge. A hint of anticipation had just risen in the hearts of the crowd when Lin Xiao moved without hesitation. He was seen holding the Li Shimin name tag with a determined gaze. It also weighed lightly in his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Daoming. Lin Xiao will definitely live up to his expectations." These words came from Lin Xiao's heart. If Lu Daoming really chose the role of Li Shimin, then it would be much harder to complete the subsequent system tasks. After all, with Lu Daoming's experience, he would definitely be able to be chosen by the director. By then, even if Lin Xiao tries his best, who would believe that a newcomer's portrayal of a character would be stronger than that of a veteran actor? On the other side, Lu Daoming watched Lin Xiao's confident movements, and the corners of his mouth similarly revealed a smile. Lu Daoming, unlike other commercial artists, is himself a military artist. This makes him a much purer actor than the vast majority of popular stars. Whenever he saw the little freshman performances of emperors who were either feminine and powerless or bluffing, the heart always aches. Is it possible that my great China cannot choose a decent actor? And in today's episode, he finally found someone like that. This person is Lin Xiao. The casting of the 2 contestants is over and the show is over for now. The host took the microphone and said goodbye to the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, since the script is brand new, our actors need time to familiarize themselves with it. So we'll end today's show here. As for the remaining mystery guests, please allow us to keep it a secret. We'll reveal them next week." The host finished his farewell speech and stood motionless, until the director's okay voice came over the headset. Only then did he turn around and whisper to Lin Xiao and Lu Daoming. "The recording of our program is over, so the 2 teachers can leave the stage with me." Lin Xiao and his duo nodded slightly, so the host walked at the front and began to lead the way. Lu Daoming was in the middle and Lin Xiao was at the end. Approaching a fork in the road, another staff member approached. Lin Xiao then bid farewell to the two of them and walked out of the gate alone. Just after leaving the gym, Lian Jia ran over with a glass of juice, and behind him, Wang Defa was sitting in the Gulf Stream with a displeased look on his face. Teacher Lin, you are simply handsome today. Quickly drink some watermelon juice. Lin Xiao took a sip, just the right amount of sweetness, and the cool taste went straight from head to toe. Professional is a professional. Unlike Wang Defa, who only knows how to buy some industrial additive drinks every time. Just as he was about to take another bite, one hand actually snatched the cup away. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to react, the man lifted the lid and poured. Tons, tons, tons. After a quick drink, the man ruffled his blonde hair with one hand and lamented. Ha, that's refreshing. That's what you need to drink in this weather. Familiar voice, familiar hair color. This person was none other than Zhang Fugui without a doubt. Lian Jia's voice rose a few notches when she saw her carefully crafted drink being snatched by someone else. Hey, this is for Mr. Lin to drink. Zhang Fugui wiped his mouth and handed the cup to Lin Xiao. Give it back. Lin Xiao looked at the mouth of the cup in disgust. It's better if you drink it. Lian Jia's fire intensified at the sight, but soon felt that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. He immediately shrunk behind Lin Xiao and said, You're the unnamed investor judge at the end? Zhang Fugui finally noticed the little assistant behind Lin Xiao, and his eyes suddenly turned straight. I say, Brother Lin, this is… Lin Xiao blocked Lian Jia's entire body behind him. My assistant. Zhang Fugui wanted to look sideways, but Lin Xiao pressed his body and said, Aren't you afraid of being told that the program is an inside job if you come after me in such a hurry? Zhang Fugui rolled his eyes with a disdainful expression. Just say it. I'm not afraid of them anyway. Immediately after that, he brought the conversation back to Lian Jia. Hello, little assistant. What's your name? My name is Vladimir. You can call me Little Lucky. Lian Jia wasn't amused in the slightest by the boring harmonic stunt, and the hand tugging on the corner of her coat became tighter. Lin Xiao felt the tearing sensation of his clothes and said with a stern voice, If you keep messing around, I'm gonna call you by your Chinese name. Huh? Zhang Fugui was serious for a second. Brother Lin. Long time no see. Lin Zhao's head was full of black lines, but he still symbolically cared. What's the point of rushing here in such a hurry? Zhang Fugui's face, which was dashing and sunny just a moment ago, collapsed. I've been having a lot of trouble lately, and I'm looking for someone to talk to. So why don't you and I have a chat? Lin Xiao glanced at the distant crowd and cleanly said, Get in the car. The car sped back to the villa. Since the show was held in the next city over, there was plenty to talk about along the way. Zhang Fugui was lying on the massage chair, eating fruits with one hand while talking about his journey in the past few months. For example, in the Arctic Circle adventure meets a blizzard, improvised snow hut to warm the fallen companions. For example, at the caves in the cliffs, tired climbers talk at night in front of the campfire. For example, in the Amazon jungle, setting up a makeshift base in a tree with your donkey friends. For example, sea fishing from a wheelbarrow and catching record-breaking walleye. Zhang Fugui gabbled the whole way, and his expression grew more and more brilliant. The only thing that can be equated with so-called annoyance is not one thing. Between Lin Zhao's doubts, he finally glimpsed the problem out of the corner of his eye. It turned out that every time Zhang Fugui said something, his eyes couldn't help but observe Lian Jia beside him, and the latter was decidedly captivated by these brave and amazing stories. The eyes also changed from the strangeness at the beginning to a slight admiration. Nice guy coming up to me to flirt with girls. But consider the other's shadowy expression at the gym entrance. Lin Xiao decided that it was better to take care of this old friend a little. Wang Defa, stop at the rest area later. You and Lian Jia will switch. Wang Defa understood, as soon as he rerouted the driveway of the rest area. The caravan came to the rest area. Lin Xiao let Lian Jia head to the driver's side, while asking Wang Defa to go buy some food. For himself, he closed the small boardwalk that communicated with the cab. What the hell is bothering you here? Just say it now, I have to sleep later. Zhang Fugui looked left and right until he confirmed that the only person who could hear the sound inside the car was Lin Xiao. It was only then that he stammered and whispered, There's something you don't know about Brother Lin. I can't do it now. Chapter 79 Brother Lin Saves Me. It's not working? Lin Xiao unbelievably stretched out two fingers. Then a finger ticked downward and said, "Like this." Zhang Fugui said back after breaking another one of Lin Xiao's fingers and merging it into 3. "That's about right." Lin Xiao glanced scornfully, leaving only one finger to say, "In my opinion, tops it off." Zhang Fugui said as he slapped Lin Xiao's hand away. "Stop it, brother Lin. I'm dying of worry lately because of this. My family's old man wants to cut me off? Your old man is so cruel? Even if you're like this, it's not so bad that you'll break off your relationship," Lin Xiao said with a puzzled look on his face, repeating the actions he had just taken with one hand. Zhang Fugui saw that it was not good to hide, simply also directly show his cards. "Actually, yeah, the last time I went out it was mostly for fun." Lin Xiao's face showed contempt. "Didn't you just tell my assistant that you were traveling?" Zhang Fugui looked embarrassed. "Don't I have to keep a positive image then?" "Good you Zhang Fugui, guys can't even, still thinking about the mess. Since what was said just now wasn't the truth." Lin Xiao began to become curious about the truth of the matter. So he grilled directly. "So you're talking about building snow huts in the Arctic Circle to keep your fallen companions warm?" Zhang Fugui returned the flavor. "That's a meter girl with skin as white as snow. And don't you say, the snow hut is pretty warm." Lin Xiao secretly cursed birth in his heart and continued to pursue the question. "So the cave in the cliff is her too?" Zhang Fugui waved his hand, a touch of smugness shining in his eyes. "How could it be? Of course the mountains go with Latinos. When the first rays of sunlight hit the caves, that wheat-colored complexion, it's like wind-blown wheat. Tsk, tsk, tisk. Wind-blown wheat." Lin Xiao forced himself to interrupt himself to visualize that image and tried to change the topic. "So in a tree in the Amazon rainforest?" Zhang Fugui spread out his palms and said, "It was definitely one of my most memorable times, and I learned how to build a tree house with my own hands in order to take down that matriarch girl, and look at this scar on my hand." Lin Xiao was speechless for a while, and suddenly felt that it was good that the guy thing in front of him was broken. Lest you mess with something you shouldn't and get yourself killed one day. "So what did you just say about sea fishing again?" In fact, when he asked here, Lin Xiao had already lost hope. The result should be about the same as just now. However, unlike the previous spring in his step, Zhang Fugui actually said with a face of regret. "Sea fishing is sea fishing. At that time believed in the evil of other people, want to experience the wildness of female sailors. Who knows that after the ship sailed the ship is only left on the brown man. Really boring, I can only fishing." After saying that, he also flipped out a photo and handed it to Lin Xiao. "What the hell? This swordfish is a record breaker." The latter took the phone. In the photo, Zhang Fugui is holding up a huge spiny fish with a couple of sailors. A rare flash of envy surfaced from Lin Xiao. When Windward's annual paycheck comes in, he's going to go out on the water and catch one bigger than this. Lin Xiao threw the cell phone back and continued to open his mouth to ask again. "Since you were just going fishing, how come you didn't end up being able to?" Zhang Fugui looked out of the car with a face of posthumous hatred and said with a long sigh, "That's where the problem came in. After docking, I was really hungry, and then I became what I am now." Lin Xiao stopped talking and just focused on Zhang Fugui. In a matter of moments, dozens of blue points of light sprang out from the other party's body. Especially in the kidney area, the points of light are almost connected. "You're still hungry? Dude, you're getting indigestion from all this food." Just as he was lamenting inwardly, Zhang Fugui's disgruntled voice came over. "Don't gawk. I've been so miserable, so at least mean it." Lin Xiao retracted his sight and teased under his breath. "What I've heard can be all about Mr. Zhang's flirtatious escapades. So what's so tragic about it?" Zhang Fugui was choked for a moment, clasping his hands on his chest. He looked at Lin Xiao with an expression of, "Are you my brother or not?" The latter waved his hand helplessly and said, "So your old man is going to disown you because of this?" Zhang Fugui wanted to say something, so he simply put his heart across and said, "I just now is not really hungry well the same day on the taste of wild food, and then hit the trick, waste is also because of the drug is too strong, this is not, the old man knows that I am because of playing the wild, directly angry to his ancestors 16 generations are cursed all over." 16 generations of ancestors? Is it not 18 generations? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Zhang Fugui spread his hands out. "Aren't my ancestors 18 generations of his ancestors 16? Lin Xiao. Zhang Fugui didn't care if Lin Xiao picked up on it or not, and said with a sad face, "The old master will definitely not do anything to sever the relationship or anything. After all, I'm the only seedling of this branch of our Zhang family, but I can't cure it with all the doctors I've found now, so tell me, what do you think I should do?" Lin Zhao's eyes flashed and he lowered his voice to ask. You've been to all the doctors and they haven't cured you? Zhang Fugui said helplessly. It's not just me. My grandpa's about to call every doctor he knows. Now it's only a few minutes of medication. As Zhang Fugui spoke, perhaps he had reached a solid point, and his eyes actually turned a little red. Lin Xiao deliberated slightly and spoke tentatively. What would your family pay if someone could cure you? Zhang Fugui stared closely at Lin Xiao, and a hint of foreboding could not help but rise in his heart. The drugs on the market don't work for me, and the one who gave me this pill alone that lasts for a few minutes is now the senior director of a pharmaceutical company, and the family has promised to help him go public within 3 years. Lin Zhao's heart shook at his words. At first, he thought Zhang Fugui was just an ordinary rich second generation, but one that can easily take down a major company and still have the guts to promise to go public within 3 years. Even if it wasn't one of the 7 great families, it had to be the heir of some extremely wealthy man. However, no matter how Lin Xiao thought back, he could never recall any top-ranking bosses with the surname Zhang. On the other side, Zhang Fugui watched Lin Xiao enter the dropout state again and patted him on the shoulder expectantly. Brother Lin, you wouldn't know any medical immortals who can cure me, would you? Don't worry, as long as it works, I promise you no less. Lin Xiao was interrupted from his thoughts. Only after leisurely glancing at the hopeful Zhang Fugui did he say in a nonchalant manner, I can heal. You can. Zhang Fugui stood up excitedly, but quickly slumped back into his chair and said, Brother Lin, I'm like this, so stop making fun of me. Lin Xiao snapped his fingernail ash smoothly and flicked it out and said, Fine, since you said I can't cure it, I won't give it to you. Zhang Fugui, who had just sat down, stood up again and said as he caught Lin Zhao's hand, Brother Lin, can you really cure it? The latter opened it rather disgustingly before affirming, It can heal. Zhang Fugui was on the verge of jumping up in excitement. Since it can be cured, then hurry up and save me, Brother Lin. Lin Xiao remained unhurried. Cure, of course, but I have a condition. Zhang Fugui was on the verge of losing his mind. Since the family had searched for famous doctors, this was the first time someone had categorically said they could cure it. So at this point, not to mention one condition, even 100 conditions he could agree to. You say, as long as I can do it, I'll do it on a mountain of daggers. Chapter 80, The Tavern. Lin Xiao didn't sell the story and spoke directly. I want to see your grandfather. Zhang Fugui was dumbfounded. That's it. Aang. Lin Xiao nodded and then added in a whirlwind. That's a condition before the treatment. When I have cured you, what is due can be nothing less. Zhang Fugui was very uptight and patted his chest. Don't worry. As long as you can cure me, you'll be my own brother from now on. After Zhang Fugui finished speaking, he directly took out his cell phone and dialed. The call was answered, and without waiting for a word from this side, a growl came from the other end. Asshole! Run around for me again. Zhang Fugui's neck shrank in fear. Spinning around, he said carefully, Master, it's a program you asked me to record, and there's a cure for what's wrong with me. The caller hadn't responded in kind. You so many problems. There can still be a cure? Hurry up and marry that girl from the Li family while the Dickens can still make do, and give Lousy a baby. Zhang Fugui commiserated. Master, they said that the Li family's girl has never been out of the boudoir and has gotten fat as a pig. I'm not marrying her, and Master, with the technology nowadays, even if a man and a woman don't have that one, they can still have a child. The other end of the phone burst into a rage, and there was even a loud banging on the table. Put your mother's stinking dog farts. Are you not ashamed enough to make the other families look at us and laugh? Zhang Fugui suddenly fell silent as if he was protesting in this way. The next weird thing that happened was that there was a silence on the other end of the line as well. Lin Xiao couldn't help but have a picture floating in his mind. On the other end of the line, a gray-haired old man was sitting on an old coffee table, staring indignantly at his cell phone and gasping for air. The air was quiet for a few seconds before the caller seemed to react to something. What did you mean when you said you were cured of your problem? Zhang Fugui rebelled. You guess. The old man naturally has a way to cure him. I'll have them deactivate your card tomorrow. This move really hit someone 7 inches, and his attitude instantly softened. Good grandfather, thanks to your blessing, the rest of my grandson's life is saved. Elder Zhang will be skeptical. I found so many famous doctors, but they can only hold you for 3 minutes. And where did you find the countryside villagers from? Don't end up not curing your illness, and then make other troubles. Zhang Fugui actually muttered in his heart. But after thinking about Lin Zhao's certain tone, he could only harden his head. Don't worry, master. It will definitely be fine. It's just that the other party asked to see you first. Once again, there was silence on the other end of the line. Zhang Fugui took the opportunity to continue to persuade, fearing that he would miss the happiness of the rest of his life. Master, we don't care where they're from, at least let them try. What if they make it? Even if they don't, we have nothing to lose. The other end of the phone remained silent, and Zhang Fugui had no choice but to zoom in. Lao Deng, I tell you, this problem can't be cured, and I don't want to live. In the morning I'll find a truck to drill the wheels. Elder Zhang was once again furious. Sinful animal. You dare. Believe it or not, I'll delete you from the family tree. Zhang Fugui became more and more hardened as he spoke. Just delete it. Anyway, if I die, our old Zhang family will be extinct, so it doesn't matter if it's a genealogy or not. You. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to want to curse something, but then ended up not saying anything. Instead, there came the sound of a back pounding. About 2 or 3 more seconds passed before he spoke again. You tell him to come to the tavern tomorrow. Zhang Fugui looked at Lin Xiao. The latter shook his head slowly and spoke directly in a voice that could be heard on the other side of the phone. Just for today, after today, another day. Actually, Lin Xiao himself didn't care about time or anything. But after thinking about this old Deng, his attitude just now, he decided to give the other party a hard time. I don't care what kind of character you are. Before I cure your grandson, I'll cure you first. The caller burst out laughing. Good. Today is the day, but I also want you to be really good at it. Or the tavern. Let Guile bring you. As soon as Elder Zhang's words fell, a busy tone came from his cell phone. Zhang Fugui looked at Lin Xiao with a bewildered expression. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Let's go now. Lin Zhao's face did not change as he casually said. Wait for someone first. Zhang Fugui was puzzled. Waiting for someone? Lin Xiao explained. Of course it's waiting for Wang Defa. People went to buy food and haven't come back yet. While the two were talking, Wang Defa happened to run back with a large bag. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. Zhang Fugui glanced at the contents of the bag. It's just a boxed lunch with some dishes that look good. So the outstretched hand retracted. Lin Xiao saw this and picked up a copy and shoved it directly into the other party's arms. For himself, he grabbed another serving of rice and feasted on it. Brother Lin, there are top-quality ingredients over at the tavern. We can eat over there later. Zhang Fugui refused with his mouth, but he still unconsciously lifted the lid. Lin Xiao half-joked while picking up his rice. I'm afraid your grandfather poisoned me. Zhang Fugui took a few mouthfuls of rice as an example. He who was full of healing didn't hear it as a joke in the slightest and instead looked at Lin Xiao with a serious face and said, Can't be, the tavern is just a place for daily meetings. We all go to the House of 10,000 Flowers. Hoping that old boy has really played Hongmen Banquet for people. Lin Xiao secretly made up his mind. When we go over there, the main fight and not eat or drink. No one is going to poison him halfway. After making the decision, the chopsticks in his hands moved faster. Lin Xiao had dined in the car and let the two of them, Lian Jia and Wang Defa, go home by themselves. He himself followed Zhang Fugui to a red brick building. Originally, he wanted to take Wang Defa with him, but considering the other man's scrawny little body, he thought it would be better to have less of a burden. Although this area of the red brick building is dilapidated, it is as lively as some commercial districts. Various vendors were selling all sorts of trinkets. This made the already sparse path even more crowded. Zhang Fugui led Lin Xiao all the way through. It was only after turning an unknown number of corners that he finally came to a green brick dwelling. An old-fashioned lock hung from the doorknob. Just when Lin Xiao thought that Zhang Fugui would pull out the key, the other party ripped the lock off. After entering the door, Zhang Fugui skillfully turned into the kitchen and moved a stack of firewood out of the way, and a dark passage was revealed. Lin Xiao glanced at the dark poking tunnels and couldn't help but tease. What a time to be engaging in this kind of mysterious stuff. Zhang Fugui revealed an awkward color. I don't like it either, but I'm told this tunnel has been there since before my grandfather was born. Lin Xiao stopped speaking and just stood in front of the tunnel staring at the other party. Zhang Fugui was puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Xiao said impatiently. Going down? What are you looking at me for? I can't lead the way, can I? Zhang Fugui stopped talking nonsense and bowled his way in. Lin Xiao followed behind. After only 5 or 6 meters this time, the two came to an elevator. When the elevator doors opened again, what met his eyes was a magnificent underground palace. The underground palace was lit up and looked like a mythical building. Zhang Fugui turned to look at Lin Xiao, revealing a proud expression for the first time. Brother Lin, welcome to the tavern. Chapter 81, Old Master Zhang Zhang. Lin Xiao raised his eyes. Only 3 words tavern were written boldly on the head of the gate of the underground palace wall. So it's such a bistro. The 5-meter-high walls were white and moist, transmitting a faint golden color under the light. Lin Xiao couldn't help but touch the wall. The feel of it, surprisingly, is top-quality first-grade alabaster. Such a huge complex, actually the whole body is made of white jade. How much did it cost? Even with Lin Xiao's heart nature, he could not help but be shaken at this moment. The tavern you speak of is a Hanseatic city? Zhang Fugui, Versailles Road. What's the point? Don't all the 5-star hotels of the 7 great families look like this? He then pointed to one of the most central buildings and said, that's the parlor, where everyone has tea and conversation, and as for the dining room, that's the one behind it. What about the other houses? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. The other houses, well, except for the one behind the dining room, which is a guest room, are either storage and kitchen or servants' quarters. While the two of them were talking, another carriage pulled up in front of the two of them. Lin Xiao glanced at the 4 equal-height white horses chewing on gold-rimmed cages. The mikashi is also made of gold and jade. Only this time the jade is Hetian jade. A man dressed as a servant jumped out of the carriage and said with a stoop, "Young master, sir, please." The carriage made its way across the street. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that even the white bricks on the ground were likewise top-grade Chinese alabaster. Yet it was such a truly inches of land that there were a surprising number of passers-by and vendors along the way. These passers-by, they can't be your housemaids too, can they? Lin Xiao thought of a certain possibility and asked tentatively. Zhang Fugui said with an expression of having answered correctly. Actors plus security here to be exact. The old man said if such a big dungeon wasn't popular, wouldn't it be hell? So they dropped the bodyguards here after training. Lin Xiao once again lamented in his heart. Not to mention paying money to build such a large underground palace, even if they gave it to themselves for nothing. If you go by that standard, odds are he can't afford to keep it either. The carriage traveled all the way to the parlor that Zhang Fugui had mentioned. Only the words main guest hall were inscribed on the golden plaque. Zhang Fugui and Lin Xiao entered the hall one after the other. Only in the middle of the main hall, an old man with white hair sat opposite the door. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men in suits. The rest of the seats were occupied by a few elder-looking middle-aged and elderly people. Zhang Fugui habitually drew 2 chairs casually just as soon as he entered the door. One was handed to Lin Xiao while the other sat under his butt. Incidentally, the chair was no longer made of jade, but it was glowing with purple-black veins, and it wasn't cheap at first glance. The former took the chair and placed it aside smoothly, striding over to Elder Zhang. Zhang Fugui immediately followed and stood up before his butt was even warmed up. "You can cure my grandson?" Elder Zhang glanced at Lin Xiao, obviously not believing that such a young man could cure Zhang Fugui's disease. "Of course." Lin Xiao was full of confidence. Elder Zhang continued to test the waters. "Did little friend prepare the exotic plants?" Lin Xiao shook his head. Elder Zhang asked again, "Do you have a secret recipe, little friend?" Lin Xiao shook his head again. Elder Zhang's eyes exploded with brilliance, and his tone carried a sense of anticipation. Could it be that little friend is going to use the method of acupuncture? Lin Xiao still gently shook his head. "You're half right. I'm going to use the pointing technique." Before Lin Xiao's words fell, he only heard a bang. A middle-aged man slapped the table. "A load of nonsense. It's a good thing I came to the scene in person, or else Master Zhang would have been fooled by a doll like you." Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he delicately sniffed the herbal aura emanating from the other party. It was quickly judged that the other party should be the same doctor who had given Zhang Fugui the temporary prescription. So he said with a slight aggravation in his voice, "This mediocrity. Why do you say that?" The middle-aged man simply walked to a position face-to-face with Lin Xiao and said, "Don't think I don't know. The method of acupoints can restore Mr. Zhang to normal for a short period of time, but what is consumed is the yang qi in the future. This trick of yours seems to be instantly effective, but in reality it is harmful. I think you just want to flee far away after cheating money. But how did you expect to meet me, a connoisseur?" As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, the main door of the grand hall instantly closed. Several suited bodyguards surrounded Lin Xiao in the center. The person in question, however, had no fear in his face and even let out a laugh. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. The suited bodyguard took a half step forward, while the middle-aged man moved back a step with a slightly nervous face. What? Why are you laughing? Only then did Lin Xiao square up. Leaving aside whether my method is a short-term or long-term treatment, but in terms of depletion of yang qi, isn't your excellency's pill a dissimilarity? The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he instantly weaseled his way out of the situation. My pills are laced with supplements, and this increase and decrease has been balanced. How can it be compared to the method you described? Lin Xiao laughed again. Then, according to what you are saying, as long as I point first and then take the tonic, there will be no side effects as you said? The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless, while Lin Xiao rode the wave of victory. So do you actually think that my pointing isn't good? Or are you afraid of being robbed of business by me? Or are you afraid that your tricks will be dismantled by me? The Zhang family's old man's face changed, and the look he gave the middle-aged man was already not good. The latter was horrified in his heart, and in his shock and anger, he even directly swung his fist towards Lin Xiao. Yellow-mouthed child, how dare you frame me? Under extreme anger, this punch was definitely described as powerful. However, Lin Xiao stood still without any movement and just looked at Elder Zhang indifferently. Not surprisingly, just when the fist was only half an inch away from the face, it was actually hardened and fixed in the distance. The middle-aged man looked back, and it turned out that the bodyguard had caught his arm. Elder Zhang opened his mouth with a smile, but his eyes carried a hint of gloom. Dr. Liu, this little friend is a guest of my Zhang family, and until things are clarified, you have crossed the line. A trace of coolness instantly rose behind the middle-aged man, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiao. However, he quickly returned to his normal self and clasped his fists towards Elder Zhang. This person is credulous, so please be more careful and on guard, Master Zhang. From the time this Dr. Liu threw a punch until now, Lin Xiao was calm and relaxed throughout. The former, however, was ruffled and jumped by 3 words. Old Master Zhang, who had taken everything in, laughed aloud. Don't worry, Dr. Liu, although my body is already old and decrepit, my eyes are fine na. The words sounded like they were speaking for Dr. Liu at first glance, but the tone at the end was intriguing. In fact, before meeting Lin Xiao face to face, Elder Zhang had decided that the other party was a fraud. The disease that so many famous doctors couldn't cure, how could a yellow-mouthed child be cured? Coupled with Zhang Fugui's incomparably certain tone, he was even more convinced that the other party was a liar. This time, Dr. Liu was also called on to make Zhang Fugui recognize the social evils. Which know this Dr. Liu's Taoist practice is too shallow, 3 or 2 sentences by the other party to the whole broken defense. Moreover, judging from Lin Zhao's behavior, this Dr. Liu didn't seem to be worthy of such trust. Coupled with the fact that ever since the former had come inside the Great Hall, a faint yet unnoticeable pressure had accumulated within the room. After a few thoughts, Master Zhang completely changed his mind. Since young friend Lin has this confidence, why don't you show us some medical skills here? Chapter 82. Demonstrating medical skills on the spot was exactly what Lin Xiao was begging for. The reason he wanted to meet the old master face to face was to show the other party his medical skills in person. After all, compared to curing Zhang Fugui in the car and then bringing him here and curing him in person, the latter obviously brings more shock. Before that, though, he had to circumvent some possible surprises. Of course it's no problem, but before we start, I have a few rules. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Go ahead. Lin Xiao stood with his hands in the air, his words full of confidence. Firstly, even if I use the acupuncture points, Fortune's illness may not be cured in the short term, and as for when to start the second course of treatment, it's up to me. The reason for this? The main reason was that he remembered that he had nearly gotten himself into trouble when he was treating Wang Defa's daughter, Wang Shihan. And Zhang Fugui had even more acupoints on his body, so he didn't dare to be generous. Elder Zhang said with a slight pause, You can, but you have to make sure that the results are visible to the naked eye after the first treatment. Lin Xiao recalled the change in Wang Shihan at that time and felt that it shouldn't be difficult. Without hesitation, he nodded in response and then continued to speak. Secondly, my treatment of Fortune shall not be divulged without my permission, and you shall not ask me about any of my treatments. That's a reasonable request. Elder Zhang gave his approval, Don't worry about that. We do know the rules. Lin Xiao then stretched out 3 more fingers. Third, prepare a bed. I'm pointing now. The bodyguards were on their hands and knees, and in no time they were able to put together a bed with live props. Zhang Fugui couldn't wait to take off his clothes and lay on it with an expectant face. Just as Lin Xiao was preparing to point. On the side, Dr. Lu once again stopped in front of Lin Xiao. Wait! Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Elder Zhang also had a rare expression of displeasure on his face. What's this thing doing here again? Dr. Lu felt the old man's gaze and immediately felt the pressure multiply. But compared to these, he was more afraid that Lin Xiao could really cure Zhang Fugui. Dr. Lu was certain that once the latter was able to be cured, he himself would sooner or later be liquidated because of the pills. So he said stiffly, Master, the method of pointing is not only risky but also has great side effects on the body. Please think twice. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Fugui, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, immediately opened his mouth. Think twice, my ass, you don't have a say in what my grandfather decides. Get the hell out of here. However, instead of moving, Dr. Lu crossed his heart and said, he just made so many conditions, but didn't say anything about what to do if he can't be cured. Can't it be that our male son is a free guinea pig? Hearing his grandson being called a mouse, the gloom in Elder Zhang's eyes was undisguised. So what do you think we should do if it's not cured? Dr. Lu said with a ruthless gaze. Break his hands and cut out his tongue, so that he can never solicit again. Elder Zhang had a rough guess in his heart as he looked at Dr. Lu, who unleashed such malice in the face of a stranger. Zhang Fugui, on the other hand, sat up with his butt from the bed and cursed. Put your mother's ass on the line. You didn't cure me either. Why don't you stop cutting your tongue? Dr. Lu was so angry that he couldn't speak. But Lin Xiao faintly responded with a single bite. No problem. Not Brother Lin. We can't afford to give him a bet on this. Not that I don't believe you but everything has an eventuality. There are no eventualities, that's all. Lie down now. Lin Xiao interrupted Zhang Fugui's words. He could not trust himself, could he not trust the system? After giving Dr. Ryu a meaningful look, he once again went to the spelled-out bed. Zhang Fugui wanted to say something, but after looking at the old man who sat in the center without saying a word, he could only obediently lie down flat. Lin Xiao didn't drag his feet and aimed at a point of light and poked down with vigor. All that could be heard was an ow, the sound of. Zhang Fugui bent into a U-shape in pain. A weak suction came from his fingertips, and Lin Xiao felt part of his physical strength being drained away. Immediately afterward, he moved his finger sideways and poked at a spot of light again. Zhang Fugui once again wailed in pain, but this time he did not dodge at all. He clearly felt a sense of electricity coming from the place where he had been out of touch for so long. Lin Xiao's movements were unceasing, only the more but getting slower and slower. A fine bead of sweat had been secreted on his forehead and fingers. Every time he poked at a point of light, he had to make sure he had the stamina. Finally, at the 14th point of light after poking, a strong suction came. Lin Xiao immediately felt weak. Luckily, he was prepared for this and barely managed not to fall over as he braced himself against the edge of the bed. That's enough for today. He should be 30 or 40% better now. Elder Zhang asked expectantly. How do you feel now, Richie child? Due to Lin Xiao's extreme force with each finger, Zhang Fugui was sweating from the pain at the moment. Yet at this moment, he couldn't care less about the pain coming from his body, and he cried out while agitated. It's working. That should do it. Immediately after that, he directly ran towards Lin Xiao wanting a bear hug. The latter dodged it with a disgusted face. So Zhang Fugui had to grab a hand and thank him. Brother Lin, you are truly a great benefactor to me. For the first time in all these days, this is the first time I've been conscious. Elder Zhang stood up excitedly at the sound and said, Guayer, this is true. You're really better. It's really better. At least 70% better. I'm going to fight Ariana for 300 rounds. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the scene as soon as these words were uttered. Although I don't know who this Ariana is, it's not hard to guess that it's Fortune's date in some country. Elder Zhang was worthy of being the longest living in the whole room, and immediately gave a dry cough to change the topic. Little friend Lin, you've done my Zhang family a great favor. From today onwards, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. As he spoke, the old man passed a faint look towards the butler-like person. The other party immediately understood and unclasped a black sign from his waist and respectfully held it over with both hands. Elder Zhang picked up the sign and placed it in Lin Zhao's hand. Little friend Lin, this is my Zhang family's Blackwood order, made with a special process. Holding this item wherever my Zhang family's industry is located can provide some convenience for little friends. Elder Zhang's tone was flat, and Lin Xiao did not place too much importance on the token. Inwardly, he wondered what age he was still playing this kind of old-fashioned trick, and casually played with it for a while before dropping it into his pocket. It was just that compared to Lin Zhao's lightheartedness. Zhang Fugui beside him looked at the token with a complicated expression. Obviously, the function of this token was definitely not as simple as Master Zhang described. However, Lin Xiao didn't notice the change in Zhang Fugui's countenance, and instead looked at the warbler summoned in at the doorway. The latter's gaze was also quickly attracted, and his two eyes were even more golden. It's getting late, so please move to the back hall to dine. With Elder Zhang's invitation, the girls quickly clustered around Lin Xiao, chirping and guiding around. The latter secretly said that he was a decent man, but his body was honest enough to allow the girls to pull at him. Just as the crowd was about to leave, Dr. Lu, who was standing alone, finally spoke. Master Zhang, aren't you forgetting someone? Only then did Elder Zhang act as if he suddenly remembered something. I'm sorry. I take it that Dr. Ryu has left on his own. There was a vague sense of repulsion in the words. As long as Dr. Lu obediently said that he was leaving, then naturally nothing would happen next. But in his pride, he couldn't help but curse. Bah! If it wasn't for my pills, your grandson would still be lying on his back crying somewhere right now. Now that there's a new doctor, your Zhang family has abandoned me. It's like crossing the river and breaking the bridge. When these words came out, the accompanying elders instantly blackened their faces. Chapter 83 Purple Emerald Wine Pot. The faces of the accompanying elders were bad, and Elder Zhang's face was even worse. Originally, due to the fact that the other party did help some, he was going to keep his mouth shut about the side effects of the pills, and everyone would go their own way. Nay, the other party didn't appreciate it at all, and dared to speak out against himself. Then it's no wonder he, Mr. Zhang, doesn't remember old times. Only a hint of ruthlessness flashed from his gaze as he took out a pill from his pocket and said, Little friend Lin, what did you just say about this pill from Dr. Lu? Without a system, Lin Xiao didn't actually understand pharmacology. However, based on the previous description, it is not difficult to surmise that the probability is that the pill carries irreversible side effects. Add to that the malice this Dr. Ryu had shown towards himself and his current situation. Naturally, he would not hide his inferences. This kind of stuff can only have a momentary effect, but the side effects are so great that it will cause people to lose their yang energy drastically. I guess that's it. Elder Zhang nodded thoughtfully, then coldly swept his eyes at Dr. Lu. The latter instantly felt a chill run through his body, but he still hardened his head. So many doctors can't see the effect. I can rub out this pill. That's already a credit. What more do you want? In other words, you admit that you poisoned Guile? A simple sentence that directly negates all the credit of the past. It's more of a murder for money label for the other side. Lin Xiao secretly admired this old man's methods and decided that he must be cautious in the future. On the other side of the room, Dr. Ryu, who had been lifted up for too long, hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, continuing the death-defying path. Well. So what if it is? Break your legs and throw them out. The bodyguards worked in tandem, with one covering his mouth and the other casually folding his hand. Both of Dr. Ryu's legs were deformed as far as the eye could see. Elder Zhang didn't care about the resentful gaze at all. His voice faintly said, Oh yeah, we won't take back your company, lest you say our Zhang family is ungrateful. He then gently raised his hand, and the bodyguards carried Dr. Lu toward the door. Looking at Elder Zhang's still gloomy eyes, it wasn't hard for Lin Xiao to guess that even if he didn't take back the company, I was afraid that this public company of Dr. Lu wouldn't exist for long. Dr. Lu was dragged away, and Elder Zhang whirled around and changed into a kind smile and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, young friend Lin. I was careless with my friendships before, but now I've changed my ways. Lin Xiao had millions of grass mud horses galloping inside. You call that a conversion when you break each other's legs at the drop of a hat? However, Elder Zhang did not have the intention to continue explaining and once again made the please gesture. The crowd then proceeded to the restaurant surrounded by a group of warblers. The moment he stepped through the front door, Lin Xiao almost thought he was back in the theater. Just see the dining room set up with the palace drama emperor banquet group of ministers in general. A single jade table is placed on either side, leaving very ample space in the center. Elder Zhang once again made an invitation to Lin Xiao. Little friend might as well sit with old man and have a drink, okay? The duo made their way to the two long tables facing the front door and sat down. Fu Gui, on the other hand, chose to sit down at one of the side tables near Lin Xiao. The guest of honor took his place. A group of slender women wearing hidden tulle came to the center of the hall in an orderly manner. With the sound of a melodious choreographed bell, the women began to dance. No, even this stuff? And they actually played music? Lin Xiao looked incredulously at the corner of the chimes. Old Master Zhang explained with a smile. It's just an imitation of the same material used, not an old object. In the middle of the conversation, a group of girls dressed as waiters presented all the food. Lin Xiao roughly swept a glance at the delicacies in front of him. There was hardly a dish on the table that he recognized. The only thing that struck him as amiable was a copy of the contents of a small emerald pot about 2 palms wide. One serving of white rice. After the first round of attendants retired, another round of attendants came in dragging a pair. It was just that the jug of wine in the tray of the head waiter was markedly different from the ones in the trays of the other waiters. The jugs in the hands of the other waiters were emerald green. Instead, the wine jugs of the head waiter glowed with a transparent purple color, one carved with a dragon and the other with a phoenix. Violet emerald in glass. Although Lin Xiao had never seen a physical object before, he had seen many related videos. The jug was about less than the size of a palm. Nonetheless, taking out just any one of them would already allow a person to get away with it for the rest of their life. The main thing, of course, is that this pair of jugs is just beautiful. Lin Xiao secretly made up his mind. Must get a pair of these guys for the house sometime too. At the same time, a hint of dissatisfaction rose in the back of his mind. This much wine isn't enough for me to stuff my teeth with. Lin Xiao secretly spat, but his afterglow caught a glimpse of several Zhang clan elder-like people on the table looking at the wine pot with a hint of longing. Even the gaze of the always lustful Zhang Fugue was rarely plucked from the pile of dancers. No? You all crave your own jugs? The waiter stopped in front of Lin Xiao. It was too late to think about it carefully, but Elder Zhang had already personally filled 2 glasses of wine and handed one over. Here's to little friend Lin, for helping my family Fugue regain his confidence. Then I also thank Master Zhang for giving me the opportunity. Lin Xiao followed suit and similarly poured a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. The burning sensation traveled all the way straight down his throat and spread across his abdomen. In less than 2 breaths of work, the entire person was already drenched in sweat. Immediately afterward, there was a feeling of euphoria that hit his entire body. What strong wine! Lin Zhao's eyes showed a strange color. With his current physique, it could be completely said that he could not get drunk from 1,000 cups. Favorably, this wine had already caused him to feel slightly intoxicated after just 1 glass. On the side of the old Master Zhang, although he is old, but still bold, the same drink. He then stroked his beard again with a smug look on his face. This wine is called Agar Jade Dew. It is brewed by my family using a special material process. The production is only 1 altar per year, and it is only taken out when used for entertaining your or rewarding outstanding contributors within the clan. If you like it, I'll ask them to prepare a pot for you later on. Lin Xiao was delighted in his heart, but his face looked polite as he said, "Ouch! I can't accept such an expensive gift." With that on his lips, his hand was extremely quick to shove another jug of wine directly into his arms. No? Elder Zhang's people were dumbfounded. It wasn't true that he was going to give Lin Xiao a pot of wine, but he didn't say that it was this pot. The pair of glassy purple emerald wine pots at the moment were made from the finest raw stones that he had managed to find with great difficulty. Just as an aside, how rare it is to find emeralds of this quality as well as size. The labor cost alone to make this pair of jugs was astronomical. Lin Xiao had already stuffed the wine pot into his arms, but Elder Zhang still didn't want to give up, only to see him reach out to Lin Zhao's arms with one hand while trying to explain. This? Little friend Lin, don't have to be polite. Later, I'll have the following people Unfortunately, he had underestimated the level of brazenness of the young man in front of him. Facing the old man's outstretched hand, Lin Xiao neither dodged nor slapped away, but was grateful after holding it tightly with one hand. You don't have to be so polite. 1 pot is enough. I'm too embarrassed to take any more. If you must give more, then let me take this remaining half pot. Saying that, this time the crowd didn't even see the movement before the wine jug on the tray had disappeared. No? Why don't you have any left for me now? Elder Zhang blinked his eyes a few times, and a flesh pain ensued. If it was usual, he might have directly asked Lin Xiao to hand over the wine pot. But now others have just cured their grandchildren, and they haven't promised anything yet. This also makes asking for the jug a matter of opening and closing the mouth. Chapter 84. What about his lordship? But who was Elder Zhang? And how could he let Lin Xiao take away such a treasure so easily? With the effort of opening and closing his eyes, an idea formed in his mind. Elder Zhang revealed a still bright smile and said, "Hehehe. No greed, no robbing. Young friend Lin is truly a hero. I toast you." Immediately, he raised his empty wine glass and pretended to look for the wine pot, and his gaze even glanced at Lin Xiao from time to time. The heart even swore. As long as Lin Xiao took out the wine pot, he couldn't leave his hand this time no matter what. The other side. Lin Xiao's old face blushed at being complimented, but he didn't have the slightest intention of taking out the wine pot. Faced with this embarrassing situation of no wine in the main house, the hard and cheeky looked at the waiter and said, "What are you waiting for? We're out of wine. Go get it." The waiter, who had seen the whole process from the beginning to the end, did not know what his lordship meant. Who knew this guest would be so cheeky? He could only turn his eyes for help to Elder Zhang. This man is shameless. What about his lordship? Master Zhang and the squire were wide-eyed. No one expected this to be the case. Just as his brain was racing to think about how he was going to get the wine pot back, Zhang Fugui came over with the carrying wine pot on his end. "Brother Lin, it's been a long time since we last parted. Let me toast you." Brother Zhang came just in time. "Lend me the wine pot." Lin Xiao took the wine pot and filled it up first with Master Zhang, then poured himself a glass. Many thanks to Master Zhang for his hospitality. Immediately, he touched a drink with the other party under Elder Zhang's incredulous gaze. It's smooth in the mouth, just noticeably less so than the party wine. Feeling the alcohol burning through his esophagus, Lin Xiao's heart seemed to be enlightened. Soon he realized again that the old man remained frozen in the distance and kindly reminded him, "I'll do it, feel free." Any hope of recovering the jug was completely shattered. Elder Zhang viciously glared down at this grandson who didn't come sooner or later. After showing a smile that was worse than tears, they drank their glasses together. It then seemed to be an attempt to vent the fire. Said the squire in a tone of displeasure. "What are you waiting for? Go get 2 more jugs." The valet bowed and retired. The rich man who had come to make a toast had no intention of leaving at all. Solely sitting directly beside Lin Xiao, he chatted about the girls dancing. "Brother Lin, look. The one leading the dance in the center. TSK, TSK. Wonderful." Just with his mouth talking about the beautiful women on stage, his eyes swept towards Lin Xiao's chest from time to time. Alarm bells went off inside the latter. This guy wouldn't have awakened any other quirks after he was cured, would he? Zhang Fugui saw Lin Xiao's vigilance and whispered in a slightly dissatisfied voice. "I did you a favor just now, huh? You can't keep this wine all to yourself. So that's what it's all about." Lin Xiao inwardly realized. This is immediately followed by a lament that fortune is indeed a loser. For the sake of a sip of wine, he actually teamed up with an outsider to give away his family's treasure. Hey, you don't really want to keep it all to yourself, do you? When Zhang Fugui saw that Lin Xiao had been silent, his entire body suddenly became bad. It was good that the latter spoke up in time. "Don't worry, you'll get 1 less bite." Only then did Zhang Fugui reveal a satisfied smile. Lin Xiao laughed along with him, but inwardly vetoed the idea of sharing the fine wine in his arms. "That precious stuff is for brilliant people like me. A dude like you, just drink some of the wine that's available now." As he spoke, the attendant had already served 2 jugs of wine once again. This time, the wine jug was obviously quite a bit larger than the one from just now, and it was exactly 1.5 palms high. Only this time, the material of the wine pot still belongs to the very best, but compared to that glass seed purple jadeite is still a little worse. Of course, if Elder Zhang was willing to give it away, Lin Xiao was definitely willing to accept it. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but this time the attendant stood behind Elder Zhang. The eyes were even more vaguely defensive. This left him with no more opportunities to make Elder Zhang give gifts. Elder Zhang seems to have learned his lesson. After filling his and Lin Xiao's wine cups, he no longer placed the wine jug on the corner of the table as he had just done, but once again placed it back into the attendant's tray. Fortune saw this and rushed to present the cup. Master, give me a sip too. The loss of the jug hasn't been accounted for. Elder Zhang naturally didn't have much of a good face. You didn't. Off. Zhang Fugui's face turned white as he hurriedly returned to his original position. In no time at all, he looked at Lin Xiao with pitiful eyes. Brother Lin, I'm counting on you if I can have this drink this year. Elder Zhang stood up and toasted the entire room, announcing the official start of the banquet. Lin Xiao once again drank it all down, and the familiar feeling of smoothness traveled throughout his body. Picking up chopsticks with 2 bites of the dish, a huge feeling of satisfaction takes over the whole body. Hidden family meals are just not the same. The ingredients alone are not all that prestigious. But the method of preparation allows each ingredient to realize a change far beyond his original value. For example, the golden peonies in full bloom on that table were actually put together with fish, and the texture was even more varied. Then again, the tub of white rice just now surprisingly smelled like scrambled eggs. Lin Xiao quickly realized that this was the rice he had seen in books before. Bodhi Yusai. The elders on both sides got up and came to toast Lin Xiao. Elder Zhang obediently summoned Fu Gui and together they chatted with Lin Xiao. The dancers in the hall had already finished one dance by now, and a group of girls holding various musical instruments quickly took their place. The whole hall was filled with an atmosphere of song and dance. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Xiao also had a better understanding of the 7 great clans. This group of people not only hold the capital of the rich and powerful, but also hold the equity of the most cutting-edge technology. It can be said that even if lying still, the money earned in a day is enough for ordinary people to spend hundreds of lifetimes. But understanding only goes so far. After all, this was Lin Zhao's first meeting with the old man, and it was natural that the other party would not talk nonsense about things that were too deep. Most of the time the chat was about some of Zhang Fugui's insights. The latter didn't speak for long, though, and soon slid down the chair and under the table. When the attendants helped Zhang Fugui away, Elder Zhang leaned toward Lin Xiao and cautiously tried. Little friend Lin is so skilled in medicine. I wonder if you want to have a doorway of your own? Lin Xiao laughed and roughly guessed what the other party wanted. With a nod from him, it probably won't be long before he owns a publicly traded medical company. But right now he has no thoughts of pursuing a career in medicine. Out of the blue, he politely declined. I only know a little bit about medicine, so what ability do I have to set up my own door? Elder Zhang, who had been rejected, instead looked happy, and his intention to pull in was overflowing. Since that's the case, I wonder if young friend Lin would like to come to my Zhang family to be a family physician. At that time you and I will be friends for the past few years, and all the specifications and treatment will be on par with the elders. The elders of the great families. Any one of them put outside is a figure that calls the wind and the rain. Hands are even more can mobilize the family a lot of resources. Lin Xiao was slightly shocked inwardly, not expecting this old man to be so willing to put down money. But soon he relieved himself anew. After all, at the level of the Zhang family, there was nothing left to get but longevity. A top-notch physician, on the other hand, can prolong their lives in a sense. Faced with such a temptation, Lin Xiao was indeed moved. Just a shame. Thank you for your lordship's kindness. It's just that Lin Zhao's heart is in the acting world and doesn't want to continue practicing medicine somewhere. Chapter 85. I have a friend. Elder Zhang looked at Lin Xiao with an incredulous expression. Little friend Lin is even an actor? Do you have any works? I'll be sure to invite the 6 great clans to join us. Though the previous trailer for Hanwu Dadi brought him a wave of hits. But naturally, as the leader of the lineage, Elder Zhang would not pay attention to those things. It also made it impossible for him to answer the question. The artwork is there, it's either eunuchs or corpses, and the only starring role hasn't hit the shelves yet. Lin Xiao couldn't say such words no matter what. Had to change the subject. We'll talk about this later, but although I don't plan to practice medicine professionally, whenever your lordship needs help, feel free to have Fugui contact me. Elder Zhang no longer cared about the actor when he heard this, but instead stammered a bit. Little friend Lin, if it's possible for a person who is older to become rich like that to regain his youthful grace. Between words, Elder Zhang, who had maintained his majesty all evening, revealed a rare expression of embarrassment. Lin Xiao also instantly figured out the other party's purpose. Nice guy martyrdom in his twilight years. The feeling is that this little old man wants to give birth to an uncle for fortune. However, Lin Xiao actually didn't have an answer to this question. He had to be ambiguous. It's theoretically possible, but the specifics depend on taking a pulse. Elder Zhang's eyes first lit up, and then began to hesitate when he heard that he had to take his pulse. If it was any other situation, maybe friends could be used as a shield. But if you take the pulse, where should you put your old face? When he hesitated again and again, Lin Xiao very appropriately handed over a step. Does Master Zhang have a friend who needs treatment? If it's inconvenient for him to come, it's just as well to find someone of the same age to take his pulse. Elder Zhang came to a realization and looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of gratitude. Little friend's anticipation is as good as God's. I do have a friend who is the same age as me, and earlier asked me to help look for a famous doctor. Why don't you take my pulse with me, and see if that friend of mine is still saved? Perhaps he felt that his tone seemed a bit eager, or perhaps he was a bit embarrassed to be probed by Lin Xiao. Elder Zhang's old face couldn't help but redden after saying this. Shame on you, but as long as I can regain my abilities, it will be worth the effort now. Lin Xiao blinked his eyes. I didn't realize that the head of a clan of such a large family could actually drop his face for this. But soon he felt reasonable again. After all, at their level, there was nothing rare in the world anymore. Then the rest of the joy will naturally go back to the basics. Eat, drink, and live in the crotch. Lin Xiao revealed an expression that all men understood and put one hand on Elder Zhang's pulse. Unfortunately, this time, unlike that time with Wang Shihan, Lin Xiao didn't flash any prescriptions in his mind. It was just a simple feeling that the old man was in great health. That's a tough one. Lin Xiao felt a headache and had to ask tentatively. Dare I ask Zhang Lao whether your friend is unable to rise again? Or is he lacking in intensity? Anyway, the words had already been said, so Elder Zhang in turn liberalized quite a bit. The old man reared up. Old friend reared up okay. Just not strong enough, shaped like soft wax. Lin little friend can have a solution to the problem. Your friend really tells you everything. Lin Xiao secretly spat out a sentence as his brain raced. On drugs? No, but if this worked, the old man would have used it a long time ago. A tonic? I'm afraid this family diet is a daily supplement? Topical? It seems like all the topicals on the market are just fooling the cuties. It's not a good idea. It's a little hard to do. Just as he was about to open his mouth and tell the old man to give up, his hand touched a vial. This odd handful is a styling spray that I won in a previous raffle. Since the effects of the spray were too counterintuitive, in order to prevent it from being used indiscriminately, Lin Xiao had always carried it with him. If you spray live animals directly with spray, I did spray the spiders with spray before. Spraying words. Had thought about giving Fugue a try before. After a slight inner hesitation, Lin Xiao decided that it was better to use a hand for the old man. Fugue, you're not as blessed as your grandfather. With an inward sigh, Lin Xiao spoke with a serious face. The solution is not without a solution. It's just that this method is slightly risky, so I don't know if you're willing to try it. This stuff that has never been tested in water, hell, I don't know what effect it has on a sprayer. In order to prevent being thrown into the open sea and fed to the fishes one day, he had to give the risk to the old man first. As soon as Elder Zhang heard that there was something in it, an intense light erupted in his eyes. The old man has been running the world for decades. What's so trivial about the risk of the district? Just tell me what risk there is. The old man's vertical and horizontal family? Gramps, you just admitted that the friend was you, right? Lin Xiao inwardly spat out a sentence and very knowingly didn't poke at it. I have a medicine that can help you not fall down with a golden gun. Only this medicine has two disadvantages. First, this medicine is extremely long-lasting. Once used, it has to last for 8 hours. Elder Zhang immediately interrupted, and his tone was even more agitated. And such wonders? Good man, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Lin Xiao finally understood who Zhang Fugue had inherited. 8 hours. Can you really stand it? Aren't you afraid you'll shake yourself apart? Elder Zhang also realized that he was a bit out of line and coughed gently, signaling Lin Xiao to continue. The latter mentally rolled his eyes and continued to state the most important hidden danger. The second and most important point is that some people have allergic reactions to medications, and when they do, it can have extremely serious consequences. The so-called allergic reaction is, of course, bull. He had to skate by with that kind of talk to prevent the unlikely event of being thrown into the open sea. Elder Zhang finally revealed a serious face. How serious is it? Will it make the old immortal completely wasted? Lin Xiao nodded with a grave expression on his face. Inside, however, there was no pressure at all. Anyway, I told you about the side effects, but I have nothing to do with what happened. Elder Zhang took a deep breath and seemed to have made a big decision. The old man decided to try anyway. Lin Xiao was surprised and deeply shocked at the same time. It is said that people can do anything when they are hungry, but I never thought that people can do anything when they are hungry. Since the old man was so valiant, he certainly couldn't wimp out either. After all, you don't find these humanoid mice just anywhere. But I'm afraid there's no one else in the world who dares to use the head of a hidden family as a test subject. Lin Xiao asked the old man for a jade bottle, then unscrewed the spray and poured some in. After pouring about half the bottle, he returned the jade bottle. After each rise, use a cotton swab to apply the application, and remember not to use your hands. Elder Zhang looked at the jade bottle Lin Xiao handed over in surprise. That's it, the latter said faintly. That's the end of it, Elder Zhang said with a straight face. Old man, doesn't my friend eat any tonic? Brother, it's time to stop pretending. Lin Xiao felt a pang of heart fatigue, but still did a full set of theater and said, No, based on your pulse, your friend's pulse should be fine as well. Just need to fake it out a little. What the hell kind of pulse is that? Borrowing a pulse? Lin Xiao felt outrageous himself even after he finished speaking. So that's how it is. Then I thank you on behalf of that friend, little friend. Elder Zhang did not blush or jump, and just accepted it in a watery manner. There's still a master? Lin Xiao had thought that his skin was thick enough. But compared to this old man in front of him, it still didn't seem to be enough. The meal was nearing the end of the scheduled song and dance program. The drunken elders also began to fall about. Elder Zhang, however, was like a god of war possessed. Don't stop. Get another group of people. Keep playing the music. Keep dancing. Chapter 86. A Daughter Lu 1. The banquet that was originally about to end was once again pushed into a climax at Elder Zhang's command. Some of the elders who were already drunk slid under the table to play hide and seek like fortune. The banquet proceeded to the end, and at this point, only Lin Xiao and Elder Master Zhang were left. Perhaps little secrets have been entrusted to each other. The conversation went much deeper again for a while than before. Lin Xiao also had some knowledge of the general relationships between the various clans. And this Zhang family's old man also felt more and more that the young man in front of him had an extraordinary talk. Finally, the idea of deep friendship was put aside to move the medical profession. Older brother, regardless of whether this move of yours works or not, it counts as you having done me a great favor. Whatever you want, just mention it. Elder Zhang was drunk, with one hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder, and seemed to be thoroughly confused by the drink. The latter is similarly at its limit. Even with the dragon's energy, it was a bit overwhelming after drinking so much of the special wine. Rather, the fact that the old man can still talk up to now is the real miracle. Hearing that Elder Zhang told himself to mention it casually, Lin Xiao began to force himself to think about it. It quickly recalled Zhang Mingrui, who had put harsh words in his mouth at that time. But soon he skimmed that option. Although the other party was the son of a worldly family, by virtue of his unproductive appearance at that time, Lin Xiao didn't think that the other party could make any waves. Set up an entertainment company? Seems a little premature for him right now. Even if it relies on the resources of the Zhang family to be able to go public, it is still just a paper tiger. As for other things, there seemed to be even less need for the Zhang family to resolve. Lin Xiao waved his hand. I did a small favor, old brother, nothing to ask of you. Elder Zhang's arm around Lin Xiao's shoulders tightened, mouth slurred. One small favor. Then one small thing. Brother, I'll help you with one small thing. No, nothing's wrong. A little thing. A little thing. True. No. Then. Wait. Master Zhang raised his hand. The waiter once again poured wine for the two strong men. The two raised their cups and drank out of a few points of the Liangshan hero's sense of bravado. Lin Xiao now had no feeling for alcohol, and could only vaguely feel a liquid crossing his esophagus, and the liquid spreading a fiery sensation in his stomach. The two men looked at each other and fell into a brief silence. This path is not what is called tacit understanding, it is just simply broken. The calm was broken by a waiter who came running again, only to see him crouch down and say something in Elder Zhang's ear. The latter immediately showed a leap of faith. However, it quickly returned to its usual demeanor and said, Brother Lin, it's getting late. Why don't we just stay here for the night today? Lin Xiao didn't refuse and nodded his head to count it as an agreement. Brother Lin, take whatever you see. No need to be polite. Brother, I'll leave first. Leaving another sentence behind, Elder Zhang left first with the help of his attendants. Take it away, though? Lin Xiao subconsciously looked at the position of the waiter who was responsible for pouring the wine just now and realized that the other party had left at some point. There was nothing left to take away from the scene at the moment. Does that mean I'm getting that pair of purple and emerald wine jugs? But it was mine, wasn't it? Just when he was wondering. The dancers in the center, however, came quickly to surround them. My lord, let Honger serve you tonight. Gongzi, Honger doesn't have as many tricks as Zoe. You'd better choose Honger. Gongzi, choose Yenner. So that's what you're taking away. It was just that surrounded by all the women, Lin Xiao couldn't tell who was who at all. And he wasn't about to go get into something with color in the Zhang family. To ensure their innocence, he casually pointed to one of the outermost dogs that was clearly not very motivated. You're it. The ghostly grudges were all around. The woman who was chosen then blanched and came to Lin Xiao with a slightly nervous face. Take me to rest. The order was given with the last vestige of consciousness left. Lin Xiao allowed himself to drift off. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao felt a wave of dizziness. Zhang Fugui's voice sounded outside the house. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Subconsciously, he rolled over, and his palm happened to touch a soft spot. It was followed by a soft ya. Who? Lin Xiao got up in a catapult. When I turned around, I saw a girl clutching the corner of the quilt in a slightly formal manner. The girl's skin was fair, and her cheeks were a light pink color, perhaps due to her shyness. A delicate and beautiful face with a tearful mole dotting the corner of her eye. A pair of big eyes through the soulful and because of the tear mole reason seems to have a few points choo-choo moving. This looks can definitely beat the majority of female stars in the entertainment industry. Couldn't be some blood relative of the Zhang family, could it? With a buzzing sound, Lin Xiao only felt a heavenly rotation. Could it be that he did something worse than a beast when he was drunk? If this Zhang family is held accountable, Lin Xiao panicked and jumped out of bed. Sorry, I broke off yesterday. Immediately afterward, he asked in a tentative tone. I don't think I did anything yesterday, did I? The girl's strained face dissipated most of the way when she saw him react like this. Giggling. My lord went back to his room last night and fell asleep, so nothing happened. Really? Lin Xiao checked the clothes on his body. Although the jacket was gone, the bodysuit was still intact. Immediately afterward, he was quick to dump. What is your name? Why are you in my bed? A short sentence that instantly picks itself clean. It's as if everything is the other person's initiative. Back to your son, my daughter Lu Wan. It was your son who asked me to accompany him to bed last night. Last name is Lu. Lin Zhao's hanging heart completely relaxed. Immediately afterward, he tried to remember the events of last night. It seems that after Master Zhang left, he himself fingered someone from the pile of dancers at random. I was so focused on drinking last night, I can't believe I didn't realize there was such a beautiful presence in the crowd. However, because the current scene is really awkward, Lin Xiao, who is still quite talkative, was a bit at a loss for words. Just as the two of them were staring at each other speechlessly, Zhang Fugui's voice came again. Brother Lin, have you gotten up yet? Grandpa invited you to tour Flower Full House. Got it. Just a moment. Lin Xiao pulled his voice in response, as if he wanted to shout out all the embarrassment in this way. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhang Fugui's voice seemed a bit impatient. Lin Xiao and Lu Wan looked at each other again. The latter then remembered something in general. I'll wait on the prince to wash up. Good. The air was quiet again. Several question marks popped up in Lin Zhao's head. Lu Wan, however, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the other party again. Could you please ask the gentleman to not look at me first? Recalling the morning's touch, Lin Xiao roughly guessed what was going on. Very cooperatively, he turned to the end of the bed. There was a rustling behind him. The voice made Lin Zhao's heart itch a little. As his eyes traveled, he happened to notice the side vanity mirror refracting the spring light in the room without any omission. Perfect. Lin Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. A pang of regret welled up immediately afterward. I should have known better than to drink so much yesterday. Chapter 87 Brother Lin has become Master Lin. Lin Xiao washed up after being served by Lu Wan. Just after leaving the room, he saw Zhang Fugui with an impatient face. Alas, Brother Lin, my grandfather has been waiting impatiently. Lin Xiao glanced at the other party and poked and prodded in a salty manner. I think it's you who's in a hurry, isn't it? Speak quickly. What is this flower full house? Flora. Zhang Fugui was about to explain, but he saw Lu Wan who was following Lin Xiao. I'm going? Isn't this the flower girl of these 2 batches? The master is so generous to give him to you. Send. Lin Xiao was a bit uncomfortable. How could a big living person use the word send? Zhang Fugui patiently explained. Adopted as orphans in my Zhang family, they were taught various skills from a young age and specialized in performing shows during banquets. Occasionally, some of them will be chosen to be given to noble guests as wives or mistresses. And what if they don't want to? It doesn't exist. The Zhang family raised them. It's only right to pay for the Zhang family. Besides, those VIPs are basically all dignitaries, and people who are willing to fall over themselves abound. Zhang Fugui's understatement didn't make Lin Xiao very comfortable, but in a sense it counted as the truth. Just as Lin Xiao was sighing with emotion, Zhang Fugui turned his voice again and said, I don't know if this one beside you is willing or not though, after all, flower girls usually channel show business after a couple years. Lin Zhao's heart thumped when Fugui's words fell. No wonder Lu Wan was the only one who seemed reluctant to approach her last night. If it wasn't for his own casual finger, the other party might have grown into a party of actresses. Lin Xiao swept aside slightly sheepishly, those bright eyes having lost quite a bit of their brilliance. So he hurriedly changed the subject. You haven't said what Flower Full House does. I remember you said that the Zhang family are all in Flower Full House? Zhang Fugui once again, smiled. The thing is confidential anyway, we won't shade you, but this flower mansion is exactly where we send and train our stars. Which pot is the wrong pot? Lin Xiao had a black line on his face. Looking at Lu Wan again, the light in the other party's eyes had completely dissipated. Lin Xiao glared viciously at Zhang Fugui. It was more of a shut-up gesture. The person being glared at was full of aggression. If you don't tell me, you have to ask, and if you do tell me, you're not happy. The 3 came again to the great hall of the meeting. Elder Zhang stood in front of the temple with a glowing face to greet him. The whole person looked as if he was a dozen years younger. Apparently, it was the system spray that did the trick. Yesterday, when I heard that Brother Lin was involved in show business, I especially asked a few of my close friends to get together at the Flower Manor. I wonder if Brother Lin has the grace to do so. Lin Xiao instantly understood the cause and effect. It should be that yesterday he kept his mouth shut about his own work, making Master Zhang misunderstand that he was still a notorious loose cannon. While it's true that he's nameless now, he's already a professional artist with a sky-high signing. However, in order to not embarrass Elder Zhang, he still chose to kindly conceal the truth. The big deal is that when the time comes, it's just a matter of finding an excuse to push through the signing. Thanks to Master Zhang's kindness, Lin Xiao is looking forward to seeing the world. Master Zhang frowned at the sound. Why are you still calling me Master? From now on, you and I will just refer to each other as brothers. Just call me Elder Brother Zhang. Lin Xiao had an odd expression on his face, but he still called out obediently. Elder Brother Zhang? Older brother. Elder Zhang was beaming with joy and soon spotted the flower girl behind Lin Xiao. Elder Brother Lin has good eyesight. He actually chose our flower girl away. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, but his heart had already made up its mind. Why don't we just take this opportunity to send Lu Wan straight into the acting world? Zhang Fugui, who was on the side, heard the conversation between his grandfather and his brother. The whole person was directly flaxen and frozen. You 2 have become brothers. What about me? The confused Zhang Fugui subconsciously asked. Master, you call Brother Lin a brother. What about me? Elder Zhang whirled around with a disdainful expression. Is Brother Lin something you can call? Call Uncle Lin. Ah, this. A good brother suddenly became an uncle. Zhang Fugui was a bit hard to accept no matter what. Yet the old man's orders were firm. Ah, what ah? Scream. Lin Xiao was also shown by Elder Zhang's tart maneuver. But in terms of seniority, it seemed that Zhang Fugui really had to be called that. So he forced a smile and came to Zhang Fugui. The latter's expression was worse than eating a fly. Uncle Lin. Lin Xiao responded with a face of intoxication and a fake look. Fu Chan. The hairs on the sweat of those who were called stood up all the way from their heads to their heels. For as long as he could remember, he hated it when people called him that. But now it was Lin Xiao who was messing with his mind. Zhang Fugui ate a secret loss and silently used a small notebook in his mind to write down for Lin Xiao. 1 year, 1 month, Brother Lin bullied me because of my grandfather and called me Fugui. I put up with it. Elder Zhang, who was on the side, was satisfied with the current relationship between the 3. Smiling, he made a gesture at Lin Xiao and said, "Brother Lin, please." Zhang Fugui's face darkened. Following the gesture, he saw two carriages identical to the ones he had come in parked side by side. Lin Xiao made the same gesture. "Master Zhang." Elder Zhang's voice elevated a bit, as if reminding the other party if he had forgotten something. Lin Xiao was helpless. "Elder brother Zhang, please." "Aha!" The old man nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Fugui's face turned darker. Lin Xiao deliberately slowed down his pace to get in front of Zhang Fugui. "It's okay. From now on we'll be on our own. You call me master and I'll call you brother." Zhang Fugui began to play deaf and dumb. But as soon as he was about to walk to the carriage, a hand squeezed into the one where Elder Zhang was. "I'll have a word with Grandpa." Zhang Fugui almost gritted his teeth. Lin Xiao didn't have the intention to fight and turned to another carriage. Lu Wen followed along and sat up, blooming a charming smile just as she got in the car. As the opposite person whirled around with a look of appreciation, the girl quickly tightened her smile, her whole body gradually turning pink under the gaze. The wagon rocked slightly, and every now and then the two men's knees pressed together. Narrow space, after a night of the two people's atmosphere, has become a little ambiguous. But this ambiguity didn't last long. Soon the driver's voice came from outside the car. "Here it is, my lord." Lin Xiao got out of the car cleanly, followed by Lu Wen. Elder Zhang similarly stepped off the carriage. Behind him, Zhang Fugui wimped out, obviously having just been taught a lesson. The grandparents and grandchildren walked towards Lin Xiao one after the other. Elder Zhang pointed behind him. "Brother Lin, this is the ferry port. It's still a bit of a distance from the flower-full house, so you and I should set off quickly." Lin Xiao turned around. Instantly, he was shocked by what was in front of him. All that could be seen was a cigar-shaped, 10-meter-long unidentified object suspended inside an arched glass tube. It seemed to have seen the arrival of several people. A figure soon appeared next to the glass tube. The figure came trotting along, walkie-talkie in hand. Seeing Elder Zhang with a bow, he said, "Master, the equipment is adjusted and ready to go." Chapter 88, The Directors of Flower House. Elder Zhang nodded his head and the man said something quickly into the intercom. Shortly after the conversation ended, the long cigar slowly fell to the ground and opened a door right in the center. Lin Zhao's eyes showed a strange color. "I didn't realize that this family, which seemed so antiquated, would have something so sci-fi. Look at the long cigar in front of you, then look behind you at the old alabaster complex." An extremely strong cutting sensation arose in Lin Zhao's brain. But this sense of cutthroatness was soon taken over by curiosity. "This is..." Elder Zhang's couldn't help but straighten up a few points. "This object is called a shuttle, although it doesn't travel through time. A journey of 1,000 miles only takes a quarter of an hour, and it's the only one of its kind in the whole of China and even the entire world. A journey of 1,000 miles in a moment? That translates to this thing actually going 4,000 miles an hour." Lin Xiao was greatly shocked. The kind of thing that is still in science fiction or conceptualized in the outside world. "I didn't realize that it had actually become a reality in the Zhang family. This one really opened my eyes." Lin Xiao exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Elder Zhang, who had been praised to his heart's content, had a smug look on his face. "The world always thinks that we, the lineage families, with our long heritage and thick underpinnings, are a group of old antiques out of touch with the times. But who can know that the reason why we have been able to carry on our legacy for so long is precisely because we have always stood on the forefront of the times." Even though Elder Zhang has a few suspicions of selling himself short. However, Lin Xiao still nodded with great approval. The old habits of these people aside, this cigar is indeed an epoch-making product. Once it goes into mass production, it will undoubtedly be another technological revolution. Just looking at the way Zhang Fugui had taken it for granted, this thing seemed to have been built for a long time. Since there is such a good thing, Mr. Zhang, why not popularize the civil use? 1. Can benefit the people's livelihood, and 2. Can also make a big profit, is not it? Elder Zhang gently stroked his beard. "What Brother Lin said is very true. It's just that for one thing, this item is extremely fast and only suitable for long-distance passage. And for another, the cost is so high now that ordinary people can't afford to use it." Speaking here, Elder Zhang paused slightly in his tone, like a child who was introducing his new toy to a friend. "Brother Lin, please." Lin Xiao was not a businessman, much less a saint. Naturally, I won't dwell on this. Rather than dwell on those questions, he was more curious about what such a behemoth looked like inside. Without further ado, Lin Xiao followed Elder Zhang's gesture and stepped into the cigar first. Something over 10 meters long with less than 10 meters of ride space. The long, narrow space is limited to a floor-to-ceiling big screen in addition to 3 pairs of side-by-side massage seats. The space here can only be described as Spartan compared to the luxuries we've seen before. Elder Zhang and Lin Xiao sat side by side. The former took the initiative to speak again. Because of the design problem, the space here is rather narrow, so Brother Lin is aggrieved, but it will only take less than half a moment for you and I to arrive at the flower-filled building. Not a moment too soon, the hatch of the cigar closed. With a sound of air being extracted from outside the cabin, Lin Xiao felt the entire cigar slowly floating upwards, followed by a powerful pushback sensation. Lu Wen let out an exclamation of surprise. In an instant, that cry of alarm was left far behind. As the hatch opened again, a gust of sea air poured in, and what came into view was a complex full of technology. Flower mansion? Lin Zhao's eyes were full of questions. Elder Zhang made an inscrutable expression. Brother Lin will know once he probes. In the middle of the conversation, a few more attendants arrived with small steps. It wasn't until a few people walked through the extremely long corridor of the building that Lin Xiao realized why this place was called Flower Full House. Along the way, entertainers in all kinds of flashy costumes make their way through the building's corridors. There was no shortage of actors and actresses who were just a little bit famous shooting portraits within the constructed sets. All kinds of artists compete with each other in gorgeous costumes and stage sets, like a flower in full bloom. Elder Brother Zhang is really good with his hands. Elder Zhang smiled smugly. I purposely requested that no enclosed spaces be allowed in the building for this effect. Brother Lin, this way. The friend I've made an appointment with has been waiting for a long time. A few people picked up the pace and waited until they came to a semi-enclosed cabaret-like hall. Zhang Fugui, who had accompanied him all the way, had suddenly disappeared. Don't mind him, he's probably gone to hook up with some freshman flower girl again. Lin Zhao's head was full of black lines. No wonder Zhang Fugui looked impatient from beginning to end. It seemed that the next time he was given a pointing hand, he could have added a few more %. Enter the cabaret through the so-called entrance. There seems to be some sort of historical drama playing out on the stage. There were some other actors or directors sparsely seated on the stage. Enter just stepping through the front door. Several of the men sitting in the front row immediately rose respectfully. Master Zhang. Elder Zhang gestured for everyone to sit down. Immediately, he recommended Lin Xiao to several people. This is a friend of my Lin family who loves acting. I wonder if you all have suitable roles? Several people sized up Lin Xiao in unison. In terms of looks alone, they are definitely front-running looks in the entertainment industry. But within entertainment, it's more important to have features in addition to looks. Lin Xiao obviously lacked those characteristics, but since Master Zhang had given the word, it wasn't impossible to give a supporting role a scratch. With a general idea in mind, one of the director-like men spoke up. In terms of innate conditions alone, this brother has a pretty good base. I wonder what role you specialize in? Lin Xiao had only acted in one role since the beginning of his serious filming, so he didn't hesitate to open his mouth. Emperor. The Emperor? Several people present exchanged glances with each other. Disdain and contempt flickered. The man who had just spoken spoke again. This brother, what type of emperors have you acted in the past? Netflix dramas? Or short dramas? I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the man simply ignored the historical drama. Maybe in his mind, Lin Xiao is just acting in those low-budget, no-acting web dramas at the end of the day. The latter was once again truthful. History drama. A historical drama? So playing either a usurped dimwit or a saucy emperor with no more than a few minutes of footage featuring other characters. The man at the head of the group couldn't help but burst out laughing. The gaze towards Lin Xiao also added a few more points of contempt. How vain is this guy to take that kind of drag queen role to make up the numbers? However, in the way of Master Zhang's face, he once again patiently said, "On which platform was it released? I'm going to check out the episodes now, so it's also easier to understand your theater path." Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders as his face showed embarrassment. "It's not in theaters yet." "It's not in theaters yet?" The man in the lead was already a bit tense at this point. "It's not in theaters. Are you blathering here to amuse me?" Elder Master Zhang was similarly somewhat speechless by Lin Zhao's maneuvering and spoke out to knock him down. "Acting is acting. This isn't an audition. You don't have to be nervous." The words were mildly chastising the other person for lying. Lin Xiao also realized that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something and explained seriously. I did act. The gaze was even directly confronted with the male director just now. This familiar look. The male director vaguely recalled the trailer that had rushed to the top a few days ago. Chapter 89. I'm asking Mr. Lin. If one looked closely, the person in front of him actually looked so much like Han Wudadi in the trailer. Can't really be the present, can it? The male director's brain was hot, but he quickly calmed down again. What's on your mind? Previously, Fenghua even sent out an announcement that Han Wudadi had already signed up. Where wouldn't an actor of that caliber be a prime candidate for training? And how could they be reduced to needing their own help in arranging roles? The male director committed a fit of muttering and managed to rule out the correct answer. Several other directors were similarly puzzled. But the same conclusion was soon reached. Figuring out Lin Zhao's identity, the crowd didn't want to continue wasting time on this eye-candy lord. The male director at the head of the group took out a notebook and flipped through it, casually pointing to a man in a white hat next to him. This director is planning to air a short drama with a role of an emperor. Not the main character, but with a relatively high screen time. It's just right to arrange it for you. Lin Zhao was silent for half a second, confirming that there was no response from the system before directly balking. Sorry, I'm not really interested. The two directors' faces sank in unison. We haven't even disliked you yet, but you're picking on me first? Although the director who took the lead was displeased in his heart, he was in the way of Elder Zhang, so he had no choice but to continue with the arrangements. Another pointed to one of the female directors and said, "This director's next web series happens to have an immortal emperor role, or a male second, but it's going to be a month's wait, so I think you can give it a try if you're not in a hurry." The male director at the head of the group flashed a done expression on his face as he finished. You hated the skit just now, but now this is the second male lead, so you have to be moved, right? Lin Zhao remained silent for half a second, and the system was similarly and unsurprisingly unresponsive. So again, he spoke back. Thanks to the director's kind words, I'm still not interested. The corner of the male director's eye twitched, forcing him to condense a smiling face and said, "Is this brother thinking that the wait is too long? Actually, a month is very fast." Lin Zhao showed no mercy. "No, I just simply don't want to act." The male director was getting a little fired up by now. What with no history of accomplishments, one comes up here and doesn't act this way or that way. Can't be that it's going to be a straight-up male lead in a proper drama, can it? After repeating a few deep breaths, he spoke again. "I just happen to have a short play to shoot as well. It's called I, the Actor. The male lead hasn't been chosen yet. Although the original author likes to drag out his work, the revamped script is pretty good. What do you think of this play?" Lin Zhao once again made a contemplative gesture, waiting for the system to respond. Who knew that the system had responded this time? Ding! When rusty old thief, owes more dog author, must be stimulated by the golden ballot to increase more. This dog author's work, how much money is not act? The system blundered. Lin Zhao's face was delighted, and before he could react more he realized that he had been played by the system. What's all this with? The other side. The male director observed the change in Lin Zhao's countenance, and a sense of relief finally appeared on his face. However, before he could be happy, he was directly blackened by the other party's next words. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in Netflix or sketches." At this point, even if the other party was Elder Zhang's friend, this director didn't want to endure it. What if you can't watch short dramas and you don't act in web dramas? You still want to play the male lead in a proper drama. Lin Zhao had a face that took it for granted. Yeah. A burst of laughter erupted from the scene, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. One of the female directors was even laughing with tears in her eyes. Even Lu Wan, who was on the sidelines, was starting to get embarrassed. Elder Zhang, who had been silent for a long time, let out a light cough. Ahem! The laughter in the room came to a screeching halt. The old man continued to speak. "Brother Lin is an honored guest of my Zhang family, so I hope you all can discuss a suitable plan today." Although Lin Zhao's nitpicking made him a bit displeased as well, he had to stand up for Lin Zhao in order to be able to have this divine doctor serve the Zhang family for a long time. The statement made just now was even more directly provocative. Even if you write a script from scratch, you guys have to get his demands met. The male director at the head immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. But then, you really don't want an unknown sewer actor to take the lead role in your own proper drama. It was only hard to shrug it off. "Master Zhang, it's not that we're not trying our best, but we're completely ignorant of this friend's drama path. There's really no way to customize the plot for him." Elder Zhang frowned and was about to say something, but his attention was drawn away by the sounds on the stage. Ka, what is this? You graduated from drama school? I could have dragged anyone in the audience better than you. On stage, a short-haired, dry woman was cursing one of the actors next to her with an angry look on her face. The actor was dressed in a dragon robe and was apparently auditioning to play the emperor. He clearly looked unconvinced in the face of the woman's scolding. Then why don't you find one? You just find one better than me and I'll get the hell out of here now. I was number one in school. The short-haired female was infuriated and nodded her head as her chest rose and fell violently. Good? I'll find a better actor than you on the spot, and you'll get the hell out of here right now. Immediately afterward, her eyes scanned the stage quickly. It finally stopped beside Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin. Lin Xiao similarly recognized the woman on the stage. This person was none other than Xie Yajing, the agent of World Entertainment, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Just a minute. Xie Yajing rushed the actors behind her and gave orders, followed by walking quickly to Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, long time no see. Why are you here? Lin Xiao swept his eyes at Elder Master Zhang beside him, and after realizing that the other party had no interest in picking up the conversation, he pointed at the several directors and said, I came to do some official business, but I'm surprised that Broker Xie has such a side. The newcomer has a proud temper and won't listen no matter how he's taught. Xie Jingya recalled the image of herself at the hotel and smiled shyly, then spoke hesitantly. This newcomer is actually a good seedling. I wonder if Mr. Lin is willing to help guide him. Lin Xiao subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the male director on the side answered in one breath. No problem. It just so happens we're short of a place to audition for a movie. A snort escaped him immediately afterward. Get a demonstration from him? Better see how he makes a fool of himself later. However, Xie Jingya didn't even bother to look at him, her gaze still looking straight at Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, if you have time later, would you be willing to help guide me? The ignored director's face changed, and he wanted to get up and theorize but was held down by the female director beside him. Lin Xiao took everything in. In order to reward Xie Jingya for being so understanding, he decisively changed his mind. No problem, there's time now. After saying that, he walked onto the stage one step ahead of Xie Jingya. Between the stage and the stage, Lin Zhao's aura then steeply turned. The female director that Zhang's family had arranged to meet seemed to see something. Slightly uneasy, he asked Master Zhang. Master Zhang, I haven't asked what is the name of this friend of yours? Elder Zhang, on the other hand, didn't think about it that much at all and said in a light tone. I heard Guer say that it seems to be called Lin Xiao. Lindsay. That Han Wu Da Di actor that Fenghua signed before is also named Lin Xiao. The female director looked toward the stage with extreme reluctance. The world can't be that coincidental, can it? If it was really that Lin Xiao, wouldn't he have missed out on top-notch actors? Chapter 90 Emperor Han Wu. The moment Lin Xiao jumped onto the stage, the emperor actor from before then looked over very warily. Intuition told him that the man in front of him was definitely not simple. But left to his own devices, he really couldn't sense anything more from the person in front of him. Soon enough, he let his guard down again, and a hint of disdain even rose in his heart. He himself was in the process of hiring someone to simulate the emperor for a month for this audition. There was already more or less a hint of the aura of the powerful on his body. The man in front of him, on the other hand, though somewhat mysterious at first glance, gives off a somewhat casual vibe. Such a person can play the emperor well. He directly upside down to each Shang. Look closely at Guazizi. This is a very rare opportunity. Xie Jingya kindly reminded her, but was completely ignored by this first-born calf. Words looked over full of disinterest. Want me to take my clothes off for you? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. No, just tell me roughly what the plot is. The youth, still full of concern, pointed to the camera and said, You've seen the Han Wu Di trailer, right? It's the episode where Emperor Wu of Han and Wei Qing swear to fight the Huns. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He was familiar with this plot. At that time, Han Wu the Great had not yet taken control of the military power, subject to Empress Dowager Dou's control. He made a vow during a private conversation with Wei Qing. Xie Jingya took the opportunity to kindly remind him. Mr. Lin, I have lines here. Lin Xiao, however, raised his hand and said, No, I haven't forgotten the lines, just give the signal. You haven't forgotten your lines? The young actor was puzzled by this statement. Looking at Lin Zhao's side face again, he suddenly felt somewhat familiar. It was too late to think about it, so Xie Jingya's signal was sent out. Action! The moment the signal was sent out, Lin Xiao directly fused 100% of Han Wudi's soul. Whether or not the people in the neighborhood can afford it is not a consideration at all. Since we're going to act, let's do it thoroughly. This, then, is what an actor should be. In the blink of an eye, an intense imperial might instantly spread across the entire field. The people who had been looking down at their cell phones earlier also looked up. Stage. The Xiongnu is a foreign enemy, and the Empress Dowager is in power. A grim mood under extreme repression filled the air, and this mood, amplified by the Emperor's might, brought endless fear to everyone on the scene. The hairs of the youth closest to Lin Xiao stood on end in sweat, and his entire body was nailed to the spot without moving. Xie Jingya even had a layer of cold sweat on her back. Within moments, the shirt was thoroughly wet. It was as if the entire hall had been cast with freezing magic, and the crowd forgot to even breathe. Only Lin Xiao was unaffected. With no opponent to match, he had to pace slowly as he remembered his station. Snap, snap, snap. Each footstep seems to correspond to a heartbeat. Within a few breaths, he was walking to his rightful spot in front of the camera. Pouring the waters of the Yellow River will not wash away the shame of my great Han dynasty. He then looked out of the corner of his eye, as if he was looking down on thousands of his people. If I don't get rid of this shame in this life, I vow not to be a man. The ear-shattering dragon sound shattered the cold ice and shook everyone's blood. Even Elder Zhang, who had long passed the age of fervor, could clearly hear his heartbeat at this moment. Lin Xiao put away the Emperor's soul. Xie Jingya finally reacted from her disorientation. Yes, accompanied by this extremely unrestrained roar after repression. People awakened from the drama couldn't help but applaud wildly. The male director on stage hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem and said to the female director with a surprised face, "I didn't realize he was so tense. I'd really like to tailor a script for him now." The female director, who had long seen the signs, finally identified Lin Xiao. Backhandedly, he poured cold water on the male director. "Don't customize it. People won't even look at your script." The male director hadn't gotten over his surprise. "That's because the one just now wasn't a proper drama. Next I'm going to create a historical drama tailored for him. It'll be a hit." The female director, her head full of black lines, continued to politely remind, "I'm afraid that even if it's a proper drama, people may not look at it." "Why? I can't even customize his script." "There are plenty of people who want to customize his script. Who are you?" The man finally came to a realization. "You want to rob me? No, we can work together." The female director was completely speechless, and her next words directly shattered the dreams of the man in front of her. "Master just said his name is Lin Xiao, and the current Lin Xiao who can have this acting skill. Do you think there will be another one?" The male director then woke up like a dream. "You mean he's Fenghua Lin Xiao? And what else?" The male director was struck by lightning. This kind of meat and potatoes that can make any director go crazy. One actually dismisses him with a web series. Somewhat undeterred, he took the initiative to approach Master Zhang. "Master, you said this friend of yours is called Lin Xiao? Not bad. It's just that I didn't expect Brother Lin to not only be good at medicine, but his acting skills to be at the top of the heap as well. Since this is the case, I can't trouble you. It seems that I'll have to find some other friends." After saying that, Master Zhang had begun to get up. The reason why he found these directors was because he thought that Lin Xiao had little success at first and wanted to find some small directors to get acquainted with before he went to help find some big directors. Since the other party's acting skills were so superb, he could also mobilize his top connections. Elder Zhang was very confident that there would be many directors willing to compete to work with Lin Xiao. At this time, the male college students on the stage also finally reacted. The eyes, which had been rather haughty only moments before, reclouded themselves in a layer of clear stupidity. You, Emperor Han Wu." Seeing that the male big was about to turn his back, Lin Xiao hurriedly patted the other party's back and said, "That's a role in the show. You can call me actor Lin Xiao." The male university grabbed Lin Xiao's hand with an excited face and said almost hysterically, "Mr. Lin, I'm your fan," said, and don't know where to take out an oil-based pen off, revealing the white inner hitch road. "Mr. Lin, please give me an autograph. I won't wash this shirt for the rest of my life." Xie Jingya's head was full of black lines. "Letting you learn skills, why are you still chasing stars?" Immediately after that, she threw an apologetic expression at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, however, just smiled and shook his head to indicate that there was no harm while signing his name carefully. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Xie Yijing came in front of the excited male university. How much did you learn from Mr. Lin's stuff just now? The male university still looked excited. All learned. Bull. I can't help you if you don't make the cut for trainee. Xie Jingya gave Male De a handful of shots. Lin Xiao could also see that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Xie Jingya explained with a smile. My nephew is recording an interview piece. For the instruction fee, I'll deliver it to Mr. Lin at the highest market price. Lin Xiao waved his hand. I didn't do anything. Consider it a fan benefit. A top-notch mentoring fee at the showbiz level is a lot of money for Jingyaxia. Right now, Lin Xiao's active refusal had undoubtedly alleviated a lot of pressure on her. Considering that Lin Xiao didn't lack anything at the moment, she also stopped being pretentious. Then thank you, Mr. Lin. If you need any help in the future, just look for me. It was at a time when the two were in a cordial atmosphere. Another slightly embarrassed voice came from behind him. This Mr. Lin, I want to talk to you about a script. Chapter 91. The Internet Explodes. Lin Xiao turned around and responded with a smile. Coincidentally, I was just about to talk to you about the script. The male director from before had a look of surprise on his face. To reacquaint myself, my name is Ma Walking Sun. Mr. Lin can call me Xiao Ma. Lin Xiao didn't comment and made a pleased gesture. The stage is crowded. Let's go down and talk. Director Ma was so happy that he jumped off the stage impatiently. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, waved slightly to Xie Jingya to count it as a farewell. Off stage, Elder Zhang, who had already planned to leave, saw Lin Xiao chatting with Ma Walking Day again and had to follow and sit down together. Mr. Lin, I have 3 visions in my head right now. Ma walks away from the day with a raised eyebrow. The conversation is already fantasizing about standing on the podium. Lin Xiao then coldly interrupted. That's not what I want to talk to you about. It's scripts for women. Ma Go-ri completely missed what Lin Xiao was talking about. Keep patting yourself on the back. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. No matter if it's the female lead or the female supporting cast, I'll make sure that all of them are beautiful. Lin Xiao interrupted again. I'm not talking about the main female character. I'm asking you to find her a proper script. Give her. Ma Go-ri's brain was a bit down, and only then did he notice this woman beside Lin Xiao. Maybe it's because of the words of the tiger and the wolf just now. Lu Wen's face was flushed. At this moment, when she heard that Lin Xiao was going to arrange a script for herself, her pupils were incredibly dilated while a little bit of her vermilion lips opened slightly. It's a beauty that can't be beat. Manhwa looked at Lu Wen and then at Lin Xiao and thought to himself. No problem. I'll arrange for her to be the queen when the time comes. The cast couple. I know. Lu Wen's cheeks ripened faster as seen by the naked eye. Lin Xiao had already been completely speechless by Horse Walking Day and directly picked it out. I'm not acting. You're not acting? Tailor the script to her. Customized for her? Ma Go-ri finally realized what Lin Xiao meant. Lu Wen's eyes became brighter than ever as she looked at the latter. Determining that Lin Xiao wouldn't be in the movie, a subtle change appeared in Ma Go-ri's tone. If Ms. Lin doesn't act, then that's a different price. What do I get for customizing the script for her? Will you fund it or Master Zhang? Elder Zhang looked at Lin Xiao with interest, wanting to see how the other party would handle it. Although Lu Wen grew up in the Zhang family, she was already owned by Lin Xiao according to Zhang family rules. So naturally he would not offer to pay for it. However, Lin Zhao's reply was beyond everyone's expectations. I'm not paying for it, but I could have a cameo role in one of your shows. Ma walks away from the sun and lets out a low laugh. Meaning, Mr. Lin wants to whore out our crew for nothing? Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders. It's just a discussion. If you don't want to, forget it. The negotiations seemed to have broken down when Ma walked away from the day and stopped talking back. Just then, the female director who had been on the sidelines suddenly spoke up. I'll take this script. Lin Xiao looked up as the female director squeezed away from Manhwa. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Xiaoxian. If you don't mind, I'll be in charge of this girl's script. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised by the other party's determination and reminded again in order to prevent any deception. I'm being paid for a one-time cameo, and your script has to be approved by her. Xiaoxian's expression was serious, once again repeating it in its entirety, but slightly modifying some of the contents. The payment is a cameo by Ms. Lin, but the content of the cameo must be set by me, and accordingly my script will definitely go through her approval first, and filming will start within half a year. Seeing that the two were on the verge of reaching a partnership, Ma Go-ri suddenly felt as if he had missed something. Hurry up and insert yourself between the two. Don't, Mr. Lin and I are still talking. Lin Xiao nonchalantly set it aside. But we're done talking. Shaking hands with Xia Xine through the air, he turned to Lu Wan, who hadn't reacted yet. Add contact information. During the exchange of contact information between the two women, Ma walks away from the day still wanting to try to see if there is a chance. However, he gave up his movements under Lin Zhao's gloomy eyes. With this matter out of the way, Elder Zhang ordered someone to find Zhang Fuguei. The group then returned to the Zhang family by shuttle once again. After learning of Lin Zhao's status as the lead actor in Hanwu Daodi, Master Zhang's intention to draw him in became even greater. Hardly, Lin Xiao stayed in the Zhang family for 2 more days. 2 days down the road, either drinking or on the way to drinking, and under the continuous bombardment, he froze and didn't even touch his cell phone. It wasn't until he woke up again one day that he finally realized that his phone had at some point had a string of incoming calls. After a little thought, he first dialed the phone to Wang Defa. The voice on the other end of the line was unusually excited. Brother Lin, where have you been for the past 2 days? Broker Tang is about to blow up the phone. Now Weibo can be everywhere about you. Lin Xiao couldn't be happy in time when the phone turned into Lien Jia's voice again. Brother Lin, Sister Tang called and said that there are a few companies that want to hire you for endorsements, and the company wants to hear your opinion, and there's also the fact that your TV series is going to be released, so Sister Tang wants to arrange an interview for you to hype up the heat. And then there's... Unlike Wang Defa's excitement, Lien Jia methodically explained what happened in 2 days one by one. Overall, everything is kind of good. Lin Zhao's surface was not shocked. Calmly replied, I know, and arranged for Wang Defa to pick him up. Lien Jia hung up the phone with a look of adoration. Worthy of being Brother Lin, this kind of calmness is really cool. Wang Defa was extremely dissatisfied with the former's behavior of snatching his cell phone, and snatched the phone with one hand and said, Calm? Maybe he's feeling smug inside. Lien Jia puffed up both cheeks in indignation. So what? It's cool to stay superficially calm. Unlike some people who are just like, Ringo, you're going to be on fire. Wang Defa's old face reddened and he stiffly disliked him. What do you know? As Ringo's beloved, I can feel his happiness and naturally follow suit. Lien Jia's mouth turned into an 8. Just you? You can't even speak? And you're a heartthrob. Wang Defa was not willing to show weakness and raised his cell phone in triumph. So what? You don't see who Lin contacted first? That's how we treat our beloved ones. Don't you understand? Humph. Lien Jia's tone trailed off and she looked away indignantly. Wang Defa saw that the other party showed weakness and deliberately made a loud noise to pick up the car keys. Lien Jia sees this and rushes to follow, only to be mercilessly hit again. What are you following for? Ringo said for me to pick him up. Lien Jia's feet lurched, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Defa also realized that he had gone a bit too far and had to explain. Silly, you have to stay and interface with the company. We can't delay Lin's business, right? Only then did Lien Jia come to her senses and hurriedly picked up a stack of documents and shoved them to Wang Defa. These are the approximate details of the interview. You tell Ringo to get ready. I'm going to the office now. Wang Defa stopped his opponent again. What are you doing again? Lien Jia was really anxious this time. Wang Defa continued to explain. You're dizzy again, aren't you? The direction is almost the same. I make a turn more cannot be. What kind of car? Lien Jia, however, said with a wave of her hand. You're the one who fainted. Lin was nowhere to be found for a few whole days, so don't you hurry up and fetch him back. Wang Defa slapped his head, grabbed the key and rushed out, back to Lin Sha, to prevent being caught drinking again by the Zhang family. He carefully pivoted away from Lu Wan, who had been barely moving an inch from him for the past 2 days, tiptoed to the door. Even more, he bypassed Elder Zhang all the way back to the ground by virtue of the Blackwood order. It wasn't until he saw the familiar license plate number that Lin Xiao had the feeling that he was really safe. Ringo! Wang Defa rolled down the window in greeting. Lin Xiao made a silent gesture and very nimbly jumped into the car. As the car started again, Wang Defa couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, what the hell have you been doing for the past 2 days? Why can't I get in touch with you at all? Lin Xiao didn't respond, but silently opened Weibo. Despite the fact that 2 days have passed, the hot searches about him are still in the top 3. Hot. The most powerful king of Western Chu and Han Gaozu are from a variety show? Heat, Lin Xiao, Rising Star of Tomorrow. Chapter 92 Interviews. When I opened the comments section, the highest liked ones were clear and favorable. Being there, it gave me a straight-up sweat. Simply too realistic. I watched the taping and have been looking forward to this newcomer with acting skills for a long time. More than that, Mr. Lu Daoming has personally given up his position as the next emperor. That's right. To this lady people are looking wet. Suddenly feel that the original love beans do not smell good. The owner of the building elaborates on looking wet. From this level on, the comment section draws a sudden change. Further down the page, aside from some unconvincing messages from Ju Suk's fans, the rest were comments discussing other dramas along the way. A few others recognized Lin Xiao as the person who starred in Han Wu Da Di and began to look forward to the new drama. If only this would have been an interaction with director who, the traffic of the new drama would have reached a new height. Then again, when it comes to new show traffic, just having the HOM name is enough. I had just put down my cell phone and soon there was another burst of calls ringing. The caller this time was Tang Zian. Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. I'm afraid it would be hard to be idle for the next few days. What the hell have you been doing for the past 2 days? Why can't I get through to you even after I've called so many times? Lian Jia said that you followed that golden-haired investor? I've asked around. He's a playboy. Stay away from him. Just as the phone was connected, Tang Zian's worried voice came through. Thinking of Zhang Fugui, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a few points heavier. Obviously the other party is his first friend in this world, yet he has to find a way to bring down his own family. Hello? I asked you a question. You didn't really go to a kinky party with that guy, did you? As an agent, Tang Zian had taken out the sternness that an agent should have at this moment. Lin Xiao collected his thoughts and replied stiffly. No, just passed out from drinking. At these words, Tang Zian's voice once again rose 8 tones higher. What? You dare to drink heavily? Lin Xiao, do you know the consequences of alcoholism? Hummer. Lin Xiao hung up the phone decisively, stating that he needed to be quiet. Before signing the contract, Tang Zian had a million warm words for him. As a result, now that he had only lied about having a drink, he was going to be mercilessly crusaded against by this woman. Just after hanging up the phone, Tang Zian called once again. Lin Xiao calmly connected. Why did you hang up on me? Tang Zian on the phone seemed even more angry. Lin Xiao remained calm. Accidentally touched. Tang Zian directly poked and prodded. Bull. You clearly hung up on purpose. It was hung up on purpose. Lin Xiao simply admitted that he couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiao. Tang Zian was frantic, from being an agent until now. This was the first time someone dared to blatantly amuse herself. It was the kind of thing she had actually expected before signing on the dotted line. But when it really happened, she still had some trouble accepting it. Lin Xiao didn't care if Tang Zian could accept it or not, and continued to challenge the other party's fragile nerves. Big Broker Tang called. It's not just to blame me for drinking, is it? My time is precious, but I can't afford to waste it like that at all. Who's wasting whose time when you can't get through for 2 days? Tang Zian was furious with Nai Pain, but she was clear that now was not the time to get angry. Come by the office tonight, a little primping, there's an interview with you, and there's a heavyweight guest, you'd better be there half an hour early. Got it. Got it. Lin Xiao responded impatiently. Primping is mandatory, but arriving half an hour early is a no-no. Lin Xiao hung up the phone to flatten the massage chair to step down and close his eyes. His spirit remained taut throughout the 2 days he was at the Hearing Tide building. I'm afraid that I'll be caught and left holding the bag while I'm asleep. Right now it's finally time to rest easy. Wang Defa had 10,000 curiosities in his heart about Lin Zhao's real itinerary. But listening to the snoring in the back of the wagon, he had to give his full attention to driving. After Lin Xiao was asleep, a gentle woman was staring at her cell phone in a certain villa area. Next to her, another slightly older woman flirted lightly with a hand on her shoulder. My big beautiful Su Ning. What on earth in the cell phone hooked your soul away? The gentle woman instantly closed the chat interface, looking flustered. Nothing. Just checking the news of the past few days. Is it time to leave already, Sister Yuan? Yuan Shui didn't answer the question and instead said with a flirtatious face. You're reading yesterday's news, aren't you? Sister Yuan. Su Ning's ears reddened and she gave a slight rant, and quickly said with a melancholic face. You said it's been 2 days. How come he doesn't reply to messages? Yuan Shui took the cell phone out of her hand and enlightened her in a warm voice. He's on a hot streak lately, and the company must have a lot of things scheduled, so he probably couldn't be bothered to look at his phone. Su Ning nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, when she had a busy schedule, her cell phone was almost always in Yuan's hands, and sometimes she couldn't touch it for 3 or 4 days in a row. But the current Lin Xiao shouldn't be that active yet, right? Yuan Shui seemed to have read the other party's mind and added again. As a newcomer who has just burst onto the scene, there must have been quite a few endorsements looking for him in the past few days, and it's estimated that just signing the contract would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. Su Ning was really convinced by Yuan Shui, and the melancholy on her face dropped a lot. One took the other's hand and said, "Sister Yuan, how does my makeup look now?" "Beautiful, beautiful as can be." Yuan Shui put both of her hands on Su Ning's shoulders, revealing a smile from the bottom of her heart. Su Ning, however, was still relieved and picked up the mirror to scrutinize it. Yuan Shui sighed deeply in her heart. I don't know where exactly Lin Xiao came to be so charming that he could charm Su Ning so much. However, the good thing was that the former seemed to be of pretty good quality, and as long as he didn't do anything to harm Su Ning, it wasn't like she, Yuan Shui, couldn't agree to this marriage. It's just that now his own sister is getting deeper and deeper into it, and the other party doesn't seem to be reacting in a big way. This gave Yuan Shui a headache. Looking at Su Ning, who was still checking her makeup, Yuan Shui opened her mouth to remind her. We should get going or we'll miss our flight. Only then did Su Ning put away the mirror and reminded with a serious face. Don't ever forget to bring your makeup kit. I need to touch up my makeup on the plane. A few hours later, inside the studio of a building, a female hostess sat on a couch with a dignified appearance. Across from her was none other than the famous director Hu Mei. On top of that, there were many of Fenghua's middle and upper management surrounding Hu Mei and saying flattering things. Tang Ziyan stood outside the studio, itching to eat Lin Xiao. I had clearly explained that I would be there half an hour early, but it turned out that it was almost time for the official start of the show, and this asshole hadn't come over yet. The elevator made a dinging sound. Tang Ziyan excitedly looked over, but it turned out to be Su Ning who came face to face. It's over. Even this big shot has arrived. Lin Xiao, you really don't know how to write the word death. Su Ning greeted Tang Ziyan graciously, then pushed the door into the studio. There was a chorus of pleasantries from inside the door. There were still 5 minutes to go before the start of the broadcast, and Tang Ziyan's heart went cold. It was then that the elevator dinged again. Once he opened the door, Lin Xiao finally walked out. For the first time in her life, Tang Ziyan felt like she wanted to cry. Oh my God. Do you realize that a room full of people are waiting for you? Chapter 93, well played. Half an hour ago, Hume arrived at the studio as promised. A big director of this level is naturally a target for Fenghua to pull in. In order to express the importance, the general manager deliberately brought a few department managers to accompany Hu Mei to chat. However, after the crowd had chatted for a whole round, the rightful owner, Lin Xiao, was late in arriving. This made the marketing manager, who was already upset with Lin Xiao, more and more furious. It's obviously a milquetoast newcomer, but a lot of resources have to be mobilized for his promotion. As a result, now Hu Mei has come half a day. This man even did not show his head. Is really take himself as a master? As time passed, even General Manager Hao, who was most optimistic about Lin Xiao, gradually became impatient. This asshole kid, it's hard for the company to get an appointment with Hu Mei. Don't screw it up for him. With all the anxiety, he had no choice but to pull Tang Ziyan to his side. Does he know that director who is coming? Hurry up and call him. Tang Ziyan was similarly frowning. I asked Lian Jia to bring him the content of the interview, so it's logical that he should know about it. But for some reason, the phone still isn't answering. The news made Manager Hao's scalp tingle. It was too late to call out for someone to pick them up, so he had no choice but to have Tang Ziyan stand guard at the door. The marketing manager threw up his hands and whispered angrily. So many people waiting for a newcomer. This is simply unprecedented. Let's see how I'll scold him later. Back to the present. Several question marks popped up in Lin Xiao's head as he listened to Tang Ziyan's words. A room full of people? What talk show needs so many people anymore? Who cares how many people there are? The show hasn't even started yet anyway. What can they do to themselves? Ignoring Tang Ziyan's questioning, Lin Xiao intended to open the door without saying a word. As a result, a sharp-tongued man popped his head out before his hand could reach the door handle. Asshole. Director who has been waiting for you for half a day. Why are you just coming now? This person was none other than Gu Dang, the manager of the marketing department. Director who? Hearing that it was Hu Mei who had come, Lin Xiao was in a good mood and sidestepped to go over. There was no intention of getting involved with the monkey in front of him. However, Gu Dang pulled Lin Xiao down. What are you pretending? Didn't you see the notice? And the leader's speech, you give me a good listen. If you piss me off, I'll make you worse than a dog. Maybe it was to make a play for Hu Mei, maybe it was to show the majesty of leadership. Gu Dang's last two sentences were spoken extremely loudly, and could be clearly heard both inside and outside the house. The other mid-levels felt a wave of relief. They had heard about Lin Zhao's signing in the first place. The company had spent billions to sign a newcomer who didn't have any works on the shelves. This made the crowd, which hadn't reached that level after so many years of hanging out, feel a little resentful, but not to the point of hatred. What really annoyed the group was that the kid didn't offer up, like the other newcomers when he arrived. The general manager yet again asked for all resources to be prioritized. This leaves the middle of the crowd, who are used to using their resources to enrich themselves, with a large sum of money to lose. And that was the key to the crowd hating Lin Xiao. Now, Gu Dang is making an issue of it, and it's completely what we all want. Cuss hard. Better make a big deal out of it and get this kid snowed under by the GM. A couple of mid-levels couldn't help but look at the doorway expectantly. At this time, Lin Xiao outside the door had already raised his palm high. Immediately afterward, in the crowd's incredulous gaze, I heard a pop, the sound. The slap was accurately printed on Gu Dang's face. Lin Xiao, whose body had been transformed by the dragon Qi, hit the main body with an overwhelming force. Gu Dang, who was originally picking at the doorknob, was slapped and flipped backward into the house. A deathly silence fell over the scene. The sudden situation made even Manager Hao's brain go blank. While the crowd was dumbfounded, Lin Xiao just straddled over Gu Dang in a big way. While still rubbing his hands together, he said faintly, "What's all the gibberish blocking the door for? I'm running late, don't you know?" He didn't bother to care what layer the other party was. The current one was hiding the Zhang family's Blackwood token. With the energy behind this token, even the general manager was not qualified to talk to him like this. On the other side, with Lin Zhao's opening, the brains of the crowd finally resumed thinking. Tang Zian was speechless. "You still have the nerve to say you're going to be late? Huh?" The mid-levels, on the other hand, were all excited. Things had really gone south. Gu Dang's face stormed with rage, completely looking like he wanted to fight for his life. Manager Hao saw this and hurriedly blocked between the two, only hesitating for half a second before he intended to take Lin Xiao to start a knife first. However, just as the words of rebuke reached his lips, Hu Mei, who had been sitting down, unexpectedly stood up. Well played. 3 simple words directly characterized Lin Zhao's behavior. For a moment, the middle of the field thought they were hallucinating. No, Lin Xiao, as a newcomer, was late and then hit someone. You didn't scold him, but now you're saying it was a good fight? In fact, Hume didn't want to come out on top. Although she hadn't meant to blame Lin Xiao in the first place, the other party was really unreasonable. But even so, Miss Su Ning passed a look. Compared to the friendship of the hidden family, the Windward Company seemed so worthless. It was only the well-played that completely put her on the spot. With eyes converging, Hume's brain raced and pulled a hard reason out. Actors on camera are larger than life. What can't we talk about later? This is an eyesore. The more director who talked, the more he got into the scene. The aura of a big director on the set was on display without missing a beat. The crowd of middle managers suddenly felt that what Hu Mei said made sense. How manager to mouth words and hard to hold back, reorganize the language said. Gu Dang, you still can't tell what's important at a time like this. Do you realize that you almost missed your appointment because of your delay? Apologize. No, wasn't Lin Xiao the one who delayed? How come it's me now? Gu Dang aggrievedly used his eyes to seek help from a group of mid-levels. Yet no one continued to look for death before the two great authorities of Hume and the GM. Gu Dang had to bow his head and apologize to Hu Mei. I'm sorry, Director Hu, for disturbing your time. Hu Mei was a little embarrassed. It's fine, it's fine. It's not like there's 2 minutes left in it. Just when the crowd thought things were about to come to an end, another discordant voice rang out. Only Lin Xiao jumped in front of Gu Dang and said rightfully, "And me?" Tang Zian was so angry that her brain hurt. How did she sign such a thing? Seeing that Gu Dang was going to be red warm again, Manager Hao yanked Lin Xiao behind him and said seriously, Okay, extraneous personnel will exit first, and we'll be ready to start filming right away. Lin Xiao relentlessly followed behind manager Hao. Won't he apologize to me? Then won't my slap be in vain? Not too loud, not too small, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Gu Dang, who had just walked to the door, stumbled and was so angry that he barely managed to eject a mouthful of old blood. Rao Hao manager was also a little bored by the commotion and held Lin Xiao's shoulders and said seriously, "Do a good interview. This is extremely important for your future development. Interviews screwed up, beware of the company to hide you." After letting out his harsh words, manager Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of weakness again. According to the contract, Lin Xiao can quit the company without responsibility at any time. His own threats seemed to have no effect. It was a good thing that Lin Xiao also vaguely sensed the importance of this interview and had already turned towards the camera. Chapter 94. Serial Bombs. Before Lin Xiao could take his seat, he saw Su Ning in the corner greeting him with a happy face. Indeed, she was a true beauty on earth, and her knitted brows and smile made people feel soothed. Lin Xiao revealed a genuine smile and blinked his eyelids towards the other party as a response. I don't know if the room temperature was too high, but Su Ning's face had been shrouded in a pink color at some point. It was just that she herself seemed to be unconscious and very naturally moved some silently in Lin Xiao's direction. Hu Mei, who was originally sitting in the main seat in the center, was extremely discerning and switched places with Lin Xiao. The camera boy immediately interrupted. "Director Hu, you'll sit right in the center." Hu Mei raised her hand once and said in an undeniable tone, "I'll be off to the side." They'll both sit together and wait for a good interaction. Su Ning gratefully glanced at Hu Mei and nodded graciously towards the photographer. It was just that when he looked at Lin Xiao again, his eyes had a trace of more avoidance that should not be detected. Looking at the two who seemed to know the process inside out, Lin Xiao felt a hint of panic for no reason. Interactive? What interaction? Why do they act like they know everything? By the way, I think Gu Dang just said notice? It must have been the two assistants who hadn't told themselves, so it looked like they'd have to go back and give the two a hard lesson. Wang Defa, who was napping in the car at this moment, felt a chill for no reason. With a casual touch, he actually felt a stack of papers in the passenger seat. The pile of papers was no other than the circulars that Lian Jia had prepared in advance. Flipping through the contents of the circular, Wang Defa's entire body was completely awake. Isn't this the ING file for today? Dead. Dead. I hope Ringo never finds out. Inside the studio. At this moment, only the host and Lin Xiao and the others were left. The camera boy compared an okay, and the host immediately read the opening line. "Welcome everyone to our daily interview. Today we have specially invited Director Hu Mei, Big Beautiful Su Ning, and the recent #1 actor in the hot search, Lin Xiao." The three men greeted the camera in unison. The moderator cut right to the chase. "Actually, our interview this time is a special interview. As for the content of the interview, I want our director Hu to personally reveal it for the audience." Hu Mei picked up the topic and said with a kind smile, "Today's interview content mainly for our upcoming manhwa feature content. I and our actors but also today will be announced to you a few heavy news." "What's the big news? How come I don't know anything about it?" Listening to Hu Mei's introduction, Lin Xiao was anxious and angry in his heart. Who the hell are those two in charge of announcements, and how come they don't know anything about it? Can't be Wang Defa in charge, can it? That fawning face surfaced in his mind, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his hunting eyes. A corner outside the parking lot is burning evidence of Wang Defa could not help but once again hit a cold war. A sense of foreboding struck straight to the heart. It must be an illusion. It must be too cold on a fall night. Wang Defa added a few more notices to the fire, and only then did he feel a little more at ease. But somehow the drops of coldness that had been at his back inexplicably traveled to his neck. "Better hurry back to the car," Wang Defa muttered and dumped all the remaining documents into the fire with a brain. Inside the studio, at the pace of the host, Hu Mei tells little by little about the background and concept of the shoot. After asking Su Ning how she felt about performing a queen-like role for the first time, finally the topic came to Lin Xiao. "Director Hu, I've heard that our initial candidate for Emperor Wu of Han wasn't actually Lin Xiao, but a veteran actor in the industry. Because of this, Hume could have been furious at the time, but obviously wouldn't show it in an interview." "Yes, because the other party schedule conflict, so it can only be temporarily abandoned," the host asked smoothly. "So you haven't considered other experienced actors? How do you find experienced actors, old lady, to punch those people in the face?" Hu Mei smiled faintly and fiercely praised Lin Xiao. Thought about it, but the crew found such a good embryo as Lin Xiao on that day, you don't know. His whole person just standing there is better than many people acting 1,000 times. Immediately afterward, she slapped her thighs together and vocalized. Who do you think is going to look for another actor when they stumble upon such a great talent? This statement was completely outside of the announcements and could be considered an absolutely bold statement. Once the new drama is on air, I'm afraid that if there's a single shot where Lin Xiao doesn't act enough, he'll be sprayed to death by the fans of the other actors. But Hummel favored it. The host couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao one more time. He had also seen the trailer for the TV show, and the camera did show this man with a sense of empire. But a trailer is a trailer, after all. Can this newcomer really hold up with such a long episode in front of him? Seemingly seeing what was on the host's mind, Hu Mei once again exposed a piece of content outside of the announcement. Here's a secret. Our trailer wasn't filmed separately. It was edited directly from the episode. Wow? When these words came out, the host couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The trailers were cut from the episodes, which represents a high level of play that the actors were able to maintain throughout the shoot in order to do so. This news is definitely considered a bombshell. The host's body couldn't help but sit up a few inches straighter. Thanks to director Hu for revealing the news. I can't wait to watch our new drama now. Hu Mei smiled slightly and waved her hand again. You can stop looking forward to it. Since we're talking about it today, let's tell you another good news. The new drama, manhwa Di, will be released on all platforms this night. Lin Xiao's heart couldn't help but begin to speed up even as he learned of this news for the first time. Soon he's about to become an actor in the truest sense of the word. Only this time there was someone more excited than him. In theaters tonight, and it's still all platform. The hosts, who hadn't fully recovered from the last shock, were outright thrilled beyond words. It is important to know that the review time for TV dramas is basically fixed, but right now it has been exceptionally advanced by a full half-month. What's even more remarkable is that this new show has managed an unprecedented all-platform release. With so many video providers competing fiercely, everyone is basically buying exclusive rights by default. But this drama was able to achieve full platform release. What kind of expressive power can make the major platforms not to give up the exclusive broadcast rights to buy it? Originally, he thought it was just a mouthful of the kind of interviews that are used to announce a new movie. But now it seems that maybe this interview will be a blowout for his career. The moderator couldn't wait to come up with a new question. With a mere glance, he rose straight from his chair. Another question that was previously passed without. It's definitely a serial heavyweight interview. Just a short paragraph of questions written on the never-before-seen card. I heard that our 5 billion men's dream, Ms. Su Ning, accomplished her first on-screen kiss in this drama. May I ask if it's true? Chapter 95. Feeling good. The host first looked at Hu Mei incredulously. Immediately afterward, he looked at Lin Xiao and Su Ning, before finally looking at the camera with a dismayed look on his face. My fellow viewers, I assure you I just found out about this. He then took the handcard and looked it over a few more times, like he was still digesting the news. Hu Mei imperceptibly raised the corner of her mouth. The interview tableau was designed by her. No one but Su Ning and her knew the whole story. The presenter's reaction at the moment was exactly what she had hoped the program would be like. It seemed to be almost digested before the host took a deep breath. May I ask Miss Su Ning? I'd better ask director Hu first. Did our Miss Su Ning complete her first on-screen kiss on the set? Hume's answer was clean. Yes. Yes. The sound of a broken heart was clearly audible in the studio. The gold content of Su Ning's 5 billion young men's dream was reflected in this moment. Both the host and the camera guy had pained expressions on their faces without fail. After slowing down for a few seconds once again, the host then reluctantly looked at Su Ning and asked tentatively while making a "you don't say anything" gesture to Lin Xiao and Hu Mei. Miss Su Ning, may I ask if this is true? Su Ning revealed a mesmerizing smile and fell to say, "It's true." The host then turned to Lin Xiao and half-joked, "We're enemies from today." It was clearly the presenter who spoke, and the latter had the feeling of being the enemy of all males. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and scratched his head, but knew very well that he had to catch this topic that didn't seem to be a topic of conversation. After a moment's thought, he directly fused 30% of the manhwa Di's soul. An imperial might instantly oppressed the entire field. He was seen to be equally half-joking. I can be the enemy of the world. Yet when the voice fell into the ears of the host, it was something else. It seemed like rolling heavenly might, and like the roar of a divine dragon. Lin Zhao's low-profile black long coat at this moment unexpectedly gradually surfaced with dark red dragon patterns. Who in the world, may I ask, can bear the jest of the Son of Heaven? In just one breath, the presenter was already sweating like a pig. Hu Mei wasn't doing well at the moment either. This kid, how does he just go straight into a scene without saying a word? Even though he had personally experienced this countless times before, whenever he approached Lin Xiao at such a time, it would give a tangible sense of oppression. Luckily, Lin Xiao put away his avatar in just a moment and replaced it with a coy smile and said, "Just kidding, the plot calls for it, so I hope all the men will hold their heads high." The host felt a sudden sense of relief and heartfelt relief. My goodness, my fellow viewers, for a moment just now when he was in the scene, I really felt that what was sitting in front of me was Han Wudadi himself. He then took it upon himself to approach the photographer for a close-up of himself. You guys, I've got quite a bit of sweat on my forehead right now. When he returned to his seat again, a few more curiosities appeared in his gaze toward Lin Xiao. It's amazing that this top-notch reaction time, this top-notch acting skill, has remained silent for so many years. The host, who had just experienced imperial deterrence, couldn't help but die again. Then may I ask Lin Xiao? I'd like to take the liberty of asking how it feels to kiss a national goddess on screen? Now it was finally Lin Xiao's turn to sweat. It's a death issue, no doubt. If it felt bad, then I was afraid that the next day I would have to be rushed back in place by Suning fans. But if you say it feels good, there still seems to be the possibility of being rushed back in place to the circle. Lin Xiao now desperately wanted to know exactly how the circular answered this question. But it's done, so let's just do it. He was seen straightening his clothes and looking straight at the camera. I wouldn't mind doing it again. This is definitely a near-suicidal answer. Su Ning's face, who had always maintained a dignified and generous image in front of the camera, swished and turned red. The host made an extremely exaggerated expression, and the soul of gossip was thoroughly mobilized. Since Lin Xiao was so able to go out of his way, he was naturally fearless and directly got up and half-squatted in front of Su Ning and asked, "Then may I ask our Ms. Su Ning, how was the experience of the first on-screen kiss?" Su Ning covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Her face by now was already red and about to drip blood. Skimming the corner of her eye at the straightened Lin Xiao, the shyness of the young girl was quickly replaced by courage. The sweetheart wasn't afraid of being charged by fans for the sake of the new show, so naturally she wouldn't back down at this point. Besides, this topic was confirmed with Hume to begin with. Su Ning put away her smile and took the microphone and answered seriously. "It feels good." Lin Xiao unexpectedly turned his head and the ears of the person in front of him had turned pink. Su Ning felt the gaze around her and responded with a firm look. Three question marks popped up in Lin Zhao's head. I don't know what irritated this chick in front of me. A couple of heavy hitters in a row landed, and the rest of the interview questions were much easier to answer. Because the interview had to hit the shelves in time for the TV show, as soon as the interview was over, the editor came into the next room with a memory card. The room was fully equipped with all the equipment, obviously prepared especially for today. Lin Zhao's trio walked out of the studio and a group of Fenghua leaders guarded the doorway in unison. Manager Hao had taken the lead. The biggest leader on the scene was just Tang Zian. Gu Dang, who had just lost face, jumped out once again. The interview is over. Now we're going to talk about what you committed today. The subtext of this statement is also very simple, which is just to tell Hu Mei, now that the interview is over, there is always no reason for you to intervene again, right? Su Ning's brows furrowed once again, clearly having blacklisted this person. Later she was going to tell Yuan Shui to find a time to get rid of this person. Hu Mei was similarly secretly upset. Daring to nudge himself in the dark, this surname Gu is afraid that he is a bit uneducated. Compared to the duo, Lin Zhao's answer was simple and rough. No time. Gu Dang felt like he had been slapped in his other face as well and pointed at Lin Xiao angrily. Say that again. The latter anchors an obedience. I'm going to dinner. I'm not available. Gu Dang wanted to say something else, but Lin Xiao had already raised his palm. The former's tone choked and he backed away in fear. If he gets another slap today, he really won't be able to work in the company in the future. Seeing that things are about to get out of hand again, Tang Zian hurriedly blocked between the two and chided in a loud voice. Gu Dang, if you're in the way again, director who will have to go back with an empty stomach today. Get out of the way. Gu Dang was still a bit unconvinced. But Sister Tang, Lin Xiao frequently violated discipline today. If we don't care, I'm afraid it'll be hard to convince the public in the future. The general manager was not there, and Tang Xian, the assistant manager, had her full aura. I'll criticize Lin Zhao's faults. If you don't get out of the way, believe it or not, I'll demote you. Chapter 96, Su Ning's Invitation. Anyone with eyes could see that Tang Xian was nakedly protecting her shortcomings. Gu Dang hated his teeth. Nay, the official is a big man. Tang Xian really has the power to demote him. With nowhere to take his anger, he could only count all his hatred on Lin Zhao. It was only that he appeared to have honestly stepped aside, but his eyes were always maliciously staring at the latter. Lin Zhao felt the other party's line of sight, and a trace of coldness flooded his heart. Since this person was looking for death, don't blame him for showing no mercy. This time, however, he had no intention of having a live seizure. After all, Su Ning and Hu Mei came from the field with great difficulty, and a few people having a happy dry meal together was the main thing. Tang Xian arranged for a special company car. Wang Defa, on the other hand, followed behind at the address given by Lin Zhao. Inside the company's business car, the atmosphere was cordial among a few people who still knew each other well. Having not seen him for a few months, Hu Mei was curious about the development of Lin Zhao, the scion. I saw your hot search 2 days ago. There should be quite a few endorsement contracts looking for you now, right? Lin Zhao answered truthfully. From what my assistant said, there are quite a few endorsements. I just don't have any thoughts of signing a contract yet. Hume nodded. Good. When our TV series is released, your value will rise then. It's right not to sign now. When Su Ning heard this, a small emotion imperceptibly flooded the bottom of her eyes. This small change was successfully captured keenly by Lin Zhao. What's wrong? Su Ning shook her head and asked as if nothing had happened. So what have you been up to the last few days? Lin Zhao wanted to answer nothing, but Lu Wen's face flashed in his mind. Being a thief, he had to casually lie and say, of course I'm busy with announcements. My announcement on the day of the hot search was just to spread out. Lin Zhao even said and gestured. His realistic acting skills were almost convincing himself. Unexpectedly, Tang Xian, who was on the side, took the initiative to break up the conversation. Yeah. The announcements are all over the place and someone's phone still can't get through. It was reasonable that Tang Xian, as an agent, shouldn't have exposed this matter in front of her. However, between Lin Zhao and Su Ning's seemingly normal question and answer, there was a hidden sense of unusualness. Her sixth sense as a woman told her that the relationship between these two people was definitely not as simple as what was in front of her. In order to confirm her suspicions, Tang Xian decisively threw out a bait to blow up the relationship between the two. Once these words came out, Su Ning's eyes did reveal a faint touch of loss. Only Lin Zhao said with a calm face, how can a phone call get through when you've said the announcements are all over the place? Justified tone. If not for Tang Xian's knowledge of the inner workings, the whole person would have been fooled. Su Ning's eyes did indeed light up with a renewed glint. So where are you planning to go for your next announcement? I'll see if there's any chance we might happen to be in the same place. Lin Zhao continued to stay in the scene. I'm not going anywhere. Hu Mei and Su Ning were confused together. Ha! Lin Zhao stared into the distance with a firm tone. After I read through all the announcements, I felt that most of them were just showy stuff. And as a newcomer just starting out, I decided to dive into filming first to build up a good base. There is no rush and it is steady. Hu Mei immediately revealed an appreciative gaze. Worthy of being the actor she had her eye on. She really had an extraordinary heart. It is clear that he can use the traffic to make a fortune, but he can resist the temptation at this time, and it is not a waste of his intention to cultivate. Su Ning was even more autumnal after hearing this. Sure enough, he was different from all the others. Only Tang Xian was secretly poking and frantically skimming her lips. Although she had learned about Lin Zhao's acting skills long ago, today she realized that what she had seen in the past was just the tip of the iceberg. In order to prevent revealing himself, Lin Zhao began to take the initiative to change the topic and asked about Su Ning's recent schedule. The latter, after a little reflection, recounted the interesting events of the recent cast and crew. By the time the car arrived at the hotel, several people were becoming acquainted with each other. I wish our Han Wudadi will break 100 billion airplay in a year. Hundreds of billions of airplay sounds like a pipe dream, but when that airplay is spread out over 50 episodes, again, the sky's the limit on the numbers. After all, the country of China is only 1.4 billion people. Even if everyone watches it, the broadcast volume of a single episode is only 1.4 billion. It's good that Tang Xian gave a 1-year limit, plus who may previously had the highest record of 40 billion broadcasts in a year, so this blessing isn't really hypocritical. Who may smiled with a big smile on her face, although $100 billion was unlikely. With Lin Xiao on board, breaking a record really wasn't a difficult task. With your kind words, I'd like to similarly congratulate our two lead actors on their big hit. The crowd raised their glasses and drank. A few people who were fairly familiar with each other, plus they still had some friendships with each other. An atmosphere of conversation and laughter pervaded the table from start to finish. After 3 rounds of drinking, several people had fallen into a slight drunkenness. Especially Su Ning, maybe it is the reason that the lovesickness is solved. It is very rare to drink more. In a daze, she gently touched Lin Xiao. The latter looked down but saw a soft golden card coupon. Looking at the texture, it appears to be made of gold leaf paper. Perhaps it was because she had drunk too much wine. Su Ning's body also tilted a bit. As soon as he opened his mouth, the faint smell of alcohol mixed with a fresh scent wafted over. Here's a ticket to the calligraphy party. I hope you can make it. Lin Xiao received the golden card coupon with a somewhat surprised expression. Although the two had an appointment, he didn't expect the other party to actually get a ticket to a calligraphy party so soon. And materials aside, you can tell by those perfect lines on this cardstock alone. 80% of the people who could attend this party were some of the biggest names in the business. Thinking of this, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. This thing is too expensive for me right now. Why don't I go next time? Su Ning instantly quit when she heard this. The alcohol had replaced the original gentleness with a portion of petulance. Only to see her eyebrows knit slightly, she grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, her voice carrying a 3/4 clip of air. No, it's not easy for people to beg for one more ticket from Elder Fei. You have to go. The petulant tone. Even Tang Zian couldn't help but be a little moved. Yuan Shui was quick and snatched the gold vouchers and stuffed them into Lin Xiao's pocket. Take it if you're told to. Why are the big boys grating? No? I'm whining? Lin Xiao wanted to retort, but seeing that Su Ning might lose control if this continued, he hurriedly responded obediently. Then I'll be respectful? Hey! Su Ning was satisfied and revealed a happy smile. The whole house was suddenly filled with spring colors. It wasn't until this moment that Tang Zian realized why so many entertainment companies combined hadn't been able to recreate a Su Ning. Just this smile alone was enough to make how many so-called national colors pale in comparison. But it's good to know that this time around, Fenghua's bet is no longer on female actors and has abandoned the face value route as well. Since Huayin has the dream of 5 billion young men, then Fenghua will build a dream of 50 young girls. And looking at the situation right now, it's not certain whose family this 5 billion young men's dream will belong to in the future. Chapter 97, You're Too Good. Before the dinner was over, Su Ning had already fallen gently asleep on the table. The other 3 had exchanged glances with each other and extremely tacitly stopped talking. The company has arranged a hotel for us, so let's go there now. Su Ning was sound asleep, so Tang Zian had to discuss it with Yuan Shui, her bodyguard and assistant. It was a well-intentioned offer, but after all, Fenghua and Huayin were rivals. Right now, Su Ning, this kind of appearance, Yuan Shui extremely afraid of being caught by the other side, very dry refused to say. Thanks, Manager Tang. But we already made a hotel reservation in advance when we came over. Tang Zian was clear about the ins and outs of it, and naturally had no intention of continuing to stay. Hume, as a director of the neutral school, would appear to be a relative no-holds-barred kind of guy. In that case, I'll go with you to the hotel there first. The itinerary of the 2 honored guests has been confirmed, and the next step is the long-term lost persons. Tang Zian walked over to Lin Xiao and patted his shoulder. And you? Where are you going tonight? Apparently, the latter's previous disappearance had psychologically affected her. Lin Xiao shrugged. Me? My house is right here. Where do you think I'm going? Tang Zian was still a bit uneasy. Your variety show will start soon, so don't run around lately. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, I know, it was just an accident last time. The impatient tone instantly caused Tang Zian to flare up. But in the way of Su Ning being asleep, she had to lower her voice. I'm warning you, if I can't reach you this time, I'll. Tang Zian carefully recalled the company's corresponding punishment clauses, but due to the special nature of Lin Xiao's contract, none of them could be effective. She had no choice but to change her words as soon as she could. Don't make me stay at your house every day then. Lin Xiao pretended to be flustered and said, Huh? Come again? I don't want to be kicked out of my room again. All sorts of memories surfaced before her eyes, and Tang Xian suddenly felt her face burning like fire. Luckily, the alcohol had long since colored her cheeks pink, and no one at the scene noticed anything unusual. In order to maintain the authority of the manager, she had to force herself to calm down and said, "Be honest if you don't want to. We're leaving first. Have Lian Jia call me back when we get home." After Tang Xian left, only Yuan Shui and Su Ning and Lin Xiao were left in the room. Yuan Shui, who was closer to Lin Xiao and as a woman, very clearly noticed Tang Xian's subtle change in color. Thinking back to the various strange and bizarre subterfuges in the entertainment industry, Yuan Shui's mind surged with a bold deduction. Can't it be that this manager and Lin Xiao have that kind of affair? But she didn't have the heart to dwell on that at the moment, instead asking an irrelevant question. "Hey, do you have anyone else at home?" Lin Xiao revealed 8 teeth. "My name isn't Hey, it's Chuzzlewit, and I have 2 assistants living in my house." "What Chu Yu Nettle? Aren't you called Lin Xiao?" Yuan Shui had a head full of question marks, obviously not knowing Lin Xiao's stock, and turned to say with a serious face, "Let them go out and live today." Seeing that the other party didn't understand his paragraph, Lin Xiao was a little slightly disappointed in his heart, and then he immediately opened his mouth again. "That's my beloved family and friends. Brothers in arms? It's gotta add up." Yuan Shui had limited patience and directly snapped. "What a mess. If you don't want her to be on the hot seat, you go ahead and make a scene." Only then did Lin Xiao say in a slightly serious manner, "Why don't you just wake her up and go to my house? I'm afraid she'll be in the headlines." Yuan Shui stopped talking nonsense. It went straight up for a violent shake. Yet Su Ning remained in a drowsy state. Lin Xiao thumped in his heart and hurriedly put his hand on Su Ning's wrist. Various body-related information is directly converged into the brain. The pulse showed that Su Ning's body was in a very poor state, a state that was caused by prolonged exertion. The good news was that her life was safe at the moment. It was just that the combination of prolonged exertion and alcohol had made her sleep a bit. And in her body is flashing blue dots, especially in the part near the heart. Blue dots is more and more dense. Lin Xiao was hesitant to perform the pointing technique now, but Yuan Shui slapped her palm away and said, "Do you know how to take a pulse, you? Hurry up and find a way to get her to her room." Even without Yuan Shui, he would naturally find a way to help Su Ning circumvent this trouble. But now the other side of this attitude. Lin Xiao frowned and immediately made a disinterested face and said, "Who told you that I don't know how to take a pulse? And why should I do anything you say?" Yuan Shui did not expect the other party to give up at this time, and was anxious and angry. "Don't you forget she just gave you a precious ticket to the show." Lin Xiao took the golden entrance ticket out of his pocket and gently shook it. "This one." Immediately afterward, he casually dropped it on the table and said, "Then I don't want it." Yuan Shui was shocked. Do you realize how valuable this ticket is?" Lin Xiao pointed at the still sleeping person and said, "Can it be as precious as her?" This was a naked threat. Yuan Shui suddenly felt that the man in front of her was incomparably hateful. "And what exactly do you want before you'll help? Don't you forget she did it for you." Lin Xiao immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Wait. Heaven forbid. I didn't ask her to drink. And is that a begging attitude you've had since just now?" Yuan Shui's fists were already clenched. But considering Su Ning, she still couldn't help but soften. "Excuse me, can you help?" Lin Xiao said seriously. "Can't." Yuan Shui instantly red-warmed and raised her hand and slashed towards Lin Xiao. However, even though she had gone through countless trainings, she was still not good enough in front of Lin Xiao, who had already broken through the human limit. Only to see the latter slightly sidestepping and easily dodging it. Immediately followed by a single-handed tackle, Yuan Shui's entire body was completely restrained. The sudden turn of events left her shocked and angry. "You!" Lin Xiao casually pushed his hand to pull away before he faintly said, "Don't worry, I haven't said my terms yet." Yuan Shui was unconvinced, but when she recalled Lin Xiao's amazing reaction speed just now, she could only say with a slight annoyance, "Say." Lin Xiao continued to be unhurried. Pen and ink served. Yuan Shui was indeed enraged once again. "Where am I going to get you a pen? You're just being difficult." Lin Xiao easily pawned off the outstretched fist and casually picked up the room's feedback board and said, "You don't have it, I do." Yuan Shui was once again shocked by his stance, and at the moment, she couldn't care less about fighting. "Where did you get your kung fu training?" Lin Xiao said in a cynical tone while penning on the paper. "Despicable. Didn't practice martial arts? Just simply you're too much of a dish." Yuan Shue's pride was hurt, and once again she threw a punch straight to the face. However, it was still easily dissolved by Lin Xiao, and he also reached out the written list to her with his hand and said, "All I ask is to follow this recipe and keep boiling the medicine for her morning and evening, without failing a single day, for 13 days in a row, and then come back to me." Chapter 98 Paparazzi in the Shadows. Yuan Shui took the prescription with confidence and gave it a cursory scan. The medicinal herbs were basically extremely similar to those prescribed by the clan physicians, only becoming different in a few of them. "You're really good at this, aren't you? But she's already taking a similar formula, so you won't be able to use this one." As if in retaliation, she even flung away the square with the exact same motion as when the other party flung away the invitation. Lin Xiao said with rare seriousness, "It just looks similar, the efficacy that varies a lot." Yuan Shui was still a bit unconvinced. "Let me tell you, the prescription that Miss is taking now was prescribed by the best physicians. You don't think you're any better than them, do you?" Lin Xiao skimmed his lips and pulled out the blackwood token from his pocket and said, "The best physician? Shouldn't it be me? How did you get this?" Yuan Shui's pupils suddenly shrunk, and her tone was even more filled with incredulity. This kind of blackwood token Su family also has, usually is gifted to extremely important secular friends or into the world of the children for protection. Holding this token not only allows one to mobilize the mid-level stewards within the family, but also any secular force associated with the corresponding family on the token. In other words, holding this token was equivalent to controlling close to 1/7 of the world's power. It was already not easy for this person, a fledgling actor, to know about the existence of the hidden family, but he was even able to obtain such a token. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with Yuan Shui's reaction and said smugly as he spun the token with one hand, "Of course it's because the Zhang family realized that I'm the best healer." Yuan Shui believed 70% of Lin Xiao's words. Although she was in the secular world, she had heard about the Zhang family's extensive recruitment of physicians. "I now believe you are a great healer, but..." Lin Xiao directly interrupted. "But you think it's still more reliable to have your own physician?" Yuan Shui was silent, although Su Ning did have a slight favorable impression of Lin Xiao, but even after many backtracking adjustments, the identity of the other party was still suspicious. Plus, he just took out the Zhang family's token again. Seeing that Yuan Shui was still worried, Lin Xiao took off his jacket and put it on Su Ning and said, "If you don't believe me, find a chance to show the formula to your quack. The priority now is to get her out of the way first." Yuan Shui stopped talking nonsense and folded the formula and pocketed it before asking Lin Xiao, "Can she stay at your place tonight? No one can know in between, so your two assistants need you to think of something." Lin Xiao nodded. This was the tone he wanted to hear. Picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Defa's number directly. "Ringo, is there anything you want to order?" Perhaps as a result of being a thief, the tone on the phone since the interview has been much more fawning than usual. But at this moment, Lin Xiao didn't have the time to dwell on this. "I want you to take the clothes off your body and take them to the toilet cubicle along with the one on me." Wang Defa was puzzled by this request. "So what do I wear, Ringo?" Lin Xiao's tone was austere. "Figure it out yourself, you have 1 minute to do so, and get your ass up here." After saying that and not waiting for Wang Defa to have more reaction, he directly hung up the phone. The next call was from Lian Jia. "Ringo, it's just natural for someone who hasn't committed a crime to talk." Lin Xiao secretly sighed a sentence in his heart and opened the door to ask, "Where are you now?" Lenka was honest. "I'm on my way home now. Do you need me to come over and pick you up?" Lin Xiao casually lied after a brief thought. "Now you go next door to H and open a hotel and wait. I have a friend coming over, you pick me up. Also, open 2 rooms. It's too late for you to sleep over there." While an assistant's job includes taking care of a celebrity's diet, helping pick up a friend late at night, Lian Jia always felt a little weird, but she was going to do as she was told under the fan filter. When everything was arranged, Lin Xiao asked Yuan Shui to wait in the compartment first, while he himself came to the toilet cubicle where Wang Defa was. At this time, Wang Defa had already taken off his jacket and was only wearing a white undershirt and a large pair of pants. Fall nighttime temperatures aren't as high as they once were. Wang Defa hugged himself and shivered. Lin Xiao took the clothes and found that there was actually a sweatshirt and fall pants inside. "I just need the jacket. Why are you taking it off so clean?" Wang Defa was in a state of aggravation. "Ringo, you didn't say how much you were going to take off, either?" Lin Xiao ripped out the sweatshirt and fall pants and threw them over, commanding as he changed into his jacket. Lien Jia has gone to H City to get a room. You will buy yourself a coat later and go over to her. You two will stay there tonight. Wang Defa, two eyes staring round. A twisted posture said. Lin brother, you and not do not know that I already have a family, and the two of us this age is indeed a little big, this little girl usually sharp teeth. I did not think that the original good eye this mouth. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes fiercely and kicked the other party in the ass and said, What's on your mind? I let her do her business over there. I don't feel comfortable with a girl, so I asked you to follow a little. There are 2 rooms, one for each of you, and if she asks you, just say that my friend isn't coming, and that I let you stay like this. Wang Defa scratched his face awkwardly and seemed to remember something else. But Ringo, is it appropriate for me to go to the jacket? Like this? Lin Xiao took the rest of the clothes and slightly sized up Wang Defa before turning to leave the road. Don't you still have your sweatshirt? And with that fall pants, you shouldn't be taken for a pervert. Back to the box. Lin Xiao just opened the door and saw Yuan Shue's smile that she couldn't help but smile. What's your look? Wang Defa's stature was smaller, so Lin Xiao's limbs in his clothes appeared more or less a few inches shorter. However, the latter didn't dwell on this issue at this time, but threw the clothes to Yuan Shui Dao. It doesn't matter what look I'm in. Just get clothes for you too. Yuan Shui immediately put away her smile, suddenly feeling that the man in front of her seemed to have become a bit more reliable than just now. Lin Xiao once again initiated the urging. Get a grip. I'm going to the car now. You'll have no problem carrying her to the parking lot, right? Yuan Shui nodded without hesitation. Kidding aside, even though she was a term female, the vast majority of males would never try to take advantage of her in a physical fight. Carrying a less than 100 pounds of Suning is still a breeze? After confirming the division of labor, Lin Xiao also stopped talking nonsense, put on the mask and drove the car all the way to the elevator door. In about 2 or 3 minutes of work, Yuan Shui carried Su Ning to the front of the car. Lin Xiao had an extra heart and took the initiative to get out of the car to greet him, his body perfectly covering Su Ning's face from start to finish. After the car drove away from the parking lot, several paparazzi in black duck toe hats burrowed out of the shadows. Only for a moment did their eyes meet in the air, and they quickly read the disappointment in each other's eyes. Well, did you get a shot of the face? No, I thought I could squat something, but I couldn't even get a clear shot of my face from start to finish. But I look at that dress. Lin Xiao seems to be drunk? It seems like it. It's hard for fans to buy without a face shot. They're all hiding. A moment later Su Ning should be coming down as well. This is the main event. Chapter 99 Crowdfunding Lin Xiao. Along the way, Lin Xiao always had a feeling of being spied on. There were even some cars following far behind themselves. But after 2 switchbacks from the hotel, they seemed to turn around and abandon the trail again as if they had received some kind of order in unison. In the carriage Su Ning was huffing and puffing over Lin Xiao's jacket. Yuan Shui, on the other hand, sat in the passenger seat, always observing the reverse mirror. It wasn't until the vehicle that was following her had left that she had a heart attack. It seems they didn't realize Su Ning was in the car. Otherwise, they would have followed her all the way to the end. Lin Xiao slightly squinted and glanced at Yuan Shui, seeming to have a new understanding of the life of a big star. The other party who was out of danger seemed to be in a good mood, and when he saw that Lin Xiao did not answer, he continued to snicker. Congratulations! You are also able to live a life with someone behind you in the future. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and half-joked. Shouldn't there be a dog behind it? Yuan Shui was immediately amused and giggled. Between the two of them, the originally rusty relationship gradually became familiar. It was just that no matter how Lin Xiao tried to lasso him, he was never able to extract a bit of news about the Su family from the other party's mouth. He had no choice but to change the subject to something unrelated. The car traveled smoothly all the way to the villa area. After Lin Xiao arranged the innermost room on the 2nd floor that had never been occupied to Su Ning, he gave the room next to it to Yuan Shui. Originally, he was wondering if he should wait for the early morning hours to see the first play he starred in. Still, the inexplicable sense of shame made him decisively abandon the idea. So sleepy and tired, he planned to go straight to bed. Just as the crowd was falling asleep, the evening talk show was on. The less than an hour-long talk show quickly rushed to the top of the hit list. Explosion! Hu Mei personally confirms that goddess Su Ning will have her first on-screen kiss in the new drama. Explosion! Director whose new drama, Han Wu Da Di, opens early. Hot! Is Han Wu Da Di the first TV series to be broadcast on all platforms? 3 hits, each one hitting viewers in the gut. Of course, the most shocking of all has to be Su Ning's first on-screen kiss. Countless fans of both genders have had their hearts broken and are going crazy in the comments section. Does anyone know who the lead actor is? 我要灭了他全家啊. My goddess, just kissed by an unknown newcomer? Does anyone know which episode it was? I don't believe it. I want to confirm it with my own eyes. Can we put that episode on tonight? Same question. Can anyone tell me what this feeling of not being able to take it in and wanting to watch it is all about? Just as the crowd was expressing their pain to each other, a comment appeared that changed the picture in the comments section. The male lead actor has been found out. It's Lin Xiao, who was hot 2 days ago. Brothers crowdfund 200 for me. I'll go knife him in the next variety show. Send crowdfunding. Send it. Send it. From the very first crowdfunding review, the comments section followed hundreds of crowdfunding posts directly. Although a number of people donated a token dollar or even a dime just for the fun of it, the crowdfunding quickly came to a staggering $10 million plus. So less than an hour from when the talk show hit appeared, another hit quickly topped the charts. Explosion. Lin Xiao, the first 10 million reward in a society of law and order. Shortly after the hot search appeared, crowdfunding was officially ordered off the market. However, this agitation still alarmed the top management of manhwa. Lin Xiao, who was sleeping, was directly woken up by a ringing sound. The caller was Tang Zian. Hello? Lin Xiao? You mustn't go out in the next 2 days. The company has already equipped you with bodyguards. They'll be at your villa tomorrow. Lin Xiao, who had just woken up, was dumbfounded. Bodyguard? I'm at that level now? Tang Zian didn't have the good sense to say, you have a big heart. I beg you to take a look at the hot search, 12 bodyguards. It's already super top stream treatment. Tang Zian was always still hard to rest assured, and once again carefully urged. Listen up. You can't run around until the bodyguards are in position. The phone hung up. Lin Xiao opened the roundup with a face full of questions. What came to his eyes was the hot search for the bounty, second only to Su Ning's first on-screen kiss in terms of hotness. WOC. Lin Xiao cursed and habitually pulled out the centurion. Look at this situation, 12 bodyguards where can at least have to come to 12 special forces, he can rest assured. But just as he was about to dial the phone, his whole body hesitated. The few times he had used the centurion before, it had cost him a large balance each time. Whether he could afford to pay for such a supermodel warhorse this time around was an open question. Just as Lin Xiao was hesitating, he suddenly saw 2 mauve-colored translucent wine jugs in the anti-theft glass cabinet. Right? What if I don't use a centurion, but a blackwood token? But having said that, how would one find the Zhang family? Thinking about it, Lin Xiao decided that it would be better to ask Yuan Shui, who was affiliated with the hidden family. After only 2 knocks, the door had been opened. Yuan Shui stood in the doorway fully clothed. Lin Xiao said with some surprise, You don't even take your clothes off in bed? Buried or not? Yuan Shui opened her mouth to snicker. What? You knocked on the door in the middle of the night to see pajamas? Do you believe I'll tell the lady tomorrow? Lin Xiao choked and turned to ask carefully. What is the usual method that people from your hidden family use if they want to contact the clan? Yuan Shui had a look of a little cutie expression as she said, Cell phone contact, of course. Lin Xiao was speechless for a while and decided to slightly change the way he asked. And what if we have to contact the secular clan? Yuan Shui is still looking at the cutie. Or a cell phone, of course. Lin Xiao seems to have found the blind spot. You have contact information for every secular clan? Yuan Shui clasped her hands in front of her chest and said, Not really, but there's always a middleman for contacting the secular, and we leave contact information before we go out into the world. Lin Xiao scratched his ears and remained undeterred. So how did you guys get in touch before you had cell phones? Yuan Shui was a little impatient. How should I know? I wasn't even born then. What do you want to ask that for? Lin Xiao laughed bitterly. I'd like to hire some reliable bodyguards. Yuan Shui finally developed a hint of interest. With your skill, who have you messed with that you need to hire bodyguards? I messed with the world. All over the world? Lin Xiao took out his cell phone and handed it to Yuan Shui. The latter laughed out loud at the mere scanning of it. I told you to add to the drama without authorization, and now you're in big trouble, aren't you? Haven't you ever heard that delicate roses have thorns? However, Lin Xiao said that he didn't regret it at all, and if he had another chance, he would even want to NG a few more times. What roses with thorns? I've only ever heard of perfume being poisonous, and speaking of which, I kind of just helped you, so help me figure out how to get some bodyguards. Yuan Shui put away her smile and pointed to Lin Zhao's closed pocket and said, "You centurions can't have bodyguards?" Lin Zhao said awkwardly, "It can be hired, but it costs money." Yuan Shui looked contemptuous. "Fenghua pays you quite a bit of money, doesn't he? What's with the withholding and searching?" Lin Zhao spread his hands. "The money hasn't come in yet, and the card is almost out of credit." Yuan Shui whirled around and pointed to another pocket. "Can't you get the Zhang family to do a free favor with your Blackwood order?" Lin Zhao took out the token and knocked on it. "It's free, but I don't know where to find anyone." Yuan Shui took the centurion and stuffed it together into Lin Zhao's hand, holding the Blackwood order, and said, "So can this plus this get the bodyguard for free?" Chapter 100 Han Wu Da Di opens. "Too able." Lin Zhao's eyes immediately lit up, and he arched his hand towards Yuan Shui. "I dare ask the girl her name." Yuan Shui responded archly, "My humble servant Yuan Shui." The air was quiet for 2 seconds, and Lin Zhao said with a puzzled expression, "So the Centurion's people recognize this Blackwood order?" Yuan Shui slightly propped up her forehead and began to fill in the relevant knowledge for Lin Zhao. The 7 shareholders behind the Centurion actually correspond to the 7 hidden families, and the purpose of its establishment in the beginning was mainly to assist the traders of the hidden families in the secular world in their work. Lin Zhao looked at the black and gold-colored card in his hand and suddenly had the feeling of a good pot of rice being thrown into a rat turd. Yuan Shui realized that she had slipped up and hurriedly explained. "But now, the scope of its assistance has expanded a lot. In addition to the families, friends in the secular world, there are also some initiated children who will also hold this card, such as Su Ning also has a centurion." Only after hearing this did Lin Zhao's expression return to normal. Yuan Shui continued the introduction. "The centurion has a leading figure every time he's on a mission, and that leader is the representative jointly elected by the 7 clans, so I think he definitely recognizes the Blackwood order." Lin Zhao said goodbye to Yuan Shui and immediately returned to the house before dialing the phone. "Hey, I need bodyguards. Get me 12 special forces tomorrow." But this time, Lin Zhao was tragically hit in the face shortly after the call was dialed. Even as powerful as the Centurion had no right to mobilize the special forces that were part of the national power. The maximum they can offer is bodyguards with gun permits and real-world experience. Who cares? A gun is better than nothing. It wasn't long before 0 hour after all this was done. Coupled with the fact that there was currently no sleepiness, Lin Zhao still decided to sneak a peek at the pop-up reactions. The original movie has long since been delivered to the major video providers, and the cover of the TV series has already appeared on the website. Except the button for episodes remains grayed out. While there's no video, the comments section is open first. Lin Zhao casually flipped through a few comments and only felt a chill run down his back. "Brothers from the talk show, I'm here today to find out what's going on with Scumbag. More than despicable. It's like he said he wanted to do it again. It is tolerable joint crowdfunding knife Lin Zhao. Someone on the dark web has already offered $10 million for the basket, with the requirement that it be karmed on the day the kissing episode is released. Where is the need for a bounty? Wait for that episode to start airing. Brothers together to give him purified. Can the set marshals bring us Jime with them, so we can all uproot him together?" More than 1,000 comments, and except for a couple of soporifics, all of them go straight down to the bottom 3. Lin Zhao's back finally stopped getting cold, and now it was Air D who was starting to get cold. There were still 3 minutes before the movie and TV show started, and at the moment, he no longer had the heart to continue watching. Silently, he closed his cell phone and wrapped the covers tightly around him. The world outside is too cold. It's better to be warm under your own blanket. Lin Zhao's night is over, but the fans' night has just begun. In order to get the audience to watch, 14 episodes of the 54-episode series were released on the first day. This caused the fans who originally went to the drama to find out about Lin Zhao's blackmail to fall into Hu Mei's trap. Just a single court appearance in the first episode had made countless male fans forget what a despicable villain Lin Zhao was. Some of the female fans who were still tainted by their own goddesses have even been shaken. Obviously the face was still the same, but not a single person could curse the slogan Lin Zhao anymore. Because at this moment sitting on top of that great hall is Han Wu Da Di himself. With the first episode of the series over, the first viewers have been blown away. WOC, this is too real. I don't even think I'm watching a TV show, but a video. What kind of video recording? Where was this kind of thing in those days? This Lin Zhao's acting is too realistic. It feels like it's no longer about acting. It's about temperament, the natural self-contained aura of a king. Seeing that Lin Zhao's popularity was about to improve, some of the more stubborn fans hastened to speak out and remind him, "Let's not forget what we're here for, people." When these words came out, many people then reacted. "Yeah, aren't we here to find the black spot?" The pop-up trend that had just changed instantly reversed again. Nothing found in the first episode for now. Brothers go to the second episode and look for it. That's right. Must find the black spot. Break psychologically first, and then leave the rest to our brethren in the darknet, a trick called killing the heart. With a large number of fans calling for a second episode, the already headstrong crowd has begun to march into the second episode. The next weird thing happened. Whenever a new episode starts, the crowd quickly forgets the fact that the Hanwu emperor in it is Lin Zhao. The only time someone goes crazy is at the end of the episode to remind everyone to not forget. As the episodes went on, however, such reminders began to become fewer and farther between. More and more people are attracted by the realistic acting and perfect plot. The bad reviews in the comments section were gradually replaced by other reviews. "I'm hating Lin Zhao more and more now. I can't stop it at all. I have to go to work tomorrow. Someone help me. Hang in there. 6 more episodes and you're ready for work. It's so hard. I want to keep watching it, but I'm so afraid it's over." In just one night, a few hours to be exact, Hanwu Di's airplay has surpassed 2 billion. And that's even with most people having to put their phones down after only a few episodes because of lack of time. But any professional in the field knows it very well. This show will most likely break all the records for the airing of a TV show. 3 o'clock in the morning at midnight. Tang Feng, the general manager of Huayin Entertainment, was woken up by a phone call. "Hello? Which this will call?" Tang Feng, who had been woken up, was on fire at the moment. However, the person on the phone was clearly more fired up. "It's me, the this will call you." The icy voice caused Tang Feng to instantly wake up and stammered. "Yeah. Sorry, chairman." On the phone, the chairman's voice was still cold. "You're so nice. I can't believe you can still sleep at this hour. Do you know that the company is about to close down?" "What? It's going out of business." Tang Feng violently bounced up from the bed and opened his computer in a panic. The opposite party seemed to have guessed his movement and snapped. "Don't toss and turn. The company can't even close down if you die. But if you keep tossing around like this, the company really isn't far from closing down." Tang Feng asked uncertainly. "Chairman, what do you mean by that?" There was silence on the other end of the line for a few moments before it finally erupted. "You self-righteous fool. Why did you give up bidding when Lin Zhao signed on? The opportunity that would have allowed me, Huayin, to completely overpower the other 4 was just missed by you, stupid pig. If it weren't for your father, I'd really want to feed you to the fish in the river right now." Chapter 101. A million pinks overnight. Tang Feng's brain still couldn't turn around. Who is Lin Zhao? Who is Lin Zhao? Since taking over as general manager, various things have basically been left to others. For this Lin Zhao, this name he really couldn't think of. Seeing that Tang Feng had been silent, the chairman became even more furious. "You can't even think of a name, can you?" Tang Feng felt a surge of pressure and hardened his head. "As if you know?" There was no need to ask to make it clear that this Tang Feng had long forgotten about Lin Zhao completely. It's not good to say that he simply didn't remember it at the time. The chairman didn't bother to dwell on the issue and directly began to set up the task. "I've already inquired about Lin Zhao. He signed a no-responsibility contract with Fenghua. I'm limiting you to dig him out at any cost within a month. Otherwise, it's time for you, the general manager, to go down and sink." "Yes. Don't worry, chairman. Guarantee to complete the task." Tang Feng was in a cold sweat, finally realizing the severity of the problem. In fact, he was also an initiated son of a hermit family, and had the same status as an illegitimate son as Su Ning. The only difference between the two was that Su Ning was both an illegitimate child and an only child, while Tang Feng had an older sibling at his head. You have to do something real if you want to be recognized by the family. Tang Feng didn't want to give up his identity as a hidden family, so he had to make something of himself here. The chairman knew that Tang Feng had finally started to get serious, and his tone slightly soothed. Last time, the contract was negotiated by Wang Feifei. It is said that she is still getting along with Lin Zhao. If there are any problems, you can ask her again. The hints that should have been given, and the rest is up to the other person. After hanging up the phone, Tang Feng grasped for a lifesaver and found Wang Feifei's phone. This woman had been demoted from agent to trainee assistant after rejecting his kindness 3 times before. Hopefully, after this incident, the woman will make the most of her opportunity. The phone quickly rang a waiting tone, but Tang Feng seemed to have run out of patience. Damn, you're not still sleeping at this hour, are you? Pick up the phone. The scene shifts and it's the next day. At dawn, Lin Xiao was woken up by a knock on the door. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Yuan Shui standing with an unhappy face holding her chest. Get up, big star. Your treatment today should qualify you as the first person in China. The first person in China? 3 question marks popped up in Lin Xiao's head. With a roll of her eyes, Yuan Shui turned around and headed downstairs. Soon Lin Xiao heard Su Ning's warm and cozy voice. Is he up yet? This will taste just right. It was followed by Yuan Shui's voice. If he won't eat it, I'll just eat it for him. Lin Xiao immediately shouted upstairs. Don't move. I'm coming down now. Casually, he drew wet wipes and wiped his face, and in 3 or 2 steps he came downstairs. On the dining room table, 3 breakfasts were neatly arranged. Su Ning pulled back her hair and said, You worked hard yesterday. I saw some ingredients in the fridge, so I just made some. The food on the plate was very simple indeed. A sandwich with a cup of hot soy milk. Lin Xiao picked up the sandwich and took a bite, and was immediately overcome by the flavor in his mouth. Yummy. It was definitely the best sandwich he'd had so far. Su Ning looked at his happy expression and introduced himself with a happy face. The bread I slathered with honey and toasted so the crust should taste crisper. Lin Xiao took another bite and asked curiously, And what about the inside? Where did the juice come from in there? Su Ning revealed a charming smile. The steak is cut in the pan at 70% maturity, and the gravy is just mixed into the tomato sauce. Lin Xiao didn't say another word and ate the entire sandwich in 3 or 2 batches, expressing the highest praise with his actions. Su Ning's eyes completed the moon. Slow down. I have another one here. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't possibly encroach on the food of the meritocracy, and waved his hand. Enough is enough. Soy milk is just right when you drink it. With that, he downed the entire cup of soy milk in 1 gulp. On weekdays at parties, everyone eats slowly and methodically. This rather wild way of eating hit Su Ning's heart extremely hard. The little heart sped up uncontrollably. Lin Xiao put down his cup and looked at Su Ning, who was staring straight at him. What's wrong? You eat soon too. The latter averted his eyes in panic, and after a moment's hesitation began to try up the same way of eating. Just before the first bite was finished, he choked and stretched his long neck. Lin Xiao hurriedly handed over soy milk and patted the other party's back with 1 hand. Su Ning's face, who was still struggling, suddenly turned red to her neck, and her entire body suddenly stood straight. Cluck toot. Still stuck with the food, she burped softly. A small bee-like sound ensued at the caring glances of the other 2. Well, Lin Xiao. After breakfast, the 2 who needed to catch their next slot hurried to the airport. This time, Lin Xiao didn't personally transport them like he did last night, but let the 2 of them take a taxi on their own. After all, he was now a figure with stature in another sense. In case he was recognized along the way, it would lead to unnecessary trouble instead. Su Ning's features were too conspicuous. Lin Xiao then brought a long trench coat that had never been worn before and covered Su Ning. Incidentally, ever since he had gotten his 3 measurements, Lian Jia had contacted large and small clothing stores to customize a room full of clothes for him. So much of the entire closet, except for a few pieces he'd been wearing a lot lately, he hadn't even seen before. And this Su Ning one was only chosen because of its length to cover the body. Not long after sending the duo away, Lin Xiao received the first call of the day. The caller was Tang Zian. An excited voice rushed out of the receiver as soon as the call was answered. Look at the roundup. Look at the blog. You're on the hit list again. Lin Xiao frowned as he held the phone away from him, clearly annoyed by Tang Zian's voice. Didn't this go over yesterday? I promise not to run around today is all. Seeing that the other party misunderstood her meaning, Tang Zian anxiously explained. That's not what I meant. Today's hot search is a new phrase. The whole internet is now talking about your character, and the growth of your followers in the Roundup blog has broken records. It's now surpassed 1 million. WOC. Lin Xiao felt a strong excitement within his heart after a long time. Speaking as an actor, making money is the main goal though. But naturally, it is the fans who can give the actors the greatest motivation and support when it matters. Tang Zian was still talking about something on the phone, but he had no desire to listen to it at the moment. As soon as Lin Xiao hung up the phone, he extremely skillfully opened up the roundup. After the familiar loading screen, a few eye-catching hotspots come into view. Explosion. A new record? Han Wu Di's premiere broadcast volume exceeds 3 billion. Explosion. Lin Xiao, the emperor of Han Wu, has gained 1 million fans overnight. Explosion. The public opinion is reversed. Fans set up the Featherwood Guards, and the bounty is reversed again. Unlike in the past, this time Lin Xiao didn't rush to click on any of the hot searches. Instead, he looked to the message bar at the bottom. The original single-digit message notifications have been replaced by 999 plus at the moment. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Xiao poked open the message interface. Chapter 102 Big Ben's Family Bucket. With the moment his finger made contact with the message button, Lin Xiao clearly felt the phone stutter for a moment. This was followed by a series of message beeps. Left to his own devices, the phone was in a completely uncontrolled situation. The only thing that was left was the speaker Gatling repeating the system beep over and over again. A few minutes passed in a row, and the phone remained in a dead state. Even as he pressed the lock screen button, the speaker stubbornly repeated the message alert. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the dark lock screen interface and finally realized why those big stars didn't read fan messages. I feel like my phone has to die every time I open the message screen, but now that I've clicked on the message board, I have to reply to a couple of them myself anyhow. After a few more minutes, the ringing of the cell phone gradually became less intense. Lin Xiao tried to unlock the lock screen, and sure enough, he had entered the message screen. But when he tried to read the fan messages, he realized that the message interface was rapidly refreshing like a pop-up screen. Unable to preview the messages, Lin Xiao casually clicked on one. I'll pick your basket sooner or later. It was an accident. Return to the message screen to tap on a random one again. Your performance of Han Wu Di is very realistic. I like it very much. I hope you can do more works again. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. That's right. That's what fans should be. Thanks for the support. Lin Xiao smiled as he finished replying to this message, and then exited the chat box to randomize the next one. Not a few of them remain threats. But more than that, there were some messages of support. After about a dozen more messages were replied to, a second call popped up on the phone. This time the caller was Fifi Wang. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. It had been a long time since he had heard from the other party since the last goodbye. If I remember correctly, at that time, the other party was letting slip that they were going to find a chance to forcefully rob a civilian boy. Turns out he's been looking forward to it for so many days. Ah shucks. And he ended up waiting for a phone call today after so many days of being on edge? Lin Xiao slid the answer button, and Wang Feifei's glutinous voice soon came from the earpiece. Mr. Lin Xiao, I want to go to your place now. May I ask if you are free now? Huh? Although this girl had always given people a soft and weak feeling, this was the first time she was so rusty. Can't be that we're in trouble, can it? Lin Xiao hated troublesome things, but the two of them were still somewhat friendly after all. Coupled with the fact that Tang Zian had emphasized 3 times that he should not go out today, and considering that he was idle anyway, he very simply said, I want to come over. I can't go out today, so come over and play with me. The other end of the phone didn't become jumpy as expected, and remained slightly rusty. Thanks. I'll head over there now then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao felt a strong wave of defiance from Wang Feifei. However, there was no time to think about it before his thoughts were interrupted by another phone call. Business is busy. The call was answered again, this time with a somewhat unfamiliar voice. Hello? Mr. Lin. Your car has been licensed. Shall we send it to you now? Lin Xiao searched his memory. You are. The other end of the phone was not the least bit embarrassed, and emotions ran high. You forget. I'm the manager of Lawrence's. A few of your cars are still with us. Lin Xiao's heart fluttered. The family bucket he had been longing for was finally coming. But immediately afterward he was wary. First things first, no pictures, no signing, you drive straight to my underground garage. The manager said very dryly. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. You name a location and we'll directly call a chauffeur to drive the car there. And we guarantee it won't affect you. Lin Xiao was very receptive to the manager's arrangement and hung up the phone with a satisfied face after reporting the location of the garage. Since the other party is so understanding, it's not like they can't prioritize when signing up for car endorsements in the future. I had just put my phone down and was surprised to see 3 or 4 more missed calls pop up on the screen. One from Tang Zian, and 2 from Lin Jia and Wang Defa respectively. The last one was an unfamiliar number. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to take the lead in returning a call to Lin Jia. Although he trusted Wang Defa more in terms of loyalty, he trusted Lin Jia more in terms of how reliable he could do things. The phone only rang once before Lin Jia's voice came through the receiver. "Brother Lin, I see that your fans have surpassed 2 million, and your friend didn't come last night. That room was occupied by Wang Defa." Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Lin Jia's attitude of responding to everything was much more reliable than Wang Defa. Then there's the number of followers, which was only 1 million in the morning, and now it's over 2 million. Lin Xiao pressed down the excitement in his heart and began to command the main event. "You help me contact Tang Xian and ask her what she's calling me about. If it's an endorsement, help me keep an eye out for any Big Ben family. If it's a script, help me screen out the Emperor role, nothing else." The sound of fingers tapping on the screen came from the phone, and after a moment, Lin Jia began to confirm. "Brother Lin, the role of an emperor in overhead history, will the test be considered?" Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and nodded. "You can keep it for now, but separate from the serious historical drama." The sound of tapping on the screen sounded again. Lin Jia continued to ask, "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to leave the car inspection to Wang Defa. "Tell Wang Defa to go straight to the underground garage when he gets back. A couple of new cars have arrived. Tell him to go and inspect them carefully. I'll send him the phone number later." On the phone, Lin Jia's voice was suddenly filled with disgust. "Hey, Ringo told you to go back to the underground garage to check the car first." Immediately after this statement, it switched back to a good-natured tone. "Ringo, how many cars are there?" This change of face has become too fast. Lin Xiao pumped the corners of his mouth and said in a light tone, "There are 3 of them, the models can't be wrong, the main thing is to check for cuts." "All right, Ringo," Lin Jia responded sweetly, quickly cutting back to dislike mode. "Hey," Ringo said, "there are 3 cars. Look closely with the flashlight shining, see?" Wang Defa's extremely unconvincing tone penetrated the phone. "I don't need you to teach me what to do. Brother Lin is really something too. Actually calling a yellow-haired girl like you first." Lin Jia immediately switched to a triumphant tone. "Humph, that means the person Ringo trusts the most is me, not some guy who even forgot to say the announcement." Wang Defa's tone instantly weakened. "Who says my notice forgot to say? Tell you what, snitching is shameful. I'm sure it's you who gave me the notice to forget." Having identified the culprit, Lin Xiao instantly entered his hunting form. Hundreds of kilometers away, Wang Defa suddenly felt a chill on his back and went into silent mode. Lin Jia also suddenly realized that he hadn't hung up the phone yet, and his tone was full of self-reproach. "Sorry, Ringo. It's okay. Just hurry up and do what I told you to do." After all, she was still a little girl. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly and dialed the next number again. Chapter 103, All Things Considered. Lin Xiao dialed an unfamiliar number this time. A few wait tones passed, and surprisingly, a slightly familiar voice came over the phone. "Ringo, it's me. Wang Defa." The flattering tone directly awakened Lin Xiao's muscle memory. The person on the other end of the line visibly froze. "Wang Defa? No, Brother Lin. I'm Bu Lu Jue. We had dinner together." Against people like Wang Defa, Lin Xiao could be said to be the most experienced, only to see him say with a stern voice, "There are plenty of people I've had dinner with, so tell me what's going on." The tone on the other end of the line was definitely a few degrees more normal. "Actually, it's not much. I'm just here on behalf of Mountain and Sea Entertainment to wish you a happy birthday." "Are you done?" Lin Zhao's voice was still cold, although the hand does not hit the smiling face, but similar to Wang Defa's goods. If a pole knocked not dead, then the other side will climb up along the pole. "Ah! Way done, Ringo." Bu Lu Jiqi obviously still wanted to say something, but since the other party was resolute, he had no choice but to keep all the subsequent words in his heart. Lin Xiao hung up the phone, and through Bu Lu's relentlessness, he also vaguely guessed the purpose of Wang Fei's trip. At the time of signing, the other agents were aware that their contracts could be terminated without liability. Right now, 2 of the 5 companies have called, if I'm not mistaken. Digging calls from the other 2 should be coming soon. As luck would have it, in less than 3 minutes of work, the other 2 families called together. The dragon phone is still the voice of the white hair of that day. She simply expressed congratulations and then very dryly gave a very explosive price for Lin Xiao to consider, followed by a very dry hanging up the phone. As for World Entertainment, it was replaced with a middle-aged female voice. According to the other party's self-introduction, it turned out to be the general manager of World Entertainment. The other party didn't make an offer, but only told Lin Xiao that if he wanted to change the environment one day, he could consider World Entertainment. A few phone calls were busy and the sky was completely bright. There was a rumbling noise in the distance. Looking up, it was actually 3 helicopters flying in a zigzag pattern. To be allowed to fly low in such a position, it was not necessary to guess that it was the Centurion that had come. The airplane soon came over the villa area. As the residents are basically the celebrities of manhwa, they are not usually at home as they have been running for a long time for the schedule. It also didn't attract what is known as neighborhood onlookers. Ropes were once again draped from the airplane. Immediately afterward, 13 men in professional attire slid down the ropes. One of the butler-like men walked over to Lin Xiao with a folder to confirm. "Mr. Lin, your bodyguards are all in place. This is the list, please take a look." Lin Xiao cursorily swept a glance and his entire being was directly dumbfounded. Bodyguard hiring fee, starting at $1,200,000, $10,000 per person per day after 24 hours. Equipment fee, professional equipment for bodyguards, $100,000 a month per set. Travel and meals, excellent bodyguards require the finest meals at $10,000 per person per day. Insurance premiums, bodyguards belong to high-risk occupations, with the protection to dare to sell their lives. Accident insurance $100,000 per person. Incentive money, for every emergency situation the bodyguard solves, the employer is required to distribute $100,000 in incentive money to each person. Good Lord, combined with the fact that just since these guys landed, 3.6 million of their own have evaporated from their accounts. And every day that passes next one's assets are going to be reduced by default by $240,000. But this time he was no longer his former rash self. Only to see him touching out the Blackwood order and directly handing it to the steward-like man. Recognize this? The butler took the token and glanced at it, and immediately said with a clasp of his fist, "I didn't know it was a gentleman visiting before, so please don't be offended." He respectfully handed the token back with both hands, retrieving the folder in passing as he handed it over. "Since you, sir, are a valued guest of the Zhang family, security will be provided by the Zhang family this time." Ouch! How embarrassing that is. Lin Zhao's mouth was coy, but his face was full of smiles, yet he didn't look embarrassed at all. The butler took advantage of the situation and waved a hand at the bodyguard behind him. "Come say hello to Mr. Lin." "Hello, boss." 12 middle-aged males with strong voices and very spirited greetings to Lin Xiao. It was only then that the latter noticed that the 12 bodyguards looked somewhat familiar. "Did you guys, by any chance, fix the roof in Hollywood?" The 12 bodyguards did not blush or jump, and still said in a neutral tone, "Yes, boss." Lin Xiao looked at the housekeeper incredulously. "You're fooling me with a mason?" The butler didn't mess up his words in the slightest. "Don't worry, sir, they are all retired from the special forces. Their job is bodyguards. It's just that very few people usually hire them, so they occasionally take on some part-time jobs. If you're not satisfied, I'll change them again for you." Lin Xiao revealed a flash of foxiness. "Report." The butler clapped his hands and the 12 bodyguards immediately lined up. 1, 2, 3, 12. The string of numbers was reported without waiting for any further instructions from the steward. The crowd had taken out a brick from their backpacks and smashed it straight towards the top of their heads. There was only the sound of a brick cracking. 12 bricks disconnected in unison. Lin Xiao wanted to say something, but the bodyguards seemed to have gone into oblivion. Yikes! Only a neat hiss was heard. The bodyguards ripped the black tights right off the collar, revealing perfect muscle mass. The butler immediately rebuked in a loud voice. "What are you doing tearing your clothes?" One of the bodyguards in the lead commiserated. "Weren't you the one who told us to show it? I let you report the number, who let you show? Address $20,000 deducted from your salary." The butler pointed to the camera on his chest and whirled around to record something in his book. The 12 strong men were like frosted eggplants. Lin Xiao even couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth, finally understanding what it meant that a penny was hard to beat a hero. To ease the awkwardness, he tried again. "What other maneuvers would you guys be able to prove that you are retired special forces?" The strong man at the head of the group was instantly energized at the sound of his voice. "Ready!" Just seeing him give a command, the 12 people originally standing in a line instantly transformed into 4 three-person squads. Each man made a gesture of holding a gun and leaned over. Okay, just you guys. Lin Xiao really couldn't stand a few people tossing and turning like this. Pointing to the burly man at the head of the group, he said, "What's your name?" The strong man had not yet recovered from his joy and immediately made a serious look and said, "Report, boss. I don't have a name in the mission. You can call me number 1. An inexplicable sense of middle-agedness came over him, and Lin Xiao suddenly somewhat regretted his decision. But now that the words have been said, then number 1, go on alert. As soon as the words left their mouths, the 12 bodyguards changed into a new pair of tights from their bags and quickly disappeared from sight. Where are the people? Lin Xiao looked at the butler with a confused expression. The latter took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat and said, "Their guards are usually dark sentries, so if you want them to be open sentries, you can say gated." Lin Xiao fantasized about the scene of 12 bodyguards standing at the door in unison and decided that it would be better to keep a dark sentry. Now that the Centurion's bodyguards were in place, his security would rise to a new level when the company's bodyguards arrived. With everything ready, Lin Xiao began to look forward to the variety show in a few days. Now that he has a fan base, what will the scene be like when his name rings out again? Chapter 104. This is the actor repeat. Another short while later, the company's hired bodyguards managed to arrive. Unlike the previous handsome, these bodyguards were all dressed in suits, and those who didn't know thought that the company's middle management had come. Lin Xiao left Lian Jia's contact information with the leader and then directly let these people go back first. After all, as long as he wasn't going to go out, the security in this neighborhood was perfectly capable of protecting him. After settling the rest, Lin Xiao began to look over the script for the next variety show. Lian Jia and Wang Defa came back to see Lin Xiao in office mode very sensible and did not bother. Lian Jia silently categorized all the scripts and endorsements one by one, waiting for him to choose when he was free. Wang Defa, on the other hand, took advantage of his break to report on the new couple of cars that had arrived. Not only is the entire car flawless, but even the license plates are all consecutive. Incidentally, the 3 digits of each car are the opening date of the Great Han Dynasty. For the rest of the days, Lin Xiao was constantly trying to figure out the script. He didn't intend to redeem the soul of Tang Taizong right now until he had fully taken the character. After all, once you miss out on a character, you won't have any extra dragon energy if you want to redeem another character. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to try to see what level he could reach without relying on Tang Taizong's soul. Soon time came to the day of the opening of the variety show. Due to the new drama's popularity, the outside of the stadium was by now filled with spectators who hadn't grabbed tickets. Among them, besides the fans of each family, there were also male fans who had previously tried to knife Lin Xiao. "It's about to start, Mud. That Berth wouldn't have slipped in through the back door long ago, would he?" A male fan had 2 water bottles around his waist and 2 rotten eggs stuffed in his chest. "Living the Avengers look." "I don't think so. Dude squatted here with a few of his buddies the night the interview ended. But if there was a bit of a breeze, we would have noticed it long ago." The male fan who replied back was equally oddly styled, only the kills were clearly up a level. Not only had the bottle at his waist turned into a brick, but he had a couple of darts pinned to his chest. Fans of the Avengers look pulled away slightly to say, "Dude, you're planning to build it to death." He only came to magical attacks to disgust Lin Xiao, and at best it was considered disturbing public order. "But the tools of the guy in front of me look like something from the penal code." The armed male fan tapped his chest in triumph. "Don't worry. If he dares to defile our goddess, he is guaranteed to be unable to eat and walk." That said, this still doesn't show up. Can it be that he really wimped out? "I see that Mr. Lu Daoming arrived long ago." As the two spoke, a wild roar of an engine came from the distance. Fans outside the arena turned around in unison. Only a muscular sports car was seen paddling and drifting to the periphery. GT Panther. Some sharp-eyed fans recognized it at once. They were closely followed by 4 stretched vans. The car stopped, the most front put 2 vans quickly rushed down. 12 suits of bodyguards blocked in front of the sports car, not waiting for the crowd to marvel at who possessed such a large platoon. Followed by 12 more muscular men who had their clothes on the verge of bursting ran out. "Who the hell is it? Playing such a big B?" The male fan dressed as an Avenger cursed lowly. The sports car door popped open instantly. Only a short-haired female in a professional outfit wearing sunglasses stepped out of the driver's seat. The scene immediately erupted into a murmur. "Who is this woman? Totally faceless to have such a big row." "I don't know. It's not like one of the actresses changed her look, is it?" just as the crowd was whispering about what similarly sized actresses hadn't shown up lately. Instead, another man with sunglasses got out of the passenger seat. The man was slender with a tousled haircut and looked dashing under his trench coat. Immediately afterward, he took off his sunglasses and yelled out to the crowd, "Thank you all." The imagined cheers didn't come instead. The black fans who had been dormant were the first to break their defenses. "You. What's with this?" The old Avenger brother totally lives up to his look. Unscrewed 2 water bottles of wine and threw them out. One of the muscular bodyguards in the outer circle was quick to see and instantly held open an umbrella in front of him. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to be complacent, the other black fans had already reacted. For a while, what with bricks, rotten eggs, vegetable leaves, and flying knives weaving wildly through the air, the bodyguards in the inner suits opened their briefcases and turned them into shields, surrounding Lin Xiao and Lian Jia as they approached the stadium. The outer layer of muscular old men, on the other hand, drew explosive shields from backpacks of decidedly abnormal length to block the outer side. With the superior physical fitness of several people, the group still arrived at the gym safely and without incident. During this time, Lin Xiao tried to show his head and taunt many times, but he was held down by the bodyguards. Although the fans were kept outside the gates until Lin Xiao was completely sent into the stadium, it took the bodyguards to release them. Follow the familiar passage to the dressing room. Lu Daoming was standing in the doorway holding his chest. Deeply hidden at a young age, Han Wudidi plays the role so well, better than me. Lin Xiao heartily respected the old actor in front of him and gestured humbly. "I don't dare. I was lucky enough to steal 3 of your divine qi to get this creation. How dare I say it's better than your acting?" Lu Daoming Wenya smiled. Looking at the young man in front of him, the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. "Go get ready. The program is about to start. Let me see what Tang Taizong Li Shimin looks like in your rendition." "Thank you, Mr. Tomei. I'll work hard." Lin Xiao once again arched his hand and turned around, about to enter inside the dressing room. Yet again, he was suddenly tugged by Lu Daoming. Lin Xiao turned back with a puzzled expression. The always elegant Lu Daoming showed a rare expression of disrespect for the old. "That first on-screen kiss thing. That's ballsy, nice work." Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly and entered the door as if escaping. As a result, just as he turned around, he saw 4 old actors standing there. And between the 4 veteran actors, a flower is delicate. This person is no other than the goddess-like figure who is also popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Lo Yanzhao. "Hello, Lin Xiao. You and Suning paired up with Han Wudidi is very good looking. I hope we can perform something even better together." Between the words, a hint of fighting spirit burned in Zhao Luoyan's pupils. "Better?" Lin Xiao subconsciously glanced at the delicate red lips on the other party's rather exotic face. It seems like Zhao Luoyan's first kiss is still coming too. As soon as the dreadful thought had risen, he quickly dismissed it. And Su Ning that time was a love affair. If he did this kind of thing purely for the sake of being horny, it would be too inconsistent with his character. Adjusting his mind slightly, Lin Xiao smiled humbly. "Then I'll work hard and try to get the role, and I'll be able to live up to Mr. Dao Ming's good intentions." Chapter 105. 800 is 800. The cast roles have long been established. As soon as Lin Xiao arrived, the makeup artists started to get busy. Unlike the black and red-based dragon robe of the Han Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty dragon robe was yellow throughout. But that had nothing to do with Lin Zhao's makeup this time, because the play is the Xuanwoman change that made history change in a shocking way. At that time, Li Shimin was not yet an emperor. Naturally, there is no such thing as a dragon robe. Makeup is complete. At this time, Lin Xiao face pale a few years, a Xuanjie official hat. Looks with the year of Li Er was vaguely similar to a few points. The hosts have already begun to warm up in the front office. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end today's episode very quickly, but it's also going to be one of our most memorable live. There was a round of applause from the stage. The host paused and continued. "Why do I dare say that? Because this scene, of course, has not been played by all the actors, except for the lines, which were prepared in advance." A gasp rang out from the arena. Never been to a play. That means the actors have to perform entirely by default and experience. It also means that any small errors that may occur are extremely testing of the randomness of the whole room. Once one of them doesn't articulate, then it's likely to constitute a disaster. Lin Xiao, who had just finished his makeup in the backfield, couldn't help but feel some pressure. Obviously, both in terms of experience and tacit understanding, it's hard to compare yourself with these old actors who have been acting for most of their lives. Right at this moment, Lu Daoming once again approached and patted Lin Zhao's shoulder. Don't worry so much about it. Getting into the scene will lead to a natural heart-to-heart. All you have to do is play yourself. To play yourself is to play Li Air. These words undoubtedly gave Lin Zhao a shot in the arm. In terms of performing empire, he was now confident that he could outperform anyone. A layer of determination colored the eyes that were already leaping. He didn't say anything, yet he responded to everything in this way. This time, it wasn't just Lu Daoming. Even the other veteran actors passed on their recognition. As a newcomer, to be able to remain in this situation without stage fright is already stronger than too many others. The front of house scene, where the hosts have finally finished warming up. So, who will the new drama's Emperor's throne actually go to? Let's wait and see. The scene lights dimmed. The staff began to arrange for the crowd to take the stage. Once the crowd was in place, the scene was once again dimly lit. Li Shimin Lin Zhao stands in the center of the stage with a low voice. Tonight His Majesty has received a secret message that the Qin King's house has conspired sufficiently, and that the Qin King is preparing to plot a rebellion. This is a false accusation. People talk. Let's do it. Changsun Wuji clapped his hands and spoke decisively. False accusations or not, lives are at stake. Let's do it. Yuqi Jingda was even more intense in nature and rolled up his sleeves and stood up. There was no transition, no hesitation, and it was the ultimate in stiffness right off the bat. In just a few words, the atmosphere was sizzling. Lin Zhao didn't understand the atmosphere, but he deeply knew what a person who could become an emperor should do at this time. He only saw his eyes burning, and without hesitation, he drew out his long sword as soon as he could. Pass on my teachings, and all staff members who have worked in the Qin King's Office of Heavenly Policy, come to me at once. The scene switches, and when the curtain opens again, the mansion is now full of staff. Lin Zhao's sharpness did not decrease, but a hint of wanderlust flickered in his eyes. The Crown Prince has the right to command the troops in the capital, the Eastern Palace now has 2,000 soldiers and horses, and the King of Qi now also has the right to command the troops in conquering the 18 parts of the grasslands, while we, the Qin Royal House, only have 800 soldiers and horses. Yuqi Jingda rose again. We follow your highness for the sake of riches and honor. If we wait for death, then I'll take my leave and no longer serve your highness. 800 men is 800 men. Let's go fight. Changsun Wuji brought his sword forward and walked in front of Li Shimin. Who would be willing to go down in flames in one night? 800 men will be 800 men. 800 men will make the first move. Your highness, do it. A couple of veteran actors shouted along extremely well. Do it, your highness. Yeah, do it. King Qin. The opportunity is not to be missed. Yuqi Jingda stood up again, his loud voice directly overshadowing everyone. Your highness, we are all willing to die in return. There can be no more hesitation, your highness. There was a renewed murmur of agreement from the crowd. Yeah, that's right, your highness. Yuqi Jingda continued aloud. Your highness, you said that if the king of Qin holds a bow and Yuqi Jingda holds a spear, who else in this world can stand in the way? One of the oldest actors got up violently and pointed at Li Shimin. You are the true Prince of Peace. The crowd knelt in unison. You are the Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven. You're the Son of Heaven. Under the camera, Lin Zhao's eyes changed with the naked eye, but were soon replaced by struggle and pain. Seeing that he still hesitated, the old actor who was the first to shout out "You are the Son of Heaven" made a divining gesture. I'll start the trigrams. Changsun Wuji stepped forward and flicked it away. What's the point of starting a fortune? If it's not auspicious, you quit. The group of bureaucrats once again gathered in unison at these words. Do it, your highness. Please do it. Li Shimin remained unbroken in his resolve and said with a worried face. Then do it. But where to start? Let's start with your highness's courage. May your highness win the world early. The screen turned, only to see Zhao Luoyan's white clothes and red makeup sitting to the side, infinite encouragement welling up in her gaze. A wave of determination finally welled up in Li Shimin's eyes. Now that it's settled, let's go all the way. There was a rush of joy from the staff. Yes, right at this moment, Princess Changsun suddenly opened her mouth once again. Your highness will be in a world of trouble once you have the world. A flash of doubt surfaced in Li Shimin's eyes. What kind of trouble? Tang rules the world by filial piety. If it maims his majesty, how will your highness explain to the world? Empress Changsun, a woman, raised a crucial question. But who in this house is a good man? Yuchi Jingda stood up again. His Majesty's matter, just leave it to me. Well, I'll be the villain, your highness will be the good guy. If it doesn't work out in front of his majesty tomorrow, I'll summon ambush troops to force his majesty, and promise your highness to be the crown prince. And if there's any wrongdoing, count it on my head. Well, Takshi did so. What reason did Li Shimin have to continue to hesitate? It was only a matter of breathing, and the sword was once again sheathed in acid jang. A host of old theatergoers, shaking hands. With the assistance of the crowd, the sword, which was still trembling a bit, stood straight up toward the sky. Li Shimin stared at the tip of the sword as an imperial aura slowly filled the air. The lights on the set dimmed and a painted soundtrack rang out. In the year 626 AD, under the 9th year of Wuda, Li Shimin was the first to lead his troops into the Zuanwoman Gate and ambush them within the palace confines. A few more seconds passed. The lights on the set are fading. Pop! I don't know who led the first drum roll. The scene erupted into a thunderous applause. Chapter 106. The new drama arrives. The lights gradually came on and the audience applauded for a long time. Many people stood up and waved their arms excitedly, their faces overflowing with uncontrollable excitement and admiration. The play was far more powerful than they expected, especially because it was incredible to see how well the actors were able to portray this historical change without being paired up with each other. It was brilliant. That's real acting. Lin Zhao's performance is simply superb. He played Li Shimin with that imperial aura and inner struggle, and he totally nailed it. I was worried that he was playing another Han Wudadi to come, but I didn't realize that it was shaping up to be a new feeling altogether. Lin Zhao's fans were very excited. It was only supposed to be a headlong decision to fan a TV show because of a TV show. It turns out that his idol is not a love child who only knows one kind of drama, but an unapologetic actor. Of course, in addition to Lin Zhao fans, there were also many fans of other families on the scene. Mr. Lu Daoming deserves to be a veteran actor. The kind of determination and wisdom of Chang Sun Wuji is simply played to life. I don't care about anything else. All I care about is that my Zhao Luoyan is beautiful and handsome and loves me. The veteran actors on the stage couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and their eyes were filled with relief as they looked at Lin Zhao, the latecomer. Many newcomers tend to get a big hit with one show and then settle on a style, and the latter in front of him didn't follow the old path of most people. Only then his path would go further. Lin Zhao stood in the center of the stage, an unspeakable excitement surging in his heart, though he had already had success before that. But this is the first time that audience feedback has been so direct in the field, and it's kind of the first performance he's ever taken completely without cheating on his own merit. The host walked onto the stage at this time, with an undisguised excitement on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of the performance just now? Bravo! A neat response erupted from the audience, and the applause resumed. The host smiled and nodded. It seems that everyone feels the same as I do. The splendor of this scene has exceeded our expectations. Next, let's invite the lead actor of this scene to come forward. Lin Zhao, Lu Daoming, Zhao Luoyan, and the others once again walked onto the stage and stood in a row, bowing to the audience to thank them. The applause from the audience became even more enthusiastic, and many people even shouted their names. In a burst of noise, Lin Zhao heard a familiar name for the first time. Lin Zhao, Lin Zhao, Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao smiled and waved to the audience, his heart filled with gratitude. The sound of the scene was suddenly a few degrees louder. The host took the microphone at this point and smiled. It seems that everyone has been very complimentary about the play. So, next we have a special announcement to make. The audience fell silent, and everyone looked curiously at the host. The host paused and continued. After careful consideration by the director's team, we have decided to formally invite Mr. Lin Zhao to be the male lead in our new drama, The Rule of Zhengguan, playing the role of Li Shimin. Wow! A gasp erupted from the audience, followed by even louder applause. When Lin Zhao heard this news, although he wasn't really surprised, he still couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Immediately after that, the long-lost system tone sounded again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the role of Li Shimin, rewarded with 50 points of Dragon Qi, 50 points of Dragon Breath. The shock in his heart flew to be replaced by excitement. With these 50 points of Dragon Energy, you can directly fuse 70% of the Tang Taizong soul in the opening game. At that time, you do not still have to take off. It was too late to continue to be happy as the system quickly awarded the next task. Mission: complete the cast performance of The Rule of Chastity, rewarded with 80 points of Dragon Chi. Lin Zhao's heart, which had just returned to calmness, was once again hot. 80 points? Is the system so generous now? Just 80 points after acting? Is it possible that there's some kind of pit in there? Lin Zhao's brain popped up a list of question marks, but was quickly pulled back by the host's voice. At the same time, we have officially invited Ms. Zhao Luoyan to take on the role of Empress Changsun in The Rule of Jingguan. The audience erupted into even louder applause, and many people shouted Zhao Luoyan's name, clearly expecting her to join. Zhao Luoyan smiled and bowed to the audience, unsurprised by the outcome. The host turned to Lu Daoming at this moment and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu Daoming, as a veteran actor in our crew, your performance this time is still impeccable. Not only that, we have officially invited you to play the role of Li Yuan in The Rule of Jingguan. What do you think?" Lu Daoming smiled slightly and said as he picked up the microphone, "It's my honor to play Li Yuan. I will do my best to portray this role well and live up to everyone's expectations. But it's easy to see if you look closely at its brow. Lu Daoming is actually more like to play Changsun Wuji. After all, after being the emperor for so long, this kind of straightforward minister is only more attractive to him." The show is over in the dressing room. Due to the relative simplicity of the veteran actors' costumes, only Lin Zhao and Zhao Luoyan were left in the dressing room at this time. The soft lighting and the tension and excitement of the stage still lingered in the air. Recalling the other party's words before going on stage, Lin Zhao couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhao Luoyan. As a result, if you don't look, you happen to realize that the other party is also looking at you. That was great earlier. Lin Zhao didn't have the self-consciousness of being discovered for peeping and fell to say, "Your Empress Changsun, you played it with a lot of layers." Zhao Luoyan came back to her senses and covered up as if she had been discovered. "Thanks. Your Li Shimin is good. As good as your Han Wu Da Di." Lin Zhao smiled and his voice snickered. "Then it seems I have a long way to go to hone my acting skills. After all, today's performance was all thanks to you all carrying the show." Zhao Luoyan's heart warmed slightly when she heard Lin Zhao's praise. She had originally thought that Lin Zhao would be a bit fluttery because of his continuous popularity. As a result, she was able to say such snarky words, and this attitude made her a little more curious about Lin Zhao. "You don't seem to care about being popular?" Zhao Luoyan asked tentatively. Lin Zhao shook his head and spoke in a bland tone. "Of course it's important to be popular, but I think the growth of an actor comes more from self-reflection and understanding of the character. There's still a lot of room for improvement in both today's and previous performances, and with fans, don't you have to be stricter with yourself?" Zhao Luoyan couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration in her heart as she looked at Lin Zhao's side face. She had seen too many actors who got carried away by their momentary success, but Lin Zhao was able to remain calm and responsible amidst such an overwhelming response. This kind of mentality surprised her and made her appreciate Lin Zhao a little more. "Among the newcomers, you're really special," Zhao Luoyan said softly, with a hint of emotion in her tone. Lin Zhao turned his head and suddenly changed his face and said, "Coincidentally, I feel the same way." Zhao Luoyan smiled faintly, a hint of cunning flashing through her eyes. "Looking forward to future cooperation." Lin Zhao nodded his head back and said, "Looking forward to cooperation." Chapter 107, 1 billion endorsements. After the performance, Lin Zhao didn't go home directly, but planned to go back to the company first. "I haven't been able to deal with endorsements and scripts before in order to prepare for the variety show. Now that the variety show is over and the all-important script has been picked up, it's time to reel in a wave of endorsements." Originally, he had planned to leave everything to Lian Jia to do it for him. As a result, Tang Zian suddenly came with a phone call, telling him to go back no matter what. Mindful of the other party's urgent tone, Lin Zhao listened to the command for once in a rare moment. The vice general manager's office at the moment was surrounded. No matter how much the secretary and assistant tried to persuade him, the person in front of the office door refused to move half a step at all. Inside the room, a chubby man slowly unfolded his handbag by placing it directly on his desk. The square bag was quickly spread into a rectangle about 1 person long. As the zipper right in the center slowly unzipped, a gray gown of stiff fabric bloomed on the desk, quickly covering the entire desktop. "Miss Tang, this is a customized dress specially made for you by our company. I hope you will consider our HL dress." Tang Zian stared at the desk with a tired face, no surprise in her eyes to speak of, and her voice was even more mechanical. "Thanks to your kindness, my secretary will be collecting this dress as company property." As she spoke, a girl in gray overalls neatly gathered up her clothes and hung them on a hook on the back wall. Next to this dress, there are a variety of other customized gifts. However, some of the customizations clearly don't match Tang Xian's height or temperament. Needless to say, the vast majority of them are things that are pulled in temporarily to hold the fort. Some of them were even originally sent to other companies but were rerouted here because of Lin Zhao's performance. Tang Xian doesn't particularly care about this, because any gifts received in the name of work must all be turned over to the company. This is a tactic taken by manhwa to prevent corruption, and even assistant managers are not immune to it. The chubby man wanted to say something else, but was quickly pushed aside by another middle-aged man. Ms. Tang, their family is just a store that deals with men's clothing. What the hell do they know about dresses? You try this one of mine. It was prepared for you a month ago. It's definitely a balance between generosity and elegance. Bull, in addition to your family's things are expensive, all the flashy things. Miss Tang doesn't want it. Has been re-squeezed to the back. The fat man obviously do not accept the middle-aged man on their own custom denial, shouted through the crowd. But it was automatically ignored by the latter. He only beckoned, and two members of his entourage passed a cylindrical hard barrel a few people away. The middle-aged man opened the lid of the bucket and a dark blue flared dress was lifted out of it. Look, Ms. Tang, this is what we call a real gown. The neckline not only uses 6 2-carat main diamonds with crushed diamonds as embellishments, but it also uses rubies in the middle as the finishing touch. We call this the heart of the ocean. Bull ocean heart, your ocean heart is red? It's a piece of trash at first glance. Ms. Tang, their intentions are wrong. You can't sign with them. The chubby man whose own product had been humiliated once again peeked halfway out of the crowd, shouting at the top of his lungs in an effort. Tang Xian, who had been holding back, finally ran out of patience. Enough! This is the general manager's room, not a food market. If you want to sign an endorsement, just quit honestly. The office air was quiet for a few seconds, but soon someone else tentatively took out the custom and placed it on the table. Tang Xian directly reached out to stop it. I'll count 30 seconds, everyone exit the room and my secretary go to the VIP lounge to rest. Anyone still here after 30 seconds, I'll have security ask him to get out, and of course, signing is out of the question. The words finally had an effect. The crowd that had just been struggling to make their way to the door quickly retreated outward. Without a moment's work, they arrived at the VIP room in unison. While silence returned to the general manager's office, the war in the VIP lounge had just begun. The advertising executives of each company began to test the waters among themselves. Some ad exec lowered his voice and came up next to the usher and provoked. How much are you going to pay for the signing fee? I'll tell you what, we're prepared to sign for $60 million a year. If you don't have that amount, you can roll with it. Humph, how dare you say that for a mere $60 million? I'm going to sign for $100 million a year. How's that? Shouldn't you roll up and leave now? The provoked advertising executive showed a look of disdain and instantly disliked him back. He also took out the prepared contract in one hand and waved it in front of the other. The eyes of the advertising executive who had led the provocation looked directly dumbfounded. No dude, you guys really signed $100 million? Are your underwear selling so well? Selling a bunch of underwear? Look carefully, our family is buying a car. The other advertising executive pointed to the title on the contract, which read, Big Ben Group Limited. The one in the usher's seat had an embarrassed look on his face inside. Sorry, we're a lingerie sales company. I'll give you a peer. Next time, make sure you know you're on the same track before you start picking fights. Yes, sorry. Big Ben's ad exec was about to say something else when his cell phone went off with a ring. He glared at the underwear ad exec with an irritated face, picked up the phone and walked out. Hello? Headquarters, I haven't seen anyone yet. I'm on hold now. What? You want to increase the endorsement budget? $100 million to sign a freshly minted kid is still less, but he has less than 2 million fans now. Inside information, did you ask someone to watch the movie for a review? The data from the actuarial department? Okay. The Big Ben ad exec spun off the phone. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, he directly threw the previous contract into the trash can without hesitation. Recalling the content of the phone call, he had just made his heart couldn't be calmed for a long time. It turns out that Han Wu Da Di, which was a hit across the board right out of the gate, actually hasn't come to a plot explosion yet, and the actuarial department, in virtue of the relationship, has seen the Send review film even directly give out 1 billion. Sign Lin Xiao 3 years can still ensure that 10 times the profits of the bold prediction. It certainly gave the Big Ben ad exec an extremely strong bottom line. Imagine signing for tens of millions, breaking hundreds of millions, when others are still thinking about it. He directly balked at $1 billion. Is he still not worried about signing a contract? By then, no matter what kind of gift you've given, you'll still be nothing in front of this $1 billion. Hanging up the phone, the big running executive was in no hurry to leave, and in order to prevent his other counterparts from obtaining the inside information as well, he simply paced directly in front of the door in such a big way. The only public area is occupied by me. I'll see if any of you dare to answer the phone. Chapter 108. Cutie. Just sign it. Lin Xiao went all the way straight to Tang Xian's office. Not being in the habit of knocking, as soon as he did, he pushed the door straight open. I thought you said there were a bunch of people in the office? Where are the people? Tang Xian didn't speak, but tiredly pointed to the wall behind her. Countless extended hooks were filled with various clothes and bags, and even some of the more famous cosmetic bags. Lin Xiao scratched his head. This is asking me to endorse women's clothing? Tang Xian didn't have the good sense to say. This is what was just sent to me before the endorsement, is the broker said, so send something to the broker is considered a tradition. You, because of the contract problem, endorsement you have the right to choose on your own. The people are all bombarded by me to the next door VIP room, you go to choose it yourself. There are a bit too many people. I advise you to better be mentally prepared. Lin Xiao came to a realization and closed the door and headed for the VIP room that was a few meters away. The Big Ben executive pacing in the doorway recognized him and immediately offered to help push the door open. Our actor is here and all endorsements, you can talk to him. As Secretary Tang Xian's words fell, the ad execs in the room all gathered with a buzz. Mr. Lin, we, XX Clothing, would like to seek your endorsement. We're offering $10 million a year. How about $10,000 a year to pay off the stinking beggars? I'm too embarrassed to ask. We, LV, invite you to endorse men's clothing, $50 million a year, and we'll pay for all your clothes during the endorsement period. And us, we also offer $50 million a year. We cover all your traveling seats during the endorsement. By the way, we are BMW. The Big Ben ad exec couldn't help but be flooded with a sneer at the last sound. Traveling driver's seat? I'm sorry. We've been all-inclusive for a long time. The general manager of the branch who made this decision has been promoted to regional general manager by headquarters in 2 consecutive levels. In just 10 seconds or so, Lin Xiao felt a surge in his head. Quiet! Subconsciously, he shouted out rather impatiently. The scene did pause for a second, but soon the cacophony returned. Many advertising executives even secretly planned to lower the budget they would give Lin Xiao later. We're also executives of a big company, and you're a newcomer with just a little bit of potential and you dare to yell at us? With a few thoughts of revenge. Instead of dropping, the sound of the scene rose much higher. On the contrary, the contracted offers became much lower, and even some of those who had already quoted their prices even changed them down. Lin Xiao had no intention of spoiling these people. Immediately, he fused 100% of the soul of Han Wu Da Di, followed by a heavenly might descending down to the world. Shut up! Compared to before, this time the tone was calmer. Yet the voices in the VIP room suddenly became quiet. All the advertising executives unconsciously lowered their heads to make way. Now standing in front of the eyes of the crowd is no longer any new actor, but the imperial mighty emperor Han Wu. Lian Jia on the side looked full of stars. He himself became a fan of 001 at that time. That is, he fell in love with this imperial aura. Lin Xiao moved towards the front of the VIP room. Lian Jia followed in small steps, and also stepping in small steps was the Big Ben advertisement executive from earlier. The whole thing remained without a sound. If you look at it from the outside, it looks like a scene of the emperor going to court. Until it came to the very front of the entire VIP room. It was only then that Lin Xiao dispersed the soul of Han Wu Da Di. Resuming his cynical tone, he said, "Those below 50 million during the offer just now can now go back." Immediately, voices of disbelief drifted from the crowd. Che is not just a little potential, really think of yourself as a dish? I don't even want to sign you. Lian Jia couldn't accept the humiliation of her idol and took a step forward to speak. However, he was stopped by Lin Xiao with a wave of his hand. No matter how to say affiliated with Fenghua's own is considered half of the host. Drive the guest and then let the assistant scold the guest. How to look at it is a bit bad. Besides, he had wanted to save time by quickly sifting through the crowd this way, and it would be a bit of a loss if he got into a fight over this. The door to the VIP lounge made a heavy slamming sound, and a couple of arrogant advertising executives slammed it without hesitation. The air became a little heavy, and the advertising executives, who had been thinking about how to compete with each other, began to exchange quick glances. Any more competition, they have to make sure the endorsement fees are within everyone's normal predictions. Right now, this person's attitude showed that he was going to ask for a lion's share of the money, so naturally, those of them who were seniors would have to take lessons with the other party. Lin Xiao didn't know what the advertising executives were thinking at this point. Only to see his face as usual, the corners of his mouth even had a smile on them, and after scanning around the circle of the many people still left behind, he really lionized him. I don't care what the endorsement is. If you want me to sign a contract, first come up with $1 billion of endorsement fee. Those who can't do that can also leave. Note that I said 1 year. $1 billion a year? You're not poor, are you? Let's go. I think this kid is poor and crazy. Does he really think that money comes from the wind? He's asking for $1 billion. Does he know that Zhang Zhe's endorsement fee is only $200 million? I can't see poor crazy as floating out of control. Isn't it just that Fenghua gave him a top stream signing? That's just to train him according to the top stream. You really think you're a top stream? I can give him $1 billion to sign, but only if his fans can break 50 million within this month. Just his, except for a little something when he enters the door. I'm afraid it's a struggle to pass 5 million. As soon as Lin Zhao's words fell, the scene immediately resounded with a burst of mockery. With the taunts weakening, the ad execs in the VIP room were mostly gone. It wasn't that they had given up on Lin Xiao, but they wanted to give the other party a warning in this way. Of course, there were still a number of ad execs on hand who chose to stay. Part of it is to wait and see what happens and to make a good impression. Look, I didn't leave even though you were so outrageous that day. Do you have to consider me for the contract today? The other part is thinking of trying to renegotiate the price later. Lin Xiao didn't understand business, but he could more or less feel out the other party's thoughts, only to see him speak again. Are all of you left here willing to offer $1 billion a year to sign me? If so, then it's time to make an offer. If not, then it's better if you leave. Giving face, it looks like it's time to give this newcomer some credit. Another wave of advertising executives exited. The originally lively VIP room had become cold and quiet. BMW's advertising executive also wanted to leave, but when he saw his old rival standing behind Lin Xiao in a regimented manner, his footsteps unconsciously stopped again. Feeling that the people had been screened almost, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and opened his mouth again. All right, now everyone can bid. I'm out of a hair. $1 billion 1 year cuties. Just out. A flicker of disdain flooded the mind of BMW's advertising executive. So did the remaining few ad execs, who stayed put because they were afraid of someone else stealing the show. But for a real $1 billion a year, that's a real cutie. Just out. Just as the crowd waited to see Lin Xiao's embarrassing price reduction, the Big Ben advertising executive who had been silent spoke up. That, and we at Big Ben are willing to sign with you and that price. Chapter 1. Who says Yen Luo doesn't have specialties? He has a specialty there. After 2.5 years, when the 10,000 races descend on Blue Star will be destroyed. However, the heavens have sensed this, and the national marriage game has descended to help mankind defend itself against the 10,000 races. Each country will randomly select one person to enter the national marriage game to marry a woman from all the races of the heavens, cavort, get pregnant, and give birth to a child. Amazing rewards for cavorting, pregnancy, and childbirth. Increased strength and partial feedback to the people of your country. Also, there are several points to note. 1. The player enters the marriage game and encounters 4 doors at each level. The color of the door is divided into pink and white, with pink being the marriage room and white being the random room, such as the monster room, resource room, empty room, and so on. 2. The marriage room may not be as beautiful as the players think. There are women of all races in all the worlds, and naturally there are many that do not conform to human aesthetics. 3. The death of the player's country will lead to a disaster and the player will be summoned to enter the marriage game again until the country is destroyed. 4. Don't worry about seeing inappropriate images for children. The marriage system will automatically block. 5. As more doors are opened, the risks and rewards increase. 6. Each player will have an exclusive home. You can enjoy remodeling and upgrading. Players from all countries, please get ready. Beauty, wealth, strength, longevity, transcendence. The national marriage game has it all. Be brave enough to face the challenge. Yen Luo had just finished working overtime, and his whole body was tired, so he stepped out of the door of the subway station in front of his feet and disappeared into the street with a flash of a silhouette. Holy! Why did that guy suddenly disappear? Didn't you hear that mysterious voice? That person wouldn't have been chosen for the national marriage game, would he? This dude is blessed with a lot of color. I'm so envious. The people around them were murmuring, just envious of Yen Luo, but completely unaware of the cruelty of the national marriage game. Yen Luo's eyes went black, and when his vision brightened again, he realized that he was in a pure white room. Meanwhile, in front of him and behind him, there was a mysterious door behind which a strange encounter seemed to be waiting for him. State of the Union, marriage game. Yen Luo's face, gray from working overtime, suddenly blossomed into a glow. He's not stupid, he knows this national game is a sinkhole. Marrying a woman from one of the races of the heavens looks wonderful, but you might open the door to a titanic beast that can squeeze you into a pulp with one butt. So what? Instead of doing repetitive work every day, being a lapdog in front of the leader, with his head buried lower than anyone else, might as well take a shot. Go for a wonderful, superb life. As if responding to Yen Luo's thoughts, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding! The Everything Can Be a Mother system has detected a suitable host and is binding successful. Ding! System activation. Everything is Nymphet system to activate. You gain the SSS rank talent power of nodding. You have acquired the SSS grade talent, the Eye of Hint. Note: the power of nodding can consume gold coins to turn everything into a munchkin. Initial funds are issued to you gold 100. Hint Eye. When you look at the door, you can get information about the room. The moment Yen Luo heard the system binding, his breath caught slightly, and even his face turned 3 shades of red. The system is something that, for him, a reader who passes his time after work every day by watching no-brainer cool articles. It's so damn good, especially with his Everything Can Be Girly system, which also nudges everything into being a mo girly. Cat ear nymphs, fox demon nymphs, plump phantoms. Yen Luo's entire body was energized just thinking about it. Blue Star. Electronics, cell phones, computers, TVs in all countries at the moment, all have been taken over by mysterious forces and are all showing live streams of their country's players. All the Dragon Kingdom people also realized this. The National Luck Marriage Game is not a joke, not a prank made by a hacker, but a real fact. I'll go, this dude is too lucky. The National Luck Marriage Game. Receiving a wife online. Damn it. Why wasn't I the one who entered the National Marriage Game? I practiced hard for 2.5 years for Iron Mountain Leaning, and I wasn't even selected. Blackie chicken feet showing? If you want to put it that way, I've also been practicing the Iron Mountain Lean for 2 kunas. Some people are envious and others come out to pour cold water on it. Don't be too happy. This national marriage game is a crisis. Yeah, not only are there 10,000 marriages, but there's a monster room. And if this dude dies in there, disaster will erupt in our Dragon Kingdom. In front of Yen Luo at this moment, there was a pink door and 3 white doors. According to the previous tip, the pink door is the marriage room, while the white door is the random room. Yen Luo whispered softly to himself while looking at the pink door with his own system-modified eyes. Type of room, marriage room. Married to, Minotaur female. Race, Minotaur. Face value, 10 standard score, 50. Combat power, E+. Description: human body bull's head, covered with black muscles and hair. If you turn off the lights, and do not mind dealing with the strength of the scary, for fear of being a but dry broken, it is not impossible to punch. Minotaur, although you can turn into a munchkin with the power of pointing, it doesn't fit my aesthetic. The corner of Yen Luo's mouth twitched. If it was a cat or a fox in there, then he was definitely going to charge. Luckily, he still had the eye of prompting, which if there were any uninformed rashers, I'm afraid they would have gone in full of joy and then been sat on their asses by the Minotaur. Then look to the other 3 rooms. Monster room. There is a green iron snake inside. You can't survive in front of a 10-meter-long green iron snake. Survival rate 1%. Randomized room. Poisonous swamp, filled with horrible poisonous gas. With your strength you'll die for sure. Survival rate 0%. Resource room. Contains a treasure chest. No danger whatsoever. 100% survival rate. Yen Luo was as good as having his perspective eyes on at the moment, and he had a clear view of what was inside all the rooms. Luckily, there's a resource room. The corners of his mouth quirked slightly. I wonder what goodies there will be? There was some anticipation just thinking about it. And so, with everyone in the Dragon Live room watching, he didn't stop for a second in front of the marital room, but walked to the last white door. What's going on? The line is not good. You don't choose a marriage room with a Wan clan beauty, you choose a random room? Yeah, it's possible for monsters to appear inside random rooms. Don't bring me along if you guys want to get killed. Why don't you go into the marriage room? Will you play? This dude isn't failing there, is he? He doesn't even look at the matrimonial house. I'm really convinced. That's right. If you can't, you come down and let me have some fun at the marriage game. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. Several elders sat around, all holding Yen Luo's information in their hands. Plain and simple office workers. Have no specialties whatsoever. The third elder opened his mouth with a grave expression. The marriage game should be picking players at random. At least he's in good health. Halfway through his speech, the second elder's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. He had just turned over Yen Luo's medical report in his hand. What's wrong? The grand elder's expression was calm, with the feeling of a mountain of pressure without changing color. Check this out. The grand elder received the medical report handed over by the second elder, and his originally taut face suddenly became odd. After half a second, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. I didn't think he had much of a specialty, but it turns out he has a specialty there. National luck marriage, they've had wise men study it. Strong there. Keep the marriage partner happy, pregnant, have children. Getting rewards is simple and brutal, but you have to be good. Yen Luo perfectly came up with a 28-centimeter specialty. Except for the readers who left me 5-star reviews, there really is no one in the Dragon Kingdom better suited to the challenge of the national marriage game. Chapter 2, Joy Gives Way to Sadness. Aoba Taro. Yen Luo didn't stop for a second, just reached the white door, or took a deep breath to ease the tension in his heart. Even though there are hints, there is inevitably a bit of an unknown bump in the road in the mind. As he slowly pushed open the door to the random room, the entire Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast panicked. What kind of joke are you stepping on? You're not going to choose a randomized room when you're leaving the delicate beauty of the 10,000 clans. Don't take me with you if you want to die. If I had known, I would have run away earlier. Ha 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 ha. Poor Dragon Nation, farewell. I am the great Eagle Jam Nation from today. Not bad. It's a good thing I was smart enough to immigrate to Eagle Sauce Country the first time the national lucky marriage came down. Damn it. I want to immigrate too. And I just called the immigration hotline for hours and couldn't get through. And I'm told that the appointments are full. Poor dragons. Wait for the monsters to descend. Ha ha ha. Many people did not look favorably on Yen Luo's move, especially those fake foreign devils who were in the Dragon Kingdom and had their hearts in the ocean, and they were even madly mocking Yen Luo. Many of the Dragon Country viewers were also worried about Yen Luo's move, but they were also furious to see these fake foreign devils. Scram! What fake foreign devils? A bunch of white-eyed wolves. That's right. If you don't want to stay in the Dragon Kingdom, don't stay. Go wherever you like. Leave and don't come back. The sight of you makes me sick to my stomach, but there are others who are more worried. I'd better figure out how to run away. I'm panicking now. Yes, obviously there is a marriage room, even if the beautiful woman from the opposite side of the 10,000 races is not beautiful. At least her life is not in danger, but a random room really has the potential to kill people. Now that the Eagle Sauce Country has raised the immigration threshold, it takes $10 million to get a green card. I am running out of money. Rich people run. Just as the opinions were diverging, Yen Luo calmly pushed open the door of a random room and walked in. Inside is a pure white room with this treasure chest in the center. This time, the hanging hearts of the originally fearful people of the Dragon Country suddenly fell. What kind of luck is this? There's no monsters or traps. It's straight up a treasure chest room. A shot in the arm. This Yen Luo guy is an Oh Huang, isn't he? What kind of luck is this? This can also produce a treasure chest? Relying on luck doesn't get you far in the end. And if you ask me, there's always a time for a betting dog to roll over. Yeah, it's not a good idea to gamble. Dare to enter a random room with no ability whatsoever. I'll go. The Sakura countryside has entered the marriage match room. This is intended to take the cave rewards. What? The Sakura Nation players are so fast? They won't be allowed to take the first pass reward. Sakura Nation viewers, enter the booth. Is it okay? Your contestants are so trashy that they don't even dare to enter the marriage room. Yossi. My great Sakura Nation player has entered the marriage room and will soon be taking the cave reward. That's right, your players don't look very good at first glance. After all, they are from the country of the sick man of East Asia. Surely they can't work there. Ha 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 ha. The first pass reward? It's my great Sakura Nations. The people of the Dragon Kingdom held a fire in their hearts, but they fell silent, who called the players from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom more courageous. There's a real possibility that the first pass reward could still be taken by Sakura Nation. There were also quite a few Dragon Nation people who entered the Sakura Nation livestream to see if the opposing player was really that brave. Yossi, I didn't think a geek like me could stumble upon such a good thing. To be able to cavort with a beautiful woman from the 10,000 races. This is too good to be true. What kind of beauty awaits me? Is it Ms. Yua or Ms. Aoi? Sakura Nation's player, Taro Aoba, had a lewd smile on his face. That fat dead otaku face was obscene to the extreme, and his mouth was even constantly drooling. This is a player from Sakura Nation? Dead fat otaku is so disgusting. That's an obscene expression. There was a chill of evil in the audience of the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention the audience of the Dragon Kingdom. Many nationals of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom didn't have the eyes to see it. Taro Aoba strides into the marriage room, which is actually a space of its own. It was foggy inside, and a figure in a long green dress could be seen faintly. The figure was hidden in the mist, and its diminutive figure made Awa Taro unable to move his eyes. Ha 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 ha. It's beauty. Beauty, here I come. Taro Aoba danced his hands towards the mist, unable to wait to touch the beauty. Sakura Nation live. Aoba Taro is truly blessed. That body looks like a great beauty at first glance. What a stroke of luck. Ha 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 ha. I, Sakura Nation, am going to take the first pass reward. Stupid Dragon Nation, are you watching? Yossi. It's still our Aoba Taro contestant who has the guts to be the first to embrace the beauty. However, the pop-ups in the live broadcast soon came to an abrupt end, and everyone's hearts chilled. Only to see the fog gradually dissipate. The figure in the long green dress finally turned around. The body was perfect, but her head was a fat, slobbering pig's head. Are you my husband? Princess Piggyback smiled and opened her mouth, but with that piggyback even it gave people chills all over. Ah! What the hell? You're disgusting. Get away from me. Taro Aoba's eyes were terrified, and his entire body was trembling. A human body with an ugly pig's head on it is disgusting. What? What did you call me? The smile on Princess Piggyback's face disappeared, becoming hideous and vicious, and she instantly opened her mouth wide. The large mouth grew wider and wider, sharp teeth showing, and Taro Aoba was completely stunned and paralyzed on the ground. There was also an orange liquid coming out of his crotch. The next image was disastrous. Iwataro was completely torn into pieces by bite after bite of Princess Inuyasha and swallowed into his stomach. Sakura Nation live. All the spectators were dumbfounded. Even the karma. This is too bloody scary. I thought it was a beauty, but it turns out to be a pig-headed monster. What a horrible death for Taro Aoba. Swallowed alive by his marriage partner. No. He'll die if he dies, and he'll leave disaster to the great country of Sakura. Just when someone realizes that disaster is about to strike. The system of the national marriage game did send out an announcement. Ding! We've detected the death of Sakura Nation's player, Taro Aoba, and the wrath of God is coming to Sakura Nation. Ding! All Sakura nationals have a life expectancy of 1. Princess Inuyasha is feeling exasperated, and an army of 1 million angry Inuyasha men will descend on the Sakura Kingdom. For a time, the entire Sakura country was reduced to a disaster area, and a large number of pig-headed soldiers appeared in the streets, frantically hacking and killing Sakura country people with the large swords in their hands. Ah! Damn you, Aoba Taro! Why did you hurt me? Help! Help! Why have these monsters appeared in my great Sakura Kingdom? I don't want to die. Fark! I just immigrated to the Sakura country and I met a monster. Ah! There are monsters. No! Let me go back. I don't want to be a Sakura Nation. I want to be a Dragon Nation again. Chapter 3. The Six-Tailed Fox, the Wedding Object. The Sakura country rushed out its army and relied on tanks and warplanes to survive the disaster. But even when the disaster subsided, millions of Sakura Nation people had been killed or injured. And that's the data released by the Sakura country itself. The real number of dead and wounded would be even higher. According to the grapevine, the death toll in the Sakura country should be over 3 million. The people of the countries who got the news all sucked in a breath of cold air. Did the wrath of heaven turn out to be so terrible? Yeah. Millions dead in the blink of an eye. The heavenly wrath is too ferocious. Our country's players must not die. The network is a monstrous wave, especially those who emigrated to the Sakura country of the Dragon Country. At this time, each and every one of their intestines are repenting. I'm going back to the Dragon Kingdom, and I'm never going to be a Sakura nation again. It's horrible. Several of my brothers who emigrated with me died in this disaster. What's going on? Why can't I regain my Dragon Nation citizenship? I'm an Orthodox Dragon Nation citizen. I want to regain my Dragon nationality. Why can't I? It's obvious that it was all fine before. The Dragon Kingdom isn't something you can leave and come back whenever you want. That's right. You're restricting immigration freedom. The live broadcast room was noisy. Those who emigrated to the Sakura country of the dragon wanted to come back, however. They learned that the Dragon country refused to emigrate. It didn't take long for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to provide an official response. And surprisingly, the response was not couched in the very official terms of the past. The Dragon Kingdom only needs Dragon Kingdom people. If you are in the Dragon Kingdom and your heart is in the foreign world, then do your best as a foreigner and don't have to come back. The statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs directly sent shockwaves in the immigrant circle, and those fake foreign devils scolded the Dragon State for restricting the freedom of immigration. The people of Longwa finally felt a mouthful of bad anger in their hearts, while disliking these fake foreign devils. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said it well, and now that you have gone, don't come back. Bleeding the blood of the Dragon Kingdom people, but being the dogs of the foreigners, you are just a bunch of shepherds. What's the point of coming back after you've left? Fake foreign devils are not welcome in the Dragon Kingdom. The blood of our forefathers has been drained and their bodies have dried up, and you fake foreign devils have not been allowed to straighten your spines. The live streaming room was arguing in a lively manner, and it didn't affect Yen Luo. Yen Luo couldn't see the pop-ups again. He slowly opened the treasure chest in front of him, which held a metallic knife that looked very sharp. Alloy knife. Classification F+. Effect: attack strength plus 10 points, armor break plus 1 point. Yen Luo equipped the knife and wielded it twice with a nice touch. There were just no experiments in the room to test the power of the alloy knife either. Stepping out of the room, there were 4 new doors in front of him, waiting for Yen Luo to make a choice. Yen Luo immediately used the Eye of Hints to check the door's information. Monster room. Inside is an 8-meter-long red fire wolf that can spew out terrifying flames. Survival rate 0%. Copy room. Hungry wilderness. Food-starved wilderness. Required to survive 3 days to get out of the room. Survival rate 5%. Copy room. Mom's note rule geek. Requirement to utilize rules and survive. Survival rate 2%. The corners of Yen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This national fortune marriage game was simply a heavenly pit, and if he wasn't careful, he would die in vain. A single-digit survival rate. What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? With that said, he could only turn his attention to the pink marital room. Type of room: marriage room. Marriage partner: 6-tailed fox demon unformed. Race: kitsune. Face value: 30. Standard score: 50. Gift: B+. Description: fox demon race in human aesthetics is very beautiful, but the problem is that the other party has not yet had time to transform. Completely a 6-tailed fox look, of course. Close your eyes is not impossible to rush. You can cultivate a little affection in advance. It's actually a fox demon. That's awesome. A gleam erupted from Yen Luo's eyes. As for the small problem of the 6-tailed fox not having taken form yet, didn't he still have the point transformation system? Just point and click your way into a munchkin and be done with it. With little hesitation, Yen Luo strides toward the pink door. This move of his was also something that made all the people of the Dragon Kingdom boil. Holy! Are we finally going to get to the bridal chamber? Excited! If we take the first pass reward, we'll make a fortune in Dragon Kingdom. Don't be too happy. Think about what happened to the Sakura Kingdom. Yen Luo would be finished if he also met a monster similar to Princess Piggyback. There's one thing to be said for the pig-headed princess kind. If it were San's brother, it would be completely unchallenging. It's also true that San won't even let go of a giant lizard. So what's wrong with a mere pig's head? Doesn't that still have a human body? It feels like the marriage game is an exclusive benefit for Brother San. What is there that Brother San doesn't dare to rush? People from Sakura Nation joining the broadcast. Hee hee. My great cherry blossom empire doesn't even have that kind of luck. So you Dragon Kingdom doesn't have to think about it. The Dragon Kingdom contestants' marriage partners must also be horribly deformed monsters. Still wanting beauty? Dream on. Yossi. As soon as the dragon player also dies in the marriage room, disaster will break out in the Dragon Kingdom. Let there be an outbreak of catastrophe. The more the sick man of East Asia dies, the better. The people of the Sakura country are incredibly looking forward to a disaster in the Dragon country as well at the moment, and the people of the Dragon country are naturally not happy about it. Just as he wanted to retort, Yen Luo pushed open the door of the marriage room in the live feed. Everyone held their breath, waiting to view the scene. Only in the picture, on a big soft pink bed, lay a six-tailed white fox over a meter long, covered in snowy white fur. His soulful eyes stared tightly at Yen Luo, who stepped into the room. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast exploded. Holy, why is it a fox? What's wrong with a fox? It's not like a fox can't flush. Doesn't she still have a hole underneath? Dude, you're more or less a pervert. One can't, at least shouldn't. Foxes aren't so scary, except that there really won't be reproductive isolation? Is that the point? The point is whether Yen Luo can do it or not. If Yen Luo doesn't dare to do it, we're going to have a disaster in China too. The people of the Cherry Blossom country were also excited to see this scene, as if they saw a disaster about to erupt in the Dragon country in the next moment. Yossi, if this Rukoka man can even lay his hands on a fox, then I can only be impressed. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Nation is finished. I know about things like foxes, they're Thai and smelly, not to mention they haven't even taken form yet. You Chinese aren't like San, you can punch anything, are you? Sakura country people mocking the occasion. There are also a lot of Dragon country fake foreign devils scared to rush to call the immigration phone, want to apply for procedures to hurry to leave the Dragon country. Run. Let's run. This punk surely doesn't dare to go on. The Dragon Kingdom is going to erupt in disaster. Now is a good time to emigrate to escape disaster. Ha ha ha. I'm already on a plane to Eagle Jam country. Farewell, foolish people of the Dragon Kingdom. From now on I am a citizen of the great nation of Eagle Jam. Chapter 4. Master, please command Daji to your heart's content. Requesting golden ballots. The Sakura Nation taunted the most. The dragons won't even dare to charge a fox. He's not Brother San. He certainly doesn't have the guts. That's just great. The dragons will have to suffer the same catastrophe that we did. Baka. Rikoku people prepare for the end of the world. Yen Luo couldn't see the pop-up, and at the first moment he saw the six-tailed fox, he used the power of pointing. A mysterious transparent energy wrapped around the six-tailed fox. The six-tailed fox's body began to rapidly morph towards beauty. Ding! You used the power of transformation and spent 100 gold coins to help the six-tailed fox take the form of a munchkin. Before the Sakura Nation and the Dragon Nation's fake foreign devils could react, the six-tailed fox in the picture completed its transformation. A beauty in a long pink gossamer dress appeared in place. Fluffy fox ears, exquisite fox face, bulging chest, tall and sexy body, but also has 6 big snow-white fluffy tails. Ding! Nodding is successful. The six-tailed fox has transformed into Sudaji. Are you my husband? Sudaji's soft, sweet-smelling voice rang out, making everyone feel crispy in their hearts. Those Sakura Nation people who were originally mocking Yen Luo were all dumbstruck. Oh? Sakura Nation. Baka, what happened? Why did the fox suddenly turn into a beauty queen? Why is it that our contestants meet a pig-headed princess and the dragons meet a fox-eared munchkin? It's not fair at all. What right do the Longwa people, a group of East Asian sick men, have to meet such a good marriage partner? Baka, obviously a six-tailed fox, but it transformed into a munchkin on the spot. On what grounds? The Sakura Nation was furious beyond belief. They had met a pig-headed princess and paid for it with millions of deaths, while the Dragon Nation players had somehow picked up a munchkin. Dragon Nation live. The Dragon Nation was collectively shocked. What happened, Daji? Is it the historical and mythological Daji Su? What a costume for the ancients. It is indeed the Su Daji who pitted King Zhou to death. My god. It's worthy of being a redhead. It's also too good-looking. The key milky white Yuko is really big. The voice is so nice, soft, and with a hint of teasing. It's tingling all over to hear it. I was scared to death just now. I thought Yen Luo was dead. So I see that it was Su Daji who deliberately didn't take shape to tease him. All I can say is that King Zhou died without complaint. It's me who would have to sing night after night even if I got such a beauty. No one thought about Yen Luo either. They all thought that Daji was deliberately teasing Yen Luo, deliberately not taking shape. Yen Luo paused, a hint of joy hanging on his brow, not expecting the power of illumination to be so powerful. Living and breathing, Six Tails was nudged into the historical beauty Su Daji. At the same time Suda's panel appeared in front of Yen Luo's eyes. Marriage partner. Six-tailed fox demon unformed Sudaji formed. Race, Kitsune. Face value, 3095 standard score, 50. Gift, B+. Description. Master, please command Daji as much as you like. The face value of 95 has soared, and it's too capable. Yen Luo was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Are you my husband? Why don't you say anything? Daji beamed, reaching out and waving her hand in front of Yen Luo's eyes, a little disgruntled. Yen Luo then snapped out of Daji's blooming beauty and coughed in embarrassment. It's no wonder Yen Luo, none of the TV stars are half as good-looking as Daji. Yes, it's me, what's your test? Yen Luo said as he let out a long breath. There are some matches that will give the players some tests, some hard and some mean. That's not necessary, after all, you did me a great favor. Suda smiled like a flower. Yen Luo was stunned for a moment. Then he thought that he had helped Six Tails transform into Suda Ji, which did count as a big credit. Then husband, we cave. The live feed screen went black. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that Yen Luo's wave was stable. What the hell? It's a done deal. Yen Luo is simply the O Huang protector. The marriage partner didn't even set up a test and directly caved with him. Awesome. From now on, I won't be called Yen Luo, so everyone change my name to Yen Luo Big Brother. Yen Luo Big Brother YYDS. My dragon country is expected to take the first pass reward. Like this? That's great. I wonder what the reward will be. How bad can the first pass reward be? It must be very tempting. Sakura Nation joins the airwaves. Baka, that's not fair. Why should the dragon country players be married to beauties while ours is a pig-headed princess? Damn Dragon Nation. It's like a stroke of luck. Blame it on the useless Aoba Taro. What's wrong with Princess Inuyasha? It's not like she doesn't have what she should have except for an ugly head. That's right, at least Princess Inuyasha is a humanoid creature. Awataro, the useless loser. Death to all the dragons. You won't be so lucky next time. Not bad, we'll see. The great Sakura Nation players will surely learn their lesson and become stronger. Fake foreigner joins the broadcast. Mad. I just did my immigration and came to the US, and Yen Luo is about to take the first pass reward? Is it too late to go back? Ha 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 ha. It's still my old man who's skillful. I haven't given up my dragon nationality yet. I'll immigrate after I've gained the reward. Good for you, brother. Oh, I was thinking the same thing as you. Compared to the anger of the people of the Sakura country, cursing, these fake foreign devils who were in the dragon country and had their hearts in the ocean were even more resentful to the people of the dragon country. Get the hell out of here. Leave and don't come back. A bunch of fake foreign devils born of a mother but not raised by a mother. That's disgusting. And a white whoring reward before you go. These dead traitors, if they were put in the war period, absolute traitors and traitor goods. There was a clamor in the live room, as the fake foreigners and the dragons argued directly with each other. As time passed, the live viewers noticed the anomaly. On Yen Luo's side, the black screen was too long, close to 3 hours. 3 hours in a cave? You're kidding me. I'm thinking it's 2 minutes for a fast shooter, 5 or 6 minutes for an average person, and 3 hours for Nima Yen Luo? Can you not be too outrageous? The male lead in a small porn movie isn't even that hard. Over an hour of the 2 hours is foreplay. Come on, the little porno movies are edited, and those professional male porn stars actually last 10 minutes tops. Yen Luo Big Brother YYS. It's the cow's turn to plow the field badly. Seriously? Is this something humans can do? My heart goes out to Daji-san. While the crowd was talking, Yen Luo's side finally returned to normal after 3 hours of bloodshed with the black screen image. Chapter 5. King Zhou did not die unjustly. The live feed cleared up. Yen Luo lifted his pants and looked at the beauty Daji, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed with a slight smile. One word: cool. Bottom line: King Zhou died without complaint. On the bedsheet there is still a faint red color, Yen Luo contact Daji is not yet transformed. The first time naturally did not contribute to Kingzhou. Yen Luo leaned down and gently gave Suda a kiss on her forehead. Seemingly sensing the movement, Suda's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Seeing Yen Luo, his cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. When she thought about the 3 hours of flirting just now, Daji felt her face burning. So this is what it's like to be in a cave. It hurts and feels like it's all going to be played out. I'll take you to the homestead to rest. Yen Luo laughed softly, and in a princess hug, he disappeared with Daji into the matrimonial room and appeared in the homestead. Homesteads, the base of life that every player owns and in which marriage partners are housed. At a glance, the homes are small, but sophisticated and cozy. Tables, chairs, and benches and beds and water tanks, and nothing extra beyond that. There are 3 portions of pasty on the table and half a bucket of water in the tank. This is the supplies that the National Luck Marriage Matching Game prepares for the newbies. Save it and live for 2 or 3 days are not a big problem. Yen Luo didn't even look at him and put Suda on the cot. Rest well. Aha! Su Daji answered with a red face. She now not only had a fiery pain on her face, but there was also a place that had a fiery pain. It felt like she couldn't even walk. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room all exploded. No, big brother Yen Luo is also too strong. It's really just like the brother before me said. The fields are plowed. By the looks of it, Suda can't even walk. My dad asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone, and I showed him the live stream and he was on his knees too. Yen Luo's big man's loins are all men's dream. I only need 1/18 of Yen Luo's big brother's time. This is also fortunate that Daji is a fox demon. This is if ordinary women 3 hours, afraid of dying in bed. Ceremony completed. You've acquired the S-rank skill Charming. Charming. Your charisma attribute is increased by a fixed 30 points, and you can use Soul Shock to briefly charm and control a target and deal 150% of your charisma value in magic damage. Note, the control time depends on the user's charisma, and when you use it on a target of the same sex, there is a probability that the opponent will become bent. What? Yen Luo. This skill is very strong with both control and damage, but it has this outrageous side effect that you have to be careful when encountering male vanguard creatures that are more powerful than you are. Otherwise, strange things might happen. Yen Luo winced fiercely. How outrageous! After a while, Yen Luo retrieved his thoughts and picked up the alloy knife he had obtained from opening the treasure chest earlier. Alloy knife. Classification F+. Effect: attack strength plus 10 points, armor break plus 1 point. With weapons and skills, he finally had some power to defend himself. The rewards aren't over yet. You give extra satisfaction to your marriage partner and receive an additional bonus personal attribute. Your attributes increase. Physique plus 5, strength plus 5, agility plus 5, magic plus 10, charisma plus 15. Player: Yen Luo. Level 1. Physique: 5'10". Note: 3'5" for ordinary people. Strength: 5'10". Agility: 5'10". Magic power: 0'10". Charisma: 20'35". Note: ordinary people 110. Skill: Charming S rank. Equipment: alloy knife grade F+. Description: when it comes to face value, you won't find a rival on Earth with the number of palms. Yen Luo's face rejoiced as all of his attributes were doubled, and his magic power was even used to unleash skills from nothing. Meanwhile, the charm is off the charts. The power of glamorizing in this way is very considerable. Other changes in Yen Luo were not felt by the audience, but the features became more three-dimensional with a special aura all over his body. He was already handsome, and now he was even more handsome without rival. The live feed exploded. Yen Luo big brother was already handsome. Why do you feel that he became even more handsome after the cave? Oh my god. This is simply more handsome than Brother Jug. I've decided that from now on, Brother Yen Luo will be my husband. Convinced? You brain-dead groupies. You change husbands in 3 days. No change this time. I've never seen one so handsome. Bieber would have to bow down. Big brother Yen Luo has changed so much. He must have gotten a cave-in reward. Then aren't we close? When you put it that way, it definitely is. So looking forward to it. Just as the crowd was talking, an arcane voice rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations to Rikoku's player Yen Luo for completing the cave-in. All dragons receive a bonus. Strength +1, longevity +1. Note: Those who have no sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom and make hateful remarks about Dragon Kingdom players will be disqualified from the award. The moment the voice of the national games fell, the many people of the Dragon Kingdom felt a marvelous power entering their bodies, in the process of transforming their bodies. The most obvious feeling is that a lot of people are much stronger and walk with more energy. Some of the perennially cowering kidneys feel energized like never before. When did I walk so steadily? It feels like the wind can't stop me. Thanks to Big Brother Yen Luo, I feel so much stronger, and I'm much more certain to compete in the weightlifting competition next month. Some elderly people lying in hospital beds with respirators on, ready to go, suddenly double over and pull out their respirators. "Old man, I can still live," the old man yelled excitedly, his body full of thieves' energy. One by one, the sons and daughters waiting on the sidelines wept with joy and grabbed the old man's hand. "Too good for you, old man, you're still alive. Thanks to Yen Lo, I get to stay with my dad for another year." In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Nation viewers were all excited. "Ness, great job, big man Yanro. +1 to my lifespan. My grandfather was very sick and was looking like he was going to die, but now he's off his respirator and can walk on his own. Yeah, it's so nice. I'm going to quit working this year and stay with my old man on his last journey." Brothers, I mean, is it possible that we can keep renewing our lives as long as Big Brother Yen Luo keeps getting rewards? In that case, the possibilities are small but not impossible. On what grounds? I can't get the National Luck Reward just for studying in a foreign country. Yeah, I'm also studying in the Sakura country, and it's not like I gave up my Rukoka citizenship. Pissed off. I just immigrated to Eagle Jam country and I'm trampling on the wrong rewards. What makes you think that I can't get a reward for merely sending a couple of Dragon country folks to make money in northern Burma? A bunch of fake foreign devils still want to get rewards? Serves them right. One of your own people victimizing one of your own people, and you're sending people to North Burma to make money? You're sending them to karma waste. Bunch of shameless fake foreign devils. Get out. Chapter 6. The Wedding Room of the Three Kingdoms. The official Dragon Kingdom has opened an official live stream, straight from the marriage scene. The big screen showed the live feed and the familiar host, Ice. "Hello everyone. I'm the host Ice Ice, and now I'll be commentating on the live broadcast of the national games." Ice had a sweet smile on her face. Many people flocked to the official live stream at the first opportunity. After all, it would look more interesting with a professional host's commentary. The latest news is that the Agua and Pickle country players have also encountered the marriage room. Ice continued. The live stream was also instantly buzzing. San's side has also come across a marriage house? San is the chosen son of the national games. San, who can even dare to charge a lizard, is invincible. So, San is likely to be the second country to receive the cave in reward? San Francisco nationals enter the airwaves. Ha 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 ha. Our great agri-country will soon be able to take the cave reward. That's right, we also have a marriage room, so what if the first one in the Dragon Kingdom gets the reward? It's not bad if we get it second. Contestant Kid, I know. He's not something he's afraid to punch. This guy is famous. Remember the last news? The cows in the village were wiped out alive by him. This guy can be a real asshole. Blaspheming sacred cows, the great lord will punish him. Blasphemy of sacred cows aside, it's definitely a good thing that Kit was chosen for the national games this time. That's right, he's not even a cow. What else could be difficult for him? The live feed shows the tribe's player, Kit, walking towards the pink matrimonial room. He had a dull gaze and a lewd smile on his face as he kept letting out obscene laughter. While reaching out, he slowly opened the door to the bridal chamber. That's obscene. As expected of a pervert of a Japanese cow, it's obscene looking. Disgusting. A pervert at first sight. Lord, give him a more perverted marriage partner. In your San words, this is low-caste trash who think with their lower bodies. I guess he dares to get on even a sow inside. It's so obscene. Everyone is sick to their stomachs about this pervert who made the news by forcibly annihilating a cow. Not only the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but people from other countries also looked at this Kit in a bad light. These words undoubtedly stung the hearts of the AT people and made them blow up. You are just jealous that we, the Three Kingdoms, have been given shelter by the Lord. That's right, even if Kit is a low caste, he's still one of us from the ASS, much better than untouchables like you. You guys can curse all you want, but when Kit gets the cave in reward, we, agree, will also get a boost in our national fortune. Ha 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 ha. When the time comes, we, the three kingdoms, will surely rise to power. Let's see if you can still laugh. By the way, we still have quite a few green card slots available. Hurry if you want to emigrate. It's not as expensive as the Eagle Jam country, only 100 rupees. Hearing this, many Longwa people hurriedly took out their cell phones and did some math. 100 rupees, which converted to only $9 Longwa currency. So cheap? At this, these people were heartened. Anyway, they were judged to have no sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom before, and got no reward whatsoever. Why don't you hurry up and emigrate to the AS, so you can get the national luck bonus and increase your life expectancy and physical fitness? With this in mind, a number of people rushed to apply for green cards and one by one boarded airplanes to the AR countries. There are also a number of black businessmen who have made ill-gotten gains and have long since realized their property and emigrated to the 3 Arab countries with as little as 10 million or as much as several $100 million. The door to the marital room opens. Kit walked into the marital room and smelled the sickening odor. The entire space was filled with rotting bones and dried blood. What is this place? It stinks. Kit hurriedly covered his nose. The stench of the place could literally make you faint. With trepidation, Kit walked a few dozen more meters before finding a large black bed. On it sat a woman with long black hair, who had her back to him. Since his back was turned, Kit didn't know if it was good or not, but it was a woman, at least judging by her physique. Great. Thank the Lord for that. Kit's face lit up with joy, and the lewd smile reappeared at the corners of his mouth. Live stream. Ha 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 ha. It's a win. It's a humanoid creature. Yeah, being humanoid isn't trivial for Kit. At best, it's just ugly. Even if it's the same as Sakura Goku with a pig's head on top, I don't feel challenged by Kit as long as there's a human body. It's too good. We, the 3 kingdoms, are going to be the second to be rewarded for our national luck. Thank the Lord for his patronage. This low-caste fellow is nice enough to consider buying him 3 cows to play with in the future. While the Argonauts were getting collectively excited, Kit approached the mysterious woman with her back to him with a lecherous grin on her face. This is a woman. Suddenly, the woman let out a slightly harsh whisper. You are my husband. The woman turned around with an open heart, and it wasn't as good as she thought it would be. The woman seemed to have only one skin, and something constantly had to swim underneath it, bulging and dimpling every now and then. The woman's eye socket suddenly burst open and a long red maggot burrowed out. This maggot also had a mouthparts that contained incredibly sharp and dense teeth. A chill ran through Kit's heart, and his whole body took several steps backward, and all of a sudden his back was wet with sweat. The heifer was at least alive and actually tasted pretty good, just a little loose. It was impossible to tell if the woman in front of me was still alive. Marriage partner. Compassionist. Race. Human. Status. Dead. Face value. 10 standard score. 50. Combat power. D. Description. Originally she was a beauty, but that was when she was alive. The flesh, blood and organs in her body have long since been devoured by the parasites, leaving her with only a human skin. Chapter 7. Courageous San not afraid of difficulties. Seeing the horrifying appearance of the female compounder, the Argonauts in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Damn. The whole body is full of bugs except for bones and a piece of skin. That's disgusting, isn't it? Who dares to get on this? It's over. We're going to have a catastrophe in Agri. What the hell is this? It's more disgusting than the dead. Run, I don't want to die, and from now on I'm not an agnostic. Many people saw the situation and acted directly, especially high-level and rich businessmen, immediately paid to take the green card of the Eagle Sauce country, and boarded the plane to emigrate at the speed of light. The ordinary people, not to mention the green card, cannot afford to buy a plane ticket, can only stay in the country and wait for death. A group of fake foreign devils who had previously immigrated to the 3 kingdoms were also dumbfounded at the moment. Holy! This Agri player screwed me over. Let me go back. I want to be a dragon nation again. Why doesn't the Dragon Kingdom accept immigrants anymore? You are restricting the freedom of immigration. Wait, what's Kit doing? Oh my god, he's taking his pants off. Next, a scene that no one expected happened. Kit thought and thought, finally suppressing the fear in his heart. So what if it's dead? It's not broken there. I'm sure I'll die if I refuse anyway. Might as well give it a try, at least it's a woman. Kit said as he reached out to hug the female compounder in front of him. Just didn't expect that with this gentle hug. The skin of the female parasitist's right arm ruptured, and red parasites with sharp teeth constantly flowed out, disgusting to the extreme. Then Kit's pants come down, he charges bravely, and the screen goes to a black screen. What? The Tri-Statesman. So suddenly? We're taking the second cave reward? Not only were the Armenians confused, but all the spectators on the sidelines in other countries were confused as well. No way, even the dead can punch? I'm still underestimating Agri. A female compounder is more disgusting than a dead man, and he's able to punch. Awesome. In the realm of perversion, I don't think Agri can find a match. It's not bad to be an agnostic. There's literally a hole to get into. It's atrocious. I used to think that strong annihilation of cows was the limit of Kit, but it turns out I was naive. People don't even spare dead people covered in parasites. Ha 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 ha. Great. Looks like I made the right choice to emigrate to the Three Kingdoms. Nice, we're about to take the cave reward. It's awesome. Just as the world was dumbfounded and the Arabs were in ecstasy, National Games sent out an announcement. Ding! It's been detected that a tribe's player Kit was bitten off by a parasitic worm in his cave and bled out in battle. The wrath of God will befall a tribe's country. Ding! Life expectancy of all Agri nationals 1. 1,000,000 demonic parasites will descend on Mikuni. The change came so fast that no one reacted. Kit actually bled to death from the compulsion to bite off his chicken during the cave-in. Disaster strikes. 1,000,000 parasites appeared in all the cities of the Three Kingdoms, all of them gone off the deep end, killing on sight. These parasites could spit out dozens of nasty red parasites when they opened their mouths, and the parasites flew everywhere, drilling into each other's brains and sucking the brain marrow when they saw a living person. Casualties soared, and the agnostics were in no euphoria, each one in despair and agony. It's horrible. My buddy just went out to look at it and was sucked down to a human skin by the parasites. Ah, 还要不要人活啊? It's horrible. There's no longer a safe place in the AZ. These parasites are so scary that even when hiding at home, the parasites can get in through any window or any crack like that. Damn it, why did I immigrate to the Three Kingdoms? I was wrong. I want to go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Several of the ones who immigrated with me to the Three Kingdoms are dead. I know I'm wrong, please. Let me regain my Longwa citizenship. The Three Kingdoms fell into the wrath of God and became a hell on earth. The military deployed tanks and airplanes, and did kill a number of parasites with missiles and artillery, but parasites tended to appear in places where crowds were concentrated. I'm afraid that not as many civilians have died at the hands of the companions as have fallen to artillery fire. Are the executives crazy? Didn't treat us like human beings. My brother got his leg blown off by a shell. Help! I don't want to die. There are parasites and shells everywhere. My house is collapsed. Pit me to death, Mother Anessus. Let me go back to the Dragon Kingdom. I want to go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Instead of sympathizing with the tragic situation of the three countries, many people around the world are gloating. Laughing my ass off. Made you sand mad before. How is it now? Blow. Keep blowing. You ASS deserve to be the second to take the cave reward. That's right. The cave reward is something only our great nation of Pickle is eligible to take. No one will sympathize with a country like San even if it perishes. Yes, just a pitiful country, before quite a few entrepreneurs go there to invest, have not somehow harvested the property. Yossi. Not treating civilians like human beings, throwing shells around. After 24 hours, a new player will be selected from AS to enter the national games. Unless the country falls, the game will go on. The announcement of the national games woke up the alarm bells in all countries. Once a player dies, there are at least 1 million people in the country to be buried with him. Realize the cruelty of the national game of luck. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The Grand Elder slammed the table. Now that the country is in trouble, special means for special times, you should understand what I mean. The various great elders around them nodded their heads. Agree with the Grand Elder's choice. According to the think tank's analysis, Yen Luo has the potential to fall, even though he's doing very well so far. What if Yen Luo died and the next player picked was a traitor with no Dragon Kingdom in his heart? Or what about a mole in an enemy country? In that case, the Dragon Kingdom would meet with disaster and suffer incalculable losses. Therefore, it is necessary to purge the country of fake foreign devils as well as traitors. The Dragon Kingdom has a government with superb executive power, and numerous investigation teams set off immediately, accompanied by a large number of armed police. It's easy to tell the fake foreign devils apart. All it takes is a DNA test, and anyone with the Dragon Kingdom in their heart is rewarded with national luck. Cells in the body grow back and become younger and can leave marks. Although DNA testing is more expensive, the national tragedy necessitates the implementation of special means. Long's thunderous move immediately caused a sensation, and this investigation revealed a number of people with problems. There are high-level intellectuals who sell domestic intelligence, wealthy businessmen who assist the north of Burma in defrauding the country, and small black men who have had criminal records. If they just don't have a sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, the country will just turn a blind eye, and these people won't get rewards for staying in the Dragon Kingdom anyway. But those who collaborate with the enemy, commit treason, engage in fraudulent trades, and have a criminal record. All of these people were stripped of their dragon nationality, had all their property confiscated, and, depending on the seriousness of the situation, were shot or deported. Chapter 8. The Big Fast. Monster Room. Begging for golden votes. Nice work. Much more comfortable with less of these fake foreigners. The key is those traitors. Even more disgusting. This wave all shot. And the rich businessmen who engaged in fraud and victimized the people of the country with no conscience. All of them have been confiscated and deported in this wave. Good. It is really too good. I support the country's decision. It's long overdue. The country is just a mess for these people. It's so cool that Blackie, who has a criminal record, was kicked out too. Yes, I don't target all hacks, but there are a fair number of them that have done a lot of bad things. This clean-up operation of the Dragon Kingdom can be said to have resolved the unstable factors in the country with a thunderous force. The people couldn't wait to celebrate by beating a drum. Dragon Nation live. Yen Lo's blacked-out screen cleared up again, and Daji rolled her eyes and lay on the bed in a played-out manner. He gently tucked Daji in and walked out of the homestead. Refreshing. Yen Lo stretched. Still, King Zhou did not die unjustly. Once again in the National Luck Game space, there are still the familiar 4 doors in front of you, but they are all white and there are no marriage rooms. It seems that not every level has something like a marriage room either. It requires a certain amount of luck. Yen Luo rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Yen Lo looked to the 4 doors. Environment room. Fire in the center of the earth. Requires survival for 10 seconds in tens of thousands of degrees of heat. Survival rate 0%. Copy room. Battle Royale. Select 99 people from your country to enter this copy together. Only one will leave alive. Survival rate 3%. Copy room. You will enter the rules grotesque, which requires utilizing the rules and surviving. Survival rate 2%. Monster room. Green-skinned python. More powerful but non-toxic. You can dare to try it. Survival rate 98%. Yen Luo took a look at the first 3 doors. The first 3 doors were sinkholes with a low survival rate. Just skim right over it. The last door is the only option. From the description of the prompt, you know it won't be too hard. A giant python was certainly difficult for an ordinary person to deal with, but Yen Luo's physical fitness was nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person. Stronger than some soldier kings physically, it was naturally easy to deal with a python. Without any hesitation, Yen Luo walked straight to the last door. After the door was pushed open, Yen Luo stepped into it and came outside a dimly lit cavern. Beyond the cave was a sandy and gravelly area without any reliable cover. The voice of the National Games game rings out. Dragon Nation's Yen Lo enters the monster room. Kill all the monsters in the monster room and get amazing rewards. The current monster room is a Class D monster room, and the monster green python will appear. As the beep sounded, many foreigners also flooded into the Dragon Country live streaming room. Yen Lo is still the first of this group of players to enter the monster room. Each of these foreigners was unsuspecting, wanting to see how Yen Luo died. Where did this Dragon Nation get the guts to challenge the monster room? Ha 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 ha, he doesn't have the same luck as last time. Good. This time he was facing for random rooms. It's not unusual for him to pick the monster room. The Dragon Nation must die. Why should our country be the only one to face the wrath of God and disaster? The Dragon Kingdom is going to be finished this time. The more people who die, the better. Let's die 1 million or 80,000 people too. I told you he was all about luck last time. This time it's finally revealed that he's just a sick man of East Asia with no power, right? Many viewers from other countries sent pop-ups to mock Yen Lo. When the people of the Dragon Kingdom saw these pop-ups, they were also a bit worried for Yen Luo. After all, no one knew how powerful this green-skinned snake was. However, after experiencing the Dragon Kingdom cleanup operation, many of the fake foreign devils had been driven away, and no one was talking about their own people like before. I have one word for you people, get out. That's right, although I'm also a bit worried. Yen Luo Big Brother is the only one who has cleared both doors so far. His strength is naturally not comparable to those ordinary players. If even Yen Luo's Big Brother can't pass the monster room, it's not us who should be worried, but your punk contestants. That's right. Well, at least Big Brother Yen Luo has gotten the reward twice already. Go Yen Luo Big Brother. You must defeat the monster. With fewer fake foreign devils and traitors, the Longwa people in the broadcast room seemed more united, and although they were worried in their hearts, they still cheered Yen Luo. On the screen, Yen Luo slowly approached the cave, and immediately saw a pair of big scarlet lantern-like eyes. Then, a 7 to 8 meter long green-skinned python came out of the cave with a hissing sound coming out of its mouth. Seeing this scene, the audience of other countries were ecstatic. A 7 to 8 meter long python with a bucket-thick body. It's estimated that a single entanglement can pulverize the Dragon Kingdom contestants. Not bad. The dragon player is dead this time. Ha 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 ha. Great. Even the king of soldiers wouldn't be able to defeat a giant python like this. You guys weren't very confident before. Now what? How will your players survive in the face of such a giant python? Seeing this scene, the Dragon Nation audience also had sweaty palms, each nervous and worried. Can Big Brother Yen Luo win? A 7 or 8 meter long python? Who can beat this with their bare hands? No matter what, Yen Luo Big Brother must cheer up. I'm rooting for you. Bodhisattva blessing, Buddha blessing. Yen Luo Big Brother must not be alright. What a terrifying python. Just looking at it makes me shiver. Is this really a creature that humans can defeat? If it was any other player, they would have pissed their pants at this point. However, Yen Luo was different. His body trembled slightly when he saw such a terrifying green-skinned python. He wasn't scared. He was excited. I spent countless days and nights with a headache over 3 warm meals for tomorrow. I'm numb from the monotony of the same old life. If God gives me a chance to choose, I will still come here, to begin the adventure that is mine. Honorable in death. Yen Luo licked his lips and advanced instead of retreating as the python lunged at him. The speed of an ordinary person several times was displayed, and in the picture he was like a residual shadow, quickly appearing on the side of the giant python, with a flash of cold aura in his hand. The alloy knife instantly stabbed into the green-skinned python's right eye frame. Blood. Hissing. The green-skinned python let out a miserable cry, and its huge snake tail violently threw itself at Yen Luo, wanting to slap him to death. Yen Luo quickly drew his sword and avoided the strike with strong speed, then approached the green-skinned python once again. The alloy knife was impartial and once again stabbed the right eye. He slammed the hilt of the knife with his left hand, and the blade completely disappeared into the right eye of the green-skinned python, stabbing it directly into the brain flower. Then his right hand twisted violently, twisting the green-skinned python's brain into tofu. Bang! The green-skinned python died completely in that instant, falling to the ground and smashing up a cloud of smoke. Chapter 9. Shocking the whole field. Beyond the strength of a soldier king. What? The live feed. This time, everyone was stunned. Holy, is Big Brother Yen Luo this strong? So fast. I didn't even see him before he already killed the green-skinned python. Awesome. 2 slashes to kill the green-skinned python in seconds. All rise. This is our Dragon Nation contestant awesome. Voice breaking. Don't get too happy, Dragon Nation. You guys, this is more than just a green-skinned python. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Nation has stabbed into the snake's nest and is dead. The moment the words fell, a green-skinned python continued to come out of the cave as a matter of fact. In just a few seconds, 5 green-skinned pythons appeared outside, each staring at Yen Luo with scarlet lantern eyes. Seeing this scene, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom had a chill in their hearts and couldn't be happy. 5 bars. How can this be fought? Isn't this bullying? This is simply being targeted. How come there are still so many green-skinned pythons? It's over. Can Yen Luo Big Man still fight? I think it's hanging. This is 5 green-skinned pythons. Any one of them can strangle the king of soldiers. The dragons were worried to death, and the other countries were even gloating. Ha ha ha. The dragons are finished. Yossi, Damn you, Dragon Nation, maybe your players are really strong, but how are you going to deal with 5 green-skinned pythons? People of the Dragon Kingdom, prepare for disaster to come. I asked you to choose the monster room at your own peril. Now you know it's wrong. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The big screen shows live footage of the state games. The atmosphere in the command center was very heavy. Well, does Yen Luo have any chance of winning? The Grand Elder opened his mouth in a deep voice and asked towards the think tanks and senior generals. Reporting to the Grand Elder, Yen Luo's current strength is at the level of King of Soldiers, and his speed is more than twice that of any human on record, but this wise man's face was hesitant. Say, but what? But if it's just like this, I'm afraid Yen Luo doesn't have the means to defeat 5 such pythons, unless he still has an unknown bottom card. Wise Guy gritted his teeth. Okay, I get it. Do a double take. Put all the troops on level 1 alert, and be ready to deal with any disaster that may arise. As the order was given, all the troops assembled urgently, guns and weapons all loaded with live ammunition, ready for battle. It wasn't that the Grand Elder didn't trust Yen Luo, but the country couldn't afford the risk of Yen Luo's failure. Millions of dead and injured. That's a lot of social unrest. Next, let's see if Yen Luo can perform a miracle and lift the crisis. The Grand Elder had prepared everything he could, but there was a hint of anticipation in his ancient eyes. He always felt that Yen Luo would not let him down. At this moment, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were focusing on Yen Luo's battle, each holding their breath. Anticipation, nervousness, worry, panic. Everyone reacts differently. Big brother Yen Luo, you must perform a miracle. The moment the words fell, Yen Luo's figure flashed, rushing towards the 5 green-skinned pythons with a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. There wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes, but rather excitement. One by one, this thought popped into Yen Luo's mind, and with terrifying speed, he appeared on the side of a green-skinned python, and his alloy knife accurately stabbed into the green-skinned python's eye socket. A stab, a twist, a pull. It was as if he was born to fight, and he killed a green-skinned python in 2 breaths. Just as he was killing a green-skinned python, 2 of them circled around to his back, and there were also 2 in front of him. Back and forth, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were drumming nervously in their hearts, and worry began to spread. However, the next moment, a special burst of light instantly erupted from Yen Luo's body, a glamorous glow. The special soul impact caused the remaining 4 green-skinned pythons to let out miserable cries, scarlet blood flowing out of their snake eyes, obviously suffering from heavy injuries. It was important to know that Yen Luo's charisma was as high as 35 points. It was 3 or 4 times the strength. The 150% charisma bonus to Charmed is powerful. The 4 green-skinned pythons collapsed on the ground, their mouths constantly spilling blood and twitching every now and then. Yen Luo's hands were quick, and it took 2 breaths of time to give all the green-skinned pythons a slash, ending their lives. The whole room was silent. In the command center, several great elders' jaws dropped, and even the great elder's eyes widened. What is this ability? The second elder was shocked. No one in the room could answer. All they could see was a special burst of light, and several pythons were lying on the ground while spitting blood. A wise man pondered slightly and said, "It seems that Yen Luo acquired a special ability after the cave-in, an ability that can hurt people across the air." The Grand Elder's wrinkled face showed a hint of joy at the words and slammed the table. "Good! Worthy of being a son or daughter of my Dragon Kingdom. Just extraordinary." At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief while smiles spread across their faces. Live stream. What happened? All I saw was a flash of light from Big Brother Yen Luo and all the pythons died. Awesome class. The big man Yen Luo is too strong too. Where's the person who just taunted Big Brother Yen Luo? See, this is our Dragon Country's player. Strong invincible. Ha 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 ha. Great. The stronger Big Brother Yen Luo is the happier I am. All rise. The first soldier king of the Dragon Kingdom, Big Brother Yen Luo, is born. The king of soldiers isn't even as powerful as Big Brother Yen Luo. Big Brother Yen Luo has a superpower like skill now. Handsome. Too handsome. Brother Yen Luo, I want to give you a monkey. With a flick of the alloy knife in Yen Luo's hand, the blood was shaken off and he looked at the item that fell out on the ground. It seems that killing monsters can also be rewarded. Green-skinned python nuggets. Don't worry about it. It's not poisonous. Green python skin. Can be used for sewing clothes and umbrellas. Green-skinned python tendon. It can be used to make bowstrings for bows and arrows. Yen Luo put these things into his backpack without saying a word, and it goes without saying that the meat pieces can be used as ingredients. Python skin and snake tendons can also be used to make a number of items, so it's not a bad idea to not have them. Seeing Yen Luo successfully pass the test, the faces of those viewers from various countries who had originally taunted Yen Luo were all burning hot and painful. The Sakura Nation audience, in particular, was furious. Baka. By what right does a player from the Dragon Kingdom have such strong skills? The sick man of East Asia actually stumped up. I'm pissed off. Damn it. Why is it that we suffered the wrath of God? But the Dragon Nation people were rewarded without any problems. Damn Dragon Nation. You won't be so lucky next time. The Sakura Country people were all kinds of envious and jealous. Seeing the Dragon Country players pass through smoothly was better than killing them. Yen Luo took another look around the cave. There were no other special places. There should be no monsters inside either. Striding into the cave, sure enough, a wooden treasure chest was placed in the center of the cave. That's the reward for clearing the monster room. Chapter 10. Farm Blueprints. Wheat Seed. Wow, it's a treasure chest. I wonder what kind of goodies Big Brother Yen Luo can open. Great. This is the first pass to the monster room. The reward must not be bad. Big Brother Yen Luo is going to be one step ahead of everyone else again. Yen Luo couldn't see the pop-ups, but his mind was equally a bit expectant. Ka! The treasure chest was opened. Only 3 things were placed inside: a drawing, a bag of seeds, and a bag of golden gold coins. Article: Farm Blueprints. Quality: Grade A. Effect: you can plant crops, ignoring weather and seasonal factors, and the growth rate of crops is increased to 100 times the reality. Crop yield is increased to 10 times the reality. Description: a class farm blueprints are very precious. It can produce food for you constantly, get rid of the trouble of hunger. In addition, there is a small probability that Grade A farm blueprints will produce food with attributes. Yen Luo saw the farm drawings and his face was happy. Not bad. We won't have to worry about food in the future. This farm is not a realistic farm. Growing 100 times faster means that wheat planting only takes 3 days to mature. At the same time, the yield has increased tenfold, with 10,000 pounds of wheat per acre, which is nothing short of awesome. Can't get enough of it. Can't get enough of it at all. Then Yen Luo opened the bag of seeds and looked at it. Article: Wheat Seeds. Quality: Grade A. Effect: when planted in farms of Grade A and above quality, the probability of producing wheat with attributes is increased by 100%. Description: Ruarua meat. This is the best seed Dave could ever get. Good stuff too. Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile as he put the Grade A wheat seeds into his backpack. Items: Gold 100. Description: the common currency of the national games, which can be traded with other players, and can also be used to trade items with players of all races in the heavens. Hint: the bonsai exchange is not yet open. The 10,000 clans exchange? Sounds like a place to buy and sell things. Yen Luo stroked his chin and didn't think much about it, putting the gold coins in his pocket. Then it was smooth sailing out of the monster room. Congratulations to Dragon Country's Yen Luo for successfully challenging the monster room. The national reward is being distributed for the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for receiving the reward: 100% increase in crop growth rate and 100% increase in yield. After the announcement of the national games, the entire land of the Dragon Kingdom saw amazing changes. Rice and wheat in the fields ripened several months earlier, and the ears became more plump. The wind is blowing rice and the world is full of brilliant golden color. Farmers with hoes on their backs stood on the ridge, tears streaming down their tanned faces. How many years? Haven't seen such a good harvest. Huh? I'm sure I'll be able to earn more this year and get my grandson some nice clothes. The same scene took place all over the Dragon Kingdom. Great harvest. Both growth rate and yield are directly doubled. The farmers were all happy. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom also reacted quickly, and the Ministry of Agriculture immediately sent people to start the harvesting work. A harvester roars through the fields as crop after crop of wheat is harvested. Farmers celebrated this year's bumper harvest by beating drums in the streets. Yen Luo is a good boy. I can thank him for the good harvest this year. Yes, yes, yes. This waif is handsome and has good kung fu. Thank you, Yen Luozi. Simply a benefactor of our farmers. Farmer Parker, praising and thanking Yen Lo on the air, not caring if he could see it or not. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. That's the situation. Doubling the growth rate and doubling the yield again, in fact quadrupling it. We're producing enough staple food to feed half of Blue Star. The head of the Ministry of Agriculture made his report and retired. The Grand Elder hadn't closed his eyes for a night at this time, and his eyes were a little bloodshot, but he was so excited that he slapped the table, and the tea almost overturned. Good. Good boy. Well done. From now on, my Dragon Kingdom is an agricultural powerhouse. The second elder and third elder also looked joyful. Always, the Dragon Kingdom, because of its large population, had no choice but to grow large quantities of staple grains in order to preserve the rice bowls of the common people. Arable land is limited, and planting staple foods leads to low yields of other crops. Soybeans, for example, are completely controlled by the Hawksbill state. The soybean oil used by people in the Dragon Kingdom for stir-frying is actually all Eagle Land soybeans. You have to buy it at whatever price they say they will sell it for. How sad that a huge dragon country can't spare any arable land for growing soybeans. But from today, everything will be different, and the Dragon Kingdom will become a true agricultural powerhouse rise. The retiring Minister of Agriculture stood in the corner, his eyes filled with hot tears. There had always been a desire for him to let the people of the Dragon State firmly grasp the rice bowl belonging to their own. No matter how the international situation is changing, the people of the Dragon State can have enough. Eat well. Today, that wish finally came true. This was also Grandpa Yuan's lifelong pursuit, which was finally realized in their generation. Grandpa Yuan, if you see this scene, you must be very relieved as well. The Minister of Agriculture muttered in a choked tone. At this moment, everyone present looked at Yen Luo in the picture with appreciation in their gazes. What a good son of the Dragon Kingdom. Yen Lo returned to the homestead with a rucksack full of loot, and Daji ran out of the house at once when she heard footsteps. Hugs! Su Daji let out a cry and jumped into Yen Luo's arms. The soft body fell into Yen Luo's arms, and there was still a faint scent of flowers on her head of green silk. Refreshing. Yen Luo smiled slightly. Little Daji, I'm back. Why don't you take me with you? Harming people to worry about you so much. Daji beamed with dissatisfaction and gave Yen Luo a small fist to smash his chest. Huh? It's not because you're exhausted, Yen Luo said rightfully. Daji's pretty face reddened as she sniffed, thinking of the 3-hour battle with Yen Luo before and the 3-hour battle after she woke up. She was really played out and passed out. The two of them were hugging and whispering, looking at all the viewers in the broadcast room with itchy teeth. Excessive, ah. Yen Luo, you've gone too far. What kind of person kills a dog like that? Damn it. Lemon fruit on a lemon tree. I'm going to die of acid. Suda is so beautiful and pampering is really cute. Yen Luo Yuanji, stop it. Don't make a move on my goddess. Huh? Your goddess? Your goddess has taken the shape of Yen Lo, big brother. Full. I don't even need to eat dinner tonight. I'm full of dog food. Damn. I'm really envious of you. To conquer the battlefield with a sword and lie drunk on a beautiful woman's knee. A man's ultimate dream is nothing more than that. Little Daji, look at this. Yen Luo smiled and took out the farm drawings. It's farm drawings, ah. Husband is great. He can even get this. Su Daji's eyes curved into a beautiful crescent moon. Chapter 11. Planting. Pickle Country's choice. Yes, let's plant some wheat, and when it's ripe, I'll make pastry-wrapped meat for you to eat. Yen Luo laughed. Yes, husband, you're the best. Su Daji smiled sweetly and stood on her tiptoes to peck Yen Luo on the cheek. The two of you talk to each other every now and then. After Yen Luo used the blueprint, an additional farmland appeared next to the cabin. The size is about an acre or so. It's not very big, but it's completely enough. And you know that this is a grade A farmland that produces 10,000 pounds per acre, and it's still only a matter of 3 short days. Once the farmland was constructed, the two began to plant seeds. Yen Luo used a small alloy knife to plow a pit to put some seeds. Suda simply used her hands, and occasionally piled up mud in the shape of little people as she dug the hole. A stouter little man with 1 head and 5 legs. A thinner little man with 1 head and 4 legs. In the center stood a miniature version of the villain. Look, does this stronger one look like you? Daji bared her little tiger teeth and her eyes curved happily. The corner of Yen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. How is it 5 legs? But still dotingly replied, like. It's really too similar. My Daji is great. What's that miniature version of the little man? Our future children. The two of them are farming while thinking about the future. The picture is warm and sweet. It's just a bunch of singles on the air who are suffering. Yen Luo, you have the guts to come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Will these two ever stop? It's so mushy. I'm trembling all over. When is it my turn for air-cold shivers and sweet, sweet love? It has the feeling of watching a relationship drama. Is it normal for me, who has been a maternal single solo for 20 years, to show my aunt's smile? It's true that there's no woman who doesn't love a man who can last 3 hours of fighting. I'm really convinced. You guys need to stop showing off. I'm going to get red eyes. Just as all the viewers were screaming that they couldn't take it, the two got mushy and blacked out again. Okay. Yen Luo, you're really good. It's starting again. Every day in the cave. Yen Luo, big brother, will not be weak? Yeah. Normal people have more or less sage time, I guess. This is Yen Luo, big brother. Before his body was strengthened, he could hold out for 3 hours, not to mention now. Enough chit-chat, guys. There's a marriage house popping up over in Pickle Country too. What? Get over there and check it out. But don't let the Kimchi Country scum take the cave reward. For a while, a large number of viewers flocked to the Kimchi Nation livestream. Similac, a lot of Dragon Country spectators have come? Are you here to worship the mighty players of our Kimchi Country? Watch, we Kimchi Countries have also come across marriage houses and will soon surpass what you guys are doing with Yenro. That's right, that Yen Lo guy is just lucky. I'm sure our Kimchi Country's players will have better luck. Pickle Country viewers bragged one after another. In their minds, Pickle Country is the #1 in the universe. No one can compare to it except Papa Eagle Sauce. The Dragon Country audience did not even retort. Really do not want to spray this group. There's no point in getting into it with, it'll just bring your IQ down to the same level as the other guys. Kim Young-tae, Kimchi Nation's contestant, is handsome and just has an inexplicable tawdry feel to his aura. He glanced at the marital room, then shook his head slowly, shaking his bangs from the front of his forehead as he walked to the random room next to him. As if he was afraid that the audience wouldn't understand, he suddenly said, "In fact, it's more likely that the marriage room will encounter monsters that can't be married, xenomorphs, zombies are all possible, and with the high probability that the contestants are unable to resist, it's better to enter the randomized room and gamble." His words immediately made the Kimchi Country audience boil. This Kim Young-tae has brains, worthy of being a player from our Kimchi Country. Right? The analysis makes sense, and so do the facts. Previously, the Sakura Kingdom and the Azumanga Kingdom were the ones who chose the marriage room and lost. Random rooms have more hope of survival instead. Come on, Smitty. See, unlike your Dragon Kingdom players who only rely on luck, our Kimchi Kingdom players use their brains to win. There was a burst of bragging from the Kimchi Nation audience, the vanity of being the #1 power in the universe making it impossible for them to lower their stance. However, a gurgling sound suddenly came from Kim Young-tae's stomach, which was obviously starving. This time, the high IQ persona is strained. Before the Dragon Nation audience could say anything, the Sakura Nation audience mocked. Laughing my ass off. Your contestants wouldn't have starved themselves hard for 2 or 3 days and run out of food before daring to come out and challenge them. Yossi. So that's it. This is the good player you're talking about? So it's a coward who doesn't even have the courage to challenge the door and dares to come out only when he's starving. We honor the spirit of Bushido and despise such cowards above all else. Pickle Country high IQ players NO. Pickle Country cowards yes. This time, the viewers on the side of the Kimchi Country were like cats that had their tails stepped on, and they directly sprayed against the people from the Cherry Blossom Country. The Dragon Nation audience was dumbfounded, but happy to see the dog eat the dog. Kim Young-tae's face was embarrassed, but the thick-skinned one would never admit that he had come out to challenge the door because he was starving. Then he took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the white room with nervousness. One step forward. The room was vast, plastered in white tiles, and the entire space was a depressing off-white color. There was a hint of blood in the air. What is this place? This thought just popped into Kim Young-tae's mind. The beep sounded. Kimchi Nation players enter multiplayer room. Escape. Rule 1. 9 players from their countries will be selected to join the multiplayer replica. Rule number 2. Each player will have a pistol with a full magazine for this copy only and 10 walkers will appear. Rule number 3. Kill the walkers and get to the helicopter platform to escape. Rule number 4. This is a small rescue helicopter. It already has a pilot and rescuer on board, and only one person can be rescued. At the moment the tone fell, 9 more Kimchi Nation players appeared in the gray space. The men were all in a state of panic, and 1 or 2 of the women were screaming. What's going on? I'm in the national games too. It's over, you guys. Look at the rules, there's walkers. The men were alarmed, but there was one man who looked calm and thoughtful, looking at the pistol in his hand. Check the clip, 7 rounds. With the power of a pistol, the only way a walker can be killed is by a headshot, and it does take a clip of bullets for an untrained person to force a kill. Even for a sharpshooter, there aren't enough bullets for a gunshot to the head. So, have to work with these losers first. Choi Yong-on's gaze sank slightly. On the surface, this was a duel between a human and a zombie. In fact, the core is in Rule 4. Only one can escape with his life. The other players are the worst enemy. Soon, Kim Young-tae also realizes this and his eyes are alert as he surveys the other contestants. Chapter 12. Fighting amongst themselves. Requesting golden votes. The live feeds blew up when they saw the rule 2. Smitty, is this Resident Evil? And zombies? It's ostensibly Resident Evil, but it's actually Battle Royale, and only one person can survive. What a pitiful copy. So that the other 9 have to die. It's okay. As long as we can survive one person, we won't have an outbreak of disaster in the Kimchi Kingdom. Smithy, it's the truth. It's a solid wave. 10 men and 10 pistols. It's not hard to survive. The Kimchi Nation viewers continued to analyze, and after a brief moment of panic were still very comfortable with their players. After all, only one person needs to live for a disaster not to erupt. Soon, 10 zombies with gray bodies and sharp nails hissed and lunged out. There were 2 women still yelling and screaming, and they couldn't walk on their legs when they saw the walkers. Waste! Choi Yong-on cursed. Meeting such a pig teammate was equivalent to having 2 less people on his side. The other Kimchi Country players were also panicked when they encountered zombies for the first time, but the pistols in their hands gave them the backbone, and one by one they started to draw their guns and shoot. Bang! 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 A flurry of gunfire erupted, though none of the men were accurate shots, and it almost took a clip to kill a walker. Choi, on the other hand, is a shooting enthusiast, killing a walker in 2 or 3 shots and 2 by himself. The 2 women who only screamed in terror were the first to die from the zombies' bite. Even their pistols were chewed up by the zombies. Blood, intestines all over the place. Luckily, the remaining 8 had some brains and hugged and killed the walkers point blank. Soon there were only 2 walkers left on the field. Choi Yong-on and Kim Jung-tae's eyes flashed coldly at the same time. Only one person can leave alive, and that person has to be me. As the thought rang in his mind, the brutal fratricide began. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, but this time the target of the shooting became his own teammate. Everyone else started shooting at their own people except for 2 who were still stupidly shooting at walkers. Soon, 5 more people fell dead in a pool of blood. The only people left in the arena are Kim Young-tae and Choi Yong-on, and a woman hiding in the corner, shivering. Kim Young-tae's eyes stared and aimed at Choi Yong-on, but the other man's gun was also pointed at him at the same time. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out by a fraction of a second, and Kim Young-tae was hit in the heart by 1 shot, spitting blood and dying violently on the spot. Choi, on the other hand, has relied on his better physical attributes and has only taken 1 shot to the shoulder. Ha 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 ha! I won! Choi Yong-on was ecstatic, his face triumphant. Suddenly, his smile came to an abrupt end. Nope, there's another woman. There's something wrong with that woman. There was a gunshot from behind, and the foreboding Choi rolled forward to avoid the shot in a thrilling fashion. Back to shooting. The woman's gunman went off once more. Choi was hit in the vitals and a bloody hole appeared in the woman's brow. Same thing. Silence. Dead silence in the live room of the Pickle Nation. Everyone didn't expect that because of the selfishness of human nature. None of them actually survived such a simple challenge. Everyone wants to live, which equals no one. Foreign viewers are finally comfortable in their hearts. Wasn't every one of them wild before? And this is the player from your universe country? Great job, all dead and dying. A catastrophe is about to break out in Pickle Country. Laughing my ass off. One by one they were putting on some kind of high IQ persona before, and now they're all dead. Good. Beautiful. How crazy the Kimchi Country was before. How miserable it will be when disaster strikes later. But if we are not so selfish and discuss the countermeasures, the kimchi country is not going to be condemned by heaven. Laughing my ass off, Pickle Nation really surprised me. The national luck beep sounded. All 10 players from the Kimchi Kingdom died in the escape. Kimchi Nation will meet the wrath of God. Divine wrath confirmed. Biohazard. 100,000 people will be randomly selected to become zombie mothers in the Kimchi Kingdom. And those wounded and killed by the mothers will become zombies. This time, the Kimchi countrymen who had been so high and mighty in their hearts completely panicked. Help! I don't want to die. There's a zombie mother in front of my house. It's banging on the door. Ah! It's over. It's over. Goddamned National Luck Games. It's creating a biochemical crisis. My lead resident was killed by the Matrix. Ah! He's turned into a zombie too. Zombies. So many zombies. The streets are full of them. I'm scared. I'm going to emigrate to Papa Eagle Sauce and never be a Kimchi Nation again. Damn it, Kim Young-tae. Why did you go into the copy room? Help! Help! Just half an hour. The zombie population is growing fast like a snowball. There is blood and body parts everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of Kimchi countrymen died in the mouths of the zombies. In the end, Kimchi Nation had no choice but to get the crisis under control after paying a huge price by having Papa Eagle Sauce send out his high-tech fighters to bombard the zombie motherlode. Only in this way, a lot of civilians were mistakenly injured, and many people were sitting at home when the missiles came from the sky, and it was a small matter for them to be blown up with their arms and legs missing. Previously, Kimchi Country viewers had been running to other countries' live broadcasts to brag about their own players and belittle others' players, and they were all wild. Now the polls are reversed and audiences in all countries are delighted. Go wild. Keep going wild. Serves you right. That's right, every day you cosmic countries are the best in the world. It's just a bullet point. Yossi. Die Yossi. I've been looking at these sticks for a long time. Self-inflicted, one by one. Boasting that Kimchi country is the best in the world, with no one else in sight, and now they're getting what's coming to them. The weak Kimchi Nation can only survive under the shelter of our Eagle Sauce Nation. The crowds in each country mocked and did not sympathize at all with the Kimchi country. The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The host, Ice, live streamed the Kimchi Nation's fiasco, the corners of her mouth frantically hiding a smirk. The corners of her mouth were pulled repeatedly like a pressurized AK, and if she hadn't been a professional presenter, she would have laughed out loud by now. She also has absolutely no sympathy for Pickle Country. 2 words deserved. Then we can see that nearly 1 million people died in this heavenly plague in the Pickle Country, and the number of people injured was even more than 1,200,000. We should also take this as a lesson and believe in our players from the Dragon Kingdom, while at the same time being ready to fight and be ready to fight against disaster. I also hope that all residents will remain steadfast in their faith in the country, in the military, and in Yenro to deliver a good performance. Ice talked a lot, mostly to appease the domestic masses while building psychological defenses. Ice is right about everything. My heart goes out to Ice. I still believe in the state, and the state has not let us down in dealing with it in the face of great disasters. Big Brother Yen Luo is invincible. I believe in Big Brother Yen Luo. Brothers. Yen Luo is challenging the door again, and has a marital room this time. Chapter 13. The Newlywed Matching Room. Female Companions. The official broadcast room urgently cut the screen to Yen Luo's side. It's true what the audience said. At this point, Yen Luo began to challenge the door again. Of the 4 doors, there was clearly another pink one, the marriage room. Yen Luo's eyes are also on the marriage room. Marriage partner, Myo Weiwei. Status, female compounder. Race, human. Face value, 95. Standard score, 50. Gift, B. Description. A young Hmong girl, fresh and lively, with a good heart, just likes to play with some strange bugs. Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile. What luck. A human girl with a face value as high as 95, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to touch such a good thing. As for liking to play around with parasites and such, who asked people to be parasites? Yen Luo didn't hesitate and directly pushed open the door of the marriage room. Taking a step into the marriage room. Into the eye. There's a jungle of trees with lush foliage. A light mist filled the jungle. The humid jungle was especially like the deep mountains of the Dragon Kingdom's southern border. The land was covered with this rotting leaves. Yen Luo didn't care and slowly walked towards the jungle. The marriage object should be right in the middle of the jungle. Congratulations to the Dragon Country player for entering the marriage room and tying the knot with the female compounder Meow Weiwei. Please get married as soon as possible to obtain the National Luck Reward. The National Luck announcement rang out, but the audience in the live broadcast room exploded. A female compounder? It's not the kind of female compounder that a guamet, right? It's over. Big brother Yen Luo isn't going to flip his car, is he? What's going on? Yen Luo Big Brother's good use of the light? It's actually a female compounder. The female compounder is practically psycho, covered in bugs. The Dragon Nation audience was worried. And the AT audience, who got the message, went wild with joy and mockery. Ha 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 ha. I told you that the luck of the Dragons players would run out sooner or later. Now you know you're wrong. Great. Let the Dragon Kingdom suffer the same pain as us. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. Prepare for disaster. I'm sure the Dragon Country's contestants won't dare to rush. This is a female compounder with bugs all over her body. So what if you dare to rush? Punching a female compounder will get your chicken bitten off by worms. In that case, the Dragon Country players are really screwed this time. It's death even if you rush. It's death even if you don't. The Longwa audience wanted to retort at this point, but their mood sank to the bottom. The disaster erupted before Ajikuni was when she met a female compounder and forced her way into a room only to have her chicken bitten off and die. It is hard to believe that the Dragon Kingdom is going to repeat the mistakes of the Three Kingdoms. Face the disaster. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The atmosphere of the scene was depressing, and several elders remained silent. Wise guys are urgently analyzing the changing situation. Have you analyzed it yet? Does he have any chance of winning? The third elder asked with a grave expression on his face. A drop of cold sweat slipped off the forehead of the wise man and replied, "There is currently no precedent of a player defeating a marriage partner, so if Yen Luo chooses to bring Daji into the marriage room, he may still have a chance of winning." When he said that, he stopped. There were smart people in the room. This meant that even with Yen Luo's current strength, he couldn't break the rules. If he refused the female compounder, he would definitely be dead. The Grand Elder side, he was really optimistic about Yen Luo, but it looked like Yen Luo was going to stop here. Get the troops ready. We must not let disaster befall the Dragon Kingdom. And those secret weapons, they must also be put on battle readiness. Yes, Dragon State has many secret weapons, the so-called exposure generation, production generation, research and development generation, planning generation. In fact, there are quite a few immature but incredibly powerful superweapons in the Dragon Kingdom. Wait! Look guys, it doesn't seem to be what we thought. The third elder's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed. All eyes went to the big screen again. Yen Luo was 100 meters deeper into the jungle when he saw a wooden hut. At the door of the house, a young girl in Hmong dress with a Hmong child's silver jewelry on her head stood there. The young girl had a pretty face and was standing in a pavilion, with the unique flavor of the Miao tribe, and at the moment, a faint smile was hanging on her face. "Hello, are you my husband?" Meow Weiwei smiled like a flower. The whole person revealed a lively, fresh feeling. This time, the live stream pop-ups were bipolar and boiling over. Dragon Nation audience. What a pretty girl. I told you that it's impossible for our Yen Luo big brother to be so backward and meet a female compounder like San. Wow mom, I'm in love. This girl really smells like first love. Wake up, the young girl will soon turn into a young woman, and later it will be in the shape of Yen Luo big brother. Just fell in love and lost it. Wake up, you're a toad trying to eat a swan. The AS audience was also dumbfounded. On what grounds? This must be shady. That's right. Shouldn't a female compounder be a monster covered in bugs? It's not fair. Why should all the marriage partners of the dragon players be beautiful? Damn it. It looks like the Dragon Kingdom is going to take the rewards again. I regret it to death. I shouldn't have immigrated to the Three Kingdoms. The same I can't go back if I emigrate out, and Dragonland can only go out but not in now. Yen Luo was smiling. A real beauty is that you just look at it and feel in a pleasant mood, especially comfortable. Vivian Meow is this kind. Yes, Miss Vivi. Don't be in a hurry to get close to this girl. I have a test. Meow Weiwei crossed her arms and grabbed something from her bosom as she spoke. The jade hand opened to a small, fat pink bug. I'm not going to talk too much nonsense. This thing is called a love compulsion. There are two of them, one I've already eaten and this one is for you. The so-called love compulsion is that if one party betrays and harms the other, they will be tortured by the love compulsion and die of a broken heart. Do you dare eat it? Miao Weiwei's words caused the live broadcast room to explode once again. This is the Hmong's most famous love compulsion? Betrayal of the other side will result in heart-thirsty pain? What a horrible parasite. Does Yen Luo dare to eat it? There's one thing to say. If there's a love compulsion binding you, is Yen Luo Big Brother not allowed to find a new marriage partner? Ah, if that's the case, then this is not edible. The Dragon Nation audience speculated while being anxious for Yen Luo. Once again, the AS audience was ecstatic. If Yen Luo doesn't eat the love compulsion, it's the same as rejecting Miao Weiwei and will be killed. If you take the love compulsion, you can't find a new marriage partner, and you can never get stronger again. Either way, it's not going to end well. Ha 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 ha. I told you how the dragon players keep getting lucky. Eat, eat, eat. So what if I let you get your caveman reward? That's right, not being able to find a new marriage partner after eating it is the same as cutting off the road ahead. And as long as Yen Luo stops getting stronger, sooner or later we, the Three Kingdoms, will be able to surpass him. Sure enough, only my great Agri player can be the protagonist of the national games. And the Dragon Country player is just a flash in the pan. Chapter 14. Love Compulsion? Sure it's not QQ candy? Yen Luo's gaze flickered slightly at his words. Thinking about the description of the prompting eye, Miao Weiwei was kind-hearted, and he believed that the other party would not harm him. It wouldn't be so selfish. If she really can't find another marriage partner, Miao Weiwei not only locks up Yen Luo's promotion, but actually harms herself as well. After all, as long as Yen Luo died, the homeworld would collapse and Miao Weiwei, who was the object of the marriage, would disappear into the world. It only took Yen Luo a split second to figure it out, and without any hesitation he dropped the love compulsion into his mouth. Don't eat it. Yen Luo Big Brother, she's doing you harm. What an outlaw female compounder. It's over. Big Brother Yen Luo won't be able to get stronger in the future. The bouncer was in a hurry. However, Yen Luo just dropped the love compote into his mouth and his expression became odd. Why is it sweet and chewy and bouncy? Miao Weiwei saw that Yen Luo didn't even hesitate before eating the compulsion, and her eyes lit up slightly. Yen Luo sort of passed her test. Miao Weiwei spread a smile. I lied to you. It's just QQ candy. It's just made into the shape of a parasite. Yen Luo cooperated by revealing an unexpected expression. But in fact, he had already seen through everything in his heart. Good. You actually lied to me. Humph, if you don't go through my test, you won't be able to prove that you're a man with guts, so of course you can't marry me. Miao Weiwei beamed. So now there's that qualification, oh. Yanaro said with a bad smile. Miao Weiwei's smile froze before she was mistakenly picked up by Yen Luo and walked towards the cabin. Her cheeks reddened slightly and she fought a deer in headlights. Mentally built myself up when I was selected for the national games though. But it's still super nerve-wracking. People have just turned 18. Woo-hoo-hoo. The screen is black. At this moment, all the spectators were dumbfounded. Holy. So it's just QQ candy? Scared me to death. I told you that this girl is so cute. How could she let Yen Luo eat such a horrible parasite? I remember you were the one who shouted the loudest when I told Yen Luo not to eat just now. 6. One by one. Changing faces faster than turning a book. Compared to this, Yen Luo's big brother has a stable wave. Yeah. I haven't responded yet. We're going to take the second cave reward. Holy crap. The anticipation. I wonder what will be rewarded to our Dragon Kingdom this time. The last time I was rewarded for the national games, my grandfather was all close to karma when he suddenly stomped me off. The national reward can't be bad anyway, so we'll just wait. Masses in other countries. Baka, the Rokoku people are going to be rewarded with national luck again. Smithy, why should the dragons be left unharmed? It's not fair. Damn it. We, the Three Kingdoms, are the ones who should be the #1 power in Asia. Damn it, Rokoku. It's all luck that got you this far. Next time you'll surely roll over. How is it that the dragons are so lucky to have encountered the marriage room 3 times already and entered it twice? Why should such a beauty be available to the sick man of East Asia? Viewers from various countries were sending pop-ups one after another on the air. They were just plain jealous of their chickens and hated that their own country didn't have this kind of luck. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The wise man who had previously said that Yen Luo had no chance of winning blushed in embarrassment, hoping that he had analyzed half a day, but he hadn't hit the mark at all. The female compounder Yen Luo encountered was completely different from the one that Agua had encountered. And the so-called love compulsion is just a little gimmick of the young girl, it's actually QQ candy. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than before. Previously, several elders were worried that Yen Luo would roll over and disaster would erupt in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that the situation is reversed, not only will the Dragon Kingdom not erupt into disaster, but they will also get a second cave in reward. Good, good. It seems that I underestimated this brat Yen Luo's luck. The second elder had a smile on his face as he said yes one after another. The grand elder also nodded his head at his words, the expression on his face having long since changed from grave to joyful. Now that the crisis was lifted, just waiting for Yen Luo's cave to be completed, the power of the Dragon Kingdom would once again rise by leaps and bounds. Even the Grand Elder was in a good mood. Who doesn't want their country to become stronger? On Yen Luo's side, the screen went black for a long time. 30 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. Still a black screen. Netizens were stunned this time. Is this reasonable? Is this even humane? It's been 2 hours. Does it take so long to cave in Yen Luo? Upstairs you must not have been paying attention to the time of the last black screen. Yen Luo froze and fought for 3 hours. 3 hours. Can the marriage partner stand it? All I remember is that Darla couldn't get out of bed at the time. Holy! Yen Luo big brother's ability my dream. Brother Yen Luo is so fierce, unlike some people who just go in and it's over. Who the hell are you connoting again? Broken defense, I've really broken defense man-to-man. Major online platforms. Yen Luo's second cave was #1 on the hot list. Numerous online discussions. How do you feel about the fact that big brother Yen Luo is sitting on 2 beauties and the other national players haven't nailed the first one yet? How to look at it, on your knees, big brother Yen Luo is too strong. Yen Luo big brother YY des. A man with 2 marriage partners. Envious chicken hair purple, I'm eternal single solo. Yen Luo big brother left hand sexy dodgy. Right hand pure girl. There's no comparison, and none of the other national players have yet to cave successfully. Although I'm envious, this is actually good. Our Dragon Kingdom will be ahead of other countries and become stronger and stronger. Rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Do not regret entering China in this life. In the next life, I'll be a Dragon Nation man. Rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Do not regret entering China in this life. In the next life, I will still be a member of the Dragon Kingdom. Plus 10,086 inch. 3 hours later, the black screen finally ended. Miao Weiwei was pearly and nestled under the quilt. It hurts, but there's a little bit of enjoyment. What a strange feeling. It was still the first time Miao Weiwei experienced the affairs of men and women, and she was a bit overwhelmed by Yen Luo's tossing and turning. Yen Luo tenderly used a comb to brush Miao Weiwei's hair, combing the messy hair. Vivi, get dressed and I'll take you home. He laughed. Aha, but you carry me. Miao Weiwei lowered her head and said, her face reddening. Yen Luo also did not poke and prod, leaving face for Miao Weiwei. A girl experiencing this kind of thing for the first time, surely walking will hurt. With a princess hug, he disappeared into the marriage room with Miao Weiwei. Congratulations on completing the cave-in ceremony with Miao Weiwei and receiving a personal reward. You've acquired the S-rank skill, Poisonous Compulsion. Poisonous Compulsion. Every time you deal damage to an enemy, a poisonous compulsion enters the enemy's body along with the wound, continuously dealing 25% of your magic value in real damage to the enemy. Lasts a minimum of 10 seconds. Note: toxin true wound duration is affected by your own strength and your opponent's strength. Toxin layers can be stacked indefinitely. Chapter 15. Strength Boost. Rise of the Dragon Kingdom. This poisonous compulsion is fierce. It's actually true damage. Yen Luo's face was delighted. But anyone who has been exposed to online gaming is well aware of the gold content of real damage. By true damage, I mean damage that ignores defense. But don't look at the fact that the poisonous compulsion only dealt 25% magic value damage. Its duration was 10 seconds at the shortest. The cumulative true damage of 250% of the magic value is terrifyingly powerful. And you can also stack layers. Moreover, poisonous compulsion seems to be able to be paired with glamorous group injuries. Yen Luo's gaze flickered. Group stacking poison, if you can, is just plain sick. You give extra satisfaction to your marriage partner and receive an additional bonus personal attribute. Your attributes increase. Physique +5, Strength +5, Agility +5, Magic +10, Charisma plus 15. Individual panel changes. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 1. Physique, 10-15 note. 3-5 for ordinary people. Strength, 10-15. Agility, 10-15. Magic power, 10-20. Charisma, 35-50 note. Ordinary people 110. Skills. Charisma S rank. Poisonous compulsion S rank. Equipment. Alloy knife grade F+. Description. No one but readers who give 5-star reviews can compete with you in the handsome department anymore. It seems that both Daji and Miao Weiwei are based on magical means, and therefore have the second highest increase in magical power. At the same time, both are great beauties, and Yen Luo's superb durability satisfies them, which triggers an extra bonus that causes the charm to skyrocket. However, human appearance reaches a limit of 20 points of charisma, and any extra improvement is in temperament. In terms of temperament, Yen Luo could find no rival in humanity. Yen Luo tries a swing and misses with a punch that breaks the wind. He had a strong intuition that he was truly capable of ing a cow with one punch. An average person can probably punch with a force of 20 to 50 kilograms, and lightweight boxers are around 100 to 200 kilograms. Being a top heavyweight boxer can do 500 kilograms to 800 kilograms. Yen Luo is probably somewhere between a lightweight boxer and a heavyweight boxer, around 300 pounds. That doesn't mean the heavyweights are better than Yen Luo. Heavyweight boxers tend to be tall, weighing 200 kilograms, and their overdeveloped musculature causes them to be even less fast than professions such as firefighters. Gained great strength and sacrificed speed and endurance. With Yen Luo's speed, the so-called boxer couldn't even touch his clothesline. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player Yen Luo, who has completed his cave-in with Miao Weiwei, and Dragon Country will be rewarded with the National Luck. National Luck Reward issued. All Dragon Kingdom people's life expectancy +2, physical fitness +1, strength +1. As the National Luck Rewards were handed out, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom once again felt a mysterious power enter their bodies. The body becomes younger, more fit and stronger. The Dragon Nation was abuzz. Yen Luo Big Brother Weiweitis. Thank you Yen Luo Big Brother. My child had a severe case of pneumonia, and after receiving the National Luck Award, the doctor said he can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Thank you Yen Luo, thank you so much. I've also been in poor health, and now I'm feeling better earthed and refreshed. Awesome. I'm stronger now. I can move a lot more bricks. Usually I can only earn 200 a day, but now I can earn 300. Granny, I thank Yen Luo lad. My old man is much better and can stay with me for 2 more years. Comfortable the physique has improved. In the past and wife room sex, he always disliked me only 3 minutes. Now my wife is much more satisfied with me. Physique has this effect. I'll get my girlfriend to try it right away. Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend. I broke defense. National Athletic Training Center. A weightlifter is attempting a weight he has never challenged before. The athlete, who is female, had previously lifted only 134 kilograms. And this time, she challenged 160 kilograms. Up! The female athlete's face reddened, never having challenged a weight before stressing her out. Can't lift. She used all her strength in her arms, but she just couldn't lift them. Just then, the National Luck Reward was issued and a new gain of power entered the body. The female athlete's eyes widened. Then, with a flourish, she jerked up the 160-kilogram barbell in her hands. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Success. The female athlete dropped the barbell and her eyes filled with tears of excitement. She took a yellowed photograph from her arms of a man with a warm smile and herself. Her lover, who died in a car accident a year ago. Before they died, they all instructed themselves not to give up on their dreams and to get the Olympic title. I'm already the #1 light weightlifter in the country, but there's still some gap with the Eagle Jam country, and my coach says I need to reach over 140 kilograms to win. Now! I lifted 160 kilograms. The female athlete choked back tears while looking at the photo and talking. It took half a second before he regained his composure and looked firmly to the side of the arena. There's an electronic screen there, which is also being taken over at the moment by the National Games, playing the National Games. I will get the Olympic title for my country, and for myself, and for the love of my life. Yen Luo. Thank you. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The Grand Elder took out a mirror, and in the mirror there were many fewer wrinkles, and originally there were only a few black hairs left, or the black hairs that there were in the last National Luck Reward. Now, it's black and white, and at least half the hair is black. No one wanted to grow old easily, especially for a man with great ideals like the Grand Elder. How could he be willing to grow old before realizing his long-cherished dream? He had a great dream to revive the Dragon Kingdom. As in the days of the Great Tang Dynasty, the world is invincible, and all the nations are coming together. If he can't do it, the next successor has to do it, and if he still can't do it, then the next one continues. This is the spirit of the legacy of the great elders of the Dragon Kingdom through the generations. The great China is going back to where he belongs, that position since time immemorial. Several elders gazed at the big screen, and the Dragon Nation's player Yen Luo. This youth is the greatest hope for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Reporting to the Grand Elder, all of our soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom have now reached the standards of the former King of Soldiers, and each one of them is incredibly strong and physically amazing. The think tank collects data and has analyzed the changes in the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. When the Grand Elder heard this, a hint of joy also flashed through that ancient, waveless eye. Good job. A strong country starts with a strong army. With an army that can win battles like this, only then will the Dragon Kingdom be able to stand. When he finished, his eyes once again went to the big screen. Yen Luo, this lad, the more the Grand Elder looked at him, the more he appreciated him. After all, the changes in the Dragon Kingdom were all brought about by Yen Luo. Chapter 16. Eagle Jam Country surprises the Red Door, requesting golden ballots. Back at the homestead, though the house is small, there are two wonderful people. Miao Weiwei was so tired from being tossed around that she fell asleep on the bed. She was a bit overwhelmed by the 3-hour battle and was swollen. Yen Lo and Daji ran to the kitchen and worked together on the pasty rolled meat. First, the wheat is made into flour, which is fermented to make pastry and fried. Next, break up the chunks of green skin python into a puree, place it in the pastry and roll it up. One steam on the pot. Pasta rolled in meat to finish. Although there is no seasoning, the meat itself has fat and the meat of the green skin python has a special flavor. Daji ate with her eyes bent straight up and her little mouth bulging into a bun. It's delicious. Look at you. This is still unseasoned. Otherwise it would smell even better. Yen Luo laughed. He didn't feel much of anything, if it wasn't for the fact that the green-skinned python's chunks of meat were so fresh on their own. The lack of seasoning could have been a real headache. But at least it's better than dry brown bread. Yen Luo ran to call Miao Weiwei again, but Miao Weiwei was really tired and couldn't even wake up. He could only give a helpless smile. Just heat it up for her when she wakes up. Aha! Darla nodded. Although she didn't have much affection for Miao Weiwei, they were both Yen Luo's women. With this relationship in place, I feel like I'll be a good sister in the future. She wouldn't be jealous of the competition either. Everyone went into the national games mentally prepared. It's all family from now on. Live stream. It's so cozy, with a beautiful woman and 3 meals a day. Envious chickens are purple, Yen Lo 2 wives, and not a bit of jealousy. A sexy little beauty and a fresh little girl, envious. Yen Luo big brother is also too happy, other players are still struggling. Yen Luo is like on vacation. What a happy family. I guess big brother Yen Luo will be making babies soon. That's right, there's also a reward for pregnancy, and so far it looks like big brother Yen Luo is most likely to be the first to take the pregnancy reward. It's so good that our dragon country is going to be better again. At the moment, everyone was envious of Yen Luo's life. Suddenly, brothers, the Hawksbane Nation players have encountered the Red Gate. Huh? It's really not true. It must be true, Gosi. Don't let the Eagle Jam country get the beauty. Yeah, I can accept other countries getting beauties, but I can't accept this kind of Sakura country Eagle Jam country. It seems to be a woman this time. Women can enter the marriage game too? Can. It's just the birth of the child that becomes the player. Soon, a large number of viewers from various countries flooded into the Eagle Jam Nation livestream. Live feed. A scantily clad, tattooed woman stood before 4 doors. One of the doors was, quite literally, a pink matrimonial room. What good luck to have a matrimonial home. There was a flash of excitement in this woman's eyes. Her name is Emily and she is the ultimate Black Reverend. In her eyes, the great nation of Eagle Jam had grown strong and powerful all because of black people. Besides, the black ones are big. Having a black boyfriend is especially awesome and far from white. Emily hadn't even opened the door yet and thought better of it. It didn't matter what race was in there, as long as it was big enough to get her off. Live stream. Emily. This man I know is the ultimate black reverend. I've also seen her take on 3 hacks by herself on some series website. This man looks down on white people and thinks Blackie is the best. I've seen men who think with their lower bodies. I didn't realize there were women who think with their lower bodies. If you guys browse the series website, you know what kind of person Emily is. She's even tried dogs. So tough. As disgusting as it is, wouldn't this woman be invincible when she enters the national marriage game? Yeah. There's nothing she wouldn't be afraid to get on. It's a stick she'd be willing to take. There was no hesitation or fear on Emily's face. She wasn't even afraid of her own pet dog. Whatever it is that makes her feel good. Without hesitation, she opened the door of the bridal chamber and entered it. To the eye, there was actually a metallic floor, and the surrounding walls were also hard metal by the looks of it, with the occasional unintelligible high-tech instrument in operation. Emily's eyes flickered. This scene looked like the room of a highly intelligent creature at first glance. Could it be aliens? Emily licked her lips, her gaze revealing excitement. She hadn't tried it with an alien yet. The live-streaming Eagle Jam Nation is ecstatic. By the looks of this, it should be the room of a highly intelligent creature. That's good to know. Most of the highly intelligent creatures are humanoid. No challenge for Emily. Yes, Emily can even be a dog, let alone a humanoid creature. Great, we'll soon be able to take the cave reward in Eagle Jam Country. Just wait, Dragon Nation. We Eagle Sauce Nation are #1. You're just lucky to be in front. Emily continued to walk deeper into the room. Only the metal walls became more and more rusted and dimly lit the further in she went. Somehow Emily's mind began to get restless. She always had a bad feeling. Suddenly, a thick red tentacle swam violently out of the depths and wrapped a hand around Emily's waist. Before Emily could react, the scene in front of her flew backwards, taking her deeper into the room. Right in front of him was a huge ball of meat, constantly flowing with disgusting juices, while countless thick tentacles grew on its body. You are my spouse. Emily actually understood what the tentacle monster said, seeing the disgusting tentacle monster. Even she, the pervert inside, took a huge hit. Seeing it in a movie is not the same concept as seeing it in reality. The foul stench made your stomach juices roll just by smelling it. Everyone was dumbfounded at the Eagle Land live broadcast. Tentacle monster? It's disgusting. Covered in pus and inexplicable juices. It's over. I don't think Emily has the guts to cave with a tentacle monster. Damn it. Disaster is about to break out in our Eagle Jam Country. It's so disgusting. I'm going to vomit when I look at it. I'm going to throw up yesterday's overnight meal. Damn. Watching it in a movie and watching it in reality are not the same thing at all. It's disgusting. At this moment, all the hearts of the Eagle Jam Nation sank to the bottom. Just when everyone thought Emily would back down and be killed by the tentacle monster, something unexpected happened. Emily actually licked her lips as she looked at the arm-thick, super long tentacle, and the whole thing trembled. Not scared, but excited. It just looks so big. I wonder what it's like. She thought this while saying, "That's right. I'm your spouse, let's cave." Oh? National audiences. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 17. Terrorizing the Tentacle Monster. Eagle Land Disaster. Everyone was shocked when Emily shed her clothes and walked towards the tentacle monster and the screen went black. Holy, I feel trippy. Emily versus the tentacle monster? Vomit, that's disgusting. I'm a pervert who thinks it's perverted. This isn't a little porno comic. This is reality. Outrageous, no less, black reverends. Animals that think with their lower bodies. It's horrible. It's true that women think with their lower bodies more than men. Netizens from various countries tweeted, and Eagle Nation jumped on the bandwagon. No matter how perverted Emily is, just taking the national reward can be a great thing for the Eagle Jam Nation. What are you barking at here? Bunch of lowlifes. That's right, my country of Eagle Jam is the greatest country of all. And Emily is to be commended for dying for her country. We're about to take the national luck reward and surpass the Dragon Kingdom. We'll see. That's right. Luck is only for a moment. Emily is the real powerhouse. What's wrong with perverts? Perversion is what makes a country strong. Just as the Eagle Jam Nation was collectively boiling over, the black screen abruptly ended. The whole blackout process lasted only a few tens of seconds. In the image, Emily's entire lower body was a bloody mess, no longer normal, and her eyes had lost their luster dead. Emily is indeed kinky enough that even a thick arm may not actually be too much for some women to handle. After all, women can carry off childbirth. But she missed the point that there was a limit to the length a woman could take. How could a tentacle monster's tentacles, which could easily be several meters long, be something a normal human could withstand? Eagle Land contestant bled to death in the cave, and the cave ceremony failed. Contestant dies. Disaster erupts in Eagle Land. Disaster identified. Army of tentacle monsters. 100,000 tentacle monsters will descend on Eagle Sauce Country in a frenzy to hunt down black reverends, male and female. How hardened and smug the Eagle Jam Nation was up front, and how desperate they are now. 100,000 tentacle monsters descended upon the land of Eagle Sauce. Tentacle monsters have a huge body, amazing recovery ability. Ordinary bullets and shells cannot hurt tentacle monsters. A tentacle monster appeared in every corner of Eagle Jam Country, slaughtering black reverends in a frenzy. Blood, wailing. There is an atmosphere of despair throughout the land of Eagle Jam. Ah, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I just had a black boyfriend. I'm not a black reverend. Why are the tentacle monsters after me? Help! I don't want to die. There are dead people, so many dead people. I know it's wrong. Ah, I'm screwed. I'm so sorry. Why did I immigrate to Eagle Jam Country? The army is coming. There's help. What? Machine guns and artillery shells can't kill the tentacle monsters? It's over. Now Eagle Jam Country is turning into hell on earth. There are tentacle monsters and people's bodies everywhere. The Hawksbane Nation has many allies, but those are all subservient to the Hawksbane Nation's great power. In fact, the people of many countries have long hated the Eagle Jam countries that start wars all over the world. There is always a clear mirror in one's heart, and the eyes of the masses are discerning. It's so tragic to see the Eagle Jam Country now, with hundreds of thousands of dead and wounded in the blink of an eye, and more to come after a while. The common people of the nations clapped their hands and a cheer went up. Serves you right. That's the wrath of God. The Eagle Sauce Country has always done things in a domineering way, not treating the people of other countries as human beings. Good death. The more Eagle Jam countrymen die, the happier I am. I've been looking at Eagle Jam Nation for a long time. Good, good, great. The Eagle Jam Nation had started a war in my country, and both my mom and dad died in that civil unrest. Now God help me to take revenge. I would sympathize with any other country if a disaster erupted in that country. But Eagle Land died a good death. Die beautifully. I've long been disgusted with those little black foreign students who were running amok in the country, and now it's the black reverends who are dying. Well done. Viewers in many countries, instead of sympathizing with Eagle Jam Nation, clapped their hands. There's a saying, self-inflicted wounds. Watch as Eagle Sauce Nation casualties continue to soar, approaching 1 million in a few minutes. There were even a number of rich people and officials who died in the disaster. Those big capitalists also panicked and jointly pressurized the government for the use of superweapons. They are also afraid of death. Ordinary people die when they die, but then it's the turn of these big capitalists to die, and they're not happy about it. The government of the Hawksbane country was pressured to make extensive use of a new type of missile, the hypersonic missile. It was fast and powerful, blasting away a lot of tentacle monsters. Super tanks equipped with laser weapons, continuous output, lasers can reach thousands of degrees of heat, even tens of centimeters thick steel plate can be pierced. The Eagle Jam Nation has not hesitated to expose its cards and deplete its reserves to finally contain the disaster to some extent. The increase in casualties began to diminish, but the final figures still stand at 800,000 dead and 2 million injured. Casualties approach 3 million. The property damage was equally staggering compared to the casualties. Not to mention, hypersonic missiles cost $50 million apiece, and Eagle Land has launched at least a couple hundred of them. And houses, factories, super tanks destroyed by tentacled monsters, losing hundreds of billions of dollars. No wonder the Eagle Sauce Country is a superpower. It's pretty deep. Indeed, these super weapons can even kill tentacle monsters. However, this time, the disaster Hawksbane Country has almost all of its hypersonic missiles, and the losses are very high. It's rumored that the super tank was also half destroyed by the tentacle monster, so the Eagle Kingdom is probably going to be heartbroken. With all the stuff out of the box and used, the Eagle Jam Nation is equal to having no bottom card. The nations are talking. At the Dragon Kingdom's highest command post, the emergency meeting opened again. This time, the Eagle Sauce Country exposed all of its cards, and it was a godsend for the Dragon Country. Reporting to the Grand Elder, after our analysis, the Eagle Sauce Country's current military strength is still higher than ours, but the difference isn't that big anymore. Our electromagnetic cannon supertank, although its sustained output is a bit worse, it is more powerful in a single shot, and with a single hit, it can destroy the Eagle Sauce Nation's supertank with a single shot. And, while the supersonic missiles of the Eagle Jam countries don't have the ability to change orbit, the missiles we're developing can maneuver to change orbit. At this moment, figuring out the bottom card of the Eagle Sauce Country, the executives present were invigorated. In this way, the Dragon Kingdom will have a better chance of winning the competition among the big countries, and can target research on weapons that can restrain the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. In this way, the Eagle Jam country will no longer dare to act rashly, and national security will be more secure. Chapter 18. 7 times in one night. Strange encounters come to pass. Dragon Nation live. Yen Luo's side of the screen hadn't recovered for long before it once again fell into a black screen. The main one is going to feed the two beauties until they are full. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 1 hour. Outside. Another familiar 3 hours. Big man Yen Luo is so fierce that only one of his oxen can plow the field. At this rate, there should be a beauty pregnant soon. I'm curious to see if Big Brother Yen Luo is 1-on-1 right now, or if he's in a 1-on-2. Be that exciting. Just don't be outrageous. 1 against 2 and still 3 hours? 3 hours later, the picture was finally clear. The two women spat out their tongues and rolled their eyes, lying on the bed with a played-out look. Yen Luo carried a small stool and sat in front of the homestead, warm sunlight, light breeze. The whole thing was cozy. Still holding the warmed-up pasty rolled meat in his hand, he took the occasional bite. The two women took a while before they helped each other out of the cabin. One looked at Yen Luo with an angry expression. Husband doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. It's too rough. Daji beamed, and if it wasn't for Miao Weiwei supporting her, felt like she couldn't even stand up. Miao Weiwei blushed and gave a soft Yen Luo, this bad guy, actually came at her alone 7 times. If she hadn't been so fit, she wouldn't have been able to take it. The two women didn't disturb Yen Luo's sunbathing and sat next to him with a small stool. At this rate, I should definitely have a husband's child soon. Daji smiled longingly. That's not necessarily true. Maybe I was the one who conceived husband's child first. Miao Weiwei said unwillingly. The two of them had made a bet that whoever had a child first would be the first lady. In the future, the youngest lady will serve tea and rub the shoulders of the eldest lady. We'll see. The first lady must be mine. Daji patted her huge breasts and said proudly. Miao Weiwei also pouted. We'll see. There was a chorus of envious voices in the live room. IKAM. It really looks like it's 1 against 2. Holy. This is too good for Big Brother Yen Luo. Isn't the key point that Yen Luo Big Brother is fighting 1 against 2 and still not losing? If only my husband was half as strong as Yen Luo. He's just 3 minutes and it's over every time before he feels anything. So envious. 2 beautiful women rushing to want to give Yen Luo a child. Daji and Miao Weiwei's little boat of friendship capsizes when they say they want to be the first lady. Just as everyone was talking, National Games sent out an announcement. Adventure opens. The adventure is a randomized event, and 3 random national players will be selected to descend on the adventure. Note: encounters will be coming directly to the contestants' homes. Lucky chance contestant being selected. Selection successful. Encounters will occur in the homes of the Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Rikoku players. The moment the announcement appeared, the audience in each country exploded. New gameplay? Adventure? It's not fair. Why should only these 3 countries have wonders and we, the 3 kingdoms, don't? Shady. It must be shady. The wonders should come to our Eagle Sauce country. Ha 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 ha. Great. We have a strange encounter in the Dragon Kingdom as well. In the order of the announcement, the first to descend into the wonders should be Sakura Nation. Sakurago, who's had a good little life, has a strange encounter? For a while, viewers from all countries flocked to the Sakura Nation live streaming room, wanting to see what kind of reward the so-called strange encounter was. A new player entered 24 hours after the death of the last Sakura Nation player. The national games are like that. Unless the country dies, new players will always be picked to enter the national games. Keizo Kishimoto, a man with glasses, was in the national games yesterday, but stayed in his homestead and refused to go out. The deaths of the previous contestants were so tragic that it left him with absolutely no courage to go out and challenge the door. But food was limited, and he could only last 2 or 3 days at most before he must go out and challenge the door, or he would have to starve to death alive. When you hear of the wonders coming to your home, the first one is yourself. A delighted smile appeared on Kishimoto Chisan's face. Yoshi, this good thing actually came to me? No need to go out and challenge the gate? Just that to get a reward? Kishimoto Chi-san couldn't help but laugh so hard that his glasses went askew. One is so lucky. Sakura Nation live, and Sakura Nation went crazy with joy. Yoshi, the time has come. We're going to get a mysterious reward in Sakura Nation. Earlier I mocked Kishimoto Saito for being a coward, and now I take back my previous words. That's right. If he had gone to challenge the door yesterday, he might have died. Well now, we in the Sakura Kingdom will be granted a miraculous opportunity. Yoshi, our Sakura Nation will definitely rise. Dragon Nation wait. When we are strong, all your lands will be our Sakura Nations. That's right. The sick man of East Asia doesn't deserve to own such a vast land. The noble Cherry Blossom Kingdom will surely develop it better than that bunch of garbage from the Dragon Kingdom after acquiring the land. The Sakura Nation has always spied on the land of the dragon. After all, they are a bullet-ridden island nation with poor resources. It is the vastness of the land that is most desired. However, these words greatly angered the dragon audience. I'll you up. We won't forget the revenge of the last century. Never, ever. So what if it's a strange encounter? One strange encounter, and I don't believe your strength can catch up to Yen Luo. That's right. Yen Luo has taken 3 or 4 rewards. Sakura Nation is a bunch of animals. Big brother Yen Luo also had a strange encounter. You guys wait. As long as the Dragon Kingdom rises, the first one who won't be spared will be your Sakura Kingdom. There was a lot of bickering on both sides. The Sakura Nation was now bursting with confidence. After all, they were going to be the first to take the chance reward. The power of the nation will surely be greatly increased. In the expectant gaze of all the Sakura Nation. Then 9, 3, 2, 1. Strange adventures come to pass. The Sakura Nation contestant has been matched with an encounter with a nuclear wastewater undersea beast. Defeat the nuclear contaminated undersea beast. You'll get a super reward. The moment the announcement fell, the smile on Kishimoto Chi-san's face instantly became stiff. A 3-fish head, 8 tentacles forming a deep-sea beast descended from the sky. 12 meters high. His body was heavy and incomparably heavy, smashing the ground into a large crater in the shape of a glass mesh. A cloud of smoke and dust. The behemoth's 6 scarlet eyes looked towards Kishimoto Chi-san, with a hint of hatred and resentment in its hidden gaze. You are the challenger. A horrible voice rang out. Kishimoto Chi-san's legs went limp and he directly collapsed on the ground. Looking at the more than 10-meter-tall behemoth, and orange liquid directly flowed out of his crotch. Is this something that humans can defeat? I don't want to die. The Sakura Nation audience was all dumbfounded, and the smiles on their faces came to a screeching halt. Chapter 19. Kimchi Nation to rise? Baka, what's with the deep-sea giants? You call this a strange encounter? It's not killing people. Baka, run. I don't want to die. Enough people died last time. It's over, we're done. Damn it. This is not a strange encounter. This is a conspiracy. The Sakura Nation audience wailed as they watched a huge tentacle of the deep-sea beast smash Kishimoto Chi-san into a meat cake. Sakura Nation contestant dies in challenge encounter. Disaster will break out in Sakura country. Disaster selection success. Death by nuclear wastewater. 100,000 angry undersea giants will appear in the deep sea, attacking the cities of Sakura Nation and taking revenge on the people of Sakura Nation without discrimination. For a while, a huge, terrifying deep-sea beast appeared from the bottom of the sea and frantically attacked the coastal cities of the Sakura country. A random impact from an undersea beast can bring down a tall building. Countless Sakura Nation people were killed alive by the collapsed buildings. The death toll soared. 100,000. 300,000. 800,000. Cherry Blossom Country's army completely lacks the strength to fight against the deep-sea beast. Ordinary missiles hit in more than 10 meters high deep-sea beast body is like scratching an itch. One by one, tall buildings collapsed, and the Sakura Nation's army could only watch as the coastal cities were destroyed by the behemoths. The deep-sea giants destroyed several cities in one breath before they finally had their fun and returned to the deep sea one by one. Sakura Nation casualties eventually settled at a staggering 3 million. Even more, several cities were destroyed and the economic damage is incalculable. Ah! The city I live in, the buildings were all destroyed by the deep-sea beasts. Dead. All dead. Everyone around me is dead. I broke both my legs by a falling statue. I don't want to be disabled. I'm not living. Baka, the national luck game is just an asshole game. I have nothing left now. Useless army. Can't even stop a deep-sea beast. Ah, who's going to save me? I'm still buried under the rubble. At this moment, Sakura country could be said to have turned into a fiery hell on earth. However, many people do not sympathize with what happened to Sakura Nation. The populace of Pickle Country was the most joyful of them all. You were told to discharge nuclear sewage, and now you're getting what's coming to you. Smithy, in the words of the dragons, is it not the time to be unrewarded? The time has not yet come. Cherry Blossom Nation discharges nuclear sewage, costing our fishermen their income. We in Kimchi Country eat all sea salt. And now we have to import well salt from other countries because of Sakura Country. Beautiful. The Sakura Nation's retribution has come. I have no sympathy for any more of your deaths. I'm a fisherman, and it's all because of the Sakura Nation that I've lost my livelihood. So die. The more deaths, the better. Don't get cocky. You Kimchi countries have been chosen by a miracle too. Chance is a sinkhole. Kimchi countrymen wait for death. That's right. You will surely suffer the same disaster as our Sakura country. At this, the Pickle Nation woke up with a jolt. Yeah. They've been chosen by chance too. The mood of the Kimchi country sank to the bottom, and none of them were in the mood to continue tearing themselves apart with the Sakura country, and rushed back to their own country's live room to check the situation. Kimchi Nation's newest player, Cho Yoon-hee, was completely unaware of what had happened to Sakura Nation at the moment. After all, it's not like he can watch the other players live. Hearing that a strange encounter had descended, Cho Yoon-hee had a joyful look on her face. I didn't expect him to come across such a good thing just a few hours into the national games. Seeing Jo Yoon-hee still immersed in joy, all of Kimchi Nation's people were anxious. You're still happy. Do you realize what you're going to face later? It's over. If we have a challenge chance as well, it's over. Damn it. Cho Yoon-hee just entered the national games. How can she beat the monsters? Could it be that disaster is about to befall our Kimchi country as well? Pickle Nation is worried. The Sakura Nation, on the other hand, was gloating. Wasn't one of them laughing just now? Just wait. Disaster is going to break out in your Kimchi country too. And laugh. You contestants are going to be pissing your pants later for sure. Then. 9, 3, 2, 1. Strange adventures come to pass. A match has been made for the Kimchi country's contestant, the treasure chest of divine spirit. Strange adventures. Just as everyone was talking, a red carpet suddenly appeared outside Jo Yoon-hee's homestead. The wide red carpet swooped one for dozens of meters, and at the end was a bejeweled scene. Gems, jewels, and gold were piled up into a small mountain, with a golden treasure chest in the middle. Zhao Yunqi looked ecstatic, his gaze revealing greed. Treasure chest. Ha 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 ha. My luck is just too good. It's actually a treasure chest. Jo Yoon-hee cheered and hurried up the red carpet towards the golden treasure chest. The spectators from all countries were dumbfounded, especially the Sakura Nation, who were all furious. Baka. What makes there's a treasure chest? Exactly. On what grounds we meet monsters and they meet treasure chests? It's not fair. Damn Kimchi country assholes for being so lucky. Now, the Kimchi countrymen's worries disappeared, and one by one, they began to be cocky again. Ha 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 ha. I told you, we, Kimchi Kingdom, are the #1 power in the universe. We can't have bad luck. That's right. Pickle Country is the best. Sakura Nation bastards see. The luck of our Kimchi Nation is not comparable to that of lowly peoples like you. And Dragon Kingdom, don't be complacent. We'll overtake you soon. It won't be long before the Kimchi Kingdom will unify the peninsula and take back the glory that belongs to the Kimchi Kingdom. Not only are we going to unify the peninsula, we're going to take the northeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom with Papa Eagle Jam. Ha 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 ha. Nice? The arrogant Kimchi countrymen immediately enraged the millions of key fairies in the Dragon Kingdom. I'll you up and want your ancestor stuff? Wake up. For the past several thousand years, you were nothing more than a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom. Back in the day, when our envoys traveled to your bullet-ridden land, your emperors were greeted by sweeping couches. That's right. How dare a mere bullet-ridden country open its mouth to spew? In terms of generation and history, our Dragon Kingdom is your ancestor. Come, call me Grandpa. Shameless kimchi people. Got up by kneeling to the Eagle Jam country. No big deal. A bunch of spine-less scumbags. A brawl ensued as the pickle man was completely suppressed by the Dragon Key Fairy. Kidding aside, the person who can spray win the Dragon Kingdom Key Fairy has yet to be born. Cho Yoon he finally arrived in front of the golden treasure chest, and he gazed greedily. Let's see what kind of goodies it is. As he opened his mouth, the bickering in the broadcast room faded, and all minds were on the treasure chest. Kimchi Nation, Rising Up? Chapter 20. Treasure Chest Monster. Disaster. Begging for golden votes. Just as Jo Yoon he was immersed in joy, he opened the treasure chest unguardedly. The moment the treasure chest was opened, it was not the expected gift. The treasure chest was camouflaged, and inside was a bloody mouth, dense with sharp, pointed teeth. Jo Yoon he didn't even have time to show a horrified expression before the treasure chest monster took a bite out of her head. All that was left was a headless body, bleeding like a column, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The change came so fast that the Pickle Nation was even still basking in the joy. Kimchi's player, Cho Yoon Hee, was killed by a treasure chest monster. Kimchi country is about to explode in disaster. Disaster selected. Man-eating treasure chests. 1,000,000 man-eating treasure chests will descend on the Kimchi Kingdom. They'll eat the living when they come across them. Disaster strikes. It wasn't until the announcement was made that the Kimchi Nation came back to their senses, and all the smiles on their faces became stiff. Smithy, what happened? How did Jo Yoon he suddenly die? Damn it, that's not a treasure chest at all, but a monster disguised as a treasure chest. Damn, disaster has broken out. I saw so many man-eating treasure chest monsters on the street. No good. I have one at home. Help? Aw. Damn Cho Yoon Hee. Why don't you be more cautious? So many more people have to die. A second catastrophe breaking out so soon? It's finished. It's over. For a while, Pickle Country was filled with man-eating treasure chest monsters. Many people just go downstairs to throw out a piece of trash and are eaten alive by treasure chest monsters disguised as trash cans. Compared to other disasters, treasure chest monsters are good at disguises, leaving many people defenseless and accidentally becoming food for the treasure chest monsters. The Kimchi Nation all hid in their homes and shivered, not even daring to go out. But the treasure chest monsters still crashed through windows or doors to come in and eat people. The death toll in Pickle Country began to soar. 100,000, 300,000, 700,000, 1,000,000. Treasure chest monsters that are good at disguising themselves are hard to defend against, and even armies have a hard time spotting a disguised treasure chest monster, resulting in absolutely no one being able to stop the treasure chest monster from killing people. At the end of the day, the Kimchi government had no choice but to ask everyone to destroy all the boxes and such. Storage bins, refrigerators, trash cans, all smashed and thrown away. This time, not only did a lot of people die, but also caused serious economic losses. The factories that produced items like refrigerators, lockers, and trash cans all went out of business. The final death toll was set at 1,800,000. The economy lost hundreds of billions of dollars and millions more workers lost their jobs. Pickle Country, the losses are huge. Viewers from many countries look down on the Kimchi countrymen, and the worse the Kimchi country is, the happier they are. Yossi, I knew it. The Pickle Country will suffer the same disaster as us. The Kimchi countries just deserve what they get, to have them go crazy every day and call themselves the #1 power in the universe. Pretty, how dare you talk about our land in the Dragon Kingdom? Now you get what's coming to you. The Dragon Land, which does not yield an inch of land, is not something that a small country like you is qualified to get your hands on. Don't rejoice too early, you Dragon Nation people. Don't forget, you also have a strange encounter. Ha 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 ha. This isn't a strange encounter at all. It's bad luck. A disaster. A disaster will also erupt in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if your players were lucky before, they will surely die this time. That's right, Dragon Nation. You won't be complacent for long. The Dragon Country viewers couldn't care less about tearing each other apart this time, and rushed back to the Dragon Country live stream. At the moment, Yen Luo is at the end of another blackout, still trying to make babies. Yen Luo also got the news that there would be a strange encounter coming. Unable to think of anything else, he rushed out of the cabin and waited for the so-called strange encounter. His gaze was calm, not as ecstatic as other people who had encountered strange encounters. A strange encounter? Yen Luo muttered, not believing that the national games would have good things falling from the sky. The odds are that the so-called strange encounter is a pitfall. One must know that if Yen Luo didn't have the eye of prompting and the power of nodding, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. It would be nice to keep one raw door for each 4-door challenge. The national games will never be that kind. Figuring this out, Yen Luo equipped his alloy knife, ready to face the so-called strange encounter. Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. Dragon Nation live. The host, Bing Bing, was relieved to see Yen Luo's preparedness and began to commentate. As you can see, our Dragon Country's player, Yen Luo, wasn't as ecstatic as the players from other countries. Instead, equip yourself with weapons and face possible crises with caution. The live studio audience chimed in. Of course, this is Big Brother Yen Luo to have survived until now. It's definitely not comparable to other players. And Yen Luo Big Brother is very strong. After all, he has taken several rewards and is a long way ahead of the other players. Besides, our Yen Luo Big Brother has 2 marriage partners. Even if we can't beat them, we still have Daji and Miao Weiwei. That's the idea, so the wave is solid? All I can say is that Yen Luo Big Brother Weiweitis will not let us down. The dragons have been rewarded with several more national fortunes after eradicating fake foreign devils and traitors. It was the time of national pride, and no one came out to say Yen Luo's sarcasm at this time. Then, 9, 3, 2, 1. Strange adventures come to pass. Encounter confirmed. Challenge the Class D boss. The 3-headed flaming wolf. Successful challenge will be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Then a wolf with 3 heads and blood-red fur appeared outside the homestead. This 3-headed fiery wolf was huge, a circle larger than a cow. Yen Luo's gaze was calm. The prompting, I quickly obtained information about the 3 fiery wolves. Monster name: 3-headed flaming wolf. Type: boss. Power level: D. Description: it's strong, but it's not for you. Seeing such a terrifying giant wolf, the live broadcast room exploded. This isn't an ordinary monster. It's actually a boss-level monster. It's over, what can we do? Can Big Brother Yen Luo win? I don't know. I'm in a panic after all. No player has ever encountered a boss. Why is it so unlucky that Big Brother Yen Luo has actually encountered a boss? Seeing this scene, the Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation viewers were ecstatic. It's human nature that if you're having a bad time, you want others to have a bad time too. Otherwise, the heart is unbalanced. Now that Yen Luo had encountered a boss, they were overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Too good. Yen Luo finally can't jump up and down. I told you that your Dragon Kingdom would repeat our mistakes. Disaster won't just be given to the Sakura country, you Dragon country won't be able to escape either. Smithy. It makes me happy to see the dragons in crisis. Yossi, when the disaster breaks out among the dragons, the luck of the nation will surely fall, and sooner or later the land of the dragons will be ours. Chapter 21. Silky smooth combo to take away the boss. Yen Luo's gaze was calm, and he didn't even have the idea of calling Daji and Miao Weiwei out to help. Directly one rushed up against the 3 fiery wolves. Seeing Yen Luo not call for help and striking out alone, even the Dragon Nation viewers were anxious. Don't be too big for Big Brother Yen Luo. Yeah, why don't you ask your marriage partner for help? Watch out. Yen Luo. Yen Luo's speed was so fast that his entire body appeared on the side of the 3 fiery wolves as if it was a stump, and his alloy knife instantly stabbed at the latter's eyes. The 3 fiery wolves were not much faster than the green-skinned python and slapped their claws at Yen Luo. The wolf claws and the alloy knife touched, and neither side was injured. A trace of humanized astonishment flashed across the 3-headed fiery wolf's face. This human could actually compete with himself in terms of strength? It was important to realize that even a brown bear would be snapped in 2 when it went down with this claw. Both sides entangled for a few more rounds, and when the 3 fiery wolves saw that ordinary means were ineffective, the wolf head in the center violently opened its mouth, and a crimson fireball gushed out. Bang! Flames shot up into the sky, the heat distorting the air slightly, and tumbling smoke obscured the view. Joy flashed in the eyes of the three fiery wolves. Not to mention a mere human, even those monsters with thick skin and flesh would have to die if they ate one of his red flame bombs. Behind a huge boulder, Yen Luo's gaze was slightly fixed. Sure enough, the bosses aren't that good. The live broadcast room at this moment had exploded. And this three-headed wolf knows magic? Is this a fireball spell? So powerful. Where's Big Brother Yen Luo? Is he going to be okay? Just as the crowd was worried, a special light flashed, and the three fiery wolves became dizzy and were controlled by Charmed 4, followed by the black and gold knife shooting out from the blaze and stabbing into its right eye. Blood. Hissing. The three fiery wolves ate the pain, and their resentful gazes looked at Yen Luo, who stepped out of the blazing fire. Damned scum. I'm going to eat you alive. The three fiery wolves raged. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a headache drilling through his body. The three fiery wolves rolled on the ground in pain, and blood continued to spill from their mouths. When did this vile human actually poison himself? Scumbag! The three-headed fiery wolf let out a roar, feeling its life force draining away, and used the last of its strength to spew out a fireball. Yen Luo had already prevented the other party from counterattacking at death, and rolled towards the right, narrowly avoiding the fireball explosion range. He stood up, with rushing flames and smoke behind him, but his eyes were calm. With the eye of the prompt, at the outset, the winners and losers are already determined. Seeing Yen Luo kill the three fiery wolves with a set of silky combo moves, the Dragon Nation viewers, as well as the host, Bing Bing, breathed a sigh of relief. Yen Luo Big Brother Weiwei's. It looks like Big Brother Yen Luo should have gotten part of Miao Weiwei's ability to poison the three fiery wolves. It's so silky smooth. A set of moves to take away the boss. One control skill, one poison skill. How do you lose? Big Brother Yen Luo is too calm. He even managed to dodge the fireball spell. The host, Bing Bing, also had a joyful look on her face and hurriedly analyzed. The strength of the three fiery wolves was actually above Yen Luo, but Yen Luo relied on his own calm combat talent, relying on the terrain to dodge the fireball spell the first time, and relying on prediction to dodge the fireball spell the second time. The live viewers then came to their senses. Yeah, although Yen Luo Big Brother has skills, his body is brittle. Eating one fireball spell will probably make people gone. Is that a talent for fighting? Anyone else who came across such a powerful fireball spell would probably have their legs shaking in fear. Yen Luo Big Man is born for fighting. The operation is really detailed. Yen Luo took a few deep breaths before the whole thing calmed down completely. Only he, himself, could realize how vicious the battle just now had been. The strength of the boss is really not to be underestimated. The national games have detected the player's characteristics, which are being translated into panel skills. Congratulations on realizing your potential and obtaining the S-rank Talent Hunter. Hunter, you have a keen combat intuition and can often anticipate the enemy and gain an advantage in battle. Effect: Battle Instinct plus 30%, Agility plus 10. Note: skill bonuses are not shown in the base panel and are only triggered in battle. Yen Luo's face was delighted, not realizing that players could also rely on battles to work out template skills. But the emergence of the skill hunter can be considered unexpected and reasonable. From the first time he was exposed to combat, Yen Luo's performance in battle was exceptionally calm and reliable. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely have the emotion of fear when facing a monster, but Yen Luo did not have this emotion at all and could quickly enter the battle, calmly judge the advantages of the enemy and us, and utilize various conditions to gain victory in battle. Chance challenge successful. Super rewards are being distributed to the Dragon Kingdom contestants. As the voice of the national games fell, 3 items appeared where the 3 fiery wolves had died. The Dragon Kingdom Live was abuzz. Took off with 3 rewards. 3 countries suffered strange encounters, and our Dragon country is the only one that succeeded in the challenge. Big Brother Yen Luo is powerful. Big Brother Yen Luo's strength is going up again. I wonder what goodies the reward will be. Too much anticipation. This is a boss first kill. The reward can't be bad. The spectators from the other countries, one by one, were envious. Among them, the people from the Kimchi and Sakura countries had even more fiery pain on their faces. Just now, they were all mocking Yen Luo and the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't realize that the Dragon Countries player had taken a full 3 rewards. Nothing in the outside world could interfere with Yen Luo. Yen Lo strides over to the 3 items. The first reward was a long knife with an orange-red hilt. Red Fire Blade. Classification: D. Effect: attack plus 30 points. Armor break plus 10 points. Attack with 10 points of fire spell damage. Yen Luo's face was delighted. This was much more fierce than the alloy knife. It was simply a small extreme weapon. Alloy knife. Classification: F+. Effect: attack strength plus 10 points. Armor break plus 1 point. In comparison, the red flame blade has 20 more attack points, 9 more armor breaks, and 10 more points of flame damage. With a weapon in hand, Yen Luo's strength would have to be increased by a large margin. Yen Luo equipped himself with the red fire blade and slashed down at a huge boulder that was half a man's height. Powerful and powerful. As soon as the knife went down, the boulder was split in 2, and the break was even marked with charred black traces of being scorched by flames. What a terrifying power! A rock this big split in half with 1 slash. A divine weapon. It's awesome. I throw. Is this power humanly possible? A rock this thick. A mortar wouldn't necessarily break it, would it? The audience in the live room was shocked. Chapter 22. Blueprint for the Salt Well. The land of salt is born. Yen Luo then picked up the second item. It was 5 stones with a blue pattern. Small experience stones. Effect: gaining a small amount of experience after use, it can raise the player's level. Good stuff. Yen Luo's mouth sketched out a smile and used it without hesitation. Ding. You use a small experience stone. Level plus 2. Ding. You use a small experience stone. Level plus 2. Ding. You use a small experience stone. Level plus 2. Ding. You use a small experience stone. Level plus 1. Your level has reached LV10, and you have gained 18 points of free attributes. Do you want to distribute them immediately? Distributed. Yen Luo evenly distributed the 18 points of attributes on physical strength and sensitivity. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about adding all of his attribute points to his physique, so that his life would be especially secure. But it's not really a good idea. With defense alone and no ability to kill the enemy can scrape you to death even with a scrape. After all, this wasn't an online game, and even if the defense was high, places like the eyes and temples were vulnerable. Player: Yen Luo. Level: 110. Physique: 1521. Note: 3-5 for ordinary people. Strength: 1521. Agility: 1521. Magic: 20. Charisma: 50. Note: Commoners 110. Skills: Charisma S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank. Equipment: Red Fire Blade Grade D. Description: Qualified Hunter. You've qualified to survive the national game. With his strength increased, Yen Luo could be described as being in a happy mood. He could feel that his strength and reflexes became stronger. Looking toward the last of the same rewards was a blueprint. Article: Shioi Blueprints. Quality: Grade C. Effect: a steady stream of salt can be produced. Description: don't underestimate this building. Salt is hard currency. The live audience also saw the blueprints in action. The host, Ice, laughs and narrates. Salt has essential elements in the human body. Long-term not to eat salt will get hyponatremia, general weakness, neurasthenia. For us in life, salt is readily available. But in the game of nations, salt may be a precious hard currency. Ice got some words, but also let the audience in the live room suddenly realize that the original salt is not just a condiment. There is also such an important role. Yes, I've seen goats climbing up cliff faces just to lick rocks for salt. Yeah, most living things need salt to stay healthy. Thanks for the science. So salt is so important. Yen Lo returned to the side of the cabin, found a wide open space, and used the blueprint straight away. He'd wanted salt for a long time. For one thing, he needed it to maintain his health. The other thing is, there really isn't much flavor in a dish made with no salt at all. There is a saying that salt is the king of all flavors. As the blueprints disappeared in a burst of light, the construction of a salt well covering an area the size of a 4-4 was completed. Standing at the mouth of the well and looking in, it was all white well salt. Salt is a hard currency second only to grain. Yen Luo whispered to himself, a hint of joy flashing in his gaze. Beat a little salt up in a barrel. Immediately, the food started to burn. Peppered python meat. The sleeping Daji's nose sniffed, and a wisp of crystalline drool ran down the corner of her mouth. Her eyes snapped open and she shook Meow Weiwei, who was beside her, awake. It smells so good. What is husband doing? The two women smelled the aroma and instantly their cravings were hooked, scurrying to the kitchen like little rabbits. Meow Weiwei was still acting a bit calm, and Daji Aba was drooling. Yen Luo laughed and shook his head. It's just a simple peppered roast. After a while, the roast was ready, and the three of them sat around the wooden table and chowed down. Meow Weiwei was obviously younger, but instead she acted a little more ladylike. Daji, on the other hand, was eating with stars in her eyes and grease stains all over her little mouth. Yen Luo then realized. Daji was still the one he helped to transform, and her mental age was actually much younger than Meow Weiwei. Yen Luo smiled and tenderly touched Daji's head with a hint of doting in his eyes. The warm scene made the viewers of the live broadcast envious. Don't kill dogs like that. Big brother Yen Luo is on vacation mode. The other contestants are still in fear and will burp at any moment. Yen Luo's side is free to study the food. How delicious is the pepper python meat? Daji is eating it with stars in her eyes. It's the middle of the night and I'm looking hungry. Envious Abba Abba. Lemon fruit on a lemon tree, you and me under a lemon tree. After eating the roasted meat, Yen Luo's side went into a black screen again. The main one is trying to make a baby. Outside, with the completion of the salt wells in Yen Luo, Rukoku was also rewarded by the state. Congratulations to Dragon Country's Yen Luo on his successful challenge. The national reward is being distributed for the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for receiving the reward. The salt mine storage capacity has been increased by 500%, and the production has been increased by 100%. As the rewards arrived, the salt lakes of the Great Northwest expanded once again, with white salt piled up as if they were small mountains. Originally, the discharge of nuclear effluent from the Sakura country caused salt to be in short supply, because no one eats sea salt anymore. Now, the Dragon Kingdom's stockpile of mineral salt has skyrocketed fivefold, and production has doubled along with it. Not only do the people at home have an endless supply of salt, but there is even room to export it to other countries. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. According to the analysis of the think tank, which met urgently, the big export of mineral salts will create hundreds of thousands of new jobs in the Dragon Kingdom and bring in additional hundreds of billions of dragon dollars a year. Many small countries that relied on sea salt had to import salt from the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom had an additional title in their mouths. The land of salt, a wealthy nation built on salt. A new day. Yen Luo once again appeared before the four doors. Environment room, poisonous gas capital. Requires 10 minutes of survival. Survival rate 5%. Copy room. Runaway cat. A cat who thinks he's a dog, and the moment he realizes he's a cat, a horrible plague will occur. Survival rate 1%. Material house. There's 10 units of wheat in there. Boss room. There is a C-rank boss cultist inside. Description. You don't stand much of a chance of winning on your own, but don't forget your well-endowed wife. Chapter 23. Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? A second room was crossed directly by Yen Luo, who had no self-mutilation tendencies. The third room is the supplies room, which wins out. It's just that wheat has so much Yen Luo right now that it really doesn't do much for him. The fourth room is a boss, or a C rank, Yen Luo muttered, rubbing his chin. After some thought, he went back to the homestead to call Daji and Meow Weiwei. You can fight in groups. Why do you want to fight one-on-one? Seeing this scene, the broadcast was puzzled. Why did big brother Yen Luo take one look and go back? Are you going to give up first? Now that big brother Yen Luo has food and drink, he may not be willing to continue to take risks. No matter what, I support big brother Yen Luo. Now even if we don't break through the door and focus on making babies, our Dragon Kingdom will still be rewarded. Ridiculous. Gutless is gutless. Laughing my ass off, the dragon players are going to stop. Just wait. Our players will catch up soon. Those who rely on luck won't get far after all. Count on him to know what's good for him. When his luck is all used up, challenging the door again is just looking for death. Nobody's lucky all the time. Viewers from all over the world have long been jealous of the Dragon Kingdom. And now that Yen Luo does not dare to continue to challenge the door, they all jumped out to taunt. The Dragon Nation immediately squirted with these guys. Soon the pop-ups came to an abrupt end. Yen Luo appeared in front of the 4 doors with Daji and Miao Weiwei. Everyone then realized that they had misunderstood Yen Luo and that he had gone to shake people. Yen Luo didn't explain too much and opened the 4th door directly with his 2 wives. Dragon Nation's Yen Luo enters the C-rank boss room. One announcement and everyone exploded. C-rank boss? This is too much luck. Yesterday's 3 wolves were only rank D2. If D rank is that scary, how strong is C rank? It feels like Big Brother Yen Luo can't get lucky this time. I can't believe I ran into this kind of high-level boss. Don't panic, everyone. Didn't Big Brother Yen Luo bring both of his marriage partners with him? He's not alone. The crowd was talking. Inside the boss room is a dimly lit church. Walls carved with mysterious patterns. Oil lamps with yellowing light. The eerie statue reveals an unsettling aura everywhere. Husband. This place looks so evil. Daji hugged Yen Luo's left hand. A scared look of weakness. The corner of Miao Weiwei's mouth on the side twitched slightly, and Daji's excited gaze betrayed herself. She was just looking for a reason to get bored with Yen Luo. The 3 walked deeper toward the church. Along the way, there were strange and evil statues. Some are people without legs. Some of them are people without 5 senses. There are also statues of monsters with human bodies but pig heads. Live stream. So scary and evil. If I had seen such a strange church, I'm sure people would have been confused. Looking at this boss is probably tough. What a scary atmosphere. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. This church is also too quiet, just as if there were no living people. Just as the audience was talking. A sudden change in a dead silent church. There was a constant clicking sound. It's the statues, someone exclaimed. Sure enough, the outer skin of those statues was peeling off, and there seemed to be monsters hiding inside, trying to come out of them. Miao Weiwei was about to make a move, but Yen Luo grabbed her hand. It's okay. It's not the main guy. Come with me. Yen Luo led the 2 women directly and quickly towards the center of the church. Hundreds of statues would take a long time to kill even if they stood for him. But once you find the cultist, the boss of this room, getting through is a breeze. It only took a few dozen seconds for the trio to reach the depths of the church. There was a red chair there that looked luxurious and sinister. A figure in black robes with a ruby scepter in his hand sat there. Foolish mortals. How dare you trespass on the king's territory? The great lord will. Not waiting for the cult master to finish his sentence, Yen Luo made a snap decision and yelled, "Get him!" Without saying a word, Daji's eyes flashed pink, and the cultist was charmed and controlled. Then, with a wave of Daji's hand, an invisible soul shock raged to cover the cultist master. The cult master only felt that someone was taking an iron drill and strangling his brain kernel in general, and his headache was splitting. Miao Weiwei also let out a light grunt, and with a flutter of her sleeve, densely packed parasites flew out of her sleeve. These parasites had sharp teeth and immediately surrounded the sect master, crazily gnawing on his flesh and blood. Ah! It hurts so much. Scumbag. Have the guts to fight one-on-one. The godfather let out a miserable hiss. Yen Luo doesn't even take a moment to ignore him, backhanding a charming shot to take control of the godfather once again. Quickly approaching, the red fire blade slashed once, twice, and 3 times. The knife was fatal, and when the bishop's spirit returned to normal, he realized that both his hands and feet had been cut off. Mean little. Yen Luo's gaze was calm as he fiercely slashed across the room. The sect leader who had lost his arms and legs was unable to dodge, and was directly beheaded by a slash. The sect leader's head fell to the ground. A look of deathly resentment etched on his face. The godmaster was killed, and the monsters that had just appeared in the statue behind him also lost the support of their power, and all of them turned into flying ash and dissipated into the air. Yen Luo made sure that the sect master was dead before he indifferently said, "Why would I need to fight alone when I can fight in a group?" Live stream. All the spectators were dumbfounded. Holy! A C-rank boss died just like that? The whole thing took less than 10 seconds to kill a C-rank boss. Awesome. Big Brother Yen Luo and his wives are so fierce. All rise. This is Big Brother Yen Luo. The first player to level the boss room has appeared. It's our Dragon Kingdom's Yen Luo Big Brother. That's awesome. Yen Luo Big Brother wise. The host, Bing Bing, also looked excited and hurriedly narrated. As you can see, Yen Luo once again calmly judged the situation and seized the opportunity to claim a quick victory. If Yen Luo had chosen to strike at those statues before, he would have been surrounded instead and then fallen into an unfavorable situation. Going all out and taking the boss's head straight is the right choice. The viewers of the live broadcast chimed in. Ice is right. My heart goes out to Ice. Big brother Yen Luo's brain is really not comparable to an ordinary person like me. It's too smart. Yeah. Just one look and you make the right choice. It's me who must have been surrounded by these statues. Big brother Yen Luo's judgment is really strong. Without the help of these statues, half of the strength of a C-rank boss hasn't been utilized. Boss room. Yen Luo found the missing treasure chest behind the chair. Turn it on. At this moment, all eyes were on the treasure chest. The anticipation in his heart was immense. I wonder what kind of goodies big brother Yen Luo will open? Chapter 24. Lake of the Stars. Doubling of fishery resources. The treasure chest opened with a brilliant flash of light. Article. Lake of Stars Blueprint. Quality. Grade A. Effect. Forms a star lake within the homeworld, which can harbor exotic starfish and pink dodo fish. Description. If you have a fry, congratulations. You've made a fortune. Article. Starfish fry. Quality. Grade B. Effect. The meat of the grown-up starfish is delicious and nutritious. And what's more valuable is that long-term consumption can increase the attributes of the eater. Description. A very valuable fish that can only grow in the star lake. Items. Pink dodo fish fry. Quality. Grade B. Effect. After consuming it, the eater will be horny and thirsty, greatly increasing the hit rate and the chances of pregnancy. Description. Even by karma. My advice is not to eat too much at once or your body won't be able to handle it and your nutrition won't keep up. The audience was dumbfounded when they saw the display of the national games. The matching lake and fish fry are premium at first listen. The starfish can increase its attributes after consumption. This is too powerful. Is that the point? Do you want to see the third thing? Is this pink doodle fish decent? It's a Thai fish by the sound of its name. Increased hit rate and chance of pregnancy. Be that outrageous. Although I'm stunned, this pink doodle fish is definitely a good thing to improve your chances of getting pregnant. Yes, big brother Yen Luo has been struggling for days and hasn't succeeded in making a baby yet. With this pink doodle fish, that's a sure thing. Yen Luo's eyes also lit up as he hurriedly took the 3 rewards back into his backpack. Daji and Miao Weiwei were also red in the face. Their hearts hung up on the pink dodo fish. With this stuff, you should be able to get pregnant with your husband's baby faster. Expectations. Back at the homestead, Yen Ro put the blueprints to use right away and put 2 types of fry into the mix. To the north of the cabin, there was an additional lake with clear water in which young fry leaped and swam. The bottom of the lake is so clear that you can see the sand and gravel on the bottom of the lake that shimmer like stars. Clean, peaceful. No wonder it's called Star Lake. There are so many beautiful rocks under the bottom of the lake. Daji covered her small mouth and exclaimed. Miao Weiwei also nodded. It's probably even more beautiful at night. Suddenly, Daji had a flash of light. Her pretty face was covered in red, and her jade hand pulled Yen Luo's warm palm. Husband, have you tried? The one in the lake. Yen Luo didn't even think about it and went down to the lake with Daji in his arms. Miao Weiwei's eyes widened. This is okay? The live feed screen is blacked out. All the audience was confused. Driving in water? Should it be so exciting? I'm envious. Brothers, I've had the pleasure of trying it, and it's nothing short of awesome. People are so fancy these days. It's me who's lonely. Holy, you guys have really tried this. I've only ever seen it in a ING Serenity movie. A group of old colorful people were talking. A discussion about whether it's cool to be in a lake or a spa. And finally a conclusion, it's all very cool. Dragon Kingdom's player Yen Luo successfully challenged the boss room and is now handing out national rewards. The National Transportation Reward is being distributed. Successfully distributed. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for receiving the national reward. Water and sky. Water and sky. All waters of the Dragon Kingdom will be free from pollution, and the fishery resources will be increased by 200%. And the fishery production will be increased by 100%. The national luck rewards were handed out, and the Dragon Nation audience collectively boiled over. Awesome! Directly all waters opened to purification. No one even dared to eat seafood after Cherry Blossom Country discharged nuclear sewage, and now seafood is edible again. Ooh! 太好了. I'm booking a plane ticket for a trip to the beach. So impressed, not just with the waters, but the creek by my house has been cleaned up and there are so many crabs to catch. By the time you guys respond, I'll have caught a bucket of loaches and crabs. Making a sneak attack, huh? I'll hurry up and grab a bucket too. Haven't had this good stuff in a while. So happy. Fishing was spot on today. Lots of fish. My husband caught a big warbler and is still hanging around at the entrance to the village with a warbler in his hand and a big smile on his lips. Among them, the most excited were the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you, Yen Lo. Thank you so much. We have our rice bowls back. I'm literally crying my eyes out. Since the nuclear sewage was discharged into the sea, our family has lost their livelihood. And now finally someone is buying seafood again. It's so good. My dad's mouth is all smiles today and he's out fishing in his little fishing boat. Peace to our fishermen brothers and a great harvest. It's definitely going to be a bumper crop today. Our fishery resources in the Dragon Kingdom have doubled several times. One by one, the simple faces of the fishermen blossomed into smiles, sincerely thanking Yen Luo. If it wasn't for Yen Luo, the seafood wouldn't even be sold, and their rice bowls would have been smashed by the Sakura countrymen. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The Economist wrote a report after a rigorous analysis. Last year, the total output value of our fisheries industry reached 2.7 trillion Longwa dollars. But since the Sakura country irresponsibly discharged nuclear sewage into the ocean, the global fishery industry has suffered a heavy blow, and the output value of our fishery industry in the Dragon Kingdom has been directly cut to the waist, and many people dare not eat seafood anymore. And now, after being rewarded with the national luck, the waters of the Dragon Kingdom have been purified and the world is going crazy for our seafood. According to the estimation, the output value of our fishery industry this year will be as high as 5 trillion Longwa dollars, creating millions of jobs. There will also be a resurgence in tourism, with a 125% surge in the number of people from this country going to the beach for vacation. Fishing is a major industry, with 400 to 500 million people around the world depending on it for their livelihoods. The global fishing industry has been hit hard because of the release of nuclear sewage from the Sakura country. And now, after the national transportation bonus, only the waters of the Dragon Kingdom are uncontaminated. The world's seafood business will be controlled by the Dragon Kingdom. Earned. It's like earning numbness. An additional 2.3 trillion Longwa dollars in production value and millions of new jobs. It's simply too big to be good. This time, even the several grand elders laughed uncontrollably. It should be known that the world's most profitable enterprise, Dragon Tobacco, has an annual output value of only $1 trillion. The Dragon Kingdom is equal to 2 more Dragon Tobacco out of thin air, earning hemp. It's really profitable. The second elder was red-faced and said excitedly, in that case, as long as Yen Luo can continue to receive the National Luck Reward, our Dragon Kingdom is expected to become a developed country several years ahead of schedule. The Grand Elder nodded at his words, his gaze deep. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, they are too bitter. But there's no way around it, who asked for cutting-edge technology to be controlled by the West. It's not that the state doesn't want the people to earn more and take it easy. It's the conditions that don't allow it. What kind of money can you make in low-end industries? Businesses are barely surviving, and I don't know how many go out of business a year. Let's say that you are working in a factory for a certain purpose for screws, and in a general electronics factory for screws, the income can be the same. Only high-end industries are the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, several of the great elders of the Dragon Kingdom saw the hope of the rapid rise of the Dragon Kingdom. The Grand Elder looked deep into the live broadcast and suddenly whispered, Yen Luo, the revival of the Dragon Kingdom relies on you, youngster. Chapter 25. Life on Vacation Requesting Golden Votes. A new day. The lake was gently rippling, the sun was shining, and the breeze was blowing. Daji and Vivian Miao frolicking in the lake of stars in their swimsuits. Look at my water spraying divine power. Daji had a large mouthful of lake water in her mouth and sprayed Miao Weiwei's face. Miao Weiwei looked disgusted and angry as she kept splashing water with her hands. The two had a water fight. Yen Lo, on the other hand, was reclining on a sun lounger, basking in the sun topless. Well-proportioned and coordinated muscles, sexy 8-pack abs. After several body enhancements, Yen Luo transformed from an ordinary man to a sexy handsome man with perfect proportions. Abiaya sisters, I'm drooling at the sight. This body is too good. Peng Yuyen is not as handsome as Yen Luo. Brother Yen Luo, I want to give you a monkey. Tears in my eyes. This is something I can watch. Right. 38-year-old girl springing to life. Huh? A 38-year-old girl? You're almost menopausal, sister. 6. Laugh at this baby. Husband, come down and play. Yes. Husband, let's have a water fight. In the lake, the two women called out. Yen Luo smiled faintly and leapt into the lake. He did start out in a water fight. It was the two women who couldn't beat him in a water fight and had to go back and forth, causing him to accidentally wipe the slate clean. This blacked out. Official live stream. The host, Bing Bing, blushed slightly, but soon had returned to normal. Good psychological quality is a basic requirement for being a presenter. But Yen Luo is really handsome, whether it's face, temperament, guts, or that. There really is no girl who can say no to a man like that. Collecting his inner thoughts, Ice put a familiar smile on his face. As you can see, our player Yen Luo is working hard to build a waifu, in an effort to take the second national reward. Let's all look forward to the fact that Yen Luo can fulfill his mission and make our country stronger. Ice received a prompt from the program, glanced at it, and then said, "The latest news is that the third contestant from Pickle Country has entered the national games, and he has met the marriage room." After saying that, the screen of the official live room urgently switched to the Kimchi Kingdom live room. Park Jae-joon is handsome and tall. He gazed over to the bridal chamber with a hint of fire in his eyes. The Pickle Nation is also popping in and out. Is this the guy? I know this guy. He's an extreme scumbag and has been on the news. I remembered when you said that. This guy is well versed in psychology. He picks up any woman he can get his hands on. He doesn't even let go of the auntie in the cafeteria who is serving food. Down to just crawling, up to crutches, he's got it all. It's said that at his peak, this guy talked about more than 100 girlfriends, cheating money and sex, and is called a master of time management. Simply a deranged asshole who, as I recall, threatened underage jail time. Assholes are indeed assholes, but people who do whatever it takes like that instead make it in the national game. It's true that Park Jae-joon's character and way of doing things is very unpleasant. But the viewers are right. This kind of starving scumbag would do better in the national game instead. Park Jae-joon is the third Kimchi Nation contestant to enter, and of course is well aware that his current behavior will be broadcast live in its entirety. He laughed. I know people don't really like me, but I'm here to make a vow that no matter what's behind this door, I'm going to take the cave reward for our Kimchi Nation. The Kimchi Nation viewers each showed a joyful look at the words. Well, if you do, we'll drop our preconceived notions about you. Smithy, take the reward and surpass the Dragon Kingdom. What a piece of crap Dragon Nation is. Only Eagle Jam Nation is better than us. Even if Dragon Nation takes a couple of national rewards, it can only be third, and we, Kimchi Nation, are second in the world. The Dragon Nation viewers are not used to these guys, and they just start spraying. A small country with a bullet brazen. What a piece of crap. Snail-paced little country on a peninsula. What else is there to do all day but lick your eagle sauce daddy? Kimchi Country is a colony in my eyes, at the mercy of foreign soldiers. Pathetic. It's rumored that quite a few of your women have been violated by Eagle Jam GIs, and it's no use even calling the police. The Kimchi countrymen looked like they had been poked and prodded, and the Dragon Country viewers spat violently at each other. At this point, Park Jae-joon finally pushed open the door to the marriage room. Enter the marital room. It was a pure white room which was decorated with quite a lot of medical equipment, and there were all kinds of knives scattered on the operating table, as if they had been operating before. Only the patient was nowhere to be found. Park Jae-joon was slightly stunned. Could it be that his marriage partner was a patient or a doctor? The Kimchi Nation on the live feed was also ecstatic. The scene is very modern, and I presume either a doctor or a patient. That's fine, as long as it's not a monster. Someone like Park Jae-joon will definitely be on it. Similac, we're going to take the cave reward in Pickle Country? Just wait, Dragon Nation. Our runners will catch up soon. Park Jae-joon didn't see a marriage partner or even any living creatures, so he had to keep going inside. Inside, there was an emergency corridor with white lights that flickered on and off, and halfway down, blood even started to appear on the walls. The blood was very messy and appeared to have been left behind in a fierce struggle. Park Jae-joon suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. You are my husband. The husky female voice came from Park Jae-joon, who looked around but didn't see the marriage partner and looked up in a daze. Park Jae-joon's feet shook and his entire body collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the ceiling in horror. A monster with 8 long, spiky legs and a human-like body and head appeared there. The upper body, though human-like, was incredibly slender, with a thick arm waist, chopstick-thick hands, and a fist-sized head. The face looks more like a large spider. Married to Spider-Woman. Race. Insect. Identity. Man-made product. Face value. 10 standard score. 50. Gift. C. Description. A monster created by Dr. X using human and spider genes. You are advised not to reject it or you will die a horrible death. The crowd exploded as the national games gave the cue. Smithy, it's actually an artificial monster. It's over. Will Park Jae-joon die? Damn it. Where's the promised doctor or patient? Pickle sticks, this is the patient. This big spider is the one being operated on. Laughing me to death. Before one by one. The bulls blew up to the sky. The stickmen were hit in the face. Don't. 2 disasters have already erupted in Pickle Country. I don't want a third. Chapter 26. This chapter is being fixed urgently. Please be patient. Chapter 27. Sacrifice of 1,000,000 loins of the state of Maine. The Burmese player Yang Wei-ming stared at the mysterious businessman in front of him wearing a black robe. The excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. I didn't think I'd be this lucky. Randomly opening one of them is a mysterious merchant. Yang Wei-ming revealed a joyful expression. He was originally from the Dragon Kingdom and was still a minor internet celebrity. Has been working as a scammer, secretly tricking people from the Dragon Kingdom into cutting their waists in Burma. This allowed him to amass a bloody fortune of hundreds of millions in just 3 years. After that, he washed his hands in gold and became comfortably rich. But I didn't expect the big event that was the National Games, the Dragon Kingdom cleanup operation that brought him to the east. Luckily, he was well informed and immigrated to Burma a day early to escape the sweep. Then, it was transported back into the national game. Afraid to choose a marriage house, he opens a random white door and encounters a mysterious merchant. Winning hemp. In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Nation viewers were talking. Isn't this person a netizen? I remember he's from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Nation my ass has emigrated to Burma and is still a fraud wanted by the state. This is the same beast that tricked my cousin into going to Burma, and to this day he is not seen alive or dead. This guy said he'd take me to Burma to make money, and it's a good thing I didn't go or I'd be dead. This son of a cheated me out of hundreds of thousands of dollars and made my wife run away. And now my wife is separated. Damn. By what right does a beast like that get to meet a mysterious merchant? The people of the Dragon Kingdom were all red-eyed, with hatred in their hearts for Yang Wei-ming, and even more hatred for the Burmese state, which had been swindling the people of the country. How many people have been ripped off and left with nothing because of the scam industry in Maine? Young boys were taken to be immersed in water cages, engaged in fraud, and beaten and tortured when they failed to perform. The women are even worse. The pretty ones become playthings for the top brass of the scam gangs, and the not-so-pretty ones are thrown to their minions and thugs as rewards. North of Maine. It was hell on earth. The bloody, dark country of Maine should not exist. However, the Burmese have no such self-awareness at all and instead mock the dragons. Laughing my ass off and cursing our Maine is not going to work. Who told you Ryukins to be brainless and to lie at the drop of a hat? What kind of people are the Rukoku people? Those are piglets to be rubbed at will. Dragon country women taste really good. Last month, I completed my performance and my boss rewarded me for playing with several Dragon Kingdom women. Yang Wei-ming made the right choice to be our Burmese. Turn around and consider promoting him to be the boss of the fraud park. Poor Dragon country piglets. All you can do is bark on the internet. The live stream was a potpourri of noise, with both sides cursing out the fire. The Burmese people are shameless and strongly support Yang Wei-ming. On the other hand, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were holding their fire, hating the fact that it was so bad that Maine had disappeared from the face of the earth. At this moment, Yang Wei-ming had an excited look on his face as he came before the mysterious merchant. Mysterious merchant, what kind of reward are you going to give me? The shadow under the brim of the mysterious merchant's hat revealed a wry smile. A very good reward, of course. Congratulations to Maine's contestant, Yang Wei-ming, for discovering the demon traitor. An announcement rang out over the air. Yang Wei-ming froze. Demon traitor? It was then that he noticed that the merchant in the shadow of his hat brim, with his weird and horrible face, was indeed as good as a demon. The demon merchant gave a wry smile. You have 2 choices now. What choice? The first is to sacrifice one of your own loins, and you will receive a wooden treasure chest. Yang Weiman's face instantly panicked. You've been doing this every day, but now it's your turn? He hurriedly asked, what about the second one? Second choice, sacrifice 2 loins of 1 million people from the Maenads and you get a black iron treasure chest. The demon merchant spoke seductively and took out 2 treasure chests. One is a wooden treasure chest and the other is a black iron treasure chest. Obviously, the rewards opened from the black iron treasure chest would be better. A greedy look appeared on Yang Weiming's face. With the black iron treasure chest, he would be able to surpass that Yen Luo from the Dragon Kingdom. Right? The main people in the live broadcast room all panicked when they saw the way Yang Wei's public opinion moved. What's this guy's expression? Don't ever pick the second one. That's right, it won't kill you to lose one of your own loins, but it will kill us to lose 2. You can still live with 1 loin, but when both loins are gone you get uremia and all these diseases and you don't live for days. Asshole, you can't pick the second one without hurting us. If you're in charge, go with the first one and don't take our lives in your hands. The Burmese people were all anxious, fearing that Yang Weiman would choose the second one. Losing 2 wastes would be a certain death situation. 1 million people will die of the disease. However, Yang Weilong did not hesitate. What does it matter if he can do anything to victimize his fellow countrymen and sacrifice the loins of 1 million people? It's not like it's your own loins that are being sacrificed anyway. I'll take the second one. I want the black iron treasure chest. Give it to me, Yang Wei-ming said excitedly. Meanwhile, he was pewing the main crowd at the same time. I'm doing this for your own good. As long as I have the black iron treasure chest, I'll become stronger and sooner or later I'll be able to bring the Maenom kingdom to rise to power. The sacrifices I'm making now are worth it. The demon merchant revealed an evil and satisfied smile and directly threw the black iron treasure chest in front of Yang Weiming, and his entire body disappeared into a black smoke. The contestant from the country of Myanmar chooses to sacrifice 2 loins of 1 million people from his country to be rewarded with the black iron treasure chest. As the National Games announcement dropped, countless Burmese faces were horrified as a terrifying force strangled their loins. Losing 2 of their waists, these Burmese immediately shriveled up, their bodies heavily damaged. Emergency vehicles were racing down the road, and people were constantly being hospitalized for various ailments due to the loss of their loins. Not surprisingly, these people lost the detoxifying properties of their loins, and one by one, they were diagnosed as not being able to live for half a month. Unless one keeps on dialysis to keep one's life hanging by a thread. But that's not a cost main people can afford. The rich can barely survive, the poor can only watch their lives count down. The Burmese looked resentful and cursed Yang Weiman madly. Damned beast, you must be a mole, specialized to harm us Burmese. Damn it, give me back my loin. I want to live. Yang Weiming, why do you scum, want to harm me? That's not fair. You didn't get to choose for us, so why not sacrifice your own loins? It's over. All of us in the fraud park have lost our loins, and the piglets have escaped from prison. Damn you, Yang Weiman, you shall not die. I have to go on dialysis every day to survive. Chapter 28. Game version upgrade. Laugh your ass off and get what's coming to you. The scum of Burma. Yang Weiming is so ruthless, sacrificing the loins of 1 million people in the Maenom directly. I'm told that the main state hospital is full right now, full of patients on dialysis. Those poor people are even worse, unable to eat anything and watching themselves die. Why, I don't sympathize at all. Normal. These people haven't victimized us Dragon Nation people much. They all deserve what they get. My son took advantage of the chaos and escaped out of northern Burma, and he's almost home now. Congratulations. It's rumored that the state has sent someone to meet them. The Dragon Nation viewers were all unimpeded. This great chaos in Burma has given those people from the Dragon Kingdom who were swindled into going to Burma a chance to escape. Longwa also immediately dispatched armed police forces to meet them. Saved tons of families. Main live. Yang Weiming's face was in agony, and bean-sized sweat fell low from his forehead. He overlooked a problem. It is possible to sacrifice the loins of 1 million people in the country of Maine to his own loins. After all, he was now a Maine man too. The drilling pain lasted for dozens of seconds, and Yang Weiming could clearly feel that there was a block of empty space inside his body. His loins are gone too. Damn. The luck is actually this bad? Yang Weiming cursed, and it took a while before he calmed down. Forget it. I can only consider myself unlucky. Let's see what's in the black iron treasure chest. I'll be invincible as long as I can beat that Yen Luo from the Dragon Kingdom. Yang Weiming opened the black iron treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received an attribute bonus. Strength plus 5, agility plus 5, physique plus 5, magic plus 10, charisma 5, shortened by 5 centimeters. What? Yang Weiming's face was horrified. There were such serious side effects to the treasure chest given by the devil. Damned devil merchant, you punked me? Yang Weiming gritted his teeth, his face furious. The demon merchant didn't mention at all that the treasure chest he gave had side effects. Pitfalls. After a while, Yang Weiming forced himself to calm down. Look for another reward. It's a weapon. Cold water sword.
Classification D.
Effect. Attack plus 30 points. Armor break plus 10 points. Attack with 10 points of ice attribute spell damage. Note: the cold water sword and the red fire sword are incompatible, and holding the cold water sword will greatly increase the probability of opening the door and encountering an enemy with the red fire sword. What a strong weapon with such a high attack power. As long as I don't run into that Yen Luo, I'm invincible. Yang Weiming had a joyful look on his face, loving the cold water sword. As for the tip, it was completely ignored by him. If he knew that the red flame sword was in Yen Luo's hands, he probably wouldn't be able to laugh. Yang Weiming found one more thing in the box, a card. Designated dual card. Type: disposable expendable card. Effect: a player from another country can be designated to perform PK, and the winner will loot all the equipment and materials of the other country. Good stuff. Yang Weiming couldn't stop smiling. This thing was simply a killing weapon. When he was stronger than that Yen Luo, he could use this card to challenge Yen Luo and steal all the goodies from the other side. Right at the moment Yang Weiming received his reward, the National Games suddenly sent out an announcement. A player has been detected to have obtained a designated dual card. The novice period is officially over. Version upgraded. New randomized dueling door. When you open the white randomized room, you have a chance to meet players from other countries. Players can choose to cooperate or kill each other and loot each other's supplies, equipment, and marriage partners. At this moment, the audiences of various countries were all abuzz. Holy! The newbie period is over this way? Random dueling gates? This is too exciting. It's not fair. That player from the Dragon Kingdom is too perverted. Sleep meets not dead. Luckily, our Kimchi Nation players now have marriage partners, except when they meet Yen Luo, which is unbeatable. What's the big deal about a marriage partner? Our main player has a D-ranked weapon and is strong and invincible. Laugh your asses off. You guys are proud of sacrificing 1 million people to get something? That's better than your kimchi country with only 3 centimeters per capita. This announcement was not just for the viewers in each country, but all the players could hear it. Inside the national transportation game, Yen Luo is making babies and the screen is still black. But he did get the message. A dueling gate? Kind of interesting, but I have more important things on my mind. Yen Luo continues to devote himself to the great business of baby making. Screw the dueling gates, let's build the waifu first. The Pickle Nation player is on the homestead with Spider Girl at this time. Park Jae-jung's legs went weak and he climbed off of Spider Girl. This time it lasted 3 seconds longer than before, except that Spider Girl remained expressionless. Apparently that extra 3 seconds was pointless, just something like an earthworm, completely unfeeling. Yen Luo will see. I'll definitely take the pregnancy reward before you and then kill you in a duel. Your supplies, equipment, and marriage partner are mine. Speaking of marriage partners, Park Jae-jung glanced resentfully at Spider-Woman, then remembered the stunning faces of Daji and Miao Weiwei. The whole thing had a lewd grin on its face. Dragon Nation live. Yen Luo's side of the screen hadn't been lit up for 10 minutes. The scene changes from the bedroom to the kitchen and goes black again. The host, Ice, blushed slightly, but did her best to narrate. As you can see, after obtaining the key prop pink dodo fish, the Yen Luo contestant started to work hard on his baby-making business. Challenging the door can be rewarded, as can impregnating your wife, and the first one to get the reward is definitely the best. Bing Bing laughed and continued. Speaking of which, I'm still very much looking forward to Daji or Miao Weiwei getting pregnant. The viewers of the live stream were also happy. Ice, you were blushing just now. Can you tell me what you were blushing about? It's hard for Ice to be a serious commentator when it's obvious that Yen Luo has been thrashing around. But Ice has a point. At the moment, it seems like the one with the most hope of taking the pregnancy reward is Big Brother Yen Luo. This marriage game is really for Yen Luo Big Brother to play to understand, either in making babies or on the way to make babies. Don't let that Kimchi Nation scumbag get his hands on the pregnancy reward. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. Other people can only thrashing around with strange spider monsters. Yen Luo's side are all one-of-a-kind beauties. I'm looking forward to it too. The first pregnancy reward sure can't be bad. Chapter 29. Suda is pregnant and is a father. Precision hits. The picture is becoming clearer. Daji was already dressed, but still a little winded. Having just finished a strenuous workout, her small face was flushed and revealed a glow. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's contestant, Yen Luo, for successfully impregnating his marriage partner, Su Daji. Congratulations to contestant Yen Luo, you're going to be a father. You receive the following individual award. You have acquired the S-class skill, Soul Shock. Soul Shock. Unleash a soul shock on all enemies in a fan-shaped target in front of you, with a power of 150% magic power bonus, and if the opponent is in a controlled state, an additional 2 seconds of confusion will be added. You receive a personal attribute bonus. Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Magic plus 10, Physique plus 10, Charisma plus 20. Panel changes. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 10. Physique, 21-31. Note, Ordinary People 3-5. Strength, 21-31. Agility, 21-31. Magic Power, 20-30. Charisma, 50-70. Note, Ordinary People 110. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D. Description, Perverted. This is not a panel for a level 10 player. Yen Luo's face was delighted. Soul Shock was considered Daji's crushing skill, and it was also learned by him. Charm to the core picks up Soul Strike, double controls and stacks 2 layers of Poisonous Compulsion. As long as the opponent's strength couldn't crush them, they were basically dead. Congratulations on being the first contestant to receive the pregnancy reward, the title of 100 shots. 100 shots. 10% more likely to impregnate your wife in the bridal chamber. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom will be rewarded with national fortune. Life expectancy plus 2, Constitution plus 2, Strength plus 1, Agility plus 1. Rikoku will unlock technology. Advanced Bionics. Advanced Bionics. The Dragon Kingdom will gain access to the full body of knowledge of advanced bionics, unlocking technologies such as the bionic dragonfly wing fluttering fighter, mechanical dog, swarming drone, dandelion bomb, etc. Suda froze as she listened to the announcement of the national fortune, and it took a while for her to get over it. She, a mom? Yen Luo also came back to his senses and gently hugged Suda. I'm a mom, Suda suddenly exclaimed, then excitedly hugged Yen Luo. Husband, we're having a baby. Well, yes. Don't do your chores starting tomorrow and don't run around or I'll worry. Yes, I know. I'll make sure our child is born peacefully. Not to mention Sudaji. Yen Luo himself was so excited that he could only keep telling Sudaji to take care of her body and nourish the baby without fear. The two chatted freely for a while before they were just pregnant. The baby's name is all thought out. Yen Luo was also energized in his heart. He wanted to become stronger and give Daji and his child a better life. Miao Weiwei shook her head helplessly, and in the end, she just cast an envious and blessed gaze. One went off to do his chores in silence. The first lady can't take her turn, so angry. Cheer up, Miao Weiwei. You should also strive to get pregnant with your husband's baby soon. Miao Weiwei cheered herself up and even touched her flat little belly. Tummy, why don't you fight for it? Outside, as the national luck announcement rang out, the Dragon Nation was nearly abuzz. The national games have been going on so far, and the Dragon Kingdom is considered the only one that hasn't suffered a disaster. Quite the contrary, the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom is still growing. All of them felt a mysterious power entering their bodies, and their bodies became younger and more sensitive and stronger. Big Brother Yen Luo is awesome. First one to take the pregnancy reward. This is too good to be true. I've got 2 more years to live. One sits at home. Long life comes from heaven. I'm getting better and I haven't had a cold in a long time. What do you count, my sister Euremia? enhance the body a few times after hard to get well. The doctor called medical miracle. What a great development in technology. This advanced bionics is an incredible technology at first listen. I just saw the military testing swarm fighters, densely packed with drones, and with thieving firepower. Awesome. Suddenly we're in the sci-fi age. What a big mechanical dragonfly, what? That's a new helicopter. Is it serious about hanging dozens of missiles? The Dragon Kingdom was abuzz with excitement, and the people couldn't wait to celebrate by banging gongs and drums. Other countries were dumbfounded when they heard the announcement. Their contestants are still struggling to survive, they can't even get enough to eat, and the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom are all starting to have babies on vacation. The populace of the nations had their back teeth clenched at the thought, their chickens turning purple with envy. Baka, the Rokoko people are one step ahead of us, now leaving us behind by a huge margin. Our player is a waste of space and hasn't made much progress so far. Why is it that the marriage partners in our kimchi country are spider monsters, and those in the dragon country are all great beauties? It's nice to have a marriage partner. Our players go in there and die one by one. It's not fair. It's not fair that the disaster is all ours and the benefits are all the dragons. It's not fair. I want to immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is the future hegemon. What? The Dragon Kingdom doesn't accept immigrants? On what grounds? You are restricting the freedom of immigration. Laugh your ass off. We don't need wallflowers like you in the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, it was the Makai people who wanted to emigrate, but now gradually many people in the country have also recognized the reality. Many people wanted to immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom, but were told that the Dragon Kingdom would never accept immigrants again. One almost died of anger. The Dragon Kingdom, which used to come and go as it pleased, was now actually impossible to go to. This State of the Union announcement also managed to mess with the mindset of the Eagle Jam Nation. People sit at home, but trouble comes from the sky. The Dragon Kingdom, which challenged the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's supremacy, actually gained advanced bionics. Dragonfly Flutterfighter, super maneuverable, can hover like a dragonfly or fly in either direction. Such horrible maneuverability means that many existing anti-aircraft missiles can't hit flutter wing fighters. And swarm drones, can't that be something out of a sci-fi movie? Imagine the horror of thousands of drones working together like a swarm to storm a defense line. How do you intercept it? Thousands of dollars for a drone, millions for an anti-aircraft missile. Even if you had the strength to prepare thousands of anti-aircraft missiles, it would be a blood loss. Realizing this, the top brass of Eagle Jam Nation blew up. Damn the dragons. How did they acquire this technology? Big trouble. We may not be able to contain the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, our advantage over the Dragon Kingdom was mainly in the air and at sea, but with the Dragon Kingdom's ultra-mobile flap wing fighters, our air superiority is gone. The Dragon Kingdom has launched a Maple Leaf Navy in a year, and in fact, aside from the number of carriers, our naval superiority is not much higher. Is there no way to contain the Dragon Kingdom anymore? There was still an advantage in the number of nuclear warheads. The national game opened up and the nuclear weapons all disappeared. The top brass of Eagle Jam Nation chatted about it and all went numb. They were horrified to discover that they no longer had a military advantage over the Dragon Kingdom. Even the warplanes of the Dragon Kingdom are a generation ahead of them. Flapping wing fighters have gone the other way entirely. I don't play stealth, I let your radar see me, but your missiles just can't hit me. I can come and go as I please, it's that bossy. Chapter 30. Eagle Jam bows down requesting golden votes. Flapping wing fighters and swarming tactics completely destroyed the air superiority of the Eagle Jam Nation. The Grand Elder of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom sighed. The Dragon Kingdom has risen to power. It's time to adjust your attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom. The hearts of the top brass were shocked. Did the great Eagle Sauce Kingdom fail to stop the rise of the Dragon Kingdom after all? From now on, we can only show goodwill to the Dragon Kingdom. Rokoko after acquiring advanced bionics technology. It was as if the sky had changed overnight. Eagle Jam Nation held a press conference overnight. There's a whole lot of official talk that translates into only 3 key points. First, the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom have been friendly and brotherly countries since ancient times, and friendship will continue to prevail. Second, Eagle Sauce Nation gives up the technological war, the financial war, and competes with Dragon Nation on a level playing field from now on, and lifts the sanctions on the technological companies, including certain being group, and allow Dragon country goods to enter the Eagle Sauce country market. Third, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom abandons its military bases in Sakura, Kimchi, and Southeast Asia, fully withdraws from the first island chain and recognizes that the South China Sea has been the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. After the press conference, all the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned. What's happening? It is true what they say, truth is only within the range of a cannon, and dignity is only above the blade of a sword. This wave of the Eagle Jam country perfectly illustrates what it means to be shameless and still be a friendly country since ancient times. I'm proud of my country, the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, and the peace of the people. There's no need for you to lift the blockade. A certain new cell phone has already been made, using the chips of our Longua people. That being said, it's a good thing in the end. With the lifting of the embargo, exports will rise again and there could be a lot of jobs. Holy, shouldn't the point be that the Eagle Jam countries are abandoning the first island chain and recognizing that the South China Sea has been our territorial waters since ancient times? This is fantastic, compared to the excitement of the dragons. Kimchi Nation and Sakura Nation, on the other hand, blew up. Smithy, Papa Eagle Sauce, why are you gone? Who will protect us without your army? Baka, how did this happen? Daddy Hawk Jam, don't go. How can we live without the Eagle Jam Nation's army? It's over. The Dragon Kingdom is going to rise up, and the first one who won't let go is our Sakura Kingdom. No, this can't be possible. Why would the Eagle Jam army pull out of the first island chain? Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation were dumbfounded. The boss directly put down his burden and quit, and these little brothers of theirs can only mess in the wind, fearing that they will be cleaned up by the rising Dragon Kingdom. Soon, the people of the Dragon Country also felt the benefits of the Eagle Jam Country's waiver of sanctions. Coastal get foreign trade type factories once again are firing on all cylinders. The streets are full of posters recruiting employees. The salary is even 7,000 or 8,000 Longua dollars to start with. There's no other reason why the West used to impose extremely high tariffs on dragon goods as a way to protect their businesses. Now that the sanctions have been lifted, foreign trade factories are much more profitable and naturally can issue relatively higher salaries. Some skilled workers, moreover, can reach the achievement of a monthly salary of over $10,000 in minutes. Recruitment. Healthy. No 26 letters. $7,000 a month. Urgent shortage of welders. Starting wage 10,000 LW. Good skills negotiable. And can be added. 500 operators urgently needed. Immediate turnaround after training. Purchase of 5 insurance policies. 14 salaries a year. All kinds of dazzling job advertisements are posted on the major recruitment platforms. Working people are ecstatic. Can't beat it. There's no end to the screws. It's not like people don't feel that the pay is a lot higher than it used to be and the hours are a lot shorter. There is, don't talk about it. I'm framing a bunch of screws right now. I'm counting on earning more money to go home for the new year. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of heat, and I've been worried about finding a job before. Brother, come to learn welding from me? Apprentices are getting 6,000 now, and the regulars are starting at 10,000. Foreign trade is in full recovery and employment is pulling up like a rocket. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The chief economist has the statement in his hand and begins to make his report. According to current surveys, foreign trade has fully recovered with exports jumping 26% this month. Exports are expected to lift from $304.8 billion to $380.4 billion this month. Thanks to the hot foreign trade, the unemployment rate has gone straight to the waist. The foreign trade elder sniffed and raised his head. Although he wasn't the reason for delivering such amazing results, he was a foreign trade elder, so of course he was happy and had the credit. Yes, good. The third elder said 2 good words in a row, his face full of red light. Military advancement also brings about an increase in international status, which eventually feeds back into the economy. Now, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, they can be called truly peaceful and happy. No need to worry about work anymore. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Nation surpassed Eagle Jam and became the world's #1 economic power. Inside the national transportation game, after Yen Luo instructed Miao Weiwei to take care of Daji, he appeared within the challenge space. For familiar doors, all white random rooms. Yen Luo glanced at it, the Eye of Hints came into play, and his eyes stared. Dueling room. Fatal duel. The player with the cold water sword will fight you with the red fire sword. Note: mandatory life and death duel. Winner will loot all props, equipment, attributes, and mates of the opponent. Survival rate, 100%. Hint: collecting the cold water knife and the red fire knife may lead to unexpected surprises. Yen Luo was slightly stunned, not expecting to encounter a dueling room just after the game's version was upgraded, or an enemy with a cold water blade. He then turned his attention to the remaining 3 doors, which were actually identical dueling rooms. This was a predestined duel. The holder of the red flame sword and the holder of the cold water sword were bound to have a predestined duel. And there's a surprise when you collect both knives? Since it's a 100% victory, there's no need to think about it. Yen Luo's gaze flashed and he opened the duel door without the slightest hesitation. You open the duel door and wait for your opponent to open it, and the duel of destiny will officially begin. The other side of the door. Yang Weiming looked at the 4 white doors in front of him with a stunned expression. There are no marriage rooms? This time, his plans were derailed. Originally, he was prepared to find a marriage room to enhance his attributes, no matter what was inside. Even if it was a pig-headed princess, he would just close his eyes and get on with it. He didn't care about anything as long as he got stronger. But I didn't realize that the luck was just so bad that there wasn't a single matrimonial home. The game version has been upgraded, and now the probability of encountering a PK room is very high. God forbid, just don't encounter that pervert Yen Luo. Yang Weiming muttered to himself, oblivious to the fact that holding the cold water sword would kill him. He got brave and pushed open the door to a random room. Chapter 31. Fatal Duel. Yang Weiming was scared less. The Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room also noticed the abnormality at this moment. Simply because Yen Luo entered a pure white room with nothing in it. This can't be the dueling room, can it? It's possible. How else could there be nothing? 6. That depends on which unlucky person comes as the opponent. With Big Brother Yen Luo's current strength, wouldn't that be the death of anyone who comes? It shouldn't be Yang Weiming. That guy has sacrificed quite a few Burmese and now has a not-so-weak strength. Happy. Where does Yang Weiming have the qualifications to compete with Big Brother Yen Luo? Big Brother Yen Luo is a man who can kill bosses single-handedly. Does Yang Weiming have the strength? That's true. I wish the two could meet. That Yang Weiming isn't a good person. It's good to get him killed early. Yang Weiming entered the dueling room and looked at the pure white space with a familiar figure standing across from him. Yen Luo. Yang Weiming's face instantly collapsed, harder than tears. It was actually a dueling room, and the opponent was still Yen Luo, a humanoid boss. Yen Luo's gaze swept towards the other party, his expression playful. Yo, you know me? Yang Weiming couldn't even dream of understanding that of the nearly 200 contestants worldwide. He was the one who bumped into Yen Luo. That's too much luck. Live on air, the Maenads were dumbfounded. Damn it! How did we run into this killing star Yen Luo? It's over. Yang Weiming is definitely no match for Yen Luo. How is this going to play out? All the good luck has been used up, and I actually ran straight into Yen Luo. Where did Yang Weiming get his luck? It's all by sacrificing the loins of his own people to get a little power from the devil. Quickly negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom and say that we are willing to release all the piglets imprisoned in the Dragon Kingdom and not to kill Yang Weiming. What are you thinking? The last time there was a big mess in Maine. The piglets were all rescued a long time ago. We no longer have the leverage to threaten people. Yen Luo, if you have something to say, I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Yang Weiming saw Yen Luo approaching and hurriedly said, Surrender? Who am I to accept your surrender? Yen Luo's gaze went cold. This is a predestined duel. There's no such thing as surrender. This guy is just looking for a sneak attack. His mouth said surrender, but his hand was touching the knife. Yen Luo recognized his opponent's little trick at a glance. Seeing that he was seen through, Yang Weiming could only clench his teeth and slash at Yen Luo with his cold water sword. Yen Luo's gaze was calm and he casually took a sidestep, easily dodging the knife, while a cold aura flashed in his hand. The sharp orange-red blade flashed and cut the head. Yang Weiming, who was only a level 1, had even less than a third of Yen Luo's attributes, and was instantly killed in seconds. Looking at Yang Weiming, who turned into a headless corpse, the Burmese all panicked. Damn it! This useless guy. How come he can't even catch a single slash? It's over. We're going to have another disaster erupt in Maine. I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed the Dragon Kingdom and chosen to emigrate to Burma. Let me go back. I don't want to die. If I wasn't addicted to gambling and scams, I wouldn't have become a Burmese, and this is the end. I could have lost my life. I'm really fed up with it, losing 2 loins and having a disaster break out. Let people live? If I'm given another chance, I'll never be a Burmese again. I wanted to immigrate to another country to escape the disaster, but the department in charge of immigration ran out of people, so we couldn't leave. Main player Yang Weiming died in a fatal duel. A catastrophe will break out in Burma. Disaster extraction in progress. Disaster confirmed. The Devil's Gaze. All of Maine will be plundered by the devil for 7 random organs in their bodies. When disaster strikes, don't say the Burmese pissed themselves in fear. Spectators in other countries had to take a breath of air. The human body has a total of 79 organs. At least half of those organs are the ones that will kill you if they are missing, like the heart, brain, lungs, and such. With 7 organs plundered in one breath, at least a good chunk of them are going to burp on the spot. Soon after, disaster erupted as demonic forces descended on the Burmese nation, and tens of millions of Burmese were despoiled of their internal organs by demons, with at least half of them being despoiled of their vital organs and dying on the spot. The entire country of Myanmar was littered with corpses for a while. All day long, I have been working on other people's waste, and now I have been punished. I can't even save my heart and brain, not to mention my waste. A horrific catastrophe has swept over the country of Myanmar, which is on the verge of extinction. When the audience in the Dragon Kingdom learned about the situation in Maine, each one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Now a large part of the people in Maine are dead, and the rest have become refugees and run away to other countries. It's rumored that Maine is now littered with corpses, and that normal people who go there can contract viruses and diseases. Maine is ruined, but I don't sympathize at all. Yeah, that's the price of making a deal with the devil, gaining power by dastardly means, and the consequences are that bad. They were demons in human skin when they deceived our Dragon Kingdom people and insulted and mistreated them, and now they are getting their comeuppance. Good. Applause. Well said. Pure retribution. That's the way it should be. Running into Big Brother Yen Luo is the end of their luck. Big Brother Yen Luo did a great job. Who am I to accept your surrender? That's a handsome statement. Yen Luo walks out of the dueling room. A beep also came to his ear. Congratulations on killing the main player in a duel and looting all of his opponent's attributes. Props. Equipment. Your attributes increase. Strength +5, agility +5, constitution +5, magic +10. You get the props and equipment of a player from Myanmar. Cold Water Sword 1. Designated Dual Card 1. Cold Water Sword. Classification. D. Effect. Attack +30 points. Armor break +10 points. Attack with 10 points of ice attribute spell damage. Note: the Cold Water Sword and the Red Fire Sword are incompatible, and holding the Cold Water Sword will greatly increase the probability of opening the door and encountering an enemy with the Red Fire Sword. Designated Dual Card. Type: Disposable Expendable Card. Effect: a player from another country can be designated for PK, and the winner will plunder all the equipment, materials, attributes, and marriage partner of the other country. Yen Luo's gaze first rested on the Cold Water Blade. Previously, the system hinted that having both the Red Fire Blade and the Cold Water Blade would be a surprise. Equipped with a Cold Water Knife. Yen Luo's right hand was the Red Fire Blade and his left hand was the Cold Water Blade. 1 red and 1 blue. Instantly, Yen Luo felt a powerful force pouring into his body. Not an increase in attributes, but the arcane blade technique. In his mind's eye, a small man was holding dual swords, constantly chopping out astonishing sword light. His sword technique was heavenly. Congratulations, you've realized the S-rank talent, Futabasharu, 2 Blade Stream. You can master both blades and have your blade skill perfected, and the power of your blade skill is increased by 100%. The speed of the blade is increased by 100%. Yen Luo's eyes had a glimmer of clarity in them, and he gained a deep understanding of the blade technique. The panel followed suit with a sea change. PK Card Chapter 32. Power Surge. Player: Yen Luo. Level: 10. Body Mass: 3136. Strength: 3136. Agility: 3136. Magic Power: 3040. Charm: 70. Skills: Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Flow S rank. Special Skill: 100 hits. Equipment: Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D. Description: The sky does not give birth to me, Yen Luo, and my sword is as long as the night. You have an amazing sword technique. Yen Luo's expression was joyful. Right now, the strength of his own, apart from being a little bit lower in rank, he was really strong. Then Yen Luo's gaze went to another thing. Designated duel card. Who would this thing be good for? Yen Luo stroked his chin. If you want to talk about the countries you are most uncomfortable with, those are the main ones. Cherry Blossom Nation, Kimchi Nation, Agri Nation, and Eagle Sauce Nation. These countries were no good and had historically been intent on staining the Dragon Kingdom's territory. There was only one duel card, and Yen Luo decided to give it to Providence. Write the names of these 4 countries on the ground, then subsequently break a branch and smear red color on one end of the branch. Big wheel, turn whichever one challenges you. The Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room also noticed his movements, and one by one, they were all happy. Playing big wheel, huh? Picking a random unlucky person? Joy, I don't know which country is going to be unlucky. Big brother Yen Luo is really good at picking. I applaud any of these 4 countries' players to kill. I hope most of all it's Sakura Nation. There's not many good ones in Sakura Nation, and they still refuse to recognize the crimes of the last century. I'd like to think it's Pickle Nation. Pickle Nation's players get marriage partners and have the potential to develop, and it's good to erase the threat ahead of time. That's the idea. Yen Luo big brother, the Kimchi country got Yakuza. +1. I wish it was a Yakuza from a Kimchi country too. Yen Luo's light-hearted gesture has captured the world's attention. Viewers from all countries panicked, especially the 4 countries whose names were written down. Baka! Damn you Yen Luo! Where did I, Sakura Nation, offend you to write down our names? It mustn't be the Sakura country. We've been through 3 or 4 disasters already and don't want another one. Smithy, Yen Luo, don't get too cocky. Our contestants have marriage partners too. Damn the Dragon Nation. It's not just cursing you guys and wanting your land, but actually writing the name of the Kimchi Nation. Damn it, how come we, the 3 kingdoms of our country, are also written by Yen Luo? Never choose our country, ah. If you want to fight, you go fight Kimchi country, ah. We at Hawk Jam just made a huge concession. What does it mean when your players write us off backhandedly? The news has said that Eagle Jam and Kimchi have been friendly countries since the beginning of time, and you shouldn't have elected us. This is betrayal. Viewers from all countries panicked, especially those whose names were written down, and all inwardly prayed that Yen Luo would not turn to them. Who can beat Yen Luo at this stage now? The Dragon Kingdom audience gate was also happy, watching the audiences of various countries, either in impotent rage or begging for forgiveness, and the Hawksbane countrymen, even more shamelessly talking about the friendly relations between the 2 countries. Is that your willingness to be friendly? It was forced upon us. Sure enough, a fist is the way to go. The branches turned as everyone watched nervously, and several spectators from the countries named were praying that it wouldn't turn to them. Branches stopped turning Pickle Country. At this moment, the Kimchi Nation exploded. Damn! How did that happen? Is luck that bad? A 1 in 4 chance of being selected too. Damn it, Yen Luo! You wouldn't dare to actually use a dueling card against the great nation of Kimchi, would you? It's over. Is the momentum we just had rising going to be ended? The corners of Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile. Since God told me to teach a lesson to Pickle Country, then Pickle Country it is. Use. The designated duel card was used, and Yen Luo immediately appeared in the duel room. Pickle Country live. Park Jae-jung walked out of the monster room with a big stride. Now that he had leveled up to level 10, he blushed triumphantly and looked aside to Spider-Girl. Sure enough, the marriage objects were a good thing, and he got through both doors with no problem, relying only on Spider-Girl. Even more surprisingly, he got the same key reward. Summoning card. You can summon your marriage partner in any map, including dueling rooms. Reusable. Ha 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 ha. With this card, I'm invincible. Even that Yen Luo from the Dragon Kingdom can't bring a marriage partner into the dueling room. Steady. This wave is steady. Park Jae-jun was smiling from ear to ear with a spring in his step. With the summoning card, it equated to him being able to summon Spider-Girl on any map, and even if he accidentally encountered a dueling room, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance of winning. The live viewers were also ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. Great. Now Jae-jung Oba is strong. That's right. As long as we don't meet that pervert Yen Luo, Jae-jung Appa is invincible. So what if we meet? Jae-jung Oba can summon Spider-Girl in the dueling room. Simeon, so that's how it is. Our kimchi country has become the #1 power. Right, that must be it, we're invincible. It's only a matter of time before we surpass the Dragon Kingdom. We're aiming for the stars and the sea. The Pickle Nation audience was ecstatic. Just then, a player from Rikoku uses the designated duel card against a player from Kimchi. Both players will enter the duel room to fight to the death. The winner will receive all the equipment, props, attributes, and mates of the other team. In the next moment, Park Jae-jung, who was in the midst of springing into action, blanched and was pulled into the dueling room. In the pure white space, Yen Lo stood far away on the opposite side. Park Jae-jung's face stiffened. How could he be so unlucky to be dragged into a dueling room? However, looking at Yen Lo alone, Park Jae-jung looked to his side. Because of the summoning card, Spider Girl didn't disappear. Park Jae-jung's expression was joyful. Sure enough, the effect of the summoned card was just so dominating. Yen Lo was only one person, while he was assisted by Spider Girl on his side. Pickle Country live. Pickle Man came back to his senses after a brief moment of shock. His side was 2 against 1, so there might not be no hope. Can we fight? This Yen Lo is only one person. There's no marriage partner to help. Promising. Feel like you can take a shot at it? Yen Luo must have a lot of good stuff. As long as we kill Yen Luo, his equipment props, and spouse will all be Park Jae-jung's. In that case, wouldn't Jae-jung Oba be invincible? Him. If we win, our Kimchi Nation will be the most powerful nation on Earth. Similac, our Kimchi country is rising? Chapter 33. Spider-Woman? 1/ and a second. Can you fight? The thought popped up in Park Jae-jung's mind. But thinking of the beauty Yen Luo possessed, fear was suppressed and greed took over. As long as he killed Yen Luo, he would be able to directly plunder everything Yen Luo had and replace Yen Luo as the strongest. So great was the temptation that Park Jae-jung breathed heavily. Spider Girl! Quick! Kill him! Once I kill him, I'll be the strongest. The Spider-Woman on the side nodded her head, and her 8 long and thin spider legs quickly shifted and approached towards Yen Luo. On the live feed, there was a panic among the dragon audience. Why can this Park Jae-jung bring his marriage partner into the PK room? Isn't this open and shut? It seems like they got special props called summoning cards. Damn it. Isn't this a 1-2 punch for big man Yen Lo? What can we do about this? Can big brother Yen Luo win? I wonder how strong Spider-Woman is. Will it be more powerful than a normal boss? The host, Bing Bing, also looked grave and hurriedly began to narrate. As you can see, the Kimchi Nation player jumped ahead of the attack by relying on the marriage object because he got the key prop. The biggest problem now is that Spider-Woman's strength is unknown. So I wonder what percentage chance Yen Luo has of winning? But let's believe in Yen Lo and be sure to defeat a strong enemy. The Kimchi Nation viewers flooded into the Dragon Nation broadcast room, and one of them spewed wildly. Not a challenge to our great Kimchi country players? You guys laugh. Keep laughing. Joy to me. Asking for my own death. Yes, our player got the summoning card and is now invincible. In the words of you Dragon Nation people, there's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell if you don't come. The Dragon Country audience can't look at this stinking face of the Kimchi Country scum, and they directly sprayed a furious meal. PK room. Yen Lo gained information about Spider-Woman through the eye of prompting. Monster. Spider-Woman. Race. Insect. Identity. Man-made product. Strength. C. Rank. 10. Hint. C rank normal boss level. Kill it with your hands. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yen Luo's mouth. Spider-Woman's strength was estimated to be about the same as the 3 fiery wolves. Monsters of this level could be easily decimated by the self before getting the pregnancy bonus and the second blade flow. Nowadays, can really kill seconds on the fly. The spider girl was very fast and appeared in front of Yen Luo, her sharp spider legs violently stabbing at Yen Luo's chest. Yen Luo's calm demeanor and lack of movement was similar to being scared silly in Park Jae-jung's eyes. Park Jae-jung was ecstatic. Kill him! Kill him now! It was as if he saw the world #1 beckoning to him. If you kill Yen Luo, everything in Yen Luo will belong to you. Spider-Woman's spider legs were getting closer and closer to Yen Luo's chest. 1 meter, 50 centimeters, 10 centimeters, and just as he was about to pierce Yen Luo, he finally moved. Red fire blade in his right hand, cold water blade in his left. Everyone couldn't see how Yen Luo struck, They could only see a red and a blue brilliant blade light. Spider-Girl's movements came to an abrupt halt, followed by her body appearing to cross in 2 lines.
K.
With a crunch, Spider-Girl's body turned into 4 pieces, the cuts smooth and falling to the ground. Silence. The live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. After a while, the broadcast room exploded, boiling like a volcanic eruption. Yen Luo Big Brother is awesome seconds. Such a terrifying Spider-Woman, and Big Brother Yen Luo only used 1 slash. What does it mean to be crushed by strength? This is the true strength of Big Brother Yen Luo. Awesome seconds. All rise and honor Big Brother Yen Luo. Too handsome. This slash is just too handsome. Big Brother Yen Luo, I want to give you a monkey. Dude, calm down, you're a guy. The kimchi countrymen were all dumbfounded and only felt a burning pain on their faces. Smithy, how is this possible? A single slash decapitated Spider-Girl. Spider-Woman was able to kill even the terrifying monsters in the monster room. How did she get killed in a single slash? Is the Dragon Kingdom's Yen Lo already powerful to this point? It's over. With the loss of Spider-Girl, Jaejung Oba has no chance of winning. Official live stream. The host, Bing Bing, also covered her small mouth in surprise. After a moment, she responded. The smile on Bing Bing's face couldn't be concealed as she hurriedly narrated. As you can see, our player, Yen Luo, has once again displayed amazing strength. Even if the Kimchi Nation player had the help of his marriage partner, he was still no match for Yen Luo at all. Even Yen Luo didn't show his full strength at all. He only used the 2-dagger flow once and resolved all the crises. PK room. The greed in Park Jae-jung's expression faded as he watched Yen Luo step closer to himself. Finally panicked. How is this possible? How were you able to kill Spider-Girl? Yen Luo, don't lean so close. Listen to me. It was just a friendly test just now. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. As Park Jae-jung backed away, his words changed again and again. From horror to explanation to begging for mercy. A perfect illustration of inner change. Park Jae-jun really wimped out. However, Yen Luo's gaze was calm as he walked up to Park Jae-jung and picked his chin with the back of the red fire blade. I want you to remember that there is only one way for anyone who dares to strike at me, and that is death. The blade flashed. Park Jae-jung's head fell to the ground. The endless trepidation in his complexion had yet to subside, and he stared wide-eyed in death. Kimchi Nation's Park Jae-jun died in the dueling room. A catastrophe is about to break out in Kimchi Province. Disasters are being extracted from disaster confirmation, eroding rain. Terrifying acid rain will fall over all of Kimchi Kingdom for 3 days and 3 nights, and anyone who touches the acid rain will die. The moment the announcement fell, the entire country of Kimchi was enveloped in dense dark clouds, with not a single ray of sunlight in sight. Then the lightning flashed and red acid rain fell from the sky in a dense stream. The crowd that had been in the sunlight a second before was caught in the acid rain, and their skin was melted surprisingly fast. Then the burning sensation began to appear in the flesh and organs as well, melting in corrosion. In the end, only a withered bone remained in its place. The rain of erosion. The most horrific acid rain that kills when touched. The Kimchi Nation went crazy as the acid rain fell for just 3 minutes, turning hundreds of people into dry bones. Damn. How could it be such a horrible disaster? Help me, help me. My skin is melting, when I've only gotten a few drops of acid rain. My husband went to close the window, got a few drops of acid rain and died. Ah, this isn't pickle country. This is a fiery prison on earth. I was wrong. I was wrong. I want to live. God spare me. If there's a next life, I'll never be a dog in Kimchi country again. Damn you, Dragon Nation. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Ah! Dead, all dead. There are bodies everywhere. Kimchi Kingdom is finished. Chapter 34. The newlyweds' allotted room. Seeking golden votes. Pickle country was a hell on earth for a while. In the face of this disaster, the government of the pickle country is clueless. This is an act of God. Where can mankind fight it? Some of the cities with lower terrain are essentially dead as acid rain creates flooding. People can only die in despair. Acid rain can fall for 3 days and 3 nights. Inescapable. In the face of the Kimchi country's encounter, the country's officials sympathized on the surface, but in fact, behind the scenes, I guess they were happy. Having an overpowered Yen Lo was troublesome enough. No one wanted another powerful player. Especially especially those traditionally powerful countries can't see others surpassing them. Yossi, the kimchi nation is dead. Baka, a mere kimchi country still wants to rise. Dream on. Be an honest dog of our eagle sauce kingdom. The path to transcendence is beyond your reach. Listen to me, kimchi nation, you can't hold the road to transcendence. Let us, eagle sauce nation, do it. Laughing my ass off. Weren't the kimchi people all crazy before? And trying to kill Yen Luo big brother? Joy, where did you get the guts and courage? Where did you get the guts and courage from? Serves you right. Jumping out and being arrogant as soon as you have a little bit of skill, what a nightmare. Yen Luo walked out of the dueling room and instantly received a personal reward. Congratulations on killing a Kimchi Nation player in a duel and looting all of his opponent's attributes. Props, equipment, spouse. Your attributes increase. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, physique plus 10, magic plus 10, charisma plus 5. You get props and equipment for Minami's players. Gold 200, summoning card 1, small experience stone 20. Summoning card. You can summon your marriage partner in any map, including dueling rooms. Reusable. Good stuff, I'll laugh about it then. The corner of Yen Luo's mouth ticked as he put the summoning card into his backpack. Anytime you encounter a special map like the dueling room in the future, you can summon your spouse to help. The effect of this summoning card should not be underestimated. This guy has quite a lot of gold coins. Ah, it's mine too. Yen Luo muttered to himself as the gold coins were stowed away in his backpack. There were now 300 gold coins in the small vault, and the power of illumination required gold coins, so more of this stuff was better. The levels of the Kimchi Nation players were also converted into small experience stones. The previous PK's main player was level 1, so there was no experience stone reward. Use. Yen Luo immediately used the 20 small experience stones in one click. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1, leveling up to 11, gaining 2 points of free attributes. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1, leveling up to level 20 and gaining 2 points of free attributes. 20 small experience stones slammed down. Yen Luo rose to level 20 in one breath, followed by 20 points of free attributes that were evenly distributed by him. Together with looting the attributes of the Kimchi Nation players, the panel skyrocketed again. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 1020. Body mass, 3651. Strength, 3651. Agility, 3651. Magic power, 4055. Charisma, 7075. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Flow S rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D. Special item, Summoning card, Gold, 300. Description, the humanoid boss is you. Yen Luo rubbed his chin. He had turned into a humanoid boss? It wasn't that exaggerated. Attributes are just 5 or 6 times as many as the other players, and then the skills are just 1 billion points more than the others. There are also marriage partners that are just 1 billion points prettier than the others. Yen Luo was oblivious to the fact that the 2 players that PK had gotten so far were the strongest in the batch. Most are actually still struggling to stay warm and worried about getting killed by monsters if they open a random room. If he were to compare himself to these people, Yen Luo's light attributes would be 12 times that of others. Not to mention a bunch of S-rank skills on his body. It's a bit stressful. Players from other countries are improving too. I need to become 1 billion times stronger before I get caught up. Yen Luo thought and then muttered to himself, then proceeded to enter the challenge space. The Dragon Nation viewers were all happy when they heard Yen Luo say that. Laughing my ass off, I guess Yen Luo Big Brother thinks all the other countries' players are at the level of Kimchi Country. There's pressure to become 1 billion points stronger. Laughing my ass off, Big Brother Yen Luo is obviously very strong. Yet he's overly cautious. Joy? Yen Luo Big Man hit 2 players ceiling in a row, although they are both seconds, but also feel a drop of pressure. Absolute. Yen Luo Big Brother still wants to become stronger. How can this let other national players live? It's the matrimonial home. Long overdue. Holy, really? It's still true. Only the challenge space that Yen Luo was in really had a pink door, the marriage room. Yen Luo's face was also slightly happy. Recently his luck was average. He hadn't come across a marriage room for a long time. Now at last I've come across one. However, Yen Luo didn't favor one over the other and looked at the other 3 doors first. He still might give up the marital room in case the other rooms were any good. Supplies room. 100 pasties in there. 100% survival rate. Can't see it. Next. Monster room. There's a D-rank monster slime inside. With such a trashy monster, the reward must not be high. Next. Duplicate room. Haunted house with an evil creepy, 60% survival rate. A 60% chance of winning? What's the difference between that and sending someone to their death? After looking around, Yen Luo's eyes still returned to the marriage room. Matrimonial house. There's a tin can robot inside. Hint. Try it with the power of the point of transformation. This robot is suspected to be made by a certain angelic community that aspires to technology and has an angelic core in it, so there may be an unexpected surprise. Then the message from the tin can robots was parsed by the prompting eye. Match. Jar Jar. Race. Mechanical. Identity. Angelic creator. Face value. 20 standard score. 50. Gift. Description. An experiment created by a colony of angels who aspire to technological ascension and who are said to want to create a mechanical angel. Angelic creation? Yen Luo looked stunned. Angels, those are mythological higher beings, not to mention powerful but also all beautiful. This robot was nothing more than a product created by an angel, and its talent had actually reached a staggering rank, going beyond Suda Ji and Miao Weiwei. One should know that the 2 women's talents were only be ranked. As for Jar Jar being just a robot, doesn't Yen Luo still have the power of nudging? Everything can be Mo. Chapter 35. Mechanical Angels. Outside. Holy. Another marital room. Great. I wonder what kind of beauty it will be this time. So looking forward to it. Tears in my eyes. Yen Luo big brother is going to have a harem +1 again. Ooh-hoo. I'm envious. I only have the company of the 5th girl. People are more angry than people are. I'm still single solo in the mother's womb. Yen Luo big brother is about to find his 3rd wife. Despite the lemon fruit on the lemon tree, I still hope that Yen Luo big brother marries another one, so that there will be another national luck reward. Don't be too happy too early. Although Yen Luo big brother has been very lucky, but the marriage room, everyone knows and understands. There is so much randomness in the marriage room, and no one can guarantee that Yen Luo opening the door will be a beauty. However, most of the Dragon Nation audience still chose to believe in Yen Luo's luck. What's more, Yen Luo's strength was not bad now, even if the object he got in the marriage room was not as good as he wanted. He might not have the capital to resist. Maybe you can even realize that killing your wife will prove the truth. Yen Luo slowly opened the door of the marriage room and took a step into the marriage room under the expectant and nervous gazes of everyone. To the eye, it is a Western medieval architectural style. In it, there are statues of various angels. But strangely enough, the room was again filled with a number of technological-looking instruments. What a strange place. It feels like a blend of both medieval and technological worlds. What's that instrument? It feels so technological. What kind of marriage partner is it? To actually live in such a place. There are so many statues of angels. It's hard to believe that the marriage partner is related to angels, or a community that believes in angels. Before Yen Luo could move, he was far enough away to see an orange-colored, can-looking robot on wheels walking towards him. Before he could get close enough, the canned robot tripped over the blanket and fell to the ground. Jar Jar has fallen. Husband, save me. Jar Jar has fallen. Husband, save me. The canned robot fell to the ground with only wheels and no hands, and a round body that couldn't get up. One called out to Yen Luo to save himself. Jar Jar has fallen. Husband, save me. Repeated childish voices kept ringing out. Artificial retardation. The Dragon Nation audience was collectively confused. What crap company made this artificial retard? It can't even walk properly. Didn't you hear it call for a husband? It seems like it's Yen Luo's marriage partner. Huh? I'm ing clueless. Clueless fruit on a clueless tree. I think it's called Jar Jar but it doesn't look smart. Artificial retard, how smart can it be? Say it has that? How does this cave in? Yen Luo should destroy this robot, after all. There's no way he's going to cave with a tin can. As the Dragon Nation crowd murmured, the Kimchi Nation, who held a grudge against Yen Lo, jumped in. Now they're still suffering from acid rain. Joy. The good luck has come to an end, hasn't it? Still want a beauty? Here's a tin can for you. Laugh me to death, Smitty. You're on Dragon Nation. Maybe this tin can has a hole for you. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Nation's good luck has come to an end. There are no beauties for him to enjoy this time. Seeing the arrogant Kimchi man, the Dragon Country viewers were immediately unhappy. Scram, where is Big Brother Yen Luo for you to be qualified to discuss? That's right, what are you? Also worthy of bad-mouthing Big Brother Yen Luo. Useless thing, still clueless in the face of acid rain now, right? Hiding at home and crying your eyes out. The two waves of people quarreled, but after all, in the Dragon Country live room, where the Kimchi people sprayed the Dragon Country people. Just then, Yen Luo suddenly moved. He slowly walked over to the canister and reached down to help it up. Other people might think it was an artificial retard when they looked at the canister, but Yen Luo could distinctly feel it. There was actually a strong holy power inside the canister. The amazing extent of that power, Yen Luo could only say that he couldn't beat it either. You don't mind the can this way? Husband. The can electronic screen showed a crying expression. Don't mind if I do, Jar Jar. I'll help you become a great beauty. Okay. Can it? Jar Jar wants to turn into a big, beautiful girl. As the words fell, Yen Luo used the power of nodding. You use the power of nudging and consume 300 gold coins to nudge Jar Jar into a munchkin. A burst of blinding light erupted, and Jar Jar's body was completely enveloped by the light, a holy radiance that obscured heaven and earth. The argument on the air came to a screeching halt. What's happening? Why is it suddenly so bright? I can't see anything but the sky full of light. This glow looks so soft. It has a holy feel to it. Amidst the murmurs, the light dissipated, only to see a mechanical angel made up of half-naked machinery and half-beauty appear in the space in front of Yen Luo. Soon, the exposed half of the mechanical body was also covered by skin, and only the left eye remained a mechanical eye that glowed orange. The mechanical angel has 6 mechanical wings. A stunningly beautiful face, white and moving. The dimpled body is gorgeous. The biased temperament is also mysterious and noble. The perfect combination of machinery and angels. A paradoxical conglomerate of sexiness and holiness. Mechanical angels. Angel face. Devil's body. At this moment, the live broadcast room exploded, and everyone was confused and shocked. What happened? Wasn't it a tin can just now? How did it suddenly turn into a mechanical angel? Outrageous things happen every day, and Big Brother Yen Luo encounters them especially often. I kind of understand what it means to have an angelic face and a devilish body. It's so damn good looking. If my wife could look this good, I'd milk myself dry. Yen Luo Big Brother is going to take off again. Mechanical angel, this is not hurry to take? Everyone was shocked, and host Ice began to analyze the change in a serious manner. I'm guessing that the mechanical angels were deliberately disguised as tin cans, and that this was a test for Yen Lo. Disguise yourself as a waist and ask Yen Lo for help to test Yen Lo's kindness. The moment Yen Lo picked up the fallen can, he was passing the test of the mechanical angel, and that's why the mechanical angel showed its true form. Host Ice's serious commentary is a million miles from the truth, but it's the most in line with the rules of the National Games game possible. All the audience believed it. I see. It's fortunate that Big Brother Yen Luo didn't take a shot at the mechanical angel, or else it wouldn't have flopped. Big Brother Yen Luo is really kind-hearted. Even robots are willing to help. It's so good. It's a mechanical angel. It must be very strong and the rewards will be even more awesome. Makes sense. Put the word anticipation on the public screen. The Dragon Kingdom will rise again. Expectation. Expectation. All rise to see Big Brother Yen Luo into the cave. Chapter 36. Double S rank skills. Seeking golden votes. The audience from various countries cast envious and jealous glances. Baka. It's actually a mechanical angel. What makes Yen Luo so lucky? Playing with a hammer. The dragon player even picked up an angel. Smitty, that's not fair. All the good things are taken by the dragon players. What? Angel. Angels are creatures from my Western mythology. How did they let an Easterner get them? Angels belong to the West. The dragons are cheating. The Dragon Nation audience was high at the moment and saw the merciless mockery of the gang's mouths. You, what's wrong with the West? We snatched it. Just ask you what? Big brother Yen Luo is simply the son of heaven. His luck is just that good, envy. All you can do is look at the angels and drool. A bunch of happy colors. I advise you not to be ignorant and get out of the Dragon Kingdom livestream immediately. Dragon Country Key Fairy's strength was unrivaled, spraying this group of foreign spectators who couldn't lift their heads. Husband, thank you for your help. I won't set up a test for you then. The mechanical angel looked at his change with surprise. From a dumb tin can to a mechanical angel, don't mention how happy the can was. Before that, I have a feeling you need a new name. It's more or less inappropriate to be called Jar Jar when you've turned into an angel. Yen Lo said with a smile. Well, but Jar Jar doesn't know how to name names. Mcgani Angie, how's it going? Okay, I'll listen to my husband. As the mechanical angel agreed to this new name, the panel changed. Marriage partner, Jar Jar McCartney Angie. Race, mechanical. Angelic, identity, mechanical angel. Face value, 2090 standard score, 50. Gift, AA+. Description. With your help, he managed to evolve from a test subject with an angel's heart into a real angel. Yen Luo's gaze flickered and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Angie's talent, which was actually as high as a plus, was even higher than previously expected. Without waiting for Yen Lo to react, Angie opened her arms and warmth enveloped his entire body. Husband. The screen went to a black screen. In Angie's heart, Yen Lo was second only to the angelic sister who had created her. After all, it was Yen Lo who helped her fulfill her wish to become a true angel. As a result, Angie was quite proactive. Black screen for half an hour. Black screen for an hour. Black screen for 2 hours. Even though Yen Luo had already demonstrated his specialty countless times, this ability still made a group of spectators turn their chickens purple with envy. Holy, another 3 full Angie hours? Don't be ridiculous. Sit down, routine operation, low profile Ms. 6. Say, Jar Jar, no, wasn't Angie a robot before? Can it make babies? Are you stupid? People are turning into angels now. They have all the places they need to be. Of course they can. Mechanical angels. It feels like a different kind of seduction. That said, Angie is truly beautiful, and Yen Lo has acquired another beauty. 3 hours. 3 hours and 5 minutes more. The black screen finally ends. Angie returned to the homestead with Yen Lo in tow. She gave Yen Luo an angry look. Too bad, not gentle at all. Yen Luo was also a bit embarrassed when he saw the look. Wasn't that too exciting? Daji and Miao Weiwei's expressions were not surprised by the addition of the new members. With Yen Lo's skills, it was a matter of time, yes. Daji touched her small, slightly bulging belly. Heck, she's the first lady no matter how many more there are. Let the wind and the waves rise. Sit at ease in a fishing boat. Miao Weiwei, on the other hand, had some inner tension. It seemed like she had to double her efforts. We can't let the new one get pregnant with Yen Lo's baby first. Otherwise, the position is in jeopardy. On Yen Lo's side, the cave rewards arrived. The national luck game beeps in your ear. Congratulations on completing the cave-in ceremony with Angie and receiving your personal reward. You have acquired the SS ranked skill, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon. Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon. After briefly storing up power, a 300% magic bonus sacred electromagnetic beam is fired from the palm of your hand, which has both sacred and electromagnetic attributes, dealing an additional 100% true damage to water attribute monsters and dark attribute monsters. Note, this one, it's gonna be cool. So strong. This is the most powerful skill I've gotten so far. Yen Luo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The SS rank skill is really scary. 300% magic value bonus one-shot can blow the boss into dust. What's even better is that there's an additional 100% true damage against water and dark attribute monsters. If this gun goes down, the opposite side shall not go straight to heaven. The rewards aren't over yet. You give extra satisfaction to your marriage partner and receive an additional bonus personal attribute. Your attributes increase. Physique plus 10, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, magic plus 20, charisma plus 20. The cave-in bonus alone for an A+ spouse exceeds the pregnancy bonus for AB spouse. Yen Luo's face was delighted as he felt his power become stronger. The panel followed suit. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 20. Body mass, 5161. Strength, 5161. Agility, 5161. Magic power, 5575. Charisma, 7595. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Stream S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D. Special item, Summoning card, Gold 0. Description, Human battery. The Dragon Nation audience was thrilled when Yen Lo successfully completed his cave. They would also be rewarded with national fortune, though far more so than what Yen Luo had received, but it was assumed that no one would mind living longer and in better health. Congratulations to Dragon's player, Yen Luo, for completing the cave-in with Angie, and Dragon will be rewarded with the National Luck. National Luck reward issued. All Dragon Kingdom people's life expectancy +2, physical fitness +2, strength +1. The Dragon Nation audience was abuzz. Awesome class. I picked up 2 more years of life for nothing. Big brother Yen Luo eats the meat. I follow and drink the soup. It's simply too good to be true. Ness, I'm getting physically better again, especially with the increase in my physique, and it gets longer lasting when I do that thing. I found it too, and now I'm living in harmony as a couple, and my wife pesters me every day at night. 15 minutes per capita is not too much for us Dragonians now, is it? I don't know about the others, but the brothers around me can last 15 minutes after their physiques get better. Thank you, Big Brother Yen Lo, for bringing us a happy life. At times like this, it's the Kimchi Country viewers who have to say they're the most envious and jealous. They are now the opposite of Dragon. Not only did they not get any rewards, but they were also weakened by half. It's not a bad comparison when you compare it like that. Chapter 37. Pickleman breaks the defense. And bonus, seeing the dragons cheering, the pickles broke their collective defense. Smithy, the dragons now have 15 minutes per capita, and I only have. Damn. Pissed off, useless pickle player. Screwed me over. No more living. My wife wants to divorce me. She says she wants a dragon husband. My girlfriend also ran away, and now I'm traveling every day in the Dragon Kingdom, just to find a Dragon Kingdom man. Damn it. Why is this happening? Discrimination. Kimchi Country women are discriminating against Kimchi Country men. Ouch, what happened to discriminating against you guys? Kimchi Country men are wasted. Even if I can't find a Dragon Country man, then I'd rather find a little black guy than play with you losers. Kimchi Country women have completely lost sight of their own country's men. Per capita waste, what's the difference between that and widowhood? The men of the Pickle Country collectively broke their defenses and ripped into the women of their own country in a fight. The dragons were all happy, one leisurely watching the Kimchi Country dogfight. Just when they thought that the rewards would end here, the announcement of the national games actually rang out again. If a dragon player succeeds in cavorting with an A-ranked or above spouse, the dragon will receive an additional bonus of national fortune. National luck reward. Advanced mechanics. Rukoku will gain full technical knowledge of advanced mechanics, including but not limited to ultra-high precision machine tools, super composite armor, war mechs, super combat robots. With the rewards upgraded once again, the Dragon Kingdom was abuzz with excitement. Ultra-high precision machine tools, better than German machines? That's for sure. The rewards of the national games are definitely going to be a whole lot more impressive than the current technology. Super composite armor? Is it true that with this armor on, no missile can penetrate our tanks? And war mechs, the Dragon Kingdom is about to have mech soldiers. It's awesome. I'll go mechs. A man's romance. I'm joining the army now. I want to drive a mech. And super battle robots. I can't read them, but they sure feel like they're bunkers. Most of the common people don't know what these super weapons mean. They only know that the country has become stronger again. Happy as can be. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. Several academicians specializing in machinery were called in for a meeting. After analyzing the techniques of advanced mechanics, they came to a conclusion. The Dragon Kingdom has found no rivals on Earth. Super armor that makes their tanks invincible defensively and impenetrable to missiles. Super robot fighters, giving Dragon Nation's infantry a staggering boost in combat power. Vamech can fight in the air and on land with great maneuverability and incredible firepower. Add to that the air superiority laid down by the previous Flutter Wing fighters and swarm drones. The Dragon Kingdom is invincible both on land and in the air. With air control completely in the hands of several parties, it is somehow also invincible at sea. The Dragon Kingdom's military is invincible? Several Grand Elders were shocked to their core by this conclusion. The change came so fast that in just 1 week's time, the Dragon Kingdom actually leapt from the world's second largest military power to the undisputed number 1. Good. With such a powerful army, we'll be more certain to deal with the crisis 2.5 years from now. The third elder slammed the table in excitement, and the tea almost overturned. The second elder was also flushed and excited in his heart. First elder, I feel that the current sea power is not enough, and some more carriers should be built. We either don't compete or we do compete to be number 1, to be the undisputed number 1. What do you think? The Grand Elder pondered for a brief moment and said in a deep voice, Good. Then build it, but improve it, and combine it with our new equipment to pull the Navy to its maximum strength. The head of naval equipment blushed. He had meant to do this for a long time. The Dragon Kingdom's carriers are perfectly capable of outflying the ship with Flutter Wing fighters and war mechs, with a swarm drone battle battalion. A single supercarrier can easily destroy a medium-sized country. While Rukoku won't do it, it must have the strength to do so. Let the whole world be convinced, not daring to have any dissent, and watch the Dragon Kingdom rise to the top. The Grand Elder's few people put their eyes on the big screen once again. After a while, the Grand Elder's gaze deepened and he suddenly said, If Yen Luo can return safely from the Game of Nations, if you ask me, the position of Great General of Zhanguo is his. The moment these words came out, the entire room of executives were shocked beyond belief. The title of Great General of Zhanguo is not a title that anyone can assume. It is only possible if you have made an immense contribution to your country and are outstanding in your own right. But when he thought about it, Yen Luo had exactly enough credit and a strong strength. Thinking about this, everyone had no objections in their hearts and recognized what the Grand Elder had said. If Yen Luo returns safely, what is the harm in giving him this Zhanguo general's position? On the other hand, the ultra-high precision machine tool was officially built successfully. In the past, the Dragon Country industry, always ridiculed by the foreigners, big but not strong. Good stuff, sophisticated stuff, high-tech stuff that the dragons just can't build. Now the tables are turned. The introduction of ultra-high precision machine tools allowed Longhua to overtake Germany and become the strongest precision craftsman on Earth. A variety of sophisticated industrial supplies are mass-produced from factories. In a very short period of time, the Dragon Kingdom has eaten up a large amount of the precision manufacturing market that originally belonged to Germany and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The most intuitive feeling of the people is that wages have become higher. Starting wages in any factory that had anything to do with machinery rose from 4,000 or 5,000 a month to tens of thousands a month. This is just for ordinary operators, and skilled workers can easily earn more than $18,000 a month. The benefits of technological development are being felt by all practitioners. Not to mention the stallholder who scrambled eggs and fried rice near the machine shop, and the foot-washing girl at the nearby foot bath. It's all earned numbness. You can't finish scrambled eggs. Not at all. Yen Luo Big Brother is great. Thank you, Yen Luo Big Brother. My ING salary has doubled. I'm so excited. So this is the benefit of technological development? I'm making a crazy amount of money selling barbecue at a stall near a factory. It's too good to be true, remembering that more than 10 years ago the factory was still a few $100s a month, and now it's so easy to break 10,000. Big Brother Yen Luo, I'll put up a monument of long life for you. If it weren't for you, how could I live such a good life? Cool. I have a massage parlor and I'm already making hemp. Big sister, is this massage parlor you run regular? I won't go if it's formal. Hast thou heard the words of men? 666. I have a friend who wants to know if it's legit too. Chapter 38. The Woolly Bear Nation surprises the Red Door, the official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. Host Ice gets a backstage update. Update: the Makuma players have found the Red Gate. Let's give the live feed to the Makuma players. The audience was shocked to hear this news. The Woolly Bear Nation has discovered the Red Door too? Yes, I just happened to be playing on Woolly Bear Nation Live just now, and it does have a red door. But the Woolly Bear Nation contestant seems to be an actress, and she's quite good looking. Oh, like this? I'll watch it under my real name. The screen was quickly given to the Woolly Bear Nation live feed. Actress Lisa wore a sexy deep V outfit, and her long legs attracted even more attention. Is that good looking? I could play with these legs all year. Not bad for a star. What a pretty face. What's the point of being pretty? I just looked up this actress and she's a white supremacist. White supremacists? That's right. This actress once made a public yenlo that discriminated against yellow and black people, saying that yellow people are all lowly monkeys. You guys, look at this. Lisa also assaulted the dragon makeup artist. Soon, a video was picked up. Only the video taken by a passerby shows that Lisa is not at all as kind as she looks. Instead, they are snarky and constantly make snide remarks just because the makeup artist is a dragon. The mouth screams scalawag. That makeup artist couldn't help but return the favor after being verbally insulted over and over again. He was then pushed into a corner and punched and kicked by Lisa with several staff members. At the end of the scene comes an ambulance, and as the makeup artist is being put into the ambulance, Lisa chops up the makeup artist and calls him a bunch of nasty names. If it wasn't for the fear of things getting out of hand and bad publicity, the staff stopped it. Look at Lisa's stance, and she wants to rush up and fling another slap in the face. Seeing this video, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were enraged. Thanks to me praising this Lisa for being pretty before, I'm the one who's blind. It's disgusting. The exterior is good looking, but it doesn't stop the mind from being so dirty. What is it? How dare you discriminate against us dragons? Aren't we a friendly country with the woolly bear? What is this asshole doing? Friendship my ass. It was just pressure from Hawk Jam to cooperate before. Yes, in fact, most of the woolly bears don't like us dragons, and even discriminate against them. Mad. The makeup artist was seriously injured, and she still won't let it go. Real snake heart. The Dragon Nation is holding a fire, and this Lisa is no good. And because of Lisa, the dragon viewers got to know the true face of the woolly bear nation. People are just doing superficial work for the sake of profit, and behind the scenes they actually discriminate against the people of the Dragon Kingdom, even insulting the workers or foreign students who work in Woolly Bear. In-game, Lisa's face lit up with joy when she saw the marital room. I sure got lucky with this one. She'd had the luck of the draw when she'd come across the supplies room twice in a row. Never even saw what the monster looked like. Has been alive until now. What kind of marriage partner would be in there?
Lisa Muset.
She felt that with her luck, the marriage partner shouldn't be bad. At least it won't be a disgusting yellow monkey or a black ghost. The Woolly Bear Nation audience was buzzing at this point. Oh, it's the beautiful Ms. Lisa. Lisa was so lucky. The first 2 times it was the supplies room without the slightest danger. And the 3rd time it was the marriage room. Some of the less fortunate countries have gone through 4 or 5 rounds of disasters, while we in the Woolly Bear country are safe and sound. Yo? Calling us discriminatory? Aren't you just yellow monkeys? What's wrong with discriminating against you guys? Yellow monkeys are disgusting to look at. How could Lisa have done anything wrong? It must have been that scalawag who disrespected Lisa. Lisa, being a big star, has a lot of clusters of supporters, and instead of a hint of remorse, this group supports Lisa. A wave of annoyance went through the Dragon Nation. What a way to help a white-knuckle country. Then I'd say the white man has body odor thing. I've met a lot of white people on my travels before. With that smell that perfume can't cover, disgusting. Just as both sides were arguing, Lisa finally adjusted her mind and opened the door to the marital room. Entering the matrimonial house, there was a small castle in front of you, slightly run down, but a castle indeed. A castle? There's not a prince living in there, is there? I'm so lucky. A smile curled the corners of Lisa's mouth as she approached the castle in stride. Opening the castle gates, a long red carpet leads to the interior of the castle. The castle didn't seem to be lit, and the light was a little dim. Lisa had been walking for a minute or two when she finally saw a figure sitting on a huge stone throne. The figure wore a crown and held a scepter in his hand, and at first glance he was in a high position. At this, the Woolly Bear Nation was overjoyed. It's a humanoid creature. That's good. Ness, still a prince by the looks of it. This wave is a big moneymaker. Our Woolly Bear Nation is going to take off, and with Lisa's luck, I guess it won't take more than a few days to catch up with the Dragon Nation contestants. Do the yellow monkeys see? It is the white man who is the favorite of heaven and earth, the race that the goddess of fortune cares for. Ha 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 ha. Just wait, yellow-skinned monkeys. We, the Furry Bear Nation, will soon regain the glory of the last century and trample you all under our feet. Lisa's footsteps were brisk and she was getting closer and closer to the prince. Only, A second ago she was full of smiles, and when she saw the prince's face, Lisa's heart stuttered and her face stiffened. Green skin, a hawk-like nose, a mishmash of large yellow teeth, and leering eyes. The kobold prince bared his large yellow teeth and laughed. "You're my maiden?" Lisa was completely shocked and her mind went blank. Yellow and black people who were also human were disgusting to her. Not to mention this green-skinned kobold prince. Being swept all over the body by the goblin prince with a lewd gaze. Lisa shivered. "I don't want it. Green skin, you get the hell away from me." Then he turned quickly and ran towards the exit of the castle. The kobold let out a lecherous laugh. "What are you running for?" Lisa, whose strength was completely ordinary where she could outrun the goblin prince, was quickly captured and thrown in a cage. "Run for what? Since you're rejecting me, I'll have a good time playing with you before I kill you." The kobolds took a rope and tied Lisa to a post. "What are you doing? Don't. Don't." Lisa was so horrified that the screen went straight to black. The reversal came so quickly that the originally smug Woolly Bear Nation was confused. Before they could react, Lisa, a contestant from the Woolly Bear Kingdom, was abused to death when she refused the Goblin Prince in a marriage match. Contestant dies. Disaster is about to break out in Woolly Bear Country. Disaster confirmed. The wrath of the Goblin Prince. The Goblin Prince has been discriminated against and insulted, and will send an army of 10 million goblins to descend on the Woolly Bear Country. Chapter 39. The Fall of the Woolly Bear Country. Begging for the Dragon Kingdom to step in. The picture becomes too fast. One moment the Woolly Bear Nation is gloating. The next moment disaster breaks out. What's going on here? Suddenly disaster has struck. Lisa, a useless thing, can't even handle a kobold prince? Damn. So many kobolds. I don't know about regular kobolds, but also kobold wizards and kobold giants. It's not good. The Far East has fallen, and the goblin army is marching towards Sko City. The Woolly Bear Country is in chaos. An army of 10 million kobolds swept through the territory of the Woolly Bear Nation, especially those kobold giants 7 or 8 meters tall, carrying huge wolfsbane clubs in their hands that could blow up tanks with a single blow. The territory of the Woolly Bear Country near the European side is fine. The plains are dominant, and the torrent of steel can fight the hordes of goblins head-on. And while the land near the east was almost all tundra, where tanks could not move, the infantry ranks alone were no match for the hordes of kobolds. As time went on, more and more cities in the Far East fell. The number of people who died in the war soared. 500,000, 800,000, 1,200,000. Millions of people died and countless others were displaced. The Woolly Bear Nation was ravaged to the brink of collapse by an army of kobolds. The top brass of the Woolly Bear Nation are finally getting antsy. Woolly Bear Country is experiencing an unprecedented disaster, and we are asking the international community for a helping hand. However, after a public plea for help, not a single country was willing to lend a helping hand. Laugh me to death. No benefits at all. And you want soldiers from other countries to die for you Woolly Bears? Happy. The Woolly Bears were wildly out of control before. Now they know to ask for backup? Whoever goes to help is a cutie. How dare you discriminate against us yellow people before? Who will help you now? If you ask me, this arrogant and warlike people are gone. It seems like there just aren't a lot of countries that get along with the mawkish bears, who have been invading all over the place, ever since Tsarist Russia. Dogs can't change their ways. We in the Dragon Kingdom will definitely not help you white-eyed wolves. The audiences of all nations taunted mercilessly, and no one was willing to help the hairy bear at all. Hairy bears are already poorly liked internationally, and now that they've suffered a disaster, not only do they not have many sympathizers. Instead, they all clapped their hands together. The top management of the Woolly Bear Country was also completely dumbfounded, realizing that no one would be willing to help at all if they didn't come up with some benefits. It'll just have to be a hemorrhage. Today there are only 2 countries that have the power to help the Woolly Bear survive the disaster. One is Eagle Jam and the other is the Dragon Nation. Don't count on the Hawksbane. It's been at odds with the furry bears since time immemorial. Can't wait for the furry bears to collapse. Where will they step in to help? The only way to help is to turn to the Dragon Kingdom. The great elder of the Woolly Bear Country immediately contacted the Dragon Country by phone. I asked the Dragon Kingdom to step in and help my Woolly Bear Country survive this disaster. And when it's done, I'm willing to relinquish the lands in the Far East that originally belonged to the Dragon Kingdom historically. The request from the Woolly Bear Nation immediately caught the attention of the Dragon Nation's top brass. During the Qing dynasty, the Far East was owned by the Dragon Kingdom. This century, the Dragon Kingdom had no choice but to give up its plan to reclaim the Far East in order to develop peacefully. But that doesn't mean that people have forgotten the Far East, the land that should belong to the Dragon Kingdom. When the country is revived, all the lost children should come back. Without any hesitation, the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom accepted the conditions of the top brass of the Woolly Bear Kingdom. Flapping wings, swarm drones, war mechs, a variety of high-tech weapons were unveiled in turn. Raging firepower swept through the Far East. If you are poor, you strike with precision. If you are rich, you cover with fire. It took the Dragon Kingdom just 1 hour to shoot 30,000 rockets. The entire army of kobolds that had been making trouble in the Far East was covered in fire. Puffwing fighters, on the other hand, are carriers of high-precision missiles that point-blank kill kobold wizards. The war mechs fronted against the goblin giants, and the two 7 or 8 meter tall behemoths collided violently. The Dragon Kingdom's regular forces numbered about 2 million, and only 500,000 were actually deployed. However, these 500,000 people relied on a host of high-tech weapons, as well as various unmanned fighters and robots, and froze to complete the suppression of firepower against the 10 million kobold army. Only 1 hour into the battle, the goblin army was nearly half killed under the endless artillery strikes. The world was shocked at this moment. How is this possible? The Dragon Kingdom is so much stronger than the Woolly Bear. The Woolly Bears were beaten back by the Goblin Army, while the Dragon Kingdom army only deployed one theater of war to rule the Goblin Army into submission. It's too bullish. The Dragon Kingdom has become powerful to this extent in such a short period of time. Joking aside, earlier in the day Hawk Jam had fully withdrawn from the first island chain, and in front of the Dragon Kingdom, Hawk Jam had to avoid it. What amazes me is not how strong the Dragon Kingdom is, but how fast it is becoming stronger. It can't be helped. Who told the Dragon Country players to take so many national rewards? The rise of the Dragon Country and Yen Luo can't be separated from each other. It wasn't until the Dragon Kingdom showed its strength this time that all of them realized. A change of day. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom became a fact, and no one could stop the Dragon Kingdom from returning to the #1 throne again. As time passed, the Goblin Army was all blown to pieces by the intense artillery fire. And even more shocking news came out of a press conference organized by the Woolly Bear Nation. It is a great honor for the Woolly Bear Nation to receive help from our friends in the Dragon Nation in their time of crisis. As a token of our appreciation for the Dragon Kingdom's help in smoothing out the disaster, we have solemnly decided to return the Dragon Kingdom's territories in the Far East. The local people, they can choose to move to other cities in the Woolly Bear Country or join the Dragon Country nationality. This press conference, not to mention the whole world, even the people of Longua who were the authorities, were dumbfounded. The silence was followed by a drumming clamor. The Far East is back. Awesome. Awesome. My country. Tearful, I'm really going to tear up, or the land lost at the hands of the Qing dynasty, and it's taken more than 100 years to get it back. It's not to get it's to be returned of their own accord. I told you why the country was helping the Woolly Bear Country through the disaster. So it turns out that the other side promised such a big favor. Although I'm still in a daze, all I can say is, well done, my country. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are excited, and the return of the Far East to the Dragon Kingdom is considered to be of historical milestone significance. This also officially declared that the Chinese nation, which had been lost for hundreds of years, had once again reached the flourishing version of that year, the Dragon Kingdom, to return to his rightful place, the Kingdom of Heaven. Chapter 40. Return of Territory. Requesting golden ballots. The Dragon Kingdom soon sent a large number of people to take over the Far East. There is no reason why someone else should not want to return it if they are willing to do so. The Far East, though, is a tundra and the heavens and earth are extremely cold. However, it is rich in oil and gas, as well as rich mineral deposits. It's a rare gem. Moreover, the Far East has several access points to the sea, pointing straight east to the Sakura country, and even more so to the Eagle Jam hinterland from the sea without hindrance. The strategic significance is also immense. The senior management of the Dragon Kingdom is very clear about the value of the Far East, and immediately decided to set up the 4th Dragon Kingdom Fleet in addition to the South China Sea Fleet, the East China Sea Fleet, and the Bohai Sea Fleet, the Far East Fleet. The international community has been surprisingly calm in the face of such momentous news. Only some of the smaller nations rushed to make a statement, extolling the founding of the Far East Fleet. Some traditional powers, on the other hand, have chosen to remain silent. Originally, They wanted to protest against the expansion of the dragon's army. But after seeing the current military strength of the Dragon Kingdom, each and every one of them obediently shut their mouths. The Dragon Kingdom is too powerful to mess with now. That's the way it is in the international community. When you have a big enough fist, all you see is goodwill and respect. With the establishment of the Far East Fleet, the national pride of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom has reached an unprecedented peak. Awesome! The Great China has finally returned to where it belongs. I love you, my motherland. Exhausting efforts to forge a sword. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. It's so exciting. When I think of the founding of the motherland, it was penniless, and no one believed that the future of the Dragon Kingdom was bright except the martyrs. Martyrs, I salute you. If you had seen such a flourishing world, you would have been gratified. The Far East Fleet is awesome. The people's sons and daughters rise up. Enough glory to go down in history. The old ancestors' land. Not a single point less. All of it back. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Every inch of it. Thanks to the martyrs, and honors the soldiers. Home. Yen Lo is harvesting wheat with his 3 daughters. The golden yellow spikes refracted in the sunlight. Another great harvest. So much wheat. It's almost too much to keep in the house. Daji was beaming with joy. Haha. I'll make you guys pasty baked meat to eat later. Yen Luo was smiling. Yeah. Daji cheered. Husband makes the best roasted meat. Miao Weiwei also smacked her lips. Angie was a bit puzzled. She had never eaten normal food, let alone grilled meat. After all, she was a mechanical creation before. Hey, once you see you've never had one, you're guaranteed to remember it for the rest of your life if you eat it once. Daji laughed and patted Angie's fragrant shoulder. The tap made Angie's broad chest jiggle for a moment. Daji's eyes widened and she gave her bosom another look. It's okay. I'm not so bad. Somehow, Daji and Angie simultaneously turned their gazes to Miao Weiwei. Miao Weiwei wasn't small, but compared to the 2 women, it was a world of difference. Miao Weiwei froze and looked at her bosom, then broke defense. What are you looking at? This is called a surplus for this lady. What do you know? Huss stunted and making excuses. Daji looked at her with contempt. You! Ah! Miao Weiwei was furious and reached out to pinch Daji's neck. Calm down, calm down. Husband, help. Weiwei is bullying me. Daji resisted while sniping. Yen Luo shook his head helplessly and let them fool around. Although Daji was pregnant, she was not an ordinary person, and there was little danger in this level of playfulness. If you play with them, you won't be able to harvest the wheat until tomorrow. To this day, he alone cuts 90% of the wheat. While Yen Luo cut the wheat, Daji and Miao Weiwei were playing around and ended up somehow. Angie joined in. Finally, we're done collecting and ready to cook. Yen Luo wiped his sweat. Not to mention, cutting wheat is quite a stress reliever. Especially when there are 3 big beauties next to you, the more you cut, the more you get. The live broadcast audience watched the 3 women playfully fighting, and they were all dumbfounded. Love to see. 2 more hits to the vitals. The old sex maniac coming to see a pretty girl fight again? It's so choppy. I'm a little milk sick. 6. A bunch of chow thieves are drooling here. You guys can only look at it. But these 3 are turning into the shape of Yen Lo's big brother. Envious chickens purple. I want to have such a beautiful wife as good. Not 3. 1 would be nice. I have a way you can find such a beautiful wife. What way? Tell me in detail, my friend wants to know. Find a pillow, close your eyes, and you'll be fine. Don't curse like that. Pissed off, I broke my defense. Yen Luo made the grilled meat burrito and brought the 3 women around the small wooden table to eat it. Daji ignored the image. Her small mouth opened wide and took a big bite. Ooh, it's so good. Seeing Daji's contented expression, Angie took a small, tentative taste first. Then, a burst of light erupted from the beautiful eyes. It smelled so good. Then he took a big bite as well. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking, Yen Luo had taken the 3 girls to watch the sunset and take a walk. After sending the 3 women back to the house to rest, Yen Luo took a step into the challenge space. The familiar 4 doors, but no red doors this time, all random rooms. Live in the booth, the audience was once again pumped up as well. Big brother Yen Luo is truly a master of time management, living the challenge of both. I still admire big brother Yen Lo. He's the only one who's had the best time and hasn't flipped his car by challenging the door. It had to be. Necessarily, he wouldn't be called Yen Lo Big Brother. No marital room this time? All 4 doors are white. Which one will Yen Luo Big Brother choose? I look exactly the same. Nonsense, you won't know until you open the door. I guess Big Brother Yen Luo doesn't know which one to choose right now. Challenging the space. Yen Lo's gaze swept to the 4 random rooms. Supply room. Contains 10 units of wheat seed. Survival rate. 100%. Monster room. Inside is a carnivorous flower. Defeat it for a reward. Survival rate. 100%. Boss room. There is a demon dog inside. Defeat it and receive a reward. Survival rate. 100%. Mystery reward room. Mystery rewards can be obtained by passing through the duplicates. Mysterious reward room? Yen Luo whispered to himself, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He would like to know what kind of rewards this so-called mystery reward room would have. Cue the eye. I need more accurate information. Mystery reward room. Challenging famine replicas. Famine copy. Pick 100 people from your country to enter the copy together. And then the challenger chooses the same 100 people from another country to enter the copy. The country with the greater number of survivors in a 1-day and 1-night survival wins. The winner will be rewarded with a wishing charm, and the loser has all players wiped out. Note 1. Hunger rate is increased by 500% in this copy. Survival rate, 98%. Note 2. The winning player stays in the national games, and the participant is teleported back to reality after receiving the physique bonus. Chapter 41. The Famine Game. Requesting Golden Ballots. A famine game? Yen Luo's eyes stared, and he breathed another sigh of relief when he saw that the survival rate was as high as 98%. It doesn't look like it's too difficult for me, Yen Luo muttered. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. He'll take this mystery reward. After all, the first 3 rooms held no attraction for him instead. He was quite curious about the rewards of the mystery room. Wishing charms as soon as I heard about them. Never mind what exactly it does. When you come across it, that's what I'm Yen Lo. As for the unlucky person who fights me, that has to be Sakura Nation. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yen Luo's mouth. When you don't know who to get, you're definitely right to get the little hot book. Immediately, Yen Luo no longer hesitated and directly opened the mysterious reward room. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player, Yen Luo, who was lucky enough to enter the Mystery Reward Room. Mystery Reward Room Challenge confirmed famine copy. At this moment, all the people in the Dragon Kingdom got the hint and talked about it. Holy, Big Brother Yen Lo is in the Mystery Reward Room?
manhwa.
Big Brother Yen Luo's luck hasn't lost. For random rooms, and a randomly opened Mystery Reward Room. Lucky goddess the tart raisin must be but naked against Yen Lo. Fraternities talk more and punch harder. When is Lady Luck going to be but naked to me? Pillow, lie down. Close your eyes, and you're the next Yen Lo Big Brother. If you ask me, people don't get too happy too soon. The national game of what the piss knows all about it. Yeah. Or it could be a big hole waiting for Big Brother Yen Luo to jump into. Bah! Family members, no such unlucky words. Yen Luo enters a pure white space and needs to wait for 99 participants to make up 100 people to enter the famine game. Meanwhile, while this time was vacant, he finished choosing his opponent, Sakura Nation. Famine copy rules are as follows. Rokoku's player chooses Sakura as his opponent. Dragon Kingdom participants transmitting. Transmission successful. Inside the pure white space, a light flashed, and a dumbfounded Dragon Nation was selected for the famine game. Where is this? No way, no way. More than 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. A total of 100 will be chosen. It's my turn too? 6 ah. Although it's cool to watch Yen Luo Big Brother kill the 4 directions, but want me to participate in the national game. Mom, I want to go home. Do you have a return ticket? I'm so afraid I'll suddenly hiccup. Look, is that big handsome guy Yen Luo? Only then did the many participants cast their eyes in the direction the man had pointed. Handsome angular face, upright posture, outstanding temperament. Yen Luo just stood there and appeared to stand out from the rest, and the sisters present all had small blushes and deer in the headlights in their hearts. So handsome. That's Brother Yen Luo we watch on TV every day. It's so handsome, isn't it? Better than a star. Celebrities rely on makeup, but Brother Yen Luo is a vegetarian. Wow, Mom, I'm in love. Shut up, Philistines, and listen to Big Brother Yen Luo. We're not in a very safe place right now. We've probably entered a mysterious copy, someone said loudly, reminding the crowd of business. The scene only gradually quieted down. Yen Luo saw everyone regaining their composure and looking at themselves one by one, smiled and said, I'm sorry for letting you all accompany me through the dangers, but I'm still very sure about this copy. Everyone just need to follow me and don't fall behind. I can still protect you all's safety. As you should have seen by the rules, our competitors are the Sakura country, and with a one-day and one-night famine trip, as long as the number of survivors is higher than theirs, we'll be safe. Yen Luo had gone through so much and helped the Dragon Kingdom take national rewards over and over again, and his words still carried a lot of weight. Yen Luo, big brother, where are your words? It's our honor to challenge a copy with you. With Yen Luo's words, I'm relieved. This wave should be safe. Yay! Up close and personal with an idol. Numerous participants responded and proceeded to line up in a well-organized out. They all believed in Yen Luo's strength, and with a backbone, their hearts were not in turmoil. The Sakura countryside, again a pure white space. 100 Sakura Nation people looked flustered, each pulling the person next to them to complain. No one was even listening to Kudo Futazawa. Kudo Futazawa's face was blue. He was just an ordinary white-collar worker and hadn't been in the national games for long. Nothing other than lucking into an F-rated machete on the first day. Baka. Go fend for yourself. A bunch of useless trash. Kudo Urzai cursed and stopped talking. No one was listening to his command anyway. This damn Yen Luo. I didn't offend him. He had to fix me. He cursed, clueless about the current situation. The Sakura Nation participants were talking. Why did this Yen Luo choose us? This is murder. Naked murder. Damn the dragons. I knew there weren't many good dragons. It's over, we're dead this time. Damn it. Hundreds of millions of Sakura Nation people. Why did you teleport me in to die? The Sakura Nation was complaining or cursing Yen Luo at the moment. Outside, the Dragon Nation viewers were all happy to see the comparison between the Dragon Nation team and the Sakura Nation team. Laughing my ass off. This is the high-quality Sakura countrymen in the mouth of the Mikoyo people? That's lame, what a mess. All I can say is, blame it on the fact that the Sakura Nation players don't have much power to convince the public. It's still Big Brother Yen Luo. One word and everyone is at ease. Joking aside, Big Brother Yen Luo is now in existence capable of tearing down bosses with his hands. Can he speak without putting people at ease? Cheer up. I hope Big Brother Yen Luo returns safely with his participants. And as for the Sakura Nation, I have to suggest not to come back. That's the idea. Rukoku players and 99 participants have finished teleporting. Sakura Nation players and 99 participants have finished transmitting. Transmission in progress. Objective: multiplayer famine. Transmission successful. Yen Luo and the group of participants only felt that their bodies were suddenly light and the scenes around them changed rapidly. When the strong sense of weightlessness disappeared, the crowd realized that the scene had changed. Yen Luo scanned his surroundings. The dry and cracked land, not even a few weeds, and those that are there have withered and yellowed. A barren landscape with only cracked earth and rubble. Occasionally you can see a few branches that don't even have leaves. Is it really a famine? There's not even grass to chew on. 500% hunger rate. I feel hungry so fast. Me too. I haven't eaten anything since before I came in here. I was already a little hungry and now I'm even hungrier. Big Brother Yen Luo, what can we do about this? All eyes were on Yen Luo. After all, Yen Luo has always been lucky, and may be able to lead everyone to find food. Chapter 42. Silver Moon Wolves. Yen Luo didn't have a countermeasure for a while. Let's walk around and see. Under his leadership, the group of participants slowly explored towards the north. However, not to be outdone by the famine game, the group walked for a couple of kilometers. Nothing was encountered except an endless expanse of dry land. The 500% starvation rate also makes a portion of the population who hadn't eaten anything feel hungry in the first place. A sense of foreboding spread through the participants' minds. However, after glancing at the leader Yen Luo, these people could only suppress their worries again. Look, what's that thing over there? Someone exclaimed. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd realized that there was a group of black shadows swaying in the west, and that the shadows were getting bigger and bigger and seemed to be approaching them. Yen Luo's eyesight was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and he could already see the incoming object. It was a pack of giant wolves with silver fur. Monster. Silver Moon Wolf. Strength. C. Level. 15. Characteristics. Swarming. Bloodthirsty. Yen Luo's gaze stared slightly, but his expression did not change much. Ordinary C-rank monsters, even if they numbered a dozen or so, were not much of a problem. As the Silver Moon Wolves approached, the participants finally got a good look. It was a tall, giant wolf that was 4 or 5 meters long. Panic spreads. My God! It's a monster! What a big giant wolf! I'm scared. Mad. I'm getting weak in the knees just looking at it. Why is this wolf such a big one? If it weren't for Big Brother Yen Luo standing in front of me, I would have run away long ago. I couldn't run if I wanted to. I'm so hungry and I don't have any strength in my body. The participants were in a state of panic. Before, when I watched Yen Luo fight monsters live, I always had a feeling of being out of the loop. Seeing a monster live is a completely different concept, and many people are so scared they can't walk straight. Yen Luo didn't say a word more. His left hand was behind his back. His right hand was red flame sword. One person and one sword walked towards the wolves. This giant wolf was just as bluffing as it looked. But in reality, it was only level 15 and not yet a boss. He wasn't even interested in using the 2-dagger stream. Can Big Brother Yen Luo win the fight? I'm panicking a bunch. This giant wolf looks so scary. Big Brother Yen Luo must win. My little life depends on you. The group of people prayed in their hearts, only hoping that Yen Luo would be able to decapitate this group of giant wolves, or else none of them would be able to escape. The Silver Moon Wolves sensed the aura on Yen Luo and knew that he was the biggest threat. If I don't kill this man, I won't be able to enjoy the delicacies of the weak humans behind me. Roar! With a hiss from the leading giant wolf, more than a dozen giant wolves surrounded them at the same time, pouncing from all angles to tear into Yen Luo. The mood of everyone present sank, yet there was nothing they could do but pray. In the next moment, the crimson blade light was like a flash of shock in the darkness, and the 2 giant wolves in front of Yen Luo were easily cut in half with a single slash. Big Brother Yen Luo, watch out behind you! Someone exclaimed. Behind Yen Luo, a giant wolf exuded a bloodthirsty gaze and bit into Yen Luo's neck. However, it was as if Yen Luo had eyes behind his back as he turned around abruptly, and with a flash of crimson blade light, this giant wolf was cleaved in half with a single slash. Before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, more giant wolves pounced. However, Yen Luo couldn't see the slightest bit of panic in his eyes, with the enhancement of the S-rank skill hunter. Yen Luo was like a leisurely stroll in battle, looking menacing but always able to anticipate the enemy. His amazing fighting instincts made him invincible, and as time passed, one giant wolf was decimated. After a few more breaths, the ground was covered with Silver Moon Wolves that had been cut in half. Bodies and blood. Aground. The only 3 remaining Silver Moon Wolves also finally realized Yen Luo's terror and hissed, but they flew away towards the distance. Yen Luo didn't chase after him either. Called for help. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth. Although it was a bit like letting a tiger go, Yen Luo did not stop it. He opened his palm and there were 10 small experience stones in his hand. These giant wolves, they actually managed to pop out a small experience stone each. A copy of Famine, which is still a great place to level up. When the crowd of onlookers saw that the wolves were defeated, they all let out a long sigh of relief, and then looked at Yen Luo with shock and a hint of admiration in their eyes. They murmured, I thought I was dead. I didn't expect Big Brother Yen Luo to take care of these giant wolves so easily. Yeah, these giant wolves look old and scary. I didn't expect Big Brother Yen Luo to easily decapitate them. Awesome. Big Brother Yen Luo slashed over the giant wolf with one person. Handsome. It's so cool. Just like a martial arts movie, with swords and blades. The key is this fighting skill of Big Brother Yen Luo. The giant wolf sneaking up behind him couldn't even hurt him. It's too fierce. Outside, the official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The host, Bing Bing, was relieved to see Yen Luo unharmed. Then narrated. As you can see, Yen Luo didn't show his full strength. He didn't even use his skills, and completely relied on his physical strength and combat skills to decimate a dozen giant wolves. On the scene, the official broadcasting room is also running more and more formalized, inviting experts in psychology, survival, and the army's king of soldiers to be the guest of honor. The king of soldiers nodded slightly, his gaze showing some shock. Yes, it can be seen that Yen Luo's sword skills and combat experience have become more than 1 star stronger than when he first entered the national games. Before, he was only the physical quality that surpassed the Soldier King, but now, even his fighting skills have reached the level of surpassing the Soldier King. It's completely honed by fighting life and death over and over again. The viewers of the live broadcast also came to a realization and then marveled. Awesome! Worthy of being a Yen Luo big brother. From what the King of Soldiers is saying, Big Brother Yen Luo is practicing with these giant wolves. I was scared to death just now. I didn't expect Big Brother Yen Luo to kill all the giant wolves just by warming up. Outrageous. Yen Luo doesn't even bother to use skills. Maybe for Yen Luo Big Brother, these giant wolves are just used to practice and work on their combat experience. Big Brother Yen Luo is really powerful. Even his combat skills surpass the average Soldier King. What an amazing talent for fighting. Not good, you guys, look. Those giant wolves that fled are back, and they've brought a large group of helpers with them. Mist weed. Inside a copy of Famine. The many participants also noticed the abnormality, and their complexions tensed up once again. On the distant horizon, a large group of dark shadows was approaching at an alarming rate. Closer, it was actually 50 to 60 silver moon wolves just like before. Especially the leading one, a giant wolf, was 6 or 7 meters long, and had mysterious moon-like runes on its body. That guy! Could it be the real Wolf King? Someone exclaimed, scared to death. Monster name: Silver Moon Wolf King. Monster type: Boss. Strength: B. Level: 35. Characteristics: intimidating, leader, bloodthirsty, cruel. Because it came to be a boss, the National Games directly prompted all participants with the boss information. This time, everyone exploded, and their eyes were even more filled with fear. Chapter 43. The Wolf King appears. The might of the electromagnetic cannon. No good. It's a boss. Damn it. Was that just a small pack of wolves? A boss with dozens of monsters? What's the point of playing? So scary. Is Big Brother Yen Luo still on top? Many people were shocked and confused, and some girls couldn't help but cry. It was too scary. A boss Wolf King, plus dozens of monsters. How's this for a fight? Not to mention the girls, a lot of the guys are starting to wonder about life and are scared out of their wits. At this moment, the people of Sakura Nation who were lurking in the Dragon Nation's broadcast room were ecstatic. They were already unhappy with Yen Luo for dragging the Sakura Nation players into the famine game, and when they found the opportunity, they began to taunt them like crazy. Yossi, in the words of you dragons, this is called a self-inflicted wound. Damn Dragon Nation. Pulling our Sakura Nation down. Now you get what's coming to you. Laugh me to death. Dozens of monsters surrounding you. Even if you are Yen Rona, you can only be powerless. Die. Giant wolf kill all the Dragon Kingdom people, so that the Sakura Kingdom can have an easy victory. Kill. The more Dragon Kingdom people die, the better. Ha 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 ha. Although the Dragon Nation audience is also worried at the moment, they will not tolerate these little hotbloods to be so reckless. How dare you? This is a place for you scumbags to talk. Get lost. You people are not welcome in the Dragon Kingdom. Live. Human? Sakura Nation people deserve to be called people. They're pure beasts. Get outta here. Yo yo yo. A country that has had 4 or 5 disaster outbreaks comes over to taunt our Dragon Country's players. Where do you guys get your confidence? That's right. If we are to perish, it will be you, Sakura Nation, who will perish first. There was a lot of noise on the air. Inside a copy of Famine. Seeing that the Silver Moon Wolf King was coming on strong with dozens of minions, Yen Luo was again prepared to deal with it alone. A boy clenched his teeth and blurted out, "Brother Yen Luo, why don't we spread out and run away? More or less live some people. And as long as you're alive, there's still hope that we can turn the tide. There's no need to risk it all for one of us." The boy's words sent a shock through the hearts of everyone in the room. No one was afraid of death, but what the boy said was really a good way to go. If Yen Luo died alone against the wolves, the rest of them would also die. But if Yen Luo is still alive, then at least some of them will survive. At this moment, most people made up their minds. Be prepared for life and death. However, Yen Luo didn't turn around and just said lightly, "There's no need to do that. I said I would let all of you go back safely." With that, he took on the wolves alone. An injured Silver Moon Wolf let out a hiss towards the Silver Moon Wolf King, as if to say that this was the person that killed their brother. The Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes became fierce. Roar! Then, all the silver moon wolves ran towards Yen Luo as if they had been ordered. Dozens of giant wolves surrounded Yen Luo, then all pounced on him. "Yen Luo, watch out!" someone exclaimed. Everyone's inner anxiety was stuck in their throats. There were also people who were resigned in their hearts and clenched their fists in death. If they weren't defenseless, why would Yen Luo need to fight the wolves alone? Self-blame, resentment, nervousness, heavy emotions weighing on everyone's heart. However, the next moment, a sacred current erupted with a roar, and in the midst of the rushing light, all anyone could hear was a soft cry, "Sacred electromagnetic cannon." Next, holy light shrouded heaven and earth, and the dense and wildly dancing currents flashed everyone's eyes. Extreme destructive power erupted, followed by a loud roar. Bang! A strong, huge beam of light swept by. The shadow of the giant wolf was pulled by the beam of light and disappeared. When the glare dissipated and everyone's vision returned to normal, the scene fell silent. Dozens of giant wolves had long since disappeared, and only the charred carcasses remaining on the ground could be seen. In the Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes was endless horror. His body was covered in burn marks and open mouths, and blood was constantly spilling out of his wolf's mouth. Tick, tick, blood dripped to the ground. Silence, the whole place was dead silent. The pop-ups in the live room also cleared out instantly. It took a couple dozen seconds before a pop-up finally crossed the line. Then the screen full of pop-ups crossed like a volcanic eruption. What's happening? Huh? This is a power that humans can wield? I'm dumbfounded. I knew Big Brother Yen Luo was strong. I didn't expect it to be this strong. This is Big Brother Yen Luo's bottom of the barrel move? It's too damn perverted. Shocked me for a whole year. I'm on my knees for Yen Luo Big Brother. That's awesome. That's a real superpower. One move to overpower the wolves. Boy, watch this. This shot is going to be awesome. The live feeds were collectively dumbfounded by the little life in the room as well. 1 second they were mocking Yen Luo, and the next they were viciously slapped in the face. Baka, what happened? Why has the situation reversed? What a terrifying power. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom players? Damn it. Rukoku Yanro is invincible. It's over. We're lost. How does this play? The official live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom. The host, Ice, and a few of the guests were dumbfounded as they watched the scene on the screen. Ice looked so shocked that she didn't even know how to narrate it, or the guide kept reminding her in her headset. After a while, she took a deep breath and hurriedly narrated. As you can see, Yen Luo seems to have displayed a skill that he had never used before. A skill that was so powerful that even a boss like the Silver Moon Wolf King was severely injured by a single shot. That's when the survival expert, who hadn't spoken up, spoke up. According to my analysis, the skills acquired by the contestants are related to the marriage object, holy light, electric current. These two keywords make me think of mechanical angels at first. This should be a super powerful skill obtained from a mechanical angel inside a copy of Famine. Compare that to the analysis of the live broadcast and the guests staying out of it. Participants at the site were noticeably more excited. They were on the brink of death. If it wasn't for Yen Luo's sudden outburst, they would have had to meet Tai Nan. 太好了，我们还活着. Touched me to death. Yen Luo Big Brother a sentence. I said I would bring you back safely, really tearful. It's so cool. Yen Luo's big move, it's really cool. Thanks to Big Brother Yen Luo, we're safe. The crowd was thrilled. The Silver Moon Wolf King looked at Yen Luo who was approaching him. His whole body shook and trembled. The shock in his eyes turned into fear, and he hurriedly turned around to escape. Yen Luo's speed, however, was even better, and he quickly chased after him with his sword. The Wolf King was so scared that his hairs rose in sweat. His 2 pairs of wolf legs wheeled like wind and fire wheels, but he was still pulled into the distance by Yen Luo. My life is over. It bubbled with the thought. Chapter 44. Decapitating the Wolf King. Eat roasted meat. Yen Luo only used the red fire blade at first, slashing the Wolf King a few times and realizing that this thing's skin was thick and couldn't deal too much damage. Directly with his left hand, the red fire blade, and his right hand, the cold water blade. When the second blade stream was executed, the power of the blade doubled, and a single slash could cause the Wolf King to bleed profusely and wail furiously. The Wolf King was cornered, and seeing that he couldn't run away, he could only turn back and counterattack. But in the end, it was no match for Yen Luo, and after a flash of a red and a blue blade, the Wolf King still fell. Yen Luo carried the Wolf King's corpse and returned to the participants' group, amidst an adoring gaze. Slowly, the food problem is solved. Aside from the silver moon wolves that had been blasted into charcoal by the sacred electromagnetic cannon, the dozen or so from before, as well as the silver moon wolf king in his hand, were all decapitated by the blade technique and could be eaten. The crowd then realized that Yen Luo didn't use his skills to kill the silver moon wolves, so it was to solve the food problem. With a 500% increase in hunger speed, the crowd had been hungry for a long time and immediately divided their hands to pick up branches and hay. Yen Lo gave the alloy knife to a participant who claimed to have killed a pig. Well organized. After an hour, a dozen or so giant wolves were then bled, skinned, gutted, and set up on a woodpile to roast. Roasted whole wolf. A different scent made everyone's throats roll. Holy, that smells good. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever had a whole wolf roast. It seems like the monsters in the national games are different from the ones on Earth, and consuming them for a long period of time can strengthen your body. As the leader, Yen Luo was the first to cut off a wolf leg, sprinkle it with salt, and eat it. Hunger can be quick in a famine copy, and he was hungry. Food is locked out of the backpack when it is brought into a copy of the famine, but condiments can be. A few jars of salt were distributed out and everyone sat around the campfire eating up roasted wolf meat. A bunch of people eating with their mouths full. Grilled meat with saltines, mamma mia! It smells so good. No one is even chatting anymore. One is hugging a roasted wolf leg and showing off furiously. If you can't eat it all, you have to remember to sprinkle more salt on it, in case you can't find new food for the night. Yen Lo reminded. Okay Lo. Yen Luo big brother, you don't worry. There are still a few not roasted. The Wolf King is also not roasted. There is something to eat at night. The pop-ups were envious in the Dragon Nation livestream. Look at the sad tears running down the corners of my mouth. Ooh. One of them is flaunting wildly envious. I also want to know what roasted wolf meat tastes like. Is it good? A lot of carnivores have sour meat. It's not good. Silver moon wolves are supposed to be different from Earth's wolf meat, and by the looks of them, they should taste good. This is not a famine, with Yen Luo big brother. It is clearly a full famine. 6. That's a joyful thing to say. The odds are our players aren't starving. They're holding out. Blah blah blah. Don't say such unlucky things. Inside a copy of famine, the Sakura Nation procession walks across the barren, dry land. There was desolation as far as the eye could see, and many faces were pale, already hungry and starting to get low blood sugar. Kudo Futazawa was also starving. Damn. This hunger rate. Am I going to starve to death here? A group of Sakura Nation all in a state of hunger, one complaining. Baka. We haven't found any food yet. Are we all going to starve to death here? It's so desolate. I haven't seen anything alive until now. Even the grass is withered. Now even give a root I'm willing to nibble. Just then, someone shouted. Look, you guys, there's a forest there. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and there was a high probability that they could find wild fruits or something like that in the woods. And if that was not possible, they could still gnaw on the bark of a tree. Sniffing and looking, a dense forest appeared at the end of the view, and all of them ran towards it with all their strength. Seeing how fast the others were running, Kudo Futazawa rushed after them as well. Fear that if you are one step behind others, you won't be able to eat wild fruits and vegetables, and you will have to gnaw on the bark of a tree. Closer, all of them realized that this quantity was lush with vegetation, not only tall trees, but also some giant brightly colored flowers. Above these brightly colored flowers, a number of vines grew, which bore large red fruits. These large fruits also continue to impart a peculiar aroma. When the crowd smelled this fragrance, they all swallowed their saliva. This fruit is definitely edible, someone exclaimed while quickly running to the giant flower and plucking the fruit from the vine. Take a big bite and a mouthful of popping juice. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. Yummy! Seeing the giant flowers, Kudo Nisuwa worries that they might be carnivorous plants. As a result, the man was seen picking several fruits from the vines, and had even eaten one, without a single incident. Hunger and greed once again prevailed, and reason was thrown away. Slow down guys, save some for me, Kudo Nisei shouted, hurrying towards the giant flower. But he kept a mind to only pick and not eat, so that the others could try to see if they were poisoned. A group of cherry blossom countrymen picked and ate as they went along, and only some of the slower runners hadn't gotten to them yet. Just then, suddenly someone's face was horrified. No good. Why do I feel my body tingling? I can't walk anymore. With the man's reminder, everyone's face changed drastically. Not just him. Others who ate the fruit found it too. The body became paralyzed and the head was dizzy. There's something wrong with this fruit. Kudo Urziai's body chilled at his words, and he immediately ran out of the forest, clutching the few fruits in his hands. The dozen or so fat men or women who were running slower also stopped in their tracks. Then the scene that horrified everyone happened. Those giant flowers moved violently, rows of sharp, pointed teeth hidden beneath their open petals. Those whose bodies were paralyzed could only be horrified as the cannibal flower swallowed them in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, those who ate the fruit were devoured by the cannibal flower. Click, click, click. Intense chewing sounds were heard. All these people, they've been eaten, someone said in horror. Everyone shuddered. Kudo Nisawa dropped the fruit in his hand in shock. It's poisonous. If he eats it too, he'll die for sure. Even if you eat it in a safe place and your body is paralyzed, it's quite possible to fall asleep and not wake up. The dozen or so Sakura Nation members who were still alive rushed away from the forest in fear. It was a good thing that, after all, these cannibalistic flowers were plants and couldn't leave the rhizomes too far, or else they wouldn't need traps to hunt them. The faces of those still alive were ugly. What's going to happen now? Even though we survived, the food problem is still not solved. Yeah. Is it hard for us to starve to death here alive? Damn. Why is this copy so hard? Kudo Urziai also had a gloomy face, and there wasn't anything he could do but to recognize a direction and continue walking. Let's go. There's no use complaining, we must find food. Someone sighed and followed Kudo Futazawa on. Chapter 45. Scourge? Decapitation. Kudo Nisawa continued to move with difficulty with the remaining dozen or so men. It's a long walk and still nothing. Just when they were in a desperate mood, it was surprising to see a mine in the distance. It's a cluster of small mines linked together. Can there be food in a place like this? Some people wonder. Kudo Nisawa gritted his teeth. Go check it out. There's nothing else you can do. The crowd nodded and had to check it out. Now everyone is starving and weak, and if they don't find food, they'll have to starve to death. The crowd could only force their way to the mine. Right after entering the mine, everyone's eyes lit up. Yosi, look what's that? Someone shouted. All that was visible was a nest made of dead grass next to a small mine that held several huge eggs. Everyone came to life and ran as hard as they could. Closer. Half a man's worth of birds' eggs. An egg this big? The monster that laid that egg must be huge. Some people hesitated, feeling unsafe here. What do you care if we don't eat? We'll starve to death too. Someone cursed angrily and instantly took a stone and smashed a hole. The rich egg liquid flowed out of the giant egg. At this moment, no matter men or women, they didn't care about face. One by one, they smashed open the giant egg and drank at the broken mouth. The egg liquid was very nutritious and hydrating, and as the crowd drank some of it, the feeling of weakness dissipated, and they felt that their whole body was full of strength. All of them looked happy and alive. Kudo Urz holds a large rock in his hand, ready to crack another giant egg. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a dull and rapid sound of footsteps came. Baka! What's that noise? The crowd hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. Then all of their faces changed drastically and ran towards the outside of the mine without hesitation, only to see that two huge ostriches, 7 or 8 meters tall, with blood-red eyes staring at them, quickly chased after them. Ostriches are too fast. Soon one of the slowest fat runners was caught up. No! The fat man looked horrified, and then he was taken away by the huge beak in one gulp. The red-eyed ostrich tilted its head, opened its beak full of sharp teeth, and ate the fat man in one bite like a bug. Everyone's hearts chilled and they had to run away as if they were desperate. With this escape and chase, Kudo Nisawa's group was soon down to 4 men. Just when he thought he was bound to die, he suddenly smelled a strong scent of meat. After running a few hundred meters further ahead, he found a group of people gathered around a campfire eating roasted meat. Run that way and direct the monsters to the Dragon Nation's territory. Kudo Urziai's heart rejoiced, and he immediately spoke out this insidious plan with a sneer. The 3 who were still alive also instantly comprehended, and together they followed him in sending the red-eyed ostrich to lead the way. At this point, the people on Yen Luo's side finally noticed the abnormality. Someone recognized Kudo Futazawa. It's a player from Sakura Nation. Nope. What the hell was that? The crowd that was still eating the barbecue meat was then startled to see the two red-eyed ostriches behind Kudo-ers. Bang bang bang. Heavy footsteps came, and everyone's hearts tightened. Dragon Nation live. At this moment, the audience also exploded. I'll your grandmother. The Sakura Nation is despicable. Damn. To actually draw such a terrifying monster into our Dragon Nation's ranks. Ainji scumbag. I can't wait to rush into the screen and slap him. Brothers, be careful. Don't get pitted by this guy. This is trouble. This monster is powerful at first glance. I'm not worried about Big Brother Yen Luo. Big Brother Yen Luo's strength knows all. I'm just worried that there will be casualties among the participants. Yeah. Sakura Nation is disgusting. At this time, the Sakura Nation was excited. Quick! Take the red-eyed ostrich and get this group of Dragon Nation. As long as the dragons are dead and wounded, we still have a chance to win. Yoshi, Kudo Futazawa is really smart. That's a good move to bring the trouble to the east. Ha 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 ha. Rikoku. Fear has to wait for death. Such a terrifying red-eyed ostrich. Yen Luo must not be an opponent. Kill. Kill all of these Dragon Kingdom people. Yen Luo looked at the red-eyed ostrich, and there was still a hint of nervousness that dissipated. There shouldn't be any monsters in this copy that he couldn't fight. He was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of his compatriots that he had brought in. Monster name: Red-eyed ostrich. Level: 20. Strength rating: C. Characteristics: calf guarding, carnivorous, bloodthirsty, brutal. Seeing this, Yen Lo made a catapult start, leaping over the crowd and appearing in front of Kudo Nisuwa. The smile on Kudo Urzai's face instantly froze, and then he saw a warm palm enlarging in his eyes. Pop! A loud slap was thrown in his face, followed by his entire body taking off in place, spinning 1,360 degrees in the air and ascending into the sky. Yen Luo didn't even stay for a second. A jump appeared above the red-eyed ostrich. Upanishad Ninjairu. All everyone could see was the figure that leapt high into the air, followed by two brilliant slashes of one red and one blue. The red-eyed ostrich was instantly dismembered in one shot. The only remaining red-eyed ostrich hissed furiously and bloodthirstily when it saw its wife decapitated. Yen Luo, however, did not react in the slightest, his eyes looking towards the red-eyed ostrich soul shock. An invisible soul fluctuation instantly covered the area, and all anyone could see was the ground shaking violently as if it had been bombarded by something. Then the red-eyed ostrich let out a miserable hiss, and its entire head exploded violently as if it had been hit by something. Blood and flesh. Blow up. Everyone was quiet. Even the Sakura Nation people who thought they could get Yen Luo killed before looked at Yen Luo with horrified gazes. It was as if Yen Luo was a monster more terrifying than a red-eyed ostrich. What is this? This is the power a human can have. What happened? The red-eyed ostrich died from a glare. This Dragon Nation is scary. Before they could recover from their shock, Yen Lo drew his sword and walked towards the Sakura Nation. Aside from Kudo Futazawa, who had already been knocked out by a slap, the remaining 3 Sakura Nation members' faces changed drastically. What are you going to do? You can't kill me. I'm just a normal person, not a player. It's immoral to kill civilians. That's right. There's a right to be wronged. So go trouble Kudo Futazawa, not me. The Dragon Nation, on the other hand, was furious. These Sakura Nation people were trying to get them killed just now, and now they have the nerve to say they're innocent? All the participants hated to kill this group of Sakura Nation. However, they still turned their eyes to Yen Luo. After all, the decision was in Yen Luo's hands. Yen Luo indifferently looked at these few sophomoric Sakura Nation people and slowly shook his head. From the time you decided to persecute me and my compatriots, heaven has already sentenced you to death. Then, without waiting for these 3 to continue their sophistry, a flash of blade light flashed by. Even Kudo Nisuwa, who was passed out on the ground, was decapitated with a single slash. Several dead heads rolled to the ground, their faces still holding a look of horror or resentment. Chapter 46. Crippling explosion? Nope. Justice. All deaths of players from competing countries have been detected. The famine game will end early. Continue to survive for 1 hour, and everyone will be teleported back to their home countries, except for player Yen Lo. The player from the winning country will receive a super bonus, the participants will receive a participation bonus, and the dragon country will receive a national luck bonus. Yen Luo's merciless decapitation of the Sakura Nation player also caused a furor in the broadcast room. One by one, the Sakura Nation's people red-eyed and angrily cursed Yen Luo. Damn it, Yen Luo! Why are you so brutal? A ruthless person like you will surely go to hell after death. Our player has already admitted his mistake. Why do you still want to kill? We have no problem with you killing Kudo Futazawa. Why did you even kill the participants? The Dragon Nation audience almost laughed in exasperation. I'm really happy that a bunch of scumbags are now standing on the moral high ground and spouting off. Laughing my ass off, what potty stuff. Get the hell out of our dragon live. I don't even care to explain. You yourselves want to cause trouble and kill our people in the Dragon Kingdom, and you still have the face to cry foul? Inside a copy of Famine. Numerous participants threw looks of gratitude and admiration at Yen Luo. Thank you, big brother Yen Luo. If it wasn't for you, we might not be able to return safely. My cell phone doesn't have internet, but it seems to still have power to take pictures. Me too. Participants are boiling, the phone is still a little bit, not to be able to take a picture with the great god Yen Luo. Yen Luo cried and laughed, but the group still had a lot of backbone. Earlier, he was afraid that he couldn't beat the monster and offered to let himself run first. The average person doesn't have the courage. Therefore, Yen Luo felt quite good about this group of people. Obedience and a bit of backbone and guts. Even ordinary people deserve respect. A group of people surrounded Yen Luo, holding their cell phones and click, click, click. In the last hour of the famine replica, people also don't eat anymore, so they take a picture with Yen Luo wanting to leave a souvenir. Yen Luo also just smiled and cooperated. It was also considered a partner who carried out the adventure together. Leaving a group photo was a human thing to do. Why don't we all take a group photo? Someone said. Yes. Yen Luo nodded. 1, 2, 3. Eggplant. Click. A friendly atmosphere with smiling faces all around. Live stream. The Sakura Nation spammers were still cursing Yen Luo. Just because of Yen Luo, their Sakura Kingdom was going to erupt in disaster again later. The Dragon Nation sprays little Hot Ben to lift his head while praising Yen Luo. Great job, big man Yen Luo. Cut up little Hot Ben. None of the Sakura countries are good people, so over one of them. Big brother Yen Luo is really powerful. What kind of monsters can't carry his 2-dagger flow? Participants are getting rewarded for this lie-in. Host Ice also narrates. As you can see, Yen Luo mercilessly handily killed the Sakura Nation contestants and safeguarded the safety of his country's participants. Some people judge Yen Luo as brutal, but I feel that it should be. Originally, as a host, you can't speak and take too obvious a stance, but Ice really admired Yen Luo. What is this brutality? It's called justice. Suddenly, Ice received a backstage message and her face was odd. Latest news, Sakura Country held a press conference to publicly condemn our Dragon Country's player Yen Luo. Then, the official live feed was transferred to Sakura TV. I only saw that Sakura TV was holding a press conference at that moment, and the stage was filled with rows and rows of reporters. On the release desk, the press spokesman with the Sakura Nation's trademark one-word mustache looked grim. The Dragon Kingdom players were brutal and inhumane, striking out at the Sakura Kingdom players when the victory conditions had already been met, killing even the innocent participants. We express our strong condemnation of this behavior, and we make solemn representations to the Dragon State, demanding an immediate apology and an end to this behavior. The Sakura Nation was abuzz at this moment. That's right, apologize immediately. The Dragon Kingdom is brutal and inhuman. The indiscriminate killing of innocent dragons will be sanctioned. An apology must be made, as well as compensation for the moral damage of all the Sakura Nation people who died in these 2 disasters. The audience of the Dragon Country stared with wide eyes one by one. Having seen shameless ones, it was the first time they had seen such shameless ones. You Sakura, could you be any more shameless? Who gave you the courage to talk like that? Your daddy Hawkeye has removed the military base and you're bouncing around even more? 6. If you can't beat them, you put your mouth on the line, and Sakura Nation is like a rabid dog. The people of Longua were waiting for the official press conference to dislike them, but unexpectedly, there was nothing on the official side. At this point, AV, who specializes in international situation analysis, said, "People don't have to care at all, Sakura Nation can't play anymore. One player after another has failed. 4 or 5 disasters have erupted, and the country is in turmoil. Now another disaster. Consequences know what to expect. Without diverting the hatred and attention, the Sakura Goku regime will fall, and now it's completely dogged. As soon as the Longwa audience heard this, it also dawned on them. Hoping that it's the domestic play that can't go on, the Sakura Nation official can't carry it anymore. Happy. The dog is jumping over the wall. According to this, Big Brother Yenluo is simply an anti-heat hero. I understand the reasoning. It's just that Sakura Nation is disgusting. It's okay. They're about to break out in a disaster. Famine game over. Dragon Nation wins. Sakura Nation players all killed. Disaster about to erupt. Disaster confirmed. Famine. All food type resources, including but not limited to fruits, vegetables, and fish resources in the territory of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, have all disappeared, and from now on, the production of all food group resources 90%. At this moment, all the people of Sakura Nation were dumbfounded. The rice in the farmland disappeared, the vegetables in the yard were gone, and the chickens and ducks were gone from the farm. Even the fish in the sea are nowhere to be seen. Food group resources all gone. Baka, how could this happen? All the vegetables I planted are gone. It's over. We've lost all our food. Surprisingly, it's a great famine. The Sakura country is going to be finished. Damn, it's gone. All the thousands of chickens I raised are gone. When the famine shone into reality, all realized how horrible this seemingly less lethal disaster really was. Humans can carry on without food for about 3 days, after which they starve to death. This would mean that Sakura Nation officials would have to find food that could feed hundreds of millions of people within 3 days. Otherwise, hundreds of millions of people will starve to death. This time, not to mention the people of Sakura Nation, even the officials of Sakura Nation were confused. It was because they realized, to their surprise, that the only one who could come up with so much food was the Dragon Kingdom, which had just been offended to death by the press conference they had held. After the Dragon Kingdom was rewarded with the national luck, its food production doubled several times, making it the largest food exporter in the world. Sakura Nation officials were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 47. The Return of the Ryukyus. Wishing for eternal life. The top management of Sakura Nation held an emergency meeting, and it took 10 minutes to discuss the result that they must immediately seek help from Dragon Nation. Then a new press conference was held. The Cherry Blossom Country is suffering from an unprecedented disaster, and we hope that the Dragon Country will assume its responsibility as a major food country and provide the Cherry Blossom Country with as much help as it can. It seems to be a show of good faith. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom burned down the Yasukuni Shrine in public, admitted its historical crimes, and promised to pay 1 trillion yen in compensation to the descendants of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Nation's netizens were furious and happy. Now you know to burn down the Yasukuni Shrine? It's too late. Don't bother with this compensation. Selling grain to the Sakura Nation is enemy financing. Shameless Sakura nationals, weren't you wild before? And condemned us. I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen such shamelessness.
Roll.
My grandfather was a war veteran, but I don't want this money from you. If I take this money, my grandfather will look down on me in his grave. Unless the Ryukyus are returned, dream on. The dragons were up and down, mainlining a country that wanted food all right, but the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would have to hemorrhage. As time went on, the fear of running out of food spread within the Sakura country and large numbers of people took to the streets. In order to survive, many people carried banners saying, "Return Ryukyu for food." The Ryukyu Islands, which have belonged to the sphere of influence of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times, and therefore many Ryukyu people speak Chinese to this day, with the blood of the Dragon Kingdom people flowing in their bodies, have been invaded by the Sakura Kingdom in recent times. At this moment, a large number of Ryukyu people took to the streets, holding up banners. Motherland. Ryukyu is your child and wants to go home. We are from the Dragon Kingdom. We bleed Dragon Kingdom blood. We want to return. My grandfather always told me to keep speaking Chinese, and I always remembered that my children know Chinese, too, and that our hearts have always been the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom. The Ryukyu people, who had been longing for a return, seized the opportunity to take to the streets and began street marches. More and more Ryukyu people are joining. The parade grew larger and more crowded. The top brass of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom saw that the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom refused to communicate and found out about the current situation in the Ryukyus. Simply have a heart. Another press conference was held. This time, The Prime Minister of the Sakura country personally bowed and apologized to the journalists of the Dragon country and confessed his crime with tears on the spot. Immediately afterward, the message was conveyed that the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would be willing to buy food at 10 times the market price and return the Ryukyu Islands to the Dragon Kingdom as long as it was given to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. This time, the Cherry Blossom country was considered to have completely conceded. The Prime Minister personally apologized, bought food at a premium, and returned the Ryukyu Islands. This time, Rukoku finally gave a response, handing over food with one hand and returning Ryukyu with the other. The Cherry Blossom countrymen did not dare to play games and withdrew all troops from the Ryukyu Islands without saying a word. The Dragon Kingdom army took over and delivered a large amount of food to hand over to the Sakura Kingdom grain ships. When the Ryukyu Islands once again raised the flag of the Dragon Kingdom after more than 100 years, it also announced the return of the Ryukyus. Thousands of people gathered to cheer under the flag of the Dragon Nation. With thousands of years of Chinese culture, they have never forgotten to whom this land should belong. The TV stations were broadcasting the scene live. The Dragon Nation audience was in tears. Great! The Ryukyus are back. Ryukyu has been the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. It was only invaded in recent times. Once, the country was so weak that it could only set aside the controversy now. What was lost must be taken back. The return of the Ryukyus. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. It's fantastic. I'm really happy from the bottom of my heart to see my country getting stronger and stronger. And thanks to Big Brother Yen Luo, if it weren't for him, I don't know how long this day would have taken. Tears in my eyes. Thanks Yen Luo. Long live Yen Ryu. Long live Ryukyu. Long live Rikoku. Inside a copy of Famine. Game over. All participants disappeared into a white light and returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Yen Luo smiled and waved goodbye. When all disappeared, a beep sounded in Yen Luo's ears. Congratulations on successfully completing your copy of Famine. You'll get a super reward, a wishing charm. Soon, a talisman emitting a faint glow appeared in Yen Luo's hand. Article name: Wishing Charm. Type of article: Special one-time prop. A grade? Effect: You can wish for any one thing, including but not limited to spouses, levels, equipment, props, attribute books, skill books. Interesting prop. Yen Luo said softly, his mind thinking quickly. Wish for any one thing. Strength he has, a beautiful spouse he has, and equipment. If there's one thing you want more than anything else, it would have to be, I wish for long life, Yen Luo said without hesitation. Then the wishing talisman transformed into a mysterious light enveloping his body. Yen Luo could feel a strong vitality in this light. Wish granted. Your life expectancy plus 999999999. Not bad at all. Yen Luo's face showed joy. Originally, he thought that the wishing talisman was very restrictive. For example, boosting your strength would probably only give you a book of attributes and add some attributes. But I didn't realize that wishing for longevity worked so well. Lifespan is stretched right to the point of bursting at a glance. 9,999. Yen Luo was excited for a while. Who doesn't want to live forever? Live a long life and watch the mountains change and the seasons come and go. It was only after several minutes that Yen Luo finally suppressed his inner excitement and his gaze went back to the contents of the backpack. 65 small experience stones. Use. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1, leveling up to level 21 and gaining 4 points of free attributes. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1, leveling up to level 30 and gaining 4 points of free attributes. It's getting harder to level up the further we go. It took so many experience stones to level up 10. But every time you upgrade after level 20, the attribute points become more. Before there were only 2 points, now there are 4. Yen Luo stroked his chin and casually distributed the attribute points evenly across the various attributes. Player: Yen Luo. Level: 2030. Body mass: 6171. Strength: 6171. Agility: 6171. Magic power: 7585. Charm: 95. Skills: Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Stream S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, red fire blade grade D, cold water blade grade D. Special item, summoning card, gold coins, 1,000. It feels so good to have your strength increased. Yen Luo muttered to himself, feeling more powerful and becoming more responsive. The magic power in his body was even more surging and raging. Yen Luo took another look at his backpack. Killing so many silver moon wolves had exploded quite a few gold coins. There were 1,000 of them. Chapter 48. National Luck Reward. Seeking golden ballots. Immediately after, Dragon Nation wins. The Dragon Kingdom will be rewarded with national fortune. Good weather. Natural disasters such as droughts, floods, and ice storms will never break out in the Dragon Kingdom. The moment, the Dragon Nation was abuzz. Awesome. This reward is fantastic. I remember when I was a kid and an earthquake broke out and killed so many people. It's great that natural disasters won't happen in the future. There was even a big flood last year. It drowned so many crops that many farmers had no harvest. This windy reward is so good. May there be no plagues on earth. Thank you, Yen Luo big brother. This national luck reward is fantastic. It's really great news for us farmers. I'm from Sichuan. This side is close to the earthquake zone. There used to be a lot of earthquakes. It looks like it won't be anymore. Life is all the more peaceful. Thank you, big brother Yen Luo. Big brother Yen Luo, forever God. Yen Luo didn't know at the moment that so many people in the outside world were thanking themselves. He stepped into the portal and his figure flickered. Then back to the homestead. Daji was lying on her back at the edge of the starry lake, wearing a cool bathing suit. Yen Luo smiled and walked over, touching Daji's ear. It's plush and has a nice feel to it. Daji smiled without saying anything, and only said after a while, "Husband, come to take a dip in the water?" Yen Luo nodded, took off his top and jumped into the water of the Star Lake. Side by side with Dahlia, they leaned against the edge of the lake. "Husband, you didn't encounter any danger today, did you?" Daji hugged Yen Luo's right arm, her chest rubbing against her hand with a concerned face. Yen Luo's face was odd. "Care is care, you don't rub it in. Harder, harder fists. It's okay. I didn't encounter any monsters that were too difficult." Yen Luo said casually. "Are there any injuries?" "No, I have to hack you to check your body." Daji had a concerned look on her face, a pair of jade hands feeling around Yen Luo's chest and abs, as if she was really looking for some kind of wound. As he searched, Yen Luo's body shook. Yen Luo's eyes widened as he feigned anger. "Bold fox demon, how dare you make a move on this king? Let's see me put you on the spot." Ah, with Suda's cry, there was a splash of water and the screen fell into a black screen. The audience in the live room was all confused. What happened? Why can't I see it? Suda groped at Yen Luo's abs and then blacked out? Yen Luo, big brother, take it easy. If I remember correctly, Daji is pregnant, right? Huh? It seems like it. Could this be the legendary beating of a filial son with a stick? Before he was even born at a young age, he experienced the loving beatings of his old father. 6. Or you guys can talk Thai. This time the black screen only lasted an hour. Daji panted as she leaned against the edge of the pool, her pretty face full of rosy color. Yen Luo came to the district twice, considering Daji's current condition and fearing that her body couldn't take it. Holding Daji gently, the two whispered as they soaked in the bath. "Husband, do you want to go look for Angie? What's the matter? You don't want to keep me company?" "No. I was afraid you weren't enjoying yourself and were holding back." Yen Luo's face was oddly pale as he was driven ashore by Daji. It does seem like is a bit uninspired yet. After coming to the cabin and looking around, Miao Weiwei was still studying the parasites and hadn't even found Yen Luo. Angie, on the other hand, was in the kitchen mixing flour and learning how to make pastry rolls. Yanaro hugged Angie gently from behind. "Angie, I'm home." Angie's petite body trembled slightly, and a hint of a smile flowed out of her stunningly beautiful face. "You're back? It's so good. You quickly teach me this noodle." Her words came to a screeching halt, scarlet creeping up her neck. "What's up your ass?" Everyone didn't react as the screen went black again. "What?" The live viewers were dumbfounded. "So you haven't had fun in an hour, have you?" "Ah, too beastly. One after the other, huh?" No one is allowed to say that about Yen Ro brother, but Yen Ro brother is truly the thrice heavenly king. Hoping that Daji's place is just getting started. Now is the main event. "That's so mean. It's still in the kitchen and it starts straight away. Making noodles while… Ah, what an exciting feeling. Keep your head down and get used to it. Yen Lo's thrall life is so plain and simple that after an hour, the picture finally returns. Only to see Princess Yen Luo carrying Miao Weiwei into the bedroom. Black screen again and again and again. To 1 against 3 without losing? That's awesome too. Mainlining an energetic 1. The great general shall fight with 1 against 3, crushing all over the place and running across the land. You guys are so cultured, it's obviously a humanoid piledriver. But you exaggerate it as if you're leading an army into battle. Why aren't you leading an army into battle? The national luck marriage. I'm leading millions of my children and grandchildren in the war against the 3 beauties. I suddenly realized in seconds that I'm not clean anymore. Get out. There's no room for yellow pollutants like you on the air. Brothers. San has come across the matrimonial house. Anyway, Yen Luo's side was also in a black screen state, and a group of Dragon Kingdom netizens flooded into the Agua live streaming room. Just a San player standing in front of the marriage room with a big smile on his face. This San's name is Verich, is a high caste player, even though he had a weird look and a mouthful of big yellow teeth. But he is the high caste who belongs to the upper class of people in AP. Sure enough, I've got to have luck that's not comparable to that low caste untouchability. As soon as I came across a matrimonial house. Verich looked pleased, with a hint of arrogance. In his opinion, the previous failure of the AT was entirely due to the fact that the players who entered the game were all low-caste untouchables. What luck can a pariah born as low as an animal have? Live stream. The AS audience also went crazy touting Viraja. Ha 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 ha. Good this time. Worthy of a high-caste honoree. Come into the marriage room. We failed earlier solely because all those who went in were low-caste untouchables. That's right. The high castes are honored by birth, and luck is no match for the untouchables. I'm sure to find a good marriage partner this time. Maybe even better than that Yen Luo's from the Dragon Kingdom. Are you kidding? Can the yellow-skinned monkeys of the Dragon Kingdom compete with our honored high caste? That's right. Verich will definitely find a strongest marriage partner, kill the Dragon Nation in seconds, and lead the rise of the 3 kingdoms. This group of San are all jumping up and down, especially disparaging the Ryukyuans and Yen Lo. Where can the Dragon Nation audience stand it? Put your ass on the line. A country with a caste system has the right to laugh at us? Junk, what junk stuff? Joy to the world. A bunch of ignorant San. Still superstitious about the role of caste even now. Pathetic, to be in the midst of caste oppression and yet still be enamored of the caste system. It's just a bunch of stupid people brainwashed by religion, and many of the San people haven't even been to school and don't have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. I'm not even going to bother talking about it. There's a big part of San that's illiterate. You're just pulling down your intelligence by arguing with people like that. Chapter 49. San marriage to take off? Without much hesitation, Viraja pushed open the door of the matrimonial house. What kind of beauty will it be? The scene shifted and he realized he was in a new place. Surprisingly, it was a stretch of city streets that looked very modern. Except for this street, all other places were covered by a transparent curtain of light. On the streets, there were bikes that had fallen to the ground and cabs that had been generally smashed by some monster with a huge force. This street, it looks like a place where humans live. So my betrothed is at least humanoid? Or even with a little luck a beauty? Thinking of beauty, Viraja's mind drifted to the Sudhan he had seen live on air. It's just not right that a beauty like that should be owned by a dragon nation. Such a beauty should belong to him. Valij had a lewd smile on his face, and his mouth full of big yellow teeth all showed, looking extraordinarily disgusting. At the same time, he was looking forward to it in his heart and headed inside, wondering what kind of beauty would be waiting for him. San Live. Ha 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 ha. It's actually a modern street. It's most likely a parallel world, or an advanced civilization. That means 9 times out of 10 it's a humanoid creature. And Verich is lucky. I told you that the luck of the high caste honorees is not comparable to that kind of untouchability. Just as the agnates were in ecstasy, a rough voice rang out. You are my husband. The gruff voice seemed like a giant beast, something big and loud that exploded in Verich's ears. Verich covered his ears and looked to the end of the street with a confused look on his face. Then the lecherous smile on his face instantly froze. Only a 7 or 8 meter tall green-skinned giant stood there. The green-skinned giant was exposed to the air except for his chest and lower body, which were covered by fabric, while all of these parts were hideously muscular. If a normal pretty girl wore this, it would definitely put men on their feet. But the Hulk dressed like this, the incongruity is huge and unattractive. It also looks gross and scary. Verej's face changed drastically, and his entire mouth opened wide, his legs trembling with horror. I. Verej was tempted to curse the hell out of it and get the hell out of there. But having seen the previous broadcasts, he knew what the consequences of refusing a marriage partner were. Hulk would have smashed him into a pulp with one punch. San in the live room was dumbfounded at the moment. Damn, what's with the Hulk? 7 or 8 meters tall. That's horrible. One but could kill Verej. Those smashed cabs couldn't have been the work of the Hulk. You still care about that? We are finished. Verej is dead. It's over. Aren't even the high caste dignitaries lucky enough to get a good marriage partner? Is a disaster about to erupt? The mood of all the A3 sank to the bottom. Just then, the intense struggle that Verej experienced within himself. If you refuse, you die. I have to live. I don't want to die. A voice echoed in his head as he finally gritted his teeth and walked towards the Hulk. I am your husband. Let me serve you, Verej said with a hard look on his face. Meanwhile, walk up to the Hulk's feet and follow them up. Above his head was an abyss deep enough to swallow him whole, and there was nothing he could do about it. Verej's will to survive stunned everyone and the broadcast exploded. How dare you get on this? Awesome, worthy of San. It's me who'd rather die. I'm damn shocked. San is really good. That toothpick of yours isn't as big as someone's pinky fingernail cap. Is it possible that he was planning to drill in? Huh. I'm cracking on the treadmill. Not bad for San, great. Joy to me, this is San. High caste sure is sickly different. In the face of mockery from the audience of various countries, the AC spewed up wildly as if their feet had been stepped on. What do you know? It's called courage. Yes, only the high caste dignitaries have that sense of duty and courage to offer themselves for the sake of the country. You are jealous and can't see us, the 3 countries rising up. Verej is the best. You people are just jealous that we have such a good player. The blackout of the screen lasted only 10 seconds or so before Verej was covered in a disgusting green slime that slid down the Hulk's thighs. ASS player Verej completes the cave-in and receives an individual award. Your attributes go up. Lifespan +5. Physical fitness +1. Verej slumped to the ground and vomited frantically. The Hulk's there filled with a disgusting stench that barely escaped him. Puking his guts out, he rose from the ground with a pale face. That's all the attributes added? Verej was dumbfounded. He had worked his ass off to get such a small reward? He had just been nearly pinched into a pulp. He was completely unaware that the cave-in attribute rewards were all tied to the satisfaction of the marriage partner. Like Yen Luo's kind, where the oxen can plow the field, naturally the rewards will be higher. And like him, it took all his strength to last more than 10 seconds. There are rewards all the time for national games to give face. Congratulations to the contestant from Azumanga for completing the cave ceremony. Azumanga will be rewarded with the national luck. At this moment, the ASA was abuzz with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Great. Where's the guy who just laughed at our contestants? Verej is no less than a high caste. Lucky indeed. Go ahead and envy all of you. We, the 3 kingdoms, are going to be rewarded for our national luck. That's right, with this start, we'll soon catch up with the Dragon Kingdom. Never mind what the process looks like. It's a fact that we, the 3 kingdoms, are going to rise. Didn't you just taunt Verej? Let's see if you can still laugh when we rise to power. The Argonauts were collectively immersed in joy and were wildly dejected on the air. A3 Kingdom's national luck rewards are being distributed, successfully distributed. Because of contestant Verej's poor performance in the cave, the entire population of Agri has a life expectancy of +2 and a fitness of 1. This time, the ASA was dumbfounded. Is this a reward? It's almost like a punishment. Ordinary people's physique is also 3 or 4 points. Remove a point, the original healthy people become sub-healthy people sick and suffering. It's true that you get 2 more years of life, but when compared to the loss of physique, it's safe to say that there's no reward, it's all punishment. Damn, how did that happen? My body has become so weak. I just had sex with my wife, and I can't believe I only lasted 2 minutes, but it turns out I had 3. I also feel weak as hell. and my walking has gotten a lot slower. I was already in poor health, and now I've gone to the hospital to get worse. Damn it. I'm usually fine eating food discarded by high castes in the garbage, and now I get diarrhea when I eat it. It's not a reward. It's a punishment. I'm getting weaker and weaker. Chapter 50, Cooperation between the Three Kingdoms and the Monkey Kingdom. After the national reward, many of the people in the three countries have instead become sickly and look slow in their walks. Can't be helped, that's what happens when the physique is weakened. The audience in each country was happy about what happened to the AS. Yeah. I'm just jealous of you guys, jealous of me having my physique weakened like this. Laughing my ass off. Now that you have a bad stomach, you're afraid to go through the trash for food? Yossi, weren't you agnates so proud of yourselves just now? Now what? Smithy, the ignorant Agnes Day, is doomed to no good end. In the face of the mockery of the audience from various countries, the Armenians' faces turned green. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. Inside the challenge space, Verage led the Hulk to the 4 doors. This time, all 4 doors are white random rooms. Ha 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 ha. I know there will be a lot of people laughing at me. But so what, with the Hulk's help? I'm invincible. Verage was all smiles. After the successful marriage, he saw the Hulk's panel C+ strength. Just now, he even encountered a red-eyed cow monster that Hulk slapped to death, bursting out food and gold coins. Just as Verage was about to continue the challenge, the door in front of him actually opened by itself. He snapped, backing up behind the Hulk and looking at the open door to the room. Only a skinny man with dyed yellow hair stepped out with a green wooden longbow in his hand. Both Verage and the visitor froze. You have met Monkey Nation's player, Curon, and can choose hostility or cooperation at your own discretion. Selection of hostile will immediately form a PK room for a life and death duel. Choosing to cooperate to enter into a group. Note: the national games will be automatically translated into the languages of both parties without communication barriers. Both Verage and Curon heard the voice and scowled at each other. Curon looked at the 7 or 8 meter tall Hulk beside his opponent, but his face didn't change much. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have a summoning card. The moment the duel starts, your Hulk will be isolated from the PK room. Curon sneered. Verage blushed, and needed something like this to bring the Hulk into the PK room? Isn't he finished then? He was unarmed himself, but Curon was holding a powerful-looking longbow. Just when Verage felt sure that Curon was going to strike, Curon's words changed. I'm not going to kill you, though. Verage looked stunned. So what do you want? Let's team up. Team up. That's right. I have a key prop in my hand that will allow you to take the Hulk into the PK room. Curon explained. And then what? Verage was confused. Curon was going to help him? More likely to use him? Let's go hunt Yen Luo. As long as we kill Yen Luo, even if the benefits are half for one person, we can instantly rise to power. Curon murmured, a hint of greed flashing in his gaze. You think you can kill him with just the 2 of us? Valage's face changed, and hearing that he was going to kill Yen Luo, he almost didn't scare his legs and stomach. He had seen Yen Luo's video. That guy was an existence that could tear down a boss with his hands. Was this something he could mess with? You don't have to worry about that. As long as the Hulk is in front to carry the damage, I'm sure I can kill him, Curon said with a confident face. He had this confidence solely because of opening a bug-level skill book and this C-rank elven bow in his hand. Skill 100 shots. Your long-range attacks cannot be dodged. Combined with the burst damage of the elven bow, it might not be impossible to kill Yen Luo. Of course, if he were to go up against Yen Luo alone, he would probably be killed without even having the chance to shoot his first arrow. That's why it's important to pull in Verage, who has the Hulk, and let the Hulk carry the first wave of damage up front. Seeing how confident he was, Verage struggled internally for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and making up his mind. Instead of looking like someone with a brain problem, Curon is extremely shrewd and doesn't look like someone who would get himself killed. Good. Let's team up and go hunt Yen Luo. A hint of greed flashed in Verage's eyes as well. Other things don't want it, Yen Luo, that fox demon called Daji, but he used to watch the live broadcast when he was greedy. He even gave a lewd smile at the thought. Anengoku's Verage and Monkey Nation's Kulon choose to team up. At this moment, the live broadcast audience that had been following the two also boiled over. So exciting? Cooperating in the hunt for the Dragon Kingdom Yen Luo. Simeon, where did you get the nerve to say that even our Kimchi Country's players are no match for Yen Luo? Oh, Kimchi Country can't beat Yen Luo is just vegetables. That's right, And I might as well tell you that Curon has the S-rank skill 100 shots. No one can dodge his bow. What? There's such a perverted skill. Not only that, Curon's bow and arrow is a C-ranked weapon with incredible power. Baka, the Monkey Nation player, actually secretly developed to this extent? Ha 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 ha. That's right. We're just going to be a hit in Monkey Nation. Inside the challenge space, Monkey Nation's player, Curon, pulls out a card. No rules to designate dueling cards. Effect: designate a player from a country to engage in a duel, which will not limit the number of spouses assisting in the fight or the number of participants in the duel. Type: disposable expendable card. Use. Then a huge ring appeared in the challenge space, and Curon and Verage were transferred to it. Also shifted along with it was the Hulk. Verage blushed. It was just as Curon had said. The Hulk had not been quarantined and had been brought into the dueling space. Monkey Nation's Curon has initiated an unrestricted duel against you, and you will be transported to the dueling space. Yen Luo's gaze froze slightly, and then a light door appeared in front of him, drawing him in. When he looked back, he was already standing in the ring. On the opposite side of the ring stood the challengers Verage and Curon. Beside Viraja, there stood a green giant 7 or 8 meters tall. Yen Luo scanned the two men for the first time, and the Hulk was skimmed right over by him. The information given by the hinting eye showed that it was just a C+ level ordinary monster. Instead, it's that Kulon. The longbow in his hand was actually C-ranked, and there was also an S-ranked skill of 100 shots. Yen Luo was silent for a moment. The corner of his mouth sketched out a trace of a playful smile. Is this the bottom line of your challenge to me? Curon sneered and didn't say anything. His plan was to let the Hulk go on top and attract Yen Luo's firepower, then rely on 100 shots to sneak up on Yen Luo and take his life. Certainly not to overexpose your presence. However, he didn't know that his so-called bottom card had long been seen cleanly by Yen Luo at a glance. As planned, Verage began to mouth off. His goal was to get Yen Luo's attention so that Yen Luo would focus on the Hulk in the first place. Yen Luo, I didn't expect it. I'm the one who brought the Hulk of power into the dueling space. Now you be a good boy and get down on your knees and lick the Hulk's toes and I might make your death a little easier. Verage taunted. Yen Luo kept silent, like looking at a little cutie, like looking at each other. Chapter 51. Seconds. Catastrophe descends. Live stream. The San and the Monkey Nation are also screaming like crazy. We've got the Hulk on our side. We can definitely stall Yen Luo. That's right. The Hulk's power could easily smash a car flat. As long as the Hulk stalls Yen Luo with Curon's ability to fire 100 shots, he will definitely be able to shade Yen Luo. Wonderful. No matter how strong Yen Luo is, he'll be dead even if he's shot by a C-class weapon. Once Yen Luo dies, our Monkey Kingdom is going to rise up as number 1. Learning of the Monkey Nation player's plan, the Dragon Nation viewers were also anxious inside. Big brother Yen Luo, be careful. Don't be provoked into a trap. Yeah. This agnostic is just being deliberately foul-mouthed, trying to get you to make the first move on him. We have to spike that shooter first, or big man Yen Luo will fall for it. Damn the Argonauts, so insidious. Just when the audience of the monkey and other countries were complacent, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were anxious inside. Duelists have arrived. The duel of life and death begins. Rikoku's Yanro versus Aguni's Virage plus Monkey's Curon. The winner will loot everything from the opponent, including but not limited to skills, mates, attributes, equipment, and props. Verage continues to stink at the mouth. Dragon Kingdom scumbag. One punch from my Hulk will have you on your knees begging for mercy. Hulk hissed and lunged at Yen Luo, the ground trembling with every step he took. The corner of Kulon's mouth sketched out a cold smile. Waiting for Yen Luo and the Hulk to exchange hands, he struck out. However, the expression on his face instantly froze in the next second. Yen Luo's gaze actually ignored the Hulk and looked directly at him. He saw my bottom card? Unavailable. Before Curon could finish his words, an invisible soul shock had long since covered him. With the power of 150% magic power bonus, Curon hadn't even felt the pain of tearing his soul apart before his brain directly died because he couldn't withstand it. Bang! Curon's yellow hair-stained head instantly exploded like a watermelon being smashed on the ground. Standing on the sidelines, Verage was showered with a mixture of red and white brain tissue. Verage, completely stunned to the point where his brain went blank, he had lost the ability to think. You said you'd Yen Luo to death. How come you were killed by a single look? With a flash of blade light, the Hulk was dismembered without even carrying it for a second, and Yen Luo's figure had appeared in front of Veraj's eyes. Yen Luo stretched out his right hand, yanked Valaj's collar, directly lifted him up, and coldly said, "Do you think you guys are qualified to kill me?" Valaj was completely shocked and confused, his mouth trembling and unable to say a word. His crotch was even more soaked, and the orange and yellow foul-smelling liquid kept dripping down. Pop! Yen Luo backhanded a big mouth to throw on Veraj's face. Veraj was directly by the huge force, a slap to shatter half of his head. The whole person is like a gyroscope in the air, tumbling and spinning, I do not know how many turns after landing on the ground, and rolled another 7 or 8 meters. There's no more life. A broken neck and a straight slap to Hades. The live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence, and the Monkey Nation people and Agua people who had previously clamored were all dumbfounded. None of them had expected Yen Luo to be as powerful as this. A single look can kill a Monkey Nation contestant and dismember the terrifying Hulk in a second. Veraj was even worse and was sent straight to Hades with a big slap on the face. No! How is this possible? How can there be someone so terrifying that a single look can kill an enemy? Is this still human? It's over, we've lost. Damn! How can the gap be so big? The Dragon Country players must be cheating. Not to mention the foreign audience, the Longwa audience was confused. Killing understood. I don't even know what happened. The Monkey Nation player's head just exploded. It seems like it's a skill that Yen Luo has used before, but the targets are all bosses and can't be killed in seconds. As soon as you guys said that, I also have the impression that there are often bosses that suddenly can't move and bleed out of their mouths when they are fighting. It's too powerful. It's true that all schemes are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Yen Luo, big man, is so handsome, you think you guys are qualified to kill me? A Goonies player, Veraj, has died in the dueling room. A catastrophe is about to break out in Mikuni. Disaster extraction in progress. Disaster confirmed. Hulk's wrath. 1,000,000 Hulks will descend on the A tribe, slaughtering the A tribe people indiscriminately. Soon, a 7 or 8 meter tall Hulk appeared in all the major cities of the 3 kingdoms. With a handful of hands, you can flatten a car and turn the people sitting inside into mush. Every corner of the city is filled with angry Hulks, and ordinary people are simply incapable of dodging the Hulk and being smashed to pulp by a Hulk punch. In just 10 minutes, more than 100,000 people in the AS had been slaughtered by the Hulk. And that number is still spiking like crazy. What a scary Hulk. Damn you, Veraj. Why did you go looking for death? It's over. My house was punched by the Hulk with a big hole. It's looking for me. There are Hulks everywhere. Help. Somebody help me. I don't want to die. Monkey Nation player Curon died in the dueling room. Disaster will strike the Monkey Kingdom. Disaster extraction in progress. Disaster confirmed. The Great Typhoon. Monkey Country faces the head on landing of a major Category 18 typhoon. Looking for a moment, not to mention the Monkey Nation, the world audience was shocked. Some people may not know what the concept of an 18 magnitude typhoon is, and all I can tell you is that the most horrific typhoon in the history of mankind was only a 17 magnitude typhoon that displaced millions of people. And that Category 17 typhoon, it wasn't even a frontal landfall. With a Category 18 typhoon landing head-on, all I can say is that half of Monkey Nation has to be finished. So fierce? Monkey Country is so miserable. While people were talking, a super typhoon big enough to sweep through heaven and earth landed head-on in the southern part of the Monkey Kingdom. The terrifying storm easily uprooted the house, not to mention the people who live in it. In a storm of this magnitude, people would be swept hundreds of meters into the air and killed by debris from houses, or just get torn alive by the horrible pulling force. Houses, vehicles, and trees were swept away in the path of the Category 18 typhoon. The ground was leveled. When the typhoon passed, all that was left of those places were the remains of various objects. The typhoon is like a long eye, destroying city after city. A natural disaster like this is simply not humanly possible to combat, and the military is useless in the face of a super typhoon. Monkey Nation's casualties soared, reaching 2 million casualties in just 1 hour. 800,000 of them died on the spot, while 1,200,000 were injured by the fallout. Most of those who survived lived farther away from the center of the storm. However, this is just the beginning as the typhoon continues to push towards the hinterland of Monkey Country. It seems like it won't dissipate until the Monkey Kingdom is turned upside down. Chapter 52. System upgrade. Seeking golden ballots. Seeing that the players from these two countries were beating up Yen Lo on one foot and disaster struck on the next, the Dragon Nation audience was delighted. Let me be clear, it's really not that we don't have compassion. I don't usually laugh unless I just can't help it. Joy. Did the Monkey Nation contestants not think about the consequences of failure when they planned to shade Yen Luo Big Brother before? All I can say is that they deserved it, but they were trying to team up to get Big Brother Yen Luo killed. Yeah, I don't sympathize with Monkey Nation and San at all, they're just asking for it. Kind of want to laugh at how the Monkey Nation player drifted to the point where he thought he could shade the Yen Lo big man. Congratulations on killing the Monkey Nation player and the Azteca player. You will plunder each other for everything. Loot attributes, your attributes increase. Physique plus 29, agility plus 29, strength plus 29, magic plus 15, charisma plus 5. Yen Luo was slightly stunned. Charisma only added 5 points? But when you think about it, the big yellow-toothed players of the Three Kingdoms and the yellow-haired skinny guys of the Monkey Kingdom seems normal. Both of these guys have charisma values that count as National Lampoon's game Giving Face. Looting skill, you get the S-rank skill 100 shots. 100 shots. Your long-range attacks will not be dodged. Yen Luo's face was delighted. My Soul Shock and also Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon are both long-range attacks. Stacking the skill can be said to come with an enemy lock. He just casually thought about it for a moment and realized what a powerful bonus this 100 hits could bring to his skills. The skill 100 shots depends entirely on who is using it, and in Yen Luo's hands, it is simply a bug-level ability. Long-range attack must hit, equal to the Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon must hit, not Yen Luo blow. The player who can carry this cannon has not yet been born. Looting equipment, you have obtained C-rank equipment, the Elven Bow. Elven Bow. Classification. C. Effect. Attack plus 50 points. Armor break plus 15 points. 35 points of wood spell damage against dark creatures. Looking at the longbow made of green spirit wood in his hand, Yen Luo also revealed a satisfied smile. He couldn't possibly use his skills against small monsters as well. That would be too much magic to carry. With this Elven Bow, it was considered an additional means of killing the enemy. Moreover, it was a C-grade longbow, one level higher than his cold water blade and red fire blade. Yen Lo took the Elven Bow in his hand, bent the bow, and shot the arrow. The arrow instantly pierced through the wind and penetrated a boulder with amazing force. Nice touch. Yen Luo smiled with satisfaction and put the Elven Bow into his backpack. Glancing at his panel, the changes were not insignificant. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 30. Body mass, 71-100. Strength, 71-100. Agility, 71-100. Magic power, 85-100. Charisma, 95-100. Skills, Charming S-rank, Poisonous Compulsion S-rank, Hunter S-rank, Soul Shock S-rank, 2 Blade Stream S-rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, 100 shots S-rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D, Elf Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Gold coins, 1000. Description, is this a level 30 panel? Are you out of your ing mind? Yen Lo nodded and was about to think about what to do down there. Suddenly, detected that the host's strength has risen to a new boundary and can provide more energy to the system. The Everything is Mother system is being upgraded. Upgrade successful. The QI has evolved into the Eye of Omniscience. Omniscient Eye. You can gain information about any item or person within your gaze, including but not limited to room information, monster weaknesses, hidden clues, correct objectives, and directions. Before Yen Lo could rejoice, there was another surprise. Detecting that the national games are attempting to detect the honorable Everything is Mother system, this system has successfully intercepted it. In order to prevent continuous tracking, this system will convert the Eye of Omniscience and the power of nodding into talents, fixing them in the host's panel. Then, the panel in front of Yen Luo's eyes changed dramatically. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 30. Body mass, 100. Power, 100. Agility, 100. Magic, 100. Charm, 100. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. God level. Yen Lo's eyes widened. The entire group was shocked. So the eye of omniscience and the power of nodding are so powerful. A power that only a god can have? Yen Luo thought that the ability given by the system would be SSS level at the end of the day, but it was actually god level. Moreover, one's own system could even intercept the detection of the national games. Simply fine. This means that the everything is girly system is at least on the same level of existence as the national games, or else it wouldn't be able to intercept the detection of the national games at all. System. What exactly are your intentions in helping me for so long? Yen Luo was all confused and became more and more curious about the system's origins. Your current strength is still too weak. Knowing this will not do you any good. You only need to know one thing. This girl will absolutely not harm you. Everything can be, Mother replied in a cold mechanical female voice. It's just that, unlike before, this tone of voice, it seems to be much more spiritual than before. And this girl? You still have a gender? Yen Luo's eyes widened. System. Only after that, no matter how much Yen Luo talked to the everything can be mother system, the other party didn't respond anymore. Yen Luo coughed dryly, as if the system didn't want to take care of itself. And Yen Luo also discovered one thing: as he became stronger and could give more energy to the system seemed to be regaining its spirituality. Or human nature. Never mind. Let's not think about that for now. She's ignoring me anyway. Yen Luo shook his head and suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Come what may. Challenge a door and go back. Yen Luo walked out of the PK room and entered the challenge space. The familiar 4 doors were once again in view. Monster room. There's a slime in there. Description. You get about 1 gold coin. Monster room. There's a kobold in there. Description. Maybe you can get a flavorful animal skin dress. Boss room. There's a rock giant in there. Strength C+. Description. You should have access to a monolithic piece of equipment. It just might not be quite right for you. Resource room. Seed packets. Description. Pepper seeds, onion seeds, rice seeds, garlic seeds. You want it all. Seeing the resource room, Yen Luo couldn't take his eyes off it. None of the rewards from the other 3 sectors appealed to him much. Instead, he was one who wanted the seeds of various grains and vegetables badly. Day after day, salt and barbecue. I'm going to puke. Chapter 53. This chapter is being fixed urgently. Please be patient. Chapter 54. Decapitating the booze. Seeking golden votes. Yen Luo looked calm. A mere B+ level boss, and you dare to call yourself a god? Without waiting for the lava giant to continue speaking, Yen Luo had already raised the elven longbow in his hand high. The bowstring was full of moon, and sharp arrows shot out. The lava giant was hit in the shoulder by an arrow and exploded into a sheet of lava. Human. It's impossible to hurt me with only this kind of power, the lava giant said disdainfully. At the same time, the huge fist surging with rage slammed into Yen Luo. The huge fist was like a boulder falling from the sky, giving people a feeling that they couldn't fight against it. The mood of the audience in the live room was also tense. This lava giant is so meaty. Taking an arrow from Yen Luo big brother is like nothing. What a big fist. No one else could eat it. Big brother Yen Luo, be careful. Yen Luo's agility was as high as 100 at the moment, and his figure disappeared into the distant land like an instant cheetah. The lava giant's fist fell, smashing up a cloud of smoke and dust, and even the ground trembled violently. Yen Luo changed directions and raised his hand to shoot an arrow again. The lava giant revealed a humanized look of disdain and allowed the arrows to fall on its body. Although the body was blown open by the arrows, the lava on the ground continued to flow towards the lava giant, and in a few breaths those wounds returned to normal. However, Yen Luo acted as if he didn't notice, dodging this lava giant's fist blasts while continuously shooting arrows. The viewers of the live stream began to get anxious. Hasn't Big Brother Yen Luo realized it yet? The lava giant is absorbing the power of the lava to restore itself. This ordinary attack can't kill it. I'm in such a hurry. If only I could go in and tell Big Brother Yen Luo. The lava giant was originally disdainful as well, but as time passed it finally noticed the abnormality. Those places that had been hit by the arrows were then continuously destroyed by erosion. At first, the recovery was much faster than the destruction, so it didn't notice. But as time went on, that destructive force seemed to stack up and become stronger and stronger. Recovery can't keep up. Yen Lola's hand on the bowstring was so fast that it was like a stump, and one person froze and shot what seemed like a squad's number of arrows. The dense arrows landed on the lava giants, exploding a gaping hole, and those places that had been restored suddenly exploded, and a burst of green smoke came out. Poisonous compulsion. Each time you deal damage to an enemy, a poisonous compulsion enters the enemy's body along with the wound, continually dealing 25% of your magic value in real damage to the enemy. Lasts a minimum of 10 seconds. With the lava giant's body structure, if the poisonous compulsion was a toxin damage, it certainly wouldn't have much effect on it. Unfortunately, poisonous compulsion is a real injury, and it's forced to work for 10 seconds and it stacks. By this point, the lava giant is taking a staggering amount of real damage every second. The lava giant finally got anxious and entered a berserk state after a roar. His whole body flames skyrocketed and his fists slammed into the ground. The monstrous lava and flames almost covered the entire crater. How did the lava giant suddenly go berserk? What a terrifying move. Yen Luo, be careful. Danger. Big brother Yen Luo. The entire crater was filled with rushing flames and tumbling smoke, and the lava giant looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. No one has yet survived the heinousness of my rage, and neither do you. Before the lava giant could finish his sentence, he saw a figure quietly step out from the gap of the blazing fire, and the elven bow shot a dozen more arrows in the blink of an eye. Ah! The lava giant roared in rage, however, under the intensive real injuries of the poisonous parasites. He was already at the end of his strength, and was actually unable to continue standing. Bang! With a loud bang, it half-kneeled on the ground. The clothes on Yen Luo's body had burn marks, but his expression was frighteningly calm. Like a precise machine, he kept pouring fire into the lava giant with his elven bow. The unstoppable lava giant tried several more times to blast Yen Luo with his fists, all of which were dodged. All that was left at the end was a resigned and angry look and a crash to the ground. Bang! The huge body disintegrated, smashing the ground with a rumble. Dragon Nation's player Yen Luo successfully challenged the boss room and killed the B+ class boss lava giant. The live broadcast room instantly exploded, and everyone who saw this scene was shocked beyond belief. Yen Luo, big brother, this is the lava giant killed without even using skills. That's so hard. Yen Luo, big brother, is really fierce. Simply outrageous. Flat as speed kills high-level bosses. Couldn't read it, but I was blown away. All rise and shout after me. This is Yen Luo, big brother. Yen Luo, big brother was. That line about how even a mere B+ level boss dares to call itself a god is really awesome. Inside the boss room, Yen Luo's expression didn't change much. Of course, he could use his skills against the lava giants, but that would be thankless. For this kind of boss with thick blood and high defense and strong recovery, it is most cost-effective to grind to death with the true damage of poisonous parasites. 2 golden treasure chests landed in front of the remnants of the lava giant. Only then did a trace of a smile appear on Yen Luo's face as he walked over to the treasure chests and rubbed his hands together before opening them one by one. Blueprints for luxury homes. Type: Blueprint. Quality: Grade A. Effect: Occupant's mood plus 10%, energy recovery speed plus 50%, stamina recovery speed plus 100%. Want this? Yen Luo laughed. He was running for the luxury home. Not only is it a comfortable place to live, but it also increases the rate of energy recovery. 1 against 5 is not a dream. I'm sure there will be more wives in the future, and this thing is still very useful. Heart of Lava. Gain the ability to avoid fire when equipped. Immunity to fire. You will ignore fire damage. Good stuff. I didn't realize there was an unexpected blessing. Yen Luo revealed a hint of joy. This Heart of Lava, when placed in a specific copy, is simply a godsend. For example, some high-temperature environment rooms, and also fire attribute boss rooms. With Lava Heart, it's all solid solo. In addition to these 2 treasure chests, there were dozens of small experience stones and 100 gold coins. Use. The experience petrified into a stream of light that drilled into Yen Luo's body, and the pure energy quickly strengthened the body. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1, leveling up to level 31 and gaining 4 points of free attributes. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1 and gained a small amount of experience. Ding. You used a small experience stone 1, leveling up to level 40 and gaining 4 points of free attributes. Attributes. Continue to distribute them evenly. Yen Luo was set on making himself the all-rounder with no shortcomings. The panel changes again. Chapter 55. National Rewards. Heaven's Providence Territory. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 30-40. Body mass, 100-110. Strength, 100-110. Agility, 100-110. Magic power, 100-110. Charm, 100. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine Level. Power of Notification Divine Level. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Stream S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, 100 Shots S rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D, Elf Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart. Gold, 1,1100. Enjoying getting stronger more and more. The corners of Yen Luo's mouth curled into a smile. It's even tempting to shout a distant second. If the Dragon Kingdom players successfully challenge the boss room, the Dragon Kingdom will be rewarded with the national fortune. Providence. Volcanic Island. The Dragon Kingdom will be given a super island with an area of 50,000 square kilometers, with a volcano in the center of the island that never erupts. Note: the island is rich in mineral and oil resources. The National Luck Reward was handed out, and the Dragon Country audience was collectively shocked. 50,000 square kilometers. You call that an island? Awesome. It's bigger than Hainan Island. Isn't the key thing the resources of this island? Rich in minerals and oil. It seems like the country is already planning to gather some people to immigrate to the volcanic island. What are you waiting for? I'm going with a piece of cloth over my head. I'm the richest in the world. And at worst, I'll be an oil man over there. Enrollment. I'm going to sign up. It's exciting to think about it. In the South China Sea of the Dragon Kingdom, an island of 50,000 square kilometers appeared out of thin air, and drones captured images from high above. Picture. The volcanic islands are vast and rich in resources beyond imagination. With lush forests and rolling mines, there is a towering extinct volcano at the center of the island. It just seems to hold a wealth of resources, and the scenery is breathtaking. At this moment, not to mention ordinary people, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked beyond belief. Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The Minister of Homeland, with a joyful face, flew towards the Grand Elder on the first seat to make a report. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the first batch of scouting teams have already entered the volcanic island and have only done simple exploration so far, all of which have already discovered several large gold mines and 2 large oil fields. Our initial speculation is that the volcanic island contains no less resources than the entire Far East. Saying this, the smiles on the faces of all the executives present could no longer be concealed. Worthy of being a heavenly territory of the national games. Such rich resources meant that the Dragon Kingdom hardly needed to import minerals and oil from any other country. A piece of cloth on my head. I am the richest in the world. It's their turn to enjoy. The Minister of Economy also hurriedly followed up to report. Also, the development of Volcano Island will require about 5 million workers, and will also pull various manufacturing factories in the country. The economy of the Dragon Kingdom will take off, and by developing the volcanic island, the Dragon Kingdom will officially enter the club of developed countries. His words also added to the joy of the people present. Volcanic island development to build new houses, hospitals, schools, mines, oil fields. That's not just indirectly pulling related industries like steel and cement. Oil will take off directly. The Grand Elder's face was flushed and he excitedly tapped the table. Good, good, good. 3 good words in a row, and inside there was undisguised excitement. At this moment, all the top brass had uncontrollable smiles on their faces. An official announcement was soon made. Recruit 5 million people to develop Volcano Island, and when the development is completed, these 5 million people are free to choose to settle their households in Volcano Province. The Dragon Nation was abuzz. Don't say it. I'm going to book it. It's a hell of a paycheck. That's awesome, $20,000 a month. I'm going to book it. Awesome class, and a 3-year tax exemption. I'm going to book it. Allow me to go to Volcano Island and scrape putty. I'm a good scraper. How much does it cost to scrape putty for a month? I want to go too. Piecework. I figured I'd make $30,000 or $40,000 a month at the rate I'm going over there. So hi, the country has really put in a lot of effort to build the volcanic island quickly. A recent paycheck just staples a quick raise. The lives of the people of the Dragon Kingdom have changed drastically, with the technology rewarded by the national games being utilized in every industry. Wages are no longer comparable to what they were before the start of the national games. Of course, the development of the volcanic island belongs to the country's masterstroke, and the normal salary in the mainland will be slightly lower. But it's also so much better than before. Realizing that Yen Lo has made such a big difference in everyone's life, many netizens have posted their thanks to Yen Lo. Thanks to Big Brother Yen Lo, our lives are getting better. Thanks to Big Brother Yen Luo, I have already made a tablet of longevity for Big Brother Yen Luo at home, and I worship it every day, hoping that Big Brother Yen Luo will be safe and live a long life. Big Brother Yen Luo is my idol. I specially replaced the god of wealth with Yen Luo and put it on my door. It seems that some temples have already replaced the Buddha with a Yen Lo statue. I'll go and pay my respects later. And Yen Lo Big Brother will bless my wife with a big fat baby this year. No. Can you guys not be so outrageous that seeking a son has changed to worshipping Yen Lo? What do you know? My brother's son worshipped Yen Luo's statue last time he went to school. It's very effective. Yen Luo's reputation was at its peak in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Many people do not worship the god of wealth, the goddess of mercy, or the Buddha, but they worship the statue of Yen Lo. One by one, the rumors spread, saying that the Yen Lo statue was particularly spiritual. The back are forming a trend. Seeking children, seeking wealth, seeking peace of mind. Do not care what to seek, worship Yen Luo statue is finished. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom did not stop this phenomenon among the folk, but instead cried and laughed. After all, the changes and benefits Yen Luo had brought to the Dragon Kingdom were real feats. There are even a number of officials themselves who worship the statue of Yen Lo, seeking to rise in the ranks. Foreign netizens can only be envious of the changes in the dragon. The chicken is purple. The Dragon Kingdom, which had previously been ridiculed by them for being big but not strong, had gotten stronger and stronger, and they could only watch and stare. Baka! The envious chicken is purple. Why do the dragons keep getting so lucky and getting stronger? Smitty, that's not fair at all. No, I think that Yen Lo is so powerful that he must have the bloodline of our kimchi country. Maybe Yen Lo's ancestors are our kimchi people. You have a point for sure. Pickle people whose chickens are only 3 centimeters are not qualified to speak. Shut up. Cheeky pickle man. Chapter 56. Luxury homes. Strange encounters revisited. The first thing Yen Lo did when he returned to his homestead was to use the deluxe homestead blueprint. Only an equally wooden, but seemingly much more refined and luxurious cabin replaced the small one. Taking the 3 daughters, whose faces were ecstatic, they toured the new home. A kitchen, a bathroom, a shower room, a storeroom, a hall, a master bedroom, and a second bedroom. All the rooms are much more spacious than they were, and the shower room has a large bathtub so that 2 people can bathe at the same time with little problem. The bedrooms are also much more spacious in size, with oversized double beds that feel like they sleep 5 or 6 people without being cramped. Wow! What a big room! Miao Weiwei marveled. Daji, on the other hand, had her eyes fixed on the large bathtub where 2 people could share a bath, and she didn't know what she was thinking. And the second bedroom, Sister Daji? When you have a baby, you can bring the baby to live in the second bedroom, Angie said with a smile. Daji blushed. How can that be? The baby one can just live in the second bedroom. I want to live in the master bedroom with my husband. Angie? Vivian Miao. It's true that the child was an accident and the husband is true love. Miao Weiwei reacted, covering her mouth and snickering. There was also some sense of crisis in Daji's mind. When her stomach got a little bigger, it would not be suitable for her to sleep in the master bedroom with Yen Luo. Wouldn't that be a no-no on that one? Daji's face collapsed, and for the first time she felt a sense of regret. Regretting getting pregnant with a baby so early. Miao Weiwei saw through Daji's thoughts at a glance and snickered vigorously. Okay, you guys, don't tease Daji, we'll talk about the future later. Yen Lo laughed, while reaching out to touch Daji's fluffy ears. Daji's face showed a touch of scarlet. Foxes have ears that are very sensitive. Don't touch them. Only the 6 big snow white tails were wagging. This was a subconscious action that the foxes would only do if they were attached to their loved ones. To celebrate the establishment of our new home, hubby, are we going to perform some special rituals? Daji's eyes were all love and her eyes looked like they were trying to pull the strings. What ceremony? You haven't been served by all three of us together yet. It just so happens that this bed is big enough. What? Yenlo. Then the screen went to a black screen. The audience exploded. You see what that means? 3 serving together. Shock me all year. Again? Is it true that Big Brother Yen Lo won't be false? Awesome. Do I lack this much traffic? Please let me see the follow-up. Little minds are greatly shaken. Big Brother Yen Luo is simply living like an emperor, enjoying the happiness of all people. A fox demon Daji, a young girl compounder, and a mechanical angel. What kind of divine life is this? The audience drooled with envy. Normal people, who could have a beauty like this to accompany them, would be dying under the peony flowers and being a ghost. And Yen Lo, 3 beauties at a time. The key is that these 3 beauties don't play the foul temper, don't hook up, and single-mindedly want to give Yen Luo a doll. No matter how many times you watch it live, most people still want to pound the wall with envy. Black screen for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. When the picture became clear again, the 3 women had long since gotten dressed, except that each one of them had a rosy, white face and looked like they had been moisturized. And all 3 women walked a little strangely, the kind of strangeness that anyone with a clear eye could tell. Suda touched her little tummy. The little belly is being fed again. Miao Weiwei didn't say a word and touched her burning cheeks. She didn't expect that the 3 of them together hadn't suppressed Yen Luo. Hubby is really awesome. Angie sniffed and lowered her head, her 6 pairs of mechanical wings fluttering gently. It hurts a little. Yen Luo rubbed his sore waist. With 1 against 3, he was actually under a bit of pressure. Luckily, the deluxe homestead has a 50% energy recovery speed bonus, so it's not so exhausting that you can't stand it. Yen Lo was on his way to see if the garlic and chili were ripe and ready to make a nice meal to celebrate. The beep of the National Games game, however, suddenly sounded. Adventure opens. The adventure is a randomized event, and 3 random national players will be selected to descend on the adventure. Note: encounters will be coming directly to the contestants' homes. Lucky chance contestant being selected. Selection successful. Encounters will occur in the homes of the German, Eagle Sauce, and Dragon players. The moment the announcement appeared, the audience in each country exploded. Second chance event opened? Come on. This isn't a strange encounter. It's clearly an event that pits people to death. What do you say about the last time a Dragon player won an awesome prize? Strength is a miracle, and lack of strength is a disaster. That's right, and of course it depends on luck. Maybe a direct treasure chest comes down with no danger whatsoever. According to the hints, the first one to descend on the wonders is now the German nation. Hurry up and check it out. For a while, netizens from all countries flocked to the live broadcast of the German nation. The German nation's contestant was an extraordinarily hairy, bearded man named Bach. A strange encounter? There's such a good thing. Bach's face was ecstatic. He was one of the first contestants to come in, and thus didn't know about the pitfalls of strange encounters. On the contrary, he had been very lucky, always encountering resource rooms and getting a shotgun to kill some weaker monsters. Although his strength was unimpressive compared to Yen Lo, he was compared to players from other countries. At least he had survived safely until now and had some ability to defend himself. The German state audience was talking. Bach's strength is not outstanding, but his luck has been very good indeed. That's right. There aren't many of the first ones left who lived to see this day, and Bach has stuck around. Luck is sometimes a strength, and Bach might not be in danger and get a good reward instead. Go Bach! Lead our German nation to greatness again. When we are strong, we must take back the place that belongs to our Germany. That's right, the first place in the world should belong to Germany. We want to recreate the glory of Hitler's time. At this point, some Dragon viewers also picked up on Bach's profile. This guy seems to have been in the military and is an extreme Hitler-worshipping racist. What a time for people to worship Hitler. It's not a good thing for such people to develop. It might encourage the racists in Germany to go the same way as in World War II. The worshippers of the aggressor will only end up being the aggressor. Chapter 57. A game of hide and seek requesting golden votes. Wonders are about to befall the home of the German players. Wonders in choice. Wonders in peekaboo. Come on down. The German national player and 99 participants, totaling 100 persons, will be drawn to enter the replica for the game of hide and seek. Rule description. The current strongest player will be the hunter, and the German 100 can change into items in the replica to avoid the hunt. The hunter has only 150 shots and must kill all hide-and-seek players within 3 hours. The winner will loot everything from the opponent, including but not limited to attributes, props, equipment. The first thing Bach did was get teleported into a copy, and when he came back to his senses, he was in the middle of a classroom. There were still a steady stream of Germans being teleported in around them, all with confused expressions. We're in the national game too? Who would the hunter be? It won't be that Yen Luo from the Dragon Kingdom. Bach's face changed for a moment as he listened to the crowd around him. So Bach, wasn't the strongest contestant, but Yen Luo of the Dragon Kingdom? Fear of what will come. Dragon Nation's Yen Luo has been selected as the hunter. Please complete your evasion within 10 minutes. Hint: Peekaboo contestants have one chance to transform into any item and can move, but have no attack ability. What to do? It's really Yen Luo. We're dead. That pervert Yen Luo is too strong. Someone panicked, but Bach suddenly spoke up. Don't panic, everyone. Have you noticed one thing? The hunter only has 150 shots, and there are 100 of us, so unless he catches one at a time, the odds are that the win will be ours. This analysis by Bach instantly lifted everyone's spirits. Yeah, he only has 150 shots, and the school is so big. How can he possibly find us? According to this, most of us will survive. Bach nodded his head as he sniffed and said under his breath, "That's right. More than that, we'll share everything in Yen Luo equally and become even stronger." Hearing Bach say that lifted everyone's spirits even more. It's a random allocation when the time comes, right? If Yen Luo's spouse is assigned to me, TSK. The man who spoke had a lecherous smile on his face. I'm not that greedy. I just want Yen Luo's superpower, so I'm a transcendent. Even if only a little bit of Yen Luo's attributes were shared, that would be an unparalleled encounter. Everyone came to their senses. Yen Luo only had 150 chances to strike, yet he had to catch 100 people. How can Yen Luo catch a school this big? As a result, all 100 of Germany's contestants began to enjoy the bright future of splitting up everything in Yen Luo. Okay, then let's hurry and find a place to hide. Someone hurriedly reminded as they saw that 2 minutes of hiding time had already passed. Right, hurry up and find a good place to hide. At once, the players, including Bach, walked out of the classroom. A large campus. Some transformed into desks, others into mops in the toilet, and still others into potted plants on the balcony. Others become a book in the principal's office. None of these players are cuties. One by one, the transformations are so unexpected that it's hard to see the cracks. Bach is even more sinister, turning into a pink condom directly next to a trash can in a boys' dormitory. Yen Luo, how did you find me when I turned into something like this? You're dead. Straight from the booth. The Germans were dumbfounded by Bach's wisdom. Into such a small condom, the gods can't find out even if they come, right? It's still Bach who's smart. This time Yen Luo will lose. Ha 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 ha, Yen Luo is strong, so what? Finding 100 people hiding in such a large campus within 3 hours is a fool's errand. That's right. The point is he's still only got 150 shots. He's dead. Sure enough, we German players are the chosen ones. The German spectators were all smug. Yen Luo is strong, so what? Can you catch our players? Dream on. The Dragon Nation spectators all changed their faces, not realizing that the situation was actually so unfavorable to Yen Luo, and they became anxious. It's over. How's this for a copy? This is so unfair. Won't it be hard for Big Brother Yen Luo to win this way? There are tens of thousands of various objects in this school. I'm afraid. How did Big Brother Yen Luo precisely find those 100 people? It's fine if you don't limit the number of strikes. Only 150 strikes is too low a margin for error. The Dragon Nation audience was worried beyond belief. The rules of this copy were too unfavorable to Yen Luo. 10 minutes later, all the German participants had finished hiding. A door of light opened in the schoolyard, and Yen Luo stepped out of it. This copy is really pitiful, fortunately. My prompting eye has long since turned into an all-seeing eye. Yen Luo stroked his chin, catching a glimpse of several hide-and-seek players, like a basketball in the corner of a basketball court. Basketball. Hint. Oh, so it's a contestant in disguise. At this moment, the player disguised as a basketball was pleased with himself. The basketball in the corner of the court was a seamless disguise, and there was bound to be no way he could spot me. What? Why did he seem to look over? It must have been an illusion. Why is he still coming toward me? That player only felt cold sweat. But Yen Luo just walked towards him without any hesitation. Swish! A flash of orange-red blade light. Basketball player pawn. Yen Luo retrieved the red fire blade, patted the dust on his palms, and slowly walked towards the trash can in the corner of the basketball court. Yen Luo has killed a peek-a-boo player. The player disguised as a trash can instantly blew up. How is this possible? Obviously our disguise was seamless. How on earth did he find out? Seeing Yen Luo getting closer and closer to him, the garbage can's defense in his heart was finally broken, and he hurriedly jumped and tried to escape. Where could he be faster than Yen Luo, who exploded him with a single arrow shot? Yen Luo has killed 2 peek-a-boo players. Yen Luo held the elven bow in his left hand and laughed. It's still good for long-range attacks. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room froze. I didn't even see anything wrong with the basketball or the trash can. How did Big Brother Yen Luo find out? Yeah, it didn't feel like there was a bit of hesitation to kill 2 dodgeball players. 2 strikes, and both times he solved his opponents with precision. Worthy of being a Yen Luo Big Brother. How accurate. How on earth did Big Brother Yen Luo guess it? I have a hunch that Big Brother Yen Luo won't lose. Instead, the German audience came out and mocked it. That's only 2 fines and you guys think you can win? The next one won't be so lucky. That's right, we still have 98 players alive. Especially Bach. His disguise as a condom is absolutely seamless. There's no way Yen Luo can find him. Chapter 58. A shot in the dark. Shifting positions? Yen Luo looked calm and confirmed that there was no problem with the basketball court before heading towards the flower bed on one side. There was a garbage bag on the flower bed. It's normal for a school of this size to have this. Put it in someone else's eyes and skim it. But who told Yen Luo to be able to see the message? Garbage bags. Hint. A contestant in disguise. An arrow hit with precision. Player Yen Luo has killed peek-a-boo player 3. Yen Luo hadn't even been in the game for 30 seconds before 3 people were caught. All of the German country's hide-and-seek players tensed up. Communicate in the hide-and-seek group chat. My God, what's going on? Just 3 people got caught. It's horrible to be caught and die. No need to be nervous. It must have been too obvious that those 3 were in disguise. That's right. There's no way Yen Robi could have found us. Yen Luo made his way past the basketball court, the track, the flower beds. This kind of place is relatively empty, there's not a lot of stuff, and very few people choose to hide here. Only 2 players disguised as trash cans were caught. Player Yen Luo kills peek-a-boo player 5. Currently alive 95. By this time, 5 minutes had passed. Yen Luo also finally arrived inside the school building. In the hallway, a quick glance at the contestants disguised as fireboxes. This player had a sneer on his face and underestimated in his heart. With my seamless disguise, Yen Luo definitely won't be able to discover it. Who, in their right mind, would pay attention to a firebox placed in front of a classroom? Having 2 fire extinguishers per classroom just makes so much sense. Then, without waiting for any change in his face, an arrow instantly flashed by. Player Yen Luo kills peek-a-boo player 6. Currently alive 94. Yen Luo pushed open the door of the first class. Inside the first classroom, some disguise themselves as desks, some as books, some as chalkboard erasers, and even more outrageously, even as broken chalk. Yen Luo just looked at it, then closed the door to the first classroom and retreated. A group of hide-and-seek players were ecstatic and wildly pleased in the group chat. I told you, those unlucky bastards before must have just been bad at disguises. That's right, our disguise only makes sense. No matter who can't notice, a few more desks. Ha 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 ha. I'm even better. I'm disguised as broken chalk. He won't be able to find out no matter what. I disguise myself as a textbook and hide it in my desk so the gods can't find it. The Dragon Nation viewers were also anxious, itching to rush in and remind Yen Luo. Damn, these people are so well disguised. Still no sign of Big Brother Yen Luo? I'm going to die in a hurry. This group of German is too shady. How can I find this? This game just isn't fair. Wait a minute guys, you see what Big Brother Yen Luo is doing? Only to see that Yen Luo at the door of the first classroom didn't leave. Instead, sacred currents coalesced in his hands, a blinding light that made the entire corridor seem to turn into daylight. Yen Luo's expression was calm. He only swept a glance and realized that this classroom was hiding about 20 players. I'm too lazy to catch them one by one. Let's send them all to heaven in one shot. Sacred electromagnetic cannon, Yen Luo coldly shouted, and the sacred electric current bombarded the entire Class 1 classroom like a cannonball. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire classroom was covered in divine light, and even more so, it was all but destroyed by the destructive current. The light dispersed, leaving only an empty shell, and everything in the classroom was charred. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 7. Currently alive 93. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 8. Currently alive 92. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 9. Currently alive 91. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 30. Currently surviving 70. One round of sacred electromagnetic cannon went down, and the surviving players instantly vaporized more than 20 of them. The dodgeball players who had been smug a second ago all stiffened their faces. My God! What happened? How did more than 20 people die at once? Damn! The game's barely 10 minutes old and more than a quarter of them are dead. How could this happen? This Yen Luo must have cheated. Since all the hiders in Class 1 were killed instantly, they died without even getting the message out. The hide and seek players who are still alive have no idea how they died. Panic begins to spread. For their part, the Dragon Nation audience instantly perked up, simply amazed at Yen Luo's unexpected maneuver. Awesome! To have power is to do whatever you want. One electromagnetic cannon shot. All die for me. It's not even bothering to look for them. Just blow them all up in one shot and be done with it. I was wrong. I was anxious for Big Brother Yen Luo before. I admit that I'm not too anxious for the Emperor. Shocked me for a whole year. Big Brother Yen Luo is so tough. Yet the German audience, despite their ugly faces, still felt that the balance of victory was on their side. Hee, don't get cocky, you Dragon Nation people. This kind of big move definitely has a CD, or at least it will consume a lot of magic power. That's right. There's no way Yen Luo can keep using this trick. There are a dozen of them in the classroom, and he definitely doesn't have that much magic to blow them over one by one. I have to say, these Germans are growing a brain now. An SS-ranked move like Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon, used a few more times, even Yen Luo couldn't afford it. But he pressed on with no intention of pushing flat. Yo, well hidden, and pretending to be a broom. Yen Luo laughed playfully as a volley of arrows shot out. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 31. Currently alive 69. 2 minutes later, all 4 players in the second classroom were lost. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 34. Currently alive 66. 5 minutes later, Class 3 was a total loss. 30 minutes later, the entire building was a total loss except for the restrooms and teachers, and the principal's office. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 51. Currently surviving 49. Another 10 minutes passed. A total of 1 hour has passed since the start of the game of hide and seek. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 62. Currently alive 38. Nearly 2/3 of the hide and seek players were killed. The German players couldn't keep their mouths shut any longer. One hid in a corner and shivered. What's going on? Why is it that no matter how much I try to hide, I get caught? A big chunk of the population is already dead. We're all going to die if this keeps up. No, I don't want to die. You guys do something. Panic begins to spread, and the hide and seek contestants can't hold it together. Regardless of how Yen Luo did it, continuing to sit on the sidelines, they were all going to die. At this time, Bach, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Someone has already seen Yen Luo come to this side of the dormitory building. What then? We're going to be finished. I don't want to die. Bach continued. No, there's still hope. Don't forget we're mobile. Let's flip the window and escape to the school building. Huh? Then wouldn't it be a disaster if we were discovered? Yen Luo has a bow and arrow in his hand, so it has to be timed right. I'll watch from the window and we'll jump when Yen Luo enters the dormitory building. Bach continued. This way, Yen Luo will find nothing in the dormitory building and will waste a lot of time, so we'll have a chance to turn the tables. Bach's plan was perfect, and all the otherwise desperate hide and seek players were shocked, then saw hope for a turnaround. Chapter 59. Sculpting. Seeking golden ballots. Bach is so smart. This way we still have a chance of flipping. In the words of your Dragon Nation, this is called guerrilla warfare. Ha 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 ha, as long as we pull our weight, Yen Luo won't know where we are even if he tries. That's right, He goes to the dormitory building and we move to the academic building. He goes back to the academic building and we move to the dormitory building. The hide and seek contestant quipped Bak won and all that the plan was just perfect. With good maneuvering, you can definitely lasso Yen Luo. Just drag it out until the 3-hour game is over. The winners are them. Stop arguing. Yen Luo is coming over. When I say jump later, we'll hurry and jump from the window to shift our position, Bak said, and everyone then shut up and waited nervously for Bak to give the order. After a while, Yen Luo really did enter the dormitory building with his bow and arrow. He waited a few more seconds and suddenly sent a message in the hide and seek channel. It's now. Jump and run for the school building. Move. It's now. Without hesitation, a group of hide and seek players jumped from the window and escaped towards the school building. However, to everyone's surprise, Bak didn't jump, but started running wildly all the way towards the rooftop of the dormitory building. Sure enough, after a few seconds, some of the people who changed into items of larger size caused quite a commotion when they landed. How can one that turns into a desk, for example, jump from the 3rd or 4th floor and not make a little noise? Yen Luo immediately noticed the group's movement and quickly appeared outside the dormitory building, his longbow in his hand shooting out air-breaking arrows again and again. The men were all shot before they could run to the school building. But there were also 2 or 3 more lucky ones who muddled their way into the school building. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 96. 4 survivors. Yen Luo's face was cold, running away with 3. Those that survived, yet there are 4 more. That's really insidious, talking others into taking their lives to fulfill your plans so that you can live to see the end. Yen Luo smiled playfully. So many people jumped out of the window en masse. It looks like it was discussed. Favorably, 1 person didn't jump. You can guess with your feet what the fight is about. Took a moment for the viewers of the livestream to react. Yen Luo big brother, this is all guessed. Bak is so sinister, taking the lives of his companions to stall for time. So what do we do now? It's hard to find the remaining 4 scattered and hiding throughout the school. This Bak is really shameless. I despise this kind of treacherous person who victimizes his own people. The Germans, however, were not happy and defended Bak instead. What do you know? It's called a scheme. Bak has a brain, and the sacrifice now makes us more certain of victory. When you dragons lose, you'll realize how right Bak's decision was. That's right, isn't Yen Luo the strongest? From now on, all his goodies will be Bak's. Dormitory building rooftop. Bak hid behind the rooftop vent. The tiny condom was inconspicuous and hiding in such a corner. Bak was confident that Yen Luo couldn't find himself. Oh, a bunch of dumbass. Bak let out a sneer, ignoring the 3 players still alive in the channel. The 3 who were still alive were questioning Bak if he was deliberately taking their lives to save his own. Bak doesn't even bring a hitch, and in his mind, it's right for him to do so. What is the use of living, this bunch of losers? It would be your honor to use your lives to ensure that I get the victory. Bak sneered. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Yes. Bak stiffened as the figure of a man crouched at the edge of the rooftop at some point, still looking at himself with a playful smile. You found me? Or what? Yen Luo stroked his chin, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Without much ado, the soul shock covered the area where Bak was. Player Yen Luo kills Peekaboo Player 97. Currently 3 survivors. Then, Yen Luo leapt out violently from the dozen meters high rooftop, jumping dozens of meters away in one breath. The whole person was as sensitive as Spider-Man, and his figure landed on the rooftop of the teaching building. The elven longbow shot 3 arrows in an instant, and the last 3 hide and seek contestants who thought they could drag their feet for a long time by hiding on the rooftop pawns. Congratulations to the Dragons player, Yen Luo, for winning the game of hide and seek. The moment the announcement rang out, being said for an audience, even Dragon's own people were stunned. Why Yen Luo big brother catcha? That's awesome. That one too? I was worried about flipping before. If it wasn't for the fact that the hunter was Yen Luo, it feels like whoever else was the hunter would have lost. It's so handsome, isn't it? A jump of dozens of meters, it's just like flying. Yeah, that's an amazing bounce too. It's more fierce than Spider-Man. I have a feeling that big brother Yen Luo might have an ability similar to fiery eyes that can see through disguises. Really? That's too good. The German state, for its part, was in an atmosphere of despair. German players die. Disaster will break out in the German state. Disaster confirmed. Peekaboo. 10,000 werewolves will appear in Germany. and each werewolf will choose 100 people to play a game of peek-a-boo. At this moment, a large number of wolves appeared in Deutsche and began to play a game of hide and seek. However, this one is more of a hunting game than, say, hide and seek. A werewolf's nose is so good that he can smell you even if you turn into another object. The death toll began to soar. 100,000. 300,000. 800,000. No one at all escapes the clutches of a werewolf. Ah, werewolves are horrible. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Dead. All dead. All the ones I played hide and seek with are dead. Ah! These werewolves can't even handle an army, and tanks want to look like papier-mâché in front of them. Ah! Why is this happening? Damn you, Dragon Nation. Why don't you let us win? Run away. Deutsche is now hell on earth, and those chosen to hide and seek are dead. So many dead, bodies everywhere. The dragons can only say they are silent but not sympathetic to what happened to Germany. After all, a game of hide and seek is no different than a life and death duel. If it was Yenlo who lost, it wouldn't be the Germans who would be dead now, it would be us, the dragons. No one wants to see such a thing happen in the Dragon Kingdom. On the contrary, some of the countries that had been invaded by Germany before clapped their hands one by one. Until now, there are still several countries where the people cannot forgive Germany. A good death must be God's way of punishing Germany. Applause. The more German devils die, the better. Deutsche, you have your day? It's not that the time has not come. Germany deserves what's coming to it. Chapter 60. Attribute Boost. Strange Encounter Reward. Congratulations on killing Germany's Bach. You will plunder all of his attributes. Your attributes increased. Physique plus 18, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 23, Magic plus 17, Charisma plus 5. You looted each other's equipment. Class E shotgun. Yen Luo's face was calm as he threw the shotgun into his backpack. This thing just depends on whether or not he can take it hunting as a toy in the future. If you loot your opponent's level, the level will be converted into a small experience stone 17. Use. Yen Luo stroked his chin. You use a small experience stone 1 and gain a small amount of experience. You use a small experience stone 1 and gain a small amount of experience. You use a small experience stone 1 and gain a small amount of experience. You have used the small experience stone 1 to level up to level 42, and you have gained a total of 8 free attributes. It's getting harder and harder to level up, but it seems like every time you pass level 20, the free attribute points double. Yen Luo's gaze was calm. He had already figured out the pattern of the rank. Continue to distribute the free attribute points evenly. Panel changes. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 40-42. Body mass, 110, 130. Strength, 110, 132. Agility, 110, 135. Magic power, 110, 129. Charisma, 100, 105. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Stream S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, 100 Shots S rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D, Elf Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart. Gold coins, 1100. Feeling the growing power within his body, Yen Luo also revealed a satisfied smile. But that's just the victory reward. There's also the chance reward by all accounts. Say what comes. In the next moment, the national games made a magnificent sound. Congratulations to the player from the Dragon Kingdom for winning the encounter reward. Encounters are rewarded, only to see that a golden treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of Yen Luo. The reward for a strange encounter should be of a higher quality than a normal treasure chest. Yen Luo also looked a bit expectant, wondering what good things could be opened. The dragon audience in the live broadcast room was also excited and spoke. Another golden treasure chest. I wonder what kind of goodies Big Brother Yen Luo can open this time? It would be awesome if it was to open something like a farm, and the country would be rewarded with national luck. Oops. Opening out equipment doesn't look too bad to me. D-grade weapons don't feel worthy of Big Brother Yen Luo anymore. That's true. Expect Big Brother Yen Luo to open something good. Treasure chest opening. Yen Luo opened the treasure chest, and along with a golden glow, a blueprint appeared in his hands. The blueprint's information was quickly displayed. Items. Ranch blueprints. Quality. Grade A. Effect. You can tame livestock, and the livestock growth rate is increased to 100 times the reality. Yield increased to 10 times the reality. Description. Grade A ranch blueprints are very precious. It can produce meat for you constantly and get rid of hunger troubles. In addition, there is a small probability that Grade A ranch will produce meat with attributes. Items. Clucker's chicks. Quality. Grade A. Effect. When domesticated in a pasture of Grade A and above quality, the probability of producing eggs with attributes is increased by 100%. Description. Starting today, you're a chicken farmer. Yen Lo was happy that it was actually a ranch. He didn't care too much about the food with attributes, but if he took his chances and increased 1 or 2 attributes, how could he be faster than directly plundering other people's? Instead, it's fantastic to be able to improve meals. Good. That'll make a whole lot of scrambled eggs with tomatoes or old hen soup later. A smile spread across Yen Luo's face. Live stream. The audience, who were originally prepared to boast about the bulls, were happy to see Yen Luo's reaction. Big Brother Yen Luo looks like he doesn't care about the matter of raising his attributes at all. I don't know why I'm happy, but it turns out that Big Brother Yen Luo also has the attribute of a foodie. Who in the family understands? Everyone else is fighting to the death, and Yen Lo is thinking of old hen soup. How come the picture is different when it comes to Big Brother Yen Luo? Joy, who called him Yen Lo Big Brother. Shocker. The human ceiling Yen Lo Big Brother is drunk on chicken farming big time. Dude, you talking chicken proper? No way you can drive on this Thai road? Yen Lo soon returned to the homestead with blueprints and baskets of chickens. 5 minutes later, the construction of the pasture was completed and the clucking chicks were put in. See only. The pastures are lush and green, with yellow clucking chickens frying in pairs looking for small bugs to eat. In the sunshine, the breeze, the grass gently swaying, as if in a poem or painting. The ranch is large and more than enough for a couple hundred cattle. The 3 women, including Daji, had their hands over a small clucking chicken and kept having to point their fingers at the clucking chicken's head. Honey, look at it. The chicks are so cute. Daji's eyes curved into a crescent moon, smiling like a flower. Meow Weiwei's eyes also glowed. It's so cute. I wonder if it will become ugly when it grows up. It's okay, long ugly can be under the pot. Put a little onion ginger wine to go to the fishy flavor, and then… Yen Luo touched his chin, a serious road. Angie, who was still chasing the chicks and playing with them, smiled for an instant, then puffed out his cheeks and glared at Yen Luo. The chicks are so cute. You definitely can't eat the chicks. That's right. We won't love you if you eat chicks. Daji crossed her arms and milked her ferocity. Aha! Meow Weiwei nodded her head as well, in solidarity with the 2 women. Yen Luo's mouth was slightly twitching, thinking that 3 days later a handful of old hen soup will let you know what is called true fragrance. Still on his lips, he said, well, if we don't eat it, we'll keep it. Yeah. Hug your husband. The 3 women then smiled joyfully and surrounded Yen Luo for a hug. Yen Lo held one in his left hand and one in his right, with a daga on his chest. Daji was the entire bear hug on Yen Luo, a pair of jade legs like pincers hooked on Yen Luo, the amazing size of the breasts directly pressed on Yen Luo's face. Yen Luo was covered by the cleanser and could not breathe, and said with difficulty, Da, I can't breathe. Daji then reacted. Her little face swished red. Not shy, just a little embarrassed. On second thought, what part of Yen Luo's own body hadn't been kissed? It didn't seem like a big deal. So Daji was only a little bit looser, still hanging on Yen Luo, her chest rubbing against Yen Luo's face from time to time. Yen Luo's head was spinning. There was soft rubbing on my left arm, soft rubbing on my right arm, and soft rubbing on my face. The slightly different ethereal fragrances of the 3 women kept drilling into their nostrils. Bold. Embracing this king in broad daylight. Let's see me put you on the spot. Yen Luo was furious. 3 So what still had to be defeated by his gun out of the silver dragon, a hand of out-of-this-world marksmanship? The screen is black. Chapter 61. Crying clowns requesting golden votes. Ha! Is this the legendary cleanser? Big Brother Yen Luo is really blessed. No, why did the cuddling go black? So spirited? Prairie thrasher. I don't lack this traffic. Please let me see the VIP content. Envious to death. Yenluo Big Brother enjoys the happiness of all people. You don't have to say, it's thanks to Yenluo's great body, or else he would have already become an adult. The pop-up screen was filled with envious voices, all thinking that Yenluo was just too good. Just then, the National Luck Rewards are also finally being given out. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for completing the construction of the ranch. A National Luck Award will be given to the Dragon Kingdom. All Rukoku people's physique +1, life expectancy +2. National Luck Reward, Dragon Kingdom Livestock Husbandry Enhancement. Livestock growth speed increased by 500%. I told you how I didn't get a reward at the end of the encounter before, so the reward is here. I feel like my body is getting better and better, and my wife compliments me every day on how great I am. Big Brother Yenluo is awesome. Froze me, a 3-second man, and took me flying into a golden gun. Thank you, Big Brother Yenluo. Big Brother Yenluo is awesome. All my chicks have grown overnight. I'm going to be rich. Yeah. My family's pigs are growing so fast. It feels like it won't be long before they're ready for the pen. To a chorus of shocked voices. The livestock industry in the Dragon Kingdom has changed dramatically overnight. All those who work in this industry, surprise, surprise. Whether it's chickens and ducks or cows and sheep, these livestock grows thieves. Normally it takes at least 6 months for a groundhog chicken to grow. Now it's only a month or so. Growing fast and not eating much more. The happiest people are the herdsmen, watching the cows and sheep grow fast, each one strong and healthy. The faces were all happy. It's too good to be true. We're going to have a good harvest this year. It doesn't matter if it's a farming business or a rancher or simply a farmer who has a yard full of chickens and ducks in his hometown. All of them had greatly benefited from this national reward. And one by one, they thanked Yenluo from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you, Yenluo. Old man, I'm very happy. The family's chickens are growing fast. I can earn some money to buy my grandson a new school bag. It's so good. My family's cows and sheep grow old and fast. I thank Yenluo on behalf of the nomads. And to pay homage to the statue of Yenluo, I told you, Yenluo is worthy of a monument of immortality. Yes, 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 my granddaughter often has nightmares. Brought to worship the Yenluo statue once, and never had nightmares again. Praise resounded through the land of China. Countless people folded their hands. Praise Yenluo. Praise Yenluo. Maybe everyone didn't notice. Because of Yenluo's presence, the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom had reached an unprecedented level. The wonders continued to descend, next to the home of the Eagle Sauce State contestants. With the announcement of the national games, viewers from various countries flocked to the Eagle Jam Nation livestream in large numbers. Only a man with a wooden, pale face stood in front of the dilapidated cabin. Upon closer inspection, the man had needle marks on both hands and ulcers in many places. On top of that, numb as the Walking Dead eyes. My God, how did they pick someone addicted to laundry detergent to be in the national game? Is it the end of our great Eagle Jam Nation? Baka, it doesn't look like Papa Eagle Jam is having much luck. I abandoned you, Sakura, a long time ago, and I miss your Hawk Jam dad. Smitty, it looks like Eagle Jam Nation isn't having much luck. There was a lot of chatter from the audience in various countries. The Eagle Nation is feeling even more unlucky. What strength can this laundry detergent addicted person have to accomplish wonders? Just then, strange adventures befall the teachings of the Weeping Clown. Learn powerful skills and combat techniques by studying with the Weeping Clown. As the voice fell, a figure wearing a clown mask and a clown suit appears near the homestead. The clown squirmed and looked a little funny, but the over-exaggerated grin on his face gave him a chilling feeling. The laundry detergent man's name is Blue, and he's supposed to be a laundry detergent tortured man who doesn't care if he dies or not. I didn't expect this strange encounter, but it didn't seem like there was much danger. There's no danger and you learn combat techniques and skills? A glimmer flickered in Bru's gray eyes as he slowly walked toward the Weeping Clown. Really? You can really learn combat techniques and skills? Bru asked in disbelief. A mask of a crying clown with crying eyes and an extremely exaggerated smile at the corners of his mouth. Of course. Underneath the clown mask was an extremely hoarse voice. Bru blushed furiously when he gained power. The negative effects of the laundry detergent on him should weaken. It's so good. I don't have to walk around living anymore. The audience in the live broadcast room, too, was stunned. Neither of them had expected much from Brew in the first place. Didn't realize. It's amazing how lucky Brew is. There's no point in being dangerous enough to learn skills from the weeping clown. Seeing this, Eagle Jam Nation reveled in ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. It's true that our Eagle Sauce Nation's players are the chosen ones. That's right. This is the real wonder. No danger, all reward. Although this guy is a laundry detergent lover, he's really lucky. I underestimated him. Ness. Not only will we not erupt in disaster in the Eagle Jam Nation, we will rise. The characters that appear in the encounters must be very strong. Brew is going to take off even if he learns a trick or two. However, there were some skeptics who always felt that the Weeping Clowns weren't that nice. But the Weeping Clown actually didn't really make any extra moves, instead teaching Brew combat techniques like a teacher. Though Brew and the Weeping Clown sparred, and each time they didn't last more than a few rounds before they were knocked out. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Blue's fighting skills were improving by leaps and bounds. Those who had remained skeptical faltered. It looks like the Weeping Clown is really just looking for an heir apparent. Brew got Ed over once again and was holding his fire, but when he saw his hands, he was surprised to find that all the pinholes and festering wounds were gone. I'm becoming healthy? Brew froze for a moment, then his whole body trembled with excitement. That's right. In the process of guiding you, I used my magic to help you restore your broken and tattered body. The Weeping Clown calmly said. Only that smile was getting weirder and weirder. Looking at the smile, Brew somehow had a not-so-good feeling about it, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chapter 62. Taking over the house. Eagle Jam was confused. This unsettling premonition appeared for only a moment before it was squashed by Brew. The rapid growth of his attributes, as well as the joy of his body regaining its health, completely made him ignore the crying clown's weird smile. Go on. Next I'll teach you how to use the dagger, and in the process I'll strengthen your body with magic. The Weeping Clown continued in a raspy voice. Good. At this rate, I might be able to surpass that guy from Dragon Kingdom soon. With a gleeful look on his face, Blue continues to spar with the Weeping Clown. You are being trained by the Weeping Clowns. Physical fitness +1. You are being trained by the Weeping Clowns. Strength +1. You are being trained by the Weeping Clown. Fighting skill +1. The smile on Brew's face grew wider as he listened to the beeps that swiped at his ears. So cool to keep getting stronger. The Eagle Jam people on the air were also a joy to watch. I was worried that there was some kind of conspiracy before, but it seems I was overly concerned. Brew has not only regained his health, but also his fitness. Yeah, in just half an hour, he's grown muscles all over his skinny body. My God. God has indeed favored us Eagle Jam people. At this rate, Brew will soon rise to power. Maybe we can beat that Yen Luo from the Dragon Kingdom. Brew had practiced against the Weeping Clown for a few more minutes, and his original physique of only 2.5 had actually risen to a few points in the 20s. Almost there. Next, I'll pass on all my skills to you. The smile under the Weeping Clown's mask got even weirder. Instead of looking surprised, Brew looked surprised. And skills? Good. It's going to hurt a bit later, so don't resist, and accept my knowledge wholeheartedly, the Weeping Clown added. Well, don't worry. A little pain is nothing as long as you can gain skills, Brew said confidently. He could even survive the pain of a laundry detergent attack, pass on how painful the skill could be. Next, the Weeping Clown chanted a bizarre incantation while placing his hand over Brew's canopy. The confident Brew suddenly changed his face drastically as a large number of confusing and bloody memories flooded into his brain. Skill knowledge is also present, but only in a very small part. Brew sensed something was wrong. His whole face contorted and sweating coldly. Why do you still have memories for? Are you sure this is a skill transfer? Of course it is, sneered the Weeping Clown. It took so long to give this loser the time he needed, and finally barely got this body up to the right level. Your body, it's mine. With a large portion of the takeover completed, the Weeping Clown no longer hid it. Brew blushed profusely, feeling like his head was going to explode from the confusing memories. You're not even trying to teach me? Oh, so what if you know? It's too late. Brew's face suddenly loses its glow as the Weeping Clown puts a clown mask on Brew's face. Then the whole body turned into a puff of black smoke and drilled into Brew's body. Then, Blue, wearing a clown mask, cried and laughed at the same time. letting out a maniacal laugh. Gigi Jiji, new body? It's so nice. Then the figure of the weeping clown disappeared into the homestead to nowhere. The originally smug Eagle Jammer watched the scene in a daze, and it took a while for him to get over it. What happened? How come all of a sudden Brew is crazy? It's not madness. Blue has been taken over by the weeping clown. The purpose of the weeping clown is not to find an heir at all, but for a new body. Oh, my God. How did this happen? So is Blue dead now, which means… Sure enough. Next moment. Eagle Jam Nation contestant is confirmed dead after being taken over by the weeping clown in a bizarre encounter. Disaster will break out in the land of the Hawks. Disaster confirmed. Serial murder by weeping clowns. 100,000 weeping clowns will descend on the land of Eagle Jam, who will disguise themselves as normal people and randomly kill people. This is the moment when all the Eagle Jam people freak out. Unlike previous disasters, the weeping clown is very good at disguises. Someone walking down the street surrounded by normal passersby. Just because he passed by some passerby. He was stabbed 18 times by a weeping clown disguised as a passerby and died on the spot. Bizarrely, when the police try to hunt down the weeping clown, the other party evaporates again as if he had never appeared. The weeping clown is well versed in camouflage and counter-surveillance, and is able to disappear into the crowd again after each kill. The police have no intention of arresting the weeping clown. What's even more frightening is that as time goes on, even the police and the military are starting to be assassinated by the weeping clowns. Eagle Jam Nation is in disarray. It's like 100,000 psychopathic murderers rampaging all over the place. Damn, I'm too scared to go out now. My lead residence was killed by a crying clown disguised as a cop. My friend then went to a convenience store to buy a bottle of water, not realizing that the convenience store clerk was the crying clown. It's horrible. It's not safe to walk down the street now. You don't know if there's a crying clown in the crowd. A lot of people have died already. I've been around several that have been hit. I just dare to hide in my house now. My mom brought me lunch. Why is the smile so weird? No! Crying clown. Save. 100,000 crying clowns? No. 100,000 psychopathic murderers who excel in disguise? Yes. In just 1 hour, 200,000 to 300,000 people were hit. And as time goes on, more and more people will die. Officials in the Eagle Jam Nation, however, have not found any way to be able to deal with the weeping clowns, because there's no way for anyone to guarantee that the people around them aren't crying clowns. Some countries have publicly expressed sympathy and silence over what has happened to the Hawksbill country. But this is at the national level, and many of the people of other countries who have been sickened by the Hawksbane state can't wait to celebrate by banging on the drums. Hawk Jam had started a war in my country, and now it's even retribution. That's right, the Eagle Jam Nation is no good. It's called getting what you deserve. Ha 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 ha. Die. The more people who die, the better. Happy before the Hawk Jam people were so proud of themselves? Now what? One is probably pissing himself at home right now. It's good to die. The worse Eagle Jam is, the happier I am. God has avenged my father who died in the war. Hawksbane calls itself the world's policeman and has long offended an unknown number of countries, except that it usually succumbs to Hawksbane's might. Everyone talks sympathetically, but in reality, they're all secretly looking at Eagle Jam for a joke. As for the common people, one by one, they were as happy as a holiday, mocking what had happened to Eagle Jam Nation. The Eagle Jam executives are black in the face, but there's nothing they can do about the weeping clown. Chapter 63. Demon Merchant. Requesting golden ballots. Yen Luo's side experienced a 3-hour battle, finally ruling the 3 women into submission. Help the 3 women get all their clothes on and assist them back to their rooms to rest. Yen Luo sat alone on the shores of the Star Lake, looking at the slightly rippling lake and the brilliant star stone at the bottom of the lake. It's beautiful. Chance, I'm next. Yen Luo stroked his chin, but there was little tension inside. It's just a matter of keeping the soldiers at bay and water to cover up the earth. Angie rested for a moment and came back out, running her hands down her skirt from her hips and sitting gently next to Yen Luo. Just rest up. Aha! Angie hummed softly, resting her head on Yen Luo's shoulder. Her hair had a faint, ethereal scent that silkily burrowed into Yen Luo's nose. Without further ado, Yenaro reached out and put his arm around Angie's shoulders. Her body was light, soft, and still warm in her arms. Husband. The wonders are about to descend on our homeland later. A trace of worry flowed from Angie's beautiful eyes. As strong as Yen Lo is, every step of the national game is a danger. The so-called wonders are nothing more than the wonders of the victors. For losers, it's just a place to bury their bones. So you don't believe me? Yen Lo reached up and scraped Angie's jowly nose, which was smooth and soft to the touch. Angie beamed. I'm just worried about you. Yen Luo looked at Angie's delicate side face, her skin as smooth as milky jade, and her soulful beautiful eyes. A stirring could not help but grow within. Honestly, both Angie and Daji have a sense of marriage before love. As time went on, Yen Lo no longer saw them as rewards, but as true family. I want to become stronger. No matter what happens, I must have the ability to protect you all. Yen Luo suddenly said, his gaze firm and blazing. Angie looked at Yen Luo, her beautiful eyes showing emotion. Though they are limited by the rules of the marriage game to be together. But after a while, it all got attached. In other words, no one would say no to a man who looks like a husband either, right? Committed, strong, always confident and responsible, and more crucially handsome and big. A scarlet flush crept up her neck as Angie thought about it. However, this would be a time when neither had any thoughts of doing anything bad. Sometimes it's a treat to just snuggle up with two people. The sun is going down. The evening sunsets are like clouds of fire, gorgeous and moody. The fire clouds were reflected in the star lake, and the lake was dyed red. But the star stones at the bottom of the lake had blooming stars of different colors. So beautiful. I wish time would stop at this moment forever. Angie whispered, leaning her whole body into Yen Lo's arms. Yen Lo embraced her soft, boneless body, which was really soft and warm. I'd like to, but maybe there'll be more surprises tomorrow. In fact, as long as you're with us, every day is a surprise. Yen Luo was slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth revealed a smile that he couldn't hide, and he lowered his head and gently kissed her on her red lips. Angie's pupils shook, then her eyes flowed with love as she responded softly. The two then embraced and kissed on the shores of Lake of the Stars. No way, the wonders are coming your way and you two are still in love. Marriage before love feels pretty good too. What do I do? I look at an anti-smile and can't keep the corners of my mouth down. Ah, lemon fruit on a lemon tree. When is it my turn to be sweetly in love? In this society, perhaps it's harder to get a woman's heart than her body. That seems true. Yen Lo is so happy. I can tell Angie is really attached to him. In the midst of everyone's murmuring and envious gazes, the wonders have finally come to pass. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestants on the adventures coming to their homes. Strange encounter confirmed. The Devil's Merchant's Carousel. As the voice of the national games fell, a bizarre figure wearing a black robe with black mist flowing all over his body appeared outside the homestead. Demon Trader. The appearance of the Demon Trader caused everyone's hearts to jump, giving rise to a bad premonition. The last time a Demon Trader showed up, it killed millions of people in Maine. Holy, it's actually a demon merchant. This stuff is the pits, as evidenced by the last encounter in Maine. Big Brother Yen Luo, you mustn't trust the demon merchant. It's over. Big Brother Yen Luo hasn't seen the live stream. He won't fall for the Demon Trader's tricks. Compared to the worries of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the foreign audience was ecstatic. Yossi, this time maybe Yen Lo will flip the car. Demon Traders? Nah. The Merchant of Solace? Yes. Smithy. I knew the good luck of the dragons was coming to an end. Last time, Maine offered 1,000,000 loins. This time it's the dragon's turn? An icy smile appeared under the brim of the demon merchant's hat, and with a wave of his hand, the great will appeared around him. There are 3 grids on the black turntable. Bio. Dead. Super bonus. This is your miraculous encounter. The super spinning wheel. You have a 1/3 chance of drawing life or death and super reward respectively. The demon merchant sneered. Yen Luo slowly walked up to the demon merchant, his face calm. Hubby, there's a 1/3 chance that you'll die. Don't play with this big wheel. Angie's face was anxious and pulled Yen Luo. The live feed blew up as well. 1/3 will die. That's not a high probability, but it's not low either. Yen Lo, big brother, reject this game quickly. The demon trader must be trying to harm you. Yossi, with the devilish trader's pissy behavior, Yen Lo will surely smoke to death. Smithy, you're dead if you trust a demon merchant. Yen Lo gently broke Angie's grip on her arm. Don't worry, I had no intention of playing the big game. Angie breathed a sigh of relief at that. However, the demon merchant's face instantly turned cold. You need to think about the consequences of refusing me. Yen Luo's expression was calm, and a prompt appeared on the grand spinning wheel. Demon Trader's Carousel. Hint. No matter how you spin it, you're bound to draw to death. It's a boring game. Yen Luo's complexion suddenly went cold. His whole body's magic power surged and his aura burst out without hesitation. Demon Merchant. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. The cold smile on the demon merchant's face suddenly stiffened. In his vision, Yen Luo had amazing magic power flowing inside his body, as dazzling as a small sun. The powerful aura instantly pressurized him, as if his soul was suppressed. The demon merchant was dumbfounded. He could sense Yen Luo's level, which was around level 40 at most. But, is this the kind of magic that should come from level 40? He'd believe you if you said it was a level 60 boss. Can't fight it. A cold sweat covered his face under the brim of the demon merchant's hat. Tell me, what would be the consequences of refusing? Yen Luo looked calm, but the flash of killing intent in his eyes was still captured by the demon merchant. Chapter 64. Wings of the Fire Demon. Requesting golden pick votes. It was at this moment that the demon merchant was certain that he had kicked the can down the road. Ahem. Actually, I belong to a special soul body. My lord, you won't get anything if you kill me. The demon merchant sweated coldly and emphasized this point first. How about this? Let's not spin the reels. I'll give you the super reward directly. The demon merchant said while taking out a bottle of black magic potion from his arms. As if afraid of Yen Luo's refusal, he hurriedly stuffed it in Yen Luo's hand. Meeting each other is fate. A small gift is no honor. That I have important things to do. I'll leave first. The demon merchant didn't wait for Yen Luo to react, turning into a puff of black smoke and whooshing away towards the distance. With a playful expression, Yen Luo appended the magic potion in his hand and turned around to go back to the house. What? At this moment, no one in the entire broadcast room reacted. The picture style became too fast, and those foreign spectators who were originally mocking Yen Luo were dumbfounded. What happened? Yen Luo didn't do anything, and the demon merchant wimped out. Demon traders are afraid of Yen Luo? Should I goad you so fast? I didn't even react. Awesome. Once Yen Luo Big Brother's kingly aura was revealed, the demon merchants were directly scared away. Joy to my heart. The devil merchant, this is from the heart. It turns out that, without realizing it, Big Brother Yen Luo has grown to the extent that even the demon merchants are afraid of him. Some people's faces were burning with pain, others were happy, and still others were shocked at Yen Luo's strength. Even the demon trader is feared. Yen Luo returned to the house. He wasn't surprised by the demon merchant's reaction. A level 50, not yet a boss existence. It also just scares the other players. When you run into him, you have to think about your own death if you don't hand over the good stuff. Count on him to know what he's doing. Let me see what this magic potion does. Yen Luo stroked his chin and muttered to himself. The Eye of Omniscience looks at the magic potion. Demonic potion. Description. A potion made from the blood of high-ranking demons. Effect. Physique plus 30. Magic power plus 30. A very small chance of realizing a demon's ability. Note. Do not take this if your constitution is below 100 points, as your soul may be destroyed by the power of the devil. Luckily, my physique is high enough. Yen Luo's face was delighted. This demonic potion not only increases attributes, but also has the probability of obtaining demonic skills. What's more crucial is that his physique of up to 130 himself is exempt from the side effects. Yen Luo didn't have any hesitation. The Eye of Omniscience wouldn't trap himself. Tilt your head back and take a sip. Then he felt a boiling and a hint of malevolent energy erupt within him. Soon the whole body felt on fire as the demon's power transformed the torso. Even if Yen Luo's physique was as high as 130, he still felt pain all over his body and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No wonder you can't drink with a physique below 100. I didn't realize the side effects were so fierce. Yen Luo gritted his teeth. Brutal power raged through the body. Miao Weiwei and the others gathered around with anxious faces. Hubby, are you all right? Does it hurt? What can we do? Daji also panicked, fearing that Yen Luo would have a long or short life. Yen Luo felt the concern of the three women and his heart was warmed. It's fine. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. Don't worry, guys. Seeing that Yen Luo's face did look much better, the three women were relieved, but they still guarded Yen Luo's side without moving an inch. After a while, the pain faded, and a glint flashed in Yen Luo's gaze. Congratulations on your attributes being improved. Physical strength plus 30, magic strength plus 30. Congratulations on your realization of the skill. Fire Demon Wings S rank. Fire Demon Wings S rank skill. You can consume magic power to coalesce a pair of flame demon wings to help you complete your flight, and while in the state of Fire Demon Wings, all of your attacks will have 50 points of dark attribute damage attached. Yen Luo's expression was stunned. Then he said joyfully, extremely low probability also let me stumble upon it? He hadn't counted on being so lucky to get the demon skill before. I didn't expect Lady Luck to open her legs to him without hesitation. It's still a flying skill. Yen Luo was overjoyed and checked the panel for changes. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 42. Body mass, 130-160. Strength, 132. Agility, 135. Magic power, 129-159. Charm, 105. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, Two Sword Stream S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, Hundreds of Shots S rank, Fire Demon Wings S rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D, Elf Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart. Gold coins, 1100. The panels became more and more luxurious. Yen Luo had a whole bunch of S-rank skills in his hands, and it was easy to kill enemies over the level. Come on, let's see me fly for you. Yen Luo came to be excited and was about to test the effects of the Fire Demon's wings. The four came out into the open outside the homestead. Only Yen Luo consumed his magic power and instantly condensed blazing Fire Demon wings behind his back. Under the Fire Demon's wings, Yen Luo was like a heavenly god descending to earth, with an extra hint of mysterious temperament. Then the whole person rushed up to the sky, flames sweeping across the sky, very handsome. Wow, hubby is so handsome. Daji's eyes were filled with little stars as she cried out in excitement. Ooh, hubby can fly. Take me to the sky in the future. Miao Weiwei was also filled with envy. Angie was also bouncing around, looking happy that she had mechanical angel wings and could fly as well. Suddenly, Angie's eyes lit up. Would it be exciting to be in the sky? The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded. The scene of Yen Luo's flaming wings behind his back, flying freely in the sky, was simply the fantasy of all men. This is the fighting spirit transforming wings. Awesome, that's too cool. I throw. Yen Luo big brother is so awesome, he can even fly. I'm envious. I also want to fly in the sky like big brother Yen Luo. The god of heaven has descended to earth. It's really too handsome. The foreign audience looked dumbfounded one by one. Especially the German and Eagle Sauce viewers, one of them looked at their teeth. The words were full of jealousy. My god! The Dragon Nation can already fly. It's not fair. Why should we all be a disaster while the dragons take off? Shady. This must be shady. Are the dragons this lucky every time? Damn it. I don't believe you can stay lucky. Chapter 65. The Marriage Room. Plus one more chapter. Congratulations to the Dragon Country players for completing the adventure quest. The Dragon Kingdom will be rewarded with national fortune, life expectancy plus 2, physical fitness plus 2, strength plus 2, agility plus 2 for all Dragon Kingdom people. Once again rewarded with national luck, the people of the Dragon Kingdom acted much more calmly, although they were also excited. Key don't 6. I should be stronger now than the weightlifters I used to be. Another 2 years of life for nothingness. Thank you Yen Luo big brother. I'll go to the temple later and offer Yen Luo 2 sticks of incense. I'm really convinced. Why are you guys so superstitious that you don't even take me with you to the incense? 6. Yen Luo played for a while, after experiencing the thrill of flying through the clouds. Back to the 3 women. It took another 10 minutes or so to cook a simple meal. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, starfish soup, fried python pork with chili. The 4 of them sat around the table and ate happily. Wow, hubby is so good at crafting. And the scrambled eggs with tomatoes are so delicious. Daji squinted her eyes full of happiness. Vivian Meow and Angie also quipped as they ate. Hubby is awesome. Hubby is so crafty. Hubby is so good. Wow, this is too good to eat. Obviously just cooking an ordinary home-cooked meal for the three girls. Yen Luo was almost praised to the point that his soul floated up. A husband is so nice on the left. A husband is great on the right. Who can handle that? Don't praise it, don't praise it. If you praise it any more, you'll be walking with a wobble. Yen Luo cried and laughed. The food produced by the A-class farm ranches was not supposed to be comparable to the food on the Blue Planet. Coupled with Yen Luo's upper-middle-level cooking skills, all three women agreed that this was the best food ever. Press all the credit on Yen Luo's head. It would have been delicious. Hubby is the best. That's just it. The three women were chattering and warbling, and anyone who heard them would have to be confused. Yen Luo coughed twice and simply stopped talking. He was getting embarrassed by the compliments. Big mouthfuls of dry rice. Yen Luo took the initiative to take over the responsibility of washing the dishes due to his complimented soul. Seeing Yen Luo's rare ability to wash the dishes by himself, the three girls were again full of joyful compliments. Wow! Hubby washing his own dishes, eh? Hubby is so great. He really spoils us. My husband is so nice. Marrying him is truly the best thing that has ever happened in my life. Yen Luo's face blushed at the compliment. It's just washing a bowl, right? Both Vivian Meow and Angie have learned from Daji. Daji just loved to compliment him the most, both in normal times and in bed. What man doesn't like to be complimented by his wife? The more you boast, the more confident you become. After washing the dishes, the three women looked at each other and dragged Yen Luo to the bedroom. After a while, the screen went black. Yen Luo was groggy all night anyway, transforming into a relentless lancer and practicing his spear skills to conquer the battlefield. Lose yourself in a chorus of praise and petulance. Early the next morning, three sexy and delicate bodies lay beside Yen Luo, and the scent of women made Yen Luo instantly awake. Harder fists. Forget it. Let's let you guys off the hook for now. Yen Luo suppressed the fire in his heart and covered the three women who were still sleeping. For himself, he got dressed and walked out of the luxurious cabin. Looking at the high-rising sun, Yen Luo realized that it was almost noon. Yen Luo walked around the lake of stars, feeling a little sore in the loins. Wasn't yesterday a little too crazy? Be moderate. It's a good thing my physique is so high right now, or else these three little goblins wouldn't be able to drain me dry. Yen Luo huffed. There is a saying that drought kills drought and flood kills flood. Every day like this, even Yen Luo was a bit overwhelmed. Luckily, Yen Luo's back wasn't sore after half an hour of walking. This is the benefit of having a high physique. The body's ability to recover is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Another quick bite to eat, leaving a few portions for Daji and the others. It was only then that Yen Luo stepped out of his homeworld and arrived at the challenge space through a portal. The familiar four doors appeared before Yen Luo's eyes, unexpectedly. In addition to the three white doors, we finally encountered the long-lost marriage room. Of course, Yen Luo still used his eyes of omniscience to look at the three white doors first. In case there are any good rewards, don't miss out. However, after looking around, Yen Luo shook his head in disappointment. There was a door with an A-ranked boss in it, and for the time being, he did not have a 10% chance of winning. He wasn't going to take any chances. The other two doors were too common in terms of past rewards for Yen Luo to see. In the end, Yen Luo's eyes were still on the pink wedding room. Under the Eye of Omniscience, information about the matrimonial home is displayed. Married to Lillian. Race: Elven. Identity: Queen of the Fairies. Face value: 96 standard score, 50. Gift: Description: sexy, gorgeous, tall, E-cups. Hint: protect your loins. Yen Luo's pupils dilated violently.
Chop?
Seriously? Except for Vivian Meow, who is a bit of a fly-by-night, but Daji and Angie. Those are all extreme bodies that are rare to see in real life. The front and back of the body is flirtatious. But even then, Angie would be a C at best, and Daji might make it to D. Lillian, Queen of the Elves? E. Yen Luo swallowed. Was this a preparation to cover him with cleanser? But Yen Luo was just shocked in his heart. Such a superb, it seems that not many men can refuse. Just married home need to pay attention to protect the waist. Straight away, Yen Luo is seen encountering the marriage room again and seems to have chosen it. The Dragon Nation audience got high. Tears in my eyes. Finally a marriage house again. Let me prophesy. Harem beauty +1. Why do you need to prophesy about that? I could have guessed it with my feet. I'm so envious of big brother Yen Luo. It's going to be 4 wives soon. I'm not envious, one would drain me dry, not to mention 4. There's a saying that drought kills drought and flood kills flood. While all the people in the Dragon Kingdom were excited, some of the foreign spectators were still full of jealousy. So what if it's a matrimonial home? You guys are going to flip this time. I don't believe anyone can be lucky 4 times in a row. And this time I'm sure I'll marry a monster. That's right. No one can be lucky all the time. And you dragons are no exception. I curse the dragons for turning over this time. Damn the dragon nation. Killing so many of us in Germany. This time we will definitely get retribution. If it weren't for Yen Luo, our Sakura country wouldn't have been left with no grain. This Yen Luo just deserves to die. The national games have been going on for a while now, and Yen Luo has died against quite a few players from other countries. It also indirectly leads to the outbreak of disasters in other countries. These people did not reflect at all, but instead became even more jealous and hateful of Yen Luo. Chapter 66. Elf Queen. Requesting golden ballots. Yen Luo pushed open the door to the room. The scene in front of me morphed into a forest. At a glance, deep in the forest, the green leaves are like clouds, and the shimmering light through the gaps is like stardust. The path winds its way, leading the explorer to the secret unknown. A light misty haze and a sense of vibrancy can still be felt. Yen Luo slowly walked towards the inside. It was about a few hundred meters. A huge tree that 7 or 8 people could only hold together grew there. Thick trunk, dense branches and leaves. On a thick branch of the giant tree, there was a simple but exquisite cabin. The elf queen's home, quite chic. Yen Luo whispered to himself, somewhat anticipating the appearance of the elf queen. After a while, the door to the cabin opened. A figure stepped out from a cabin deep in the dense forest, and under the dappled sunlight, her figure seemed to overflow with a mysterious halo. She has the elf's trademark pointed ears and a face as round as the moon, oozing endless wisdom and gentleness. Dressed in a skirt woven with green leaves, the delicate figure swayed, and more crucially, the high rises of the mountains looked horizontally. With the appearance of the elf queen, the world audience was shocked. Those foreign spectators who had originally cursed Yen Luo's face were in hot pain, and their jealousy was even about to overflow. Smithy, how is this possible? It's not fair to be extremely beautiful again. Baka, it's actually an elf. By what right can he marry a beautiful elf? The Dragon Nation audience was stunned. Big, too big. Guys, I'm a little milk sick. Please help me. Is this a proper elf? Look across the room. Huh? I'm looking dizzy. I'm going to faint. Big brother Yen Luo's luck is also too good. The best on earth. Not to mention the viewers who were watching the live broadcast. Yen Luo's own nose sprouted a mouthful of hot breath. Because the elf queen is standing on the tree, Yen Luo looked up. In fact, fat times are seen. And from this angle, that pair of mountains is particularly oppressive. Big. Just too big. Calm down. Calm down. Yen Luo took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. You can't act too sleazy when you meet for the first time. When the elf queen looked at Yen Luo's expression, she realized that she had gone naked, and a trace of scarlet climbed on her warm face. She hurriedly leapt down from the tree, spreading the elf's trademark wings behind her and gliding a few meters in front of Yen Luo. You want to be my husband? Elf Queen Lillian softly said. Yen Luo was keenly aware of the subtle difference in the words. Usually the marriage partner will say you are my husband, but the elf queen is talking about you wanting to be my husband? It looks like there will be harder tests. That's right, are you testing me? Yen Luo nodded gently, his face a smile as warm as the sun. Lillian was slightly stunned. Such a sunny and handsome kid. That's right, in Lillian's eyes Yen Luo really was a little kid. An ordinary elf's lifespan can reach 600 or 700 years, and an elf queen's lifespan can even reach more than 1,000 years. Lillian has been alive for over 400 years. You're just too young, unless you can pass my test. I still can't accept it inside. Lillian's pretty face blushed and said. Yen Luo was stunned. How old are you? You. It's rude to ask an elf's, especially a female elf's, age. Lillian forced a stern face. Yen Luo nodded and did not pursue the question, but laughed. It's fine. The female big 3 hold the golden brick. The female big 300 ranked in the immortal class. Lillian's serious face was almost taut. She didn't expect Yen Luo to be so cheeky, teasing her as a 400-year-old teenage girl with a new thump. Don't be playful. Pass my test before you. After a while, Yen Luo was able to listen. It turns out that marksmen are very popular among the elves as a group, second only to the extremely talent-eating wizard. And the standard for a marksman is to be able to shoot a sparrow 1,000 meters away with your eyes closed by memory alone. Lillian is the honorable queen of the elves, the standard for marrying a man that has to be a marksman at the very least. So it's not about making things difficult for Yen Luo, it's about her minimum standards. However, it was this minimum standard that all but blew up the audience. Shoot a sparrow 1,000 meters away with your eyes closed? Are you kidding me? Is this something people can do? It's the standard for elves, and what elves live on is archery and magic. Can the big man Yen Luo do it? If we fail, it's not much danger, but we'll miss the elf queen. The elf queen must be taken. Go big Yen Luo. As for foreign audiences, such as the Germans and Sakurans, can't wait for Yen Luo to not get the beauty. Yossi beautiful. Yen Luo is definitely going to flip this time. A beauty like an elf should belong to the Sakura country, not to the Rokoku people. With such a difficult test, Yen Luo will definitely not be able to finish it. The elf is better off waiting for our Germanic player to take it. Yen Luo's gaze was calm. He thought it was much harder. The elf queen must have let it go. Even marksmen are estimated to be only mid-tier in the elven community. Normally, an elf queen wouldn't marry a marksman, but an archmage. She must have crossed the age threshold and needed an excuse to get herself down the steps. Yen Luo saw through it and stared at the sparrow 1,000 meters away. The bad news is that the sparrow the elf queen pointed out was very jovial, hopping around and not staying put. Lillian, the queen of the elves, saw Yen Luo close her eyes and prepare to shoot an arrow, and inwardly underestimated it. Would it be too hard? What if he fails? It felt like an okay teenager with strong magic, good looks, and a personality that seemed good so far. Lillian had turned down several players of other races before. She can't even look at it. But this time, when it came to Yen Luo, she suddenly regretted giving such a high level of difficulty to the test. Right in front of Lillian's uneasy gaze, Yen Luo closed his eyes and instantly bent his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow breaks through the air, spanning thousands of meters. Z. Sparrow was hit by an arrow with precision. Lillian had a slightly shocked look on her face. This test of hers certainly wasn't hard on the elven marksman. But it's difficult for other ethnic groups that aren't proficient with bows and arrows. You did it! Lillian somehow still had a twinge of joy inside her. Finally, I can leave this cage with a handsome little man. This matrimonial house for Lillian was a prison, though she had been chosen of her own free will, and don't like being here all the time. But little dudes are really young, 370 or 80 years younger than myself. To marry, Lillian always felt a sense of backstabbing. I completed the test, and now you're my wife. Yen Luo grinned and laughed. Knock. Looking at that smile, Lily's peace of mind jumped half a beat. Chapter 67. The queen tastes so good. Lillian gave a soft hum. She's the queen of the elves. She's a man of her word. But with a small child. Ah, boring. Yen Luo was now a bit of an old bird, directly walking forward and pulling out Lillian's smooth and tender jade hand, pulling Lillian back into the cabin. The screen goes black. The audience can't see anything. Lillian's cabin is furnished simply and tastefully. There was also a hammock made of woven tree vines. With a gentle push from Yanello, Lillian collapsed into the hammock. Lillian's heart thumped. The sense of backwardness and excitement ignited the entire mind. Elf queens live for over 1,000 years, with the longer ones getting closer to 2,000. That's why she had previously considered herself young and unattached to a partner. At this moment, centuries of solitude were instantly ignited. Yen Luo looked at Lillian's round and delicate face, her beautiful eyes flowing with water waves that could devour a man's sanity. Outside, back when Yen Luo closed his eyes and shot an arrow at a sparrow 1,000 meters away, all the audience was stunned. Not bad for a Yen Luo big brother, awesome. What do you call accuracy when you can shoot with your eyes closed? That's ing accuracy. Awesome. Sure enough, the test is just a small thing to big brother Yen Luo. All rise to honor Yen Luo the archer. The German and Sakura Nation spectators had long since stopped saying anything, their faces all burning from Yen Luo's use of strength transformed into a slap. One could only grit his teeth and watch Yen Lo enter the room with his arm around Lillian. The Dragon Nation audience went crazy with envy. It's really too good to be true for Yen Lo big brother. The Elf Queen really does have a superb figure. It's huge, but it doesn't sag at all. It's erect. We only get to see what it looks like in clothes, and Yen Lo big brother. Tears in my eyes. Can big brother Yen Luo let me take a look? I'm willing to sacrifice 10 years of my hairdresser's life. Faye. What the hell are you sacrificing me for? Yen Luo big brother, listen to me. E-cup you can't grasp with one hand. A bunch of old colorful skins driving around like crazy on the air. 3 hours later. Still a black screen. Lillian's delicate, rounded face crawled with flaming clouds, and gentle waves of water flowed from her beautiful eyes. Kids, really good. Looking at her torn green leafy dress, she bit her rosy lips. Bad boy. How do you expect me to go back with you like this? Yen Luo stroked his chin. You can't call me a child. I'm your husband. Okay. Bad boy. Yen Lo. It always felt like an odd title, but it made sense for Lillian's age. But I'm your husband. Call your husband and I'll give you clothes to wear. Otherwise you'll go back with me naked. Yen Luo laughed playfully. Lillian had only been blushing, but now the scarlet was creeping up to the tips of her ears. Anyway, marrying a kid who's over 300 years younger than you, Lillian was dying to get into the ground. Old husband. Lillian finished those 2 words, her face smoldering with shame. Yen Luo also stopped teasing Lillian and hurriedly took out a set of his own clothes from his backpack. Although Yen Lo was a bit taller than Lillian, Lillian was too big. Put on Yen Lo's shirt and jacket and stand tall. Yen Lo's eyes widened, barely able to hold back another hungry tiger. Lillian tried to get up, only to tear her teeth and do it again. It was the first time she had experienced such a thing, and for a moment the scarlet that had just faded crept back into her face. But she was too embarrassed to ask Yen Luo to help herself. Yen Lo was sharp-eyed enough to see Lillian's dilemma, and he was very measured. Joke when it's time to joke, and be serious when it's time to be serious. He hurriedly put on his jacket and walked over, crouching down with his back to Lillian. Come up here. I'll carry you back. Lillian was slightly stunned, and then the corners of her mouth blossomed into a touching smile as she let out a and flopped onto Yen Luo's back. The soft erection pressed against Yen Luo's back. Yen Luo stared wide-eyed and felt tickled again. Who the hell could take that? Only after taking a few deep breaths did Yen Luo suppress the strange feeling in his heart, carrying Lillian through the forest and through the portal again. Back home. Wow, your home is so beautiful. Behind her back, Lillian couldn't help but exclaim. The luxury chalet sits in the center, surrounded by the crystal-clear lake of the stars, which shimmers with colored light at the bottom. There was a big farm field full of crops of different colors, tomatoes, onions, cabbage. There was also a good-sized pasture with lush green grass that blew whenever the breeze blew. You will be able to see flocks of clucking chickens happily foraging inside. Congratulations to Yen Lo and the Queen of the Elves for consummating their marriage. You have acquired the SS-ranked skill Born Alive. Born to Last. You will gain amazing recovery ability. As long as you don't hurt the vitals, you can quickly recover from your injuries. At the same time, your magic, energy, and stamina recovery speed increases by 300%. Perpetual motion machines have appeared. Yen Luo's face was delighted. This Born to Last was not a damaging skill, but it was very practical. Life preservation and renewal divine technique. You can't die if you don't hurt the vitals. Recover quickly from your injuries. And the speed of magic, energy, and stamina recovery is increased by 300%. Yen Luo let out a gasp of surprise. What was this if not a perpetual motion machine? Earlier he was worried that 4 wives was a little too much pressure. It's not a problem now. I'll give you all 8 of them. Moreover, you don't have to worry about magic power when playing copies in the future. As long as you don't overdraw too much, your magic power will recover very quickly. The rewards aren't over yet. You give extra satisfaction to your marriage partner and receive an additional bonus personal attribute. Your attributes increase. Physique plus 10, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, magic plus 20, charisma plus 20. It's just as I guessed before. An A-ranked spouse reward is double that of a B-ranked one. Yen Luo laughed. It felt like my magic was becoming more abundant. Yen Lo moved a small stool for Lillian to sit and rest by the lake. He himself was checking out the panel from the sidelines. Chapter 68. Sincerity is a surefire way to kill. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 42. Body mass, 160-170. Strength, 132-142. Agility, 135-145. Magic power, 159-179. Charisma, 105-125. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine Level. Power of Notification Divine Level. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Flow S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, Hundreds of Shots S rank, Wings of the Fire Demon S rank, Unending Life SS rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D, Elf Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart. Gold coins, 1100. Description, Please call me Human Ceiling. Please call me Human Ceiling? Yen Luo shook his head and lost his smile. It's not that I'm too strong. It's just that they're too weak. There's still work to be done. And I want to give my family a better life. Yanaro glanced at Lillian, who was sitting in a chair playing with water. Lillian's face was delicate and moving, but that rounded face shape revealed warmth and movement everywhere. Not at all like those plastic surgery monsters with pointy chins that give off an uncomfortable sense of peacekeeping. Rather, it is a characteristic, individualized beauty. At the same time, her towering mountains were not cumbersome, but full and erect. Yen Lo had seen it before, and it wasn't the kind of flab that made people sick. On the contrary, it can turn men's heads. A pair of long legs with a fleshy feel, white and tender, gently swinging in the lake water. The ripples of the lake appeared to be tranquilizing. Be my woman. I will definitely take good care of you. Yen Luo clenched his fists and whispered to himself. Except what amazing hearing the elf had, and every word he said fell into Lillian's ears. Lillian blushed shyly, but then her eyes watered and showed a hint of emotion. She had thought the marriage game was about finding a man and both parties working together in order to become stronger. But to his surprise, Yen Lo seemed to be treating himself as more than just a tool or possession to get stronger. Instead, it's really like treating family. Kids. How many times have I told you not to call me kid? Call me husband. I'm embarrassed, you're so much younger than me. I can't say it. Okay, whatever. Huh? You perfume me. Ahem. Say what you were trying to say. I want to hear it. I, for one, don't just want to get stronger with you, I want to know. Know what? Ouch. Shame on you. Don't say it. Yen Lo. Lillian, a 400-year-old girl, suddenly realized she was too busy leading the pack to have a relationship at her age. I was going to tell Yen Lo that she wanted to fall in love sweetly too. As a result, that breath just wouldn't come out. How can you ask for so much when you're an old cow eating young grass? Hey Lillian, you're shameless. Yen Luo, however, was keenly aware of what was going on in Lillian's mind, as evidenced by the fact that she was too embarrassed to call herself her husband. She always still felt that age was a threshold. Although the wood is now gone, there is still such a threshold in the heart though. Wife. Lillian. Yen Lo, however, didn't give Lillian a chance to respond. Wife, do you think that you don't have a lifespan of close to 2,000 years as an elf queen? Yeah. What's going on? Then you're actually not very old at all. With a lifespan of 2,000 years, you're actually only about equal to a human girl in her 20s. Seems like Seeing that Lillian had been sidetracked by herself, Yen Luo revealed a flash of a bad smile. You're in your 20s, I'm in my 20s, we're actually about the same age. We can even be said to be very compatible. Lillian's eyes were wide. Her beautiful eyes were puzzled. How is she suddenly in her 20s? But Yen Lo seemed to have a point. According to her lifespan scale, she is indeed equivalent to a human in her mid-20s. Yen Lo continued to sugarcoat the situation. So you don't need to be psychologically pressured at all. In my eyes, you're the gentle, pretty, cute, young Lillian wife. Little husband. Lillian was dazed by the sugar coating and flung herself into Yen Luo's arms, her face blooming with a stunning smile that made people lose their minds. Seeing that Lillian was finally willing to call herself her husband, Yen Luo's face was delighted, gently wrapping her arms around Lillian while the iron was hot. Later on, I'm going to raise some cattle on the ranch and some horses and ride you around on them. Later, you'll have my child. sure to look like her mother, pretty and obedient. Later, Lillian was so coaxed that a happy smile flowed across her face, completely forgetting the hurdle in her heart. Daji and Lillian and Angie hid far away, peeking at the scene. On each face, there was an anti-smile. Sweet, sweet, sweet love. Husband's mouth, lying ghost. So annoying. One more to compete with me for favor. The three women chattered, but they didn't bother Lillian and Yen Lo. The three of them had long ago agreed not to give their husbands a hard time. With a new arrival, let out a little space for her and Yen Lo to cultivate their relationship. They won't be that selfish. It's the national marriage game. To get stronger, surely you will find more and more mates. If Yen Lo is prevented from finding a new mate, Yen Lo stops and is killed by a powerful monster in the future. The three of them will have to regret and blame themselves for the rest of their lives. So, as long as Yen Luo liked it, they followed and accepted it. Let's all be a family and be happy together. If Yen Luo knew what the three women were thinking, he would probably be moved to tears. You'd have to be a good wife to find a good wife. He actually got 3 good wives in one go. Oh, is not right. For now, the earth would have to go up in smoke with it. Outside state rewards are issued with it. Congratulations to Dragon Country's player, Yen Luo, for completing the cave-in with Lillian, and Dragon Country will receive the National Luck Reward. National Luck Reward issued. All Dragon Kingdom people's life expectancy +2, physical fitness +2, strength +1. The Dragon Nation was in a state of euphoria. Awesome. Hats off to Yen Lo, big brother. I can now lift a 100-pound bag of cement with my hands. Yeah, a couple of national luck rewards down the line. We dragons are awesome as hell. You don't say. Now all the girls in the world want to marry a Dragon Nation man. Our Dragon Nation's per capita marksmanship is out of this world. 7 in, 7 out. Killing Chong Ban Pur with rivers of blood. No more powerful than Yen Luo, big brother. Yen Luo, big brother's shooting skills everyone knows and understands. Holy. Guys, Sakura Nation got into the multiplayer copy room. Multiple copy room? Yen Luo's side is still in love anyway, so everyone can only eat dog food. Thinking about going to see how exciting a multiplayer copy could be, a large group of people flocked to the Sakura Nation livestream. Chapter 69. The Lost Forest. Requesting golden votes. Sakura Nation live. Yoji Yamamoto grimaced. You have entered the multiplayer copy of the Lost Woods. Why is it a multiplayer copy and why isn't it a bonus room? Yamakita Yoji cursed. It seems he wasn't very lucky. It's currently surrounded by fog, and the multiplayer copies are not yet officially open. Yoji Yamamoto had dyed yellow hair, a mouth full of yellowed teeth from smoking, and a bottle of wine twisted in his hand. He took a sip of soju before his face gradually calmed down. National Luck Games has also begun to introduce the rules for multiplayer copies. The Lost Woods. Rule number 1. 100 players from each of Sakura Nation and Random Nation will enter the Lost Forest. Rule 2. There are 10 levels in total, each with 2 signposts, and players can choose their own way forward. Rule number 3. There must be a way forward that is dangerous and a way forward that is not dangerous. Rule number 4. As the opener of the replica, the Sakura Nation player gets first dibs and can leave 1 hour early. Victory conditions. The first to reach the finish line will win, receive a super prize, and be safely evacuated. Hint. The losing side will be trapped in the Lost Woods forever. Yoji Yamamoto blushed. Failure will be trapped in here forever? But, after a moment, his eyes were on Rule 4. A racing copy where I can leave an hour early? Yoji Yamamoto's face is a happy one. Isn't this a sure win? The Sakura people in the live feeds were originally looking at Yoji Yamamoto as a yellow-haired punk with a less than stellar view. But now that the rules are out, one is excited. Yosi, if it isn't the welfare office. A racing replica that leaves an hour early. What's the competition? It's a sure win. The super reward is bound to be our Sakura Nations. Ha 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 ha. It's finally the turn of our great Sakura Nation to rise. Yosi, super rewards? I wonder what could be good? Next moment. Competing countries have been matched the Dragon Kingdom. In 1 hour, 100 players from the Dragon Kingdom, including player Yen Luo, will join the Lost Forest copy. Yoji Yamamoto's face froze. It was actually the Dragon Kingdom? That player Yen Luo from Dragon Kingdom is very strong. But, ha 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 ha. Yen Luo is dead. I left an hour early. By the time he entered the game, I was at the finish line. Yoji Yamamoto blushed furiously. It was in his nature to have little love for the Dragon Nation, let alone Yen Lo, who had been riding on the heads of the players from various countries. As long as he screws over Yen Lo, he's taking the super rewards. He is the world's #1 powerhouse. When I become a strong man, I'll snatch all the spouses in the Yen Luo family garden. Yoji Yamamoto remembered the 3 beauties that Yen Lo possessed, all of them with stunningly beautiful faces and moving bodies. Couldn't help but have a lecherous grin on his face, even streaming Hadassah. The Dragon Nation audience also froze. I didn't realize that coincidentally, such an unfair copy had met them. This Sakura person is disgusting. What's going on? Cherry Blossom Country can actually leave an hour early. This multiplayer copy is too unfair. It's fine, but Big Brother Yen Luo has fire demon wings. Let them go ahead for an hour and I'm sure Big Brother Yen Luo can catch up. Well, I believe in Yen Luo Big Brother too. Go Yen Luo Big Brother. At this time, although a part of the Dragon Nation was worried about Yen Luo, it was more of a blind adoration and trust. They believed that even if Yen Luo entered the game an hour later, there was still a way to come in later. The Sakura Nation, however, had gained the upper hand, and in the recent period, the Sakura Nation had been badly screwed by the Dragon Nation. How many of us in Sakura Nation were killed by Yen Luo in the last famine game? The chance for revenge is here. This time, we'll make Yen Luo be trapped in the Lost Forest forever. Ha 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 ha, Dragon Nation. You won't be complacent for long. The great Sakuragami will take back Ryukyu, which belongs to us. The Ryukyuans wait. The Dragon Nation audience was enraged. Damn. Sakura people are disgusting. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. If it weren't for the food we sold to you during Sakura Country's most difficult time, you born would have starved to death long ago. A bunch of scumbags. Big Brother Yen Luo will let you know what it means to regret. The Ryukyus is the Dragon Kingdoms, and you dare to have crooked thoughts. Get you little hotheads killed. Both sides directly cursed on the air. The Rukoku people finally realized what kind of stinky faces the Sakura people had. The last time there was a great famine in Sakura, we shouldn't have agreed to the other side exchanging Ryukyus for food. Starving to death is the right thing to do. Bunch of white wolves. However, the Dragon Kingdom had always adhered to the principle of not initiating trouble, which was why they agreed to Sakura's conditions. Now Sakura was also afraid that the Dragon Kingdom would run out of food, and after surviving that initial period of time, it was buying up food all over the world. So it's useless to cut off food now. Instead, it will lead to the loss of the interests of many farmers in the country. 99 participants from Sakura A are being transmitted. Soon, a large number of Sakura people appeared around Yoji Yamamoto. These Sakura people were either terrified, silent, or bewildered. Everyone reacted differently but were generally confused. So many people. How come I was chosen? What bad luck. The national luck game can kill you. Baka. Let me back to reality. The crowd was a mess, and Yoji Yamamoto's face was grim as he tried several times to organize order. No one listened to him at all. Humph. Yoji Yamamoto snorted coldly. He didn't care about the death of this group of people. By now the fog of war had cleared and Yoji Yamamoto took the lead in the direction of the signpost. It was a barely spacious path, lined with dense and completely unwalkable trees and flowers. It was also laced with thorns, and the sharp barbs were intimidating. Only by the path. Yamamoto Seo sulked, sipping the shochu in his hand as he walked. An hour early. Isn't that a sure win? Someone in the disorganized crowd finally calmed down. Seeing that Miyamoto Seo had already set off, he hurried to follow. People have a herd mentality, and when they see everyone else setting off, they follow suit. But the group was still full of complaints. What bad luck to have been chosen. Bad luck. Miyamoto Seo grimaced as she listened to the chatter behind her. Shut up. It was only then that the guys turned red and shut their mouths. We're leaving an hour early. If we can't win this, we're all going to eat. Miyamoto Seoshi cursed, all fluffy. The group calmed down then. Yeah. They had a head start. Good. It looks like this is a good opportunity for us. Yosi, so what if it's Yanro? We'll definitely be first to the finish line. Not to mention, we haven't encountered any danger after traveling for so long. It seems like it's just pure racing and fighting for luck. A dead fat nerd with thick eyes casually said. Chapter 70. 2 for 1 junction requesting golden votes. A group of Sakura people walked a few more miles with Yoji Yamamoto leading the way. There's really no danger yet. Soon they came across a fork in the road. The two arrow wooden signs point in completely opposite directions, and nothing else. That would be rule number 3. There's one way with danger and one way without. How do I choose this? They all look exactly the same. Baka. If we pick a path with danger, it'll be a problem. The crowd murmured as the first intersection stumped them. Pick the path that has danger, that can kill you. Yoji Yamamoto's face was grim, and he couldn't come up with a note. That's when the fat deadbeat with the thick eyes spoke up again and, "It only says there's danger, it doesn't say it's certain death, so I might as well just pick one and go first. Otherwise our advantage of leaving an hour ahead is wasted." The words of the fat dead mansion man caused everyone to sniff and shudder. "Yeah, well, there's no other way to do it now. Just pick any walk. We can't waste our advantage." In the midst of the discussion, all eyes turned to Yoji Yamamoto. After all, this one is the rightful owner in the player. The others are just participants drawn in. Yoji Yamamoto grimaced. No one listened to him after commanding for so long just now. Now that's good. When it's his turn to take the fall for something like this, it's all counting on him. Once you choose the wrong path, you die. Then he must take the fall. You might even get swarmed. Yoji Yamamoto, you're the official contestant. You pick. You're so lucky. Surely you wouldn't have chosen a path with danger. Yoji Yamamoto grunted coldly, not bothering to say anything more as he headed towards the right path. He didn't know how to choose, and he didn't want to be a backstabber. When the crowd saw Yoji Yamamoto heading towards the right, they hurriedly followed. If you want to die, we all die together. If you have a companion, you won't be so panicked. Human nature is like that. Everyone knew that the right choice at this point would have been to split into 2 teams and use human lives to ensure that half of the people went on the path that wasn't dangerous. But human nature is selfish. If I die, then everyone dies. Taking a human life to keep half of them alive is not something anyone wants. What if it's you who dies? The group followed Yoji Yamamoto as he continued on, and after a few hundred meters, they still hadn't encountered any danger. Only the road was so terribly quiet that not even the chirping of birds could be heard. There was only the sound of the crowd's sibilant footsteps. "Yosi, it looks like we didn't hit a road with any danger." The deadbeat fat man walked, his body's fat rippling as he smiled and opened his mouth, almost in the next second of the fat man's complacency. Movement came from the forest on both sides, and a lantern-sized red eye was revealed, staring straight at the crowd. The crowd. "Shut up, you. What's wrong with this fat-ass mouth? Baka. This fat bastard is afraid he's not a mole." The moment the crowd saw the monster's eyes revealed, they had turned around and started to run away. There's a saying that you don't have to overcome danger when it comes your way, you just have to run faster than the last man. The crowd screamed as they pulled out their legs and ran back towards the original path. There's danger on this road. Only a few timid Sakura women, whose legs were weak with fear, screamed in place. "Yami, die! Help!" No one would save them, however, and the screaming fueled the monster's mind instead. Only the monsters were seen rushing out of the woods. Pig's head, human body, wrapped in animal skin, holding a spear. The disgusting pig's head was fat. His mouth dripped with fishy saliva, and his eyes were as oozing as large red lanterns. "You know! Ah!" The miserable cries made everyone's hearts tremble. Someone looked back as the women were stabbed alive with spears by the hogsheads and then split into pieces. Such a frightening scene scared everyone into a cold sweat. A group of cherry blossom people ran for their lives. The pig-headed people held up their spears and chased after them, and there were constantly those who fell at the end being killed by the pig-headed people. "Baka, how did this happen? It's horrible. I don't want to die. Run! Run!" A group of Sakuras had never run so fast in their lives. Ran back to the fork in less than 10 minutes. The pygmies stopped chasing them when they reached the fork in the road, as if they could only stay on the sections where there was danger. A group of cherry blossom people came up for air, ran in a sweat, and their legs were weak. Someone made a cursory scan of the 100 men who had set out. Only 60 were still alive. It was just one mistake that killed nearly half of them. Some people are angry. "Yoji Yamamoto, we are all with you. You take us to the road with danger. What do you Baka mean, drop guy?" "That's right. Don't lead blindly if you can't pick the right path." Several hot-tempered men cursed at Yoji Yamamoto. Yoji Yamamoto was originally a gangster. Where could he stand this kind of aggravation? "Lao Zcam, you mauler then. You're going with me, and you're making me take the blame when things go wrong." Yoji Yamamoto took his shochu bottle and gave the guy who screamed the loudest a blow to the head. Bang! The shochu bottle exploded and the man was beaten and confused. He didn't expect that after a few words of his foul mouth, Yoji Yamamoto would actually dare to make a move against him. The group of people already had their own agenda, but when they saw how ruthless Yoji Yamamoto was, no one continued to scold him instead. Unreasonable ones are afraid of those who don't want to die, but this one, Yoji Yamamoto, really dares to kill. Outside, the viewers from various countries were happy about what happened to the Sakura Nation players and the infighting. Laughing my ass off, leaving an hour early and ending up with so many dead people right off the bat. You've been given a chance and you're not up to it. It's been 20 minutes and you haven't passed a single fork in the road, and you're running back again. The little hotshots were pretty wild one after another before. Now what? This is infighting? It's not going to work. If not, let my old Sao do it. Simeon. The Sakura people are just a bunch of losers, facing the mockery of the audience from various countries. The Sakura audience people burned to ashes, only their mouths remained hard. How can a small setback defeat our Sakura players? That's right. Isn't it time to try and find a way out? It's the copies that are hard, not us Sakura people being weak. So what if we fail once? We've got 40 minutes left and scouted out the first lifeline. When we take the super reward rising, let's see if you guys can still laugh. After the interlude of infighting, a group of Sakura players were not as pleased as they were before. After all, so many people died at once. The group moved on with a heavy heart. Chapter 71. Sakura Reunion. Requesting golden votes. It does seem that the rules are not wrong and that there is no danger on this path. A group of cherry blossoms walked for miles, and the path was not dangerous, but no one is happy about it. The path was explored entirely with human lives. Soon, another fork in the road. The two familiar wooden arrows each point the exact opposite way. Everyone's faces turned ugly. Baka, how is this an option? Who's going to choose? The wrong choice will kill you. There was a lot of talk in the crowd, just no one to pick. No one wants to take the fall. The right choice gets nothing more than a compliment. The wrong one is a human life. This time, Yoji Yamamoto didn't even speak up, coldly watching the group argue, mentally cursing. A bunch of losers. In the end, it was Fatty who stepped forward. Probabilistically speaking, last time the right side was the monster. This time the national games might play a trick and put the monster on the left side. Let's keep to the right. 9 times out of 10 the right is the way to life. Fatty's analysis brightened up the crowd. Yes, if you anticipate the sets of the national game, you might be able to pick the right one. The group regained their spirits and headed toward the trail on the right. After walking a mile or two, I really didn't see any danger. Someone had grown a mind to keep an eye on the woods and bushes on either side, and hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary until now. I told you that the path I chose would definitely not be wrong. Fatty had a smug look on his face. The group of people also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly praised Fatty. That's some luck you've got there. Let's let you choose the way back there. You're much better at picking than that Yoji Yamamoto. Ha 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 ha. The sky is not falling. The fat god is taking us flying. A group of people bragged about it, and the fat deadbeat's face was smug and flattered. Just then, Yoji Yamamoto, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up. No. Did you guys notice? Found what? Fatty was stunned. There are fewer of them. There were 60 when we arrived. You count how many are left now. Yoji Yamamoto's words caused everyone's hairs to rise in sweat, and an unsettling premonition gripped their hearts. Someone counted them all over again. Then, with a cold sweat on his face, he said in horror, only 52 left, since all of them didn't know each other. No one had noticed anyone missing even when they walked. Now being reminded by Yoji Yamamoto, everyone just felt a chill penetrate the soles of their feet. When is someone missing? Baka, this is too scary. The group blew up and rushed to get together. It's out of an instinct to face the fear of the unknown. Look, that vine moves. Everyone sniffed and looked, only to realize that at some point another person had been hit. Being rolled up by the dense vines, he was dragged towards the inside of the woods. There was also a vine wrapped around his mouth and nose, preventing him from calling for help. These trees kill. Kill with vines. Everyone's heart jumped and they were scared less, running and crawling back towards the original path. Seeing that his disguise had been recognized, Killer Tree stopped pretending. Dense vines seemed to wander from the ground as if they were roaming pythons. It seemed to wrap around the ankles of one Sakura person with the precision of a viper. Then the giant force dragged them toward the jungle. Ah! Help! I'm wrapped up, help me! Help me! Baka! How did this happen? The entangled man's eyes were wide with rage, and he frantically pleaded for help toward the man in front of him. However, those people don't have the heart to save anyone. They're lucky if they don't get hitched themselves. Fatty Deathhouse was also entangled and his face was horrified. However, without waiting for him to call for help, his eyes went black, strangled to the point of suffocation by the vines. 10 minutes later, Yoji Yamamoto looked at the only 7 people left in front of him, plus himself. There are 8 of them still alive. He blushed so hard he almost lost his mind and punched a nearby tree. Damn! How did this happen? It was obviously an extremely lucky start, but to be played like this. Let's go. We have no other choice. Is it hard to starve to death here alive? Someone sighed and headed for the path of life. Another path to life probed with human lives. Everyone was out of the mood, from the complacency at the beginning, to now knowing what cruelty meant. Soon, the third fork in the road. Well dead, a few people picked another dead end. There were no surprises. The group was destroyed on the spot. Outside, looking at the entire team of Sakura people that had been wiped out in less than an hour. Sakura viewers all had fiery pain in their faces. Before they were smug, proud, and bragging. Now what? Everyone's dead. Baka! How did this happen? Why did it end before it even started when it was clearly a Tenho opening? Baka! This is a regiment? The Sakura people were all dumbfounded. The national audience caught a chance to hit the Sakura people hard in the face. Just this? That's it? I thought you guys said you were going to take the super reward. A mere Sakura bullet point, and you still want to be number 1? Joy! I thought your players were so good. Just this? Didn't you say you were going to surpass Big Brother Yen Luo before? This is it. It's so wonderful. You can pick a way to die with your eyes closed. Who will perish if Sakura doesn't? The deaths of all Sakura Nation players have been detected, and a disaster will break out in Sakura Nation. Disaster confirmed. Greed of the hog-headed army. The Sakura people taste good and smell good to eat, and 1 million hog-headed people will descend on the Sakura country to hunt the Sakura people. Soon, alarms were sounded all over the Sakura country. An army of millions of pig-headed people wantonly hunted the Sakura people. In the eyes of the pig-headed people, the Sakura people were nothing more than tasty meat. The country of Sakura has suffered several disasters in a row since the start of the national games. Yen Lo alone has indirectly caused this 2 or 3 times. The country's power has long since been diminished. An army of 1 million pig-headed people would almost turn the Sakura kingdom upside down. The Sakura people were pissed off and people kept getting killed. It's horrible. No city is safe now. It's horrible that a pig-headed man's all lance can actually pierce a tank. Ah! Help! The pig-headed man has entered my house. Ah! Baka, how could this happen? I'm not going to be a Sakura. I'm going to emigrate. Immigration phones are all over the place and no one is even talking to them. There was a wail within Sakura. Successive disasters, one at a time, have erupted in the Sakura country. Even though the Sakura country is considered a populous country, there are hundreds of millions of people in the Sakura country. But with this disaster, terror has killed 1 in 10. Tens of millions of people died. Many of the Sakura people had broken their defenses long ago. If it weren't for the official ban on immigration, people would have run out. Chapter 72. The strong break the rules. The Dragon Nation viewers had no sympathy for what happened to Sakura. Who told these white wolves to say bad things about Big Brother Yen Luo before? Serves you right. That's what the white-eyed wolf deserves. A bunch of white wolves. I don't feel sympathy for as many as die. Good. I guess my grandfather's spirit in heaven will feel relieved to see what happened to Sakura Nation. Joy, me too. Little Hot Ben deserved it. The Rokkoku can never have much love for the Sakura people. Not to mention the fact that this group of Sakura people had previously mouthed off about trapping their Yen Lo big brother in the Lost Forest forever. 1 hour has come and gone. Dragon Country's player Yen Luo and the 99 participants will be teleported to the Lost Forest. The Dragon Kingdom contestants still need to reach the finish line in order to leave the Lost Woods. As the national games beeped, the figures of Yen Luo and many participants appeared in this Lost Forest. Yen Luo's expression was calm. An hour ago, The national games had prompted him, and he knew that he had to enter this copy. Looking around at the dense woods and a nervous-looking participant. From the conversation of these people, Yen Luo confirmed one thing. His opponent, Sakura Nation, is now reunited. Yen Luo's face was odd. This is over before it even starts? Soon, there were also people who caught a glimpse of Yen Luo, who was handsome and had a crane-like temperament, in the crowd. Ah, it's brother Yen Luo. That girl's face was red with surprise. At this moment, everyone turned their gazes to Yen Luo. I can't believe I'm seeing a real person. Yen Luo big brother looks really handsome. Even more handsome than who, except for the readers who give 5-star reviews. No one in this world should be more handsome than him. Holy my idol. The group had cell phones with them, and even though they couldn't connect to the internet in the other world, they could take pictures. A group of people were like seeing a big star, surrounding Yen Luo and begging for a photo. Some of the girls were red-faced and more excited than seeing a big star. If we talk about celebrities, nowadays the most famous and beloved celebrity is Yen Luo. Isn't it? There's no one in the whole Dragon Kingdom who doesn't know Yen Luo. Compared to popularity, who else can compare to him? Yen Luo was surrounded by a group of people and had a helpless smile on his face. This is a copy. Can't you be a little bit like playing a copy? They're all here begging for a photo and an autograph. A girl pulled up the white shirt on her chest and daintily said, Brother Yen Luo, give me an autograph here. The old colorful critics on the live feed were dumbfounded. This girl can look good. No, why would you sign your name on your chest? Ah shucks, on the chest shirt. Jealousy has turned my face away. Yen Luo, stop. Let me sign this name. A group of old color batch heartache can only watch Yen Luo in the beautiful girl chest signature. Then the scene got more and more strangely drawn. A good copy froze like a fan meeting. A group of people gathered around Yen Luo to take pictures and ask for autographs. Seems to have completely forgotten that they're in a horrible copy. How come the picture is so strange once it comes to big brother Yen Luo? Is this a copy? Or a fan meeting? You don't say. There are a couple of really good-looking girls. You can only look at it. But big brother Yen Luo can sign his chest. Ah! You're breaking my defense with that comment. Meanwhile, the Sakura people who are experiencing disaster are one by one jealous of their faces. In the mood of not being good enough for myself and not being good enough for anyone else. Crazy mouth stinks. You're going to face death later. And now you're in the mood to take pictures and sign autographs here? How complacent you are now. How badly you will die later. If we Sakura players can't get through the barrier, you dragons certainly can't either. Die, all of you, in the lost woods. I curse all of you sick East Asians to die in this. Yen Luo, let's see how much longer you can be wild. You'll have to die even if you choose the path of death. Where did the Longua people see this group of mother heirs cursing their own people, especially cursing their idol Yen Luo? You little hotshot. Get lost? Cherry blossoms and dogs are not welcome in the Dragon Kingdom. Live. Off. It's NG bad luck. Talking to you guys is dirtying my eyes. Bunch of little hotheads who can't see the good in people. Get out of here where you come from. Unlike the outside world, which is making a lot of noise. Inside the copy, the atmosphere was harmonious, and almost every hand got a group photo and an autograph. Someone said, all right, it's almost time. Let's not delay big brother Yen Luo's time. Let's hurry up and think of some ways to pass through smoothly. It took a moment for the crowd's thoughts to be pulled back to reality, remembering what had happened to Sakura earlier. This is a very dangerous copy. It was at this point that the emotion of worry came to everyone's mind. What about that? There's a 50-50 chance of being in danger every time. Brother Yen Luo, what should we do? Yes, big brother Yen Luo, how about this? A group of people gathered around Yen Luo and chattered. They were all ordinary people, and they could definitely only count on Yen Luo at times like this. Yen Luo stroked his chin as he sniffed. There is no danger if you don't walk into the dead-end road sections. So stay where you are. Huh? Big brother Yen Luo, what about you? The victory condition is to get to the finish line. There's no requirement for numbers. I'm flying straight through. Yen Luo leisurely said, his face not seeing the slightest bit of tension. As for any life and death rules, that was made for the weak. Great strength is used to break the rules. Fly over. This time, a shocked look appeared on the faces of all participants. They thought about Yen Luo bringing everyone to the finish line by good luck. Also thought about Yen Luo bloodbath monsters to bring everyone to the finish line. Unexpectedly, Yen Luo actually planned to fly directly over. It seems to be the case that if someone reaches the finish line, we are considered victorious. Someone recalled the rules which really didn't call for a head count. And someone reaches a victory condition where the entire friendly team can leave safely. The live feed blew up too. Yen Luo Big Brother is so damn smart, perfectly utilizing the loopholes in the rules. That would be so nice. My sister got teleported in so she can come back safely. Yeah, a full crew surviving would be great. It's inevitable that there will be casualties following the normal dead-end path. Yen Luo Big Brother is really smart. This way everyone is safe. It's still Yen Luo Big Brother who is strong. Even if others know the rules, they don't have the skill to fly like Yen Luo Big Brother. That's right, in the final analysis, it's still Big Brother Yen Luo who's great. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, a pair of fire demon wings appeared behind Yen Luo's back, the brilliant flames blazing, setting him off like a god descending to the world. Phew! Accompanied by the sweeping strong winds, the fire demon's wings swung, causing Yen Luo's body to rise into the sky. Then, Yen Luo's entire body transformed into a crimson stream of light and flew towards the distance. Handsome! It's so handsome! Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Chapter 73. Accident. Seeking golden ballots. Reddish flames streaked across the sky. Yen Luo seemed like the brightest red rising star. His gaze swept across the entire lost forest, roughly judging the direction. Although the path is intricate, there is only one end and one exit. Continue flying in the direction of the exit. Yen Luo flew so fast that he flew half of the lost forest in just 5 minutes. Give him a few more minutes and he'll be well on his way to the finish line. It feels like there's going to be an accident if nothing else. Yen Luo muttered, almost the instant his words fell. The beep of the national games exploded in everyone's ears. A player has been detected using unconventional means to pass the level. Game rule change. All monsters in the Lost Forest will get the coordinates of the players and surround the cheating players. At this moment, the Dragon Country audience exploded. There's such a thing? What's going on here? You can't even pass on strength. Isn't this a ing pit? Big Brother Yen Luo, be careful. The Sakura people, who had originally been sprayed by the Dragon Nation audience, could not lift their heads, and all of them had wildly happy faces. Ha 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 ha. I told you. Yen Luo's luck has come to an end. His coordinates are known by all the monsters. He'll be rounded up. Beautiful. The dragons are dead. I asked you to pass properly and you didn't. Now you know you're wrong. Yossi, I told you that if we can't get through a copy in Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation people can't get through it either. In the nervous eyes of the Dragon Nation, at the sneer of Little Hot Ben, Yen Luo, however, looked calm as he got the message when he looked at the sky with his prompting eye. Knew this was the outcome. However, this method is still the best. Participant casualties can be avoided and clearance is fastest. Soon, there was movement in the forest, and a monster with a human face and body but a bird's beak and bird-like wings flew out. Monster name: Hawkman. Level: 40. Strength rating: C+. Hint: for you, there's nothing to worry about. Yen Luo swept a glance and coalesced amazingly powerful currents and holy light in his hands. God Holy Electric Magnetic Cannon. Electricity exploded, and the rushing holy light made it impossible for people to look directly at it. Wait for the sight to clear down. Those hawkmen had long since been blown to smithereens. Then all sorts of monsters followed and sprang up. The pig-headed man, for example, attacked Yen Luo on the ground with spear throws. Another example was in the sky, where the hawkman swung his sharp claws towards Yen Luo. However, Yen Luo was like the god of thunder at the moment, and like the Holy Lord. The divine current blasted again and again. Large swathes of monsters were directly swept away by Yen Luo. Yen Luo's expression was cold and cold, one hand behind his back, and one hand using the electromagnetic cannon to suppress the monsters in the entire lost forest that couldn't lift their heads. Fighting 3,000 emperors alone with only one hand, pushing across 19 continents with both hands. You and the others are not yet qualified to let me fight with both hands. Yen Luo seemed like a god of war descending from the heavens, constantly using the sacred electromagnetic cannon with only his hands. As if a human bomber, it pushed across the entire lost forest. The monster swarm was mowed down like it was wheat. Dense beeps rang in Yen Luo's ears. You have slain Hawkman 1 and gained a small experience stone 1. You have slain Hawkman 1 and gained a small experience stone 1. You have killed Pigman 1 and gained a small experience stone 1. You have killed Pigman 1 and gained a small experience stone 1. Yen Luo was like a god, towering over the monsters and frantically harvesting them. This scene took everyone by surprise. They had thought of Yen Luo's 100 ways to pass the barrier, but they hadn't thought of such a shocking way at all. Push straight across. Thousands of monsters are no match for the power of my hand. It's burning up. Big Brother Yen Luo is amazing. I am transformed into thunder, and there is no one in the world who can defeat me. It's so draggy and cocky and overbearing.
666，我键盘都扣烂了，只为表现我的震撼。
A human bomber, a man who pressurized an entire forest of monsters. Rules are made for the weak, and the strong are made to break them. It's so damn handsome. I'm really blown away by Yen Luo Big Brother. It was at this moment that all the people got to see it. What does it mean to have a human war ceiling? What's really awesome? All of those Sakura people who had originally taunted Yen Luo were dumbfounded. I thought that the national game would be able to destroy Yen Luo by modifying the copy rules. I didn't expect Yen Luo to shine instead. Baka, how is this possible? Why is he so strong? Not even a monster wave could stop him? This isn't fair. The Dragon Country's player must have cheated. Over the top. It's too much of an overrun. Must weaken the Stricto. A bunch of little Baka were jealous of their faces. Why don't they have such powerful players in Sakura Nation? Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. The crowd of executives were dumbfounded and watched with wide eyes as Yen Luo killed his way through the lost forest. The third elder's eyes went wide. It's a pretty damn plain and simple way for Yen Luo to pass, pushing straight across. Wisdom. Didn't you just say that Yen Luo's magic power is limited, and I'm afraid it won't last long? The second elder asked with a shocked expression. That wise guy was also dumbfounded. He had just analyzed it in a serious manner. According to his speculation, a skill as powerful as the sacred electromagnetic cannon shouldn't be used more than a few times. Yen Luo magic is then empty. That's why he had the audacity to propose that the top brass be prepared for Yen Luo to roll over. But the truth hit him hard in the face. I don't know what's going on either. Huh? My analysis should be correct. Is it that Yen Luo got another restorative ability that we don't know about? Wise guy laughed bitterly. Alright, Yen Luo is fine as long as he is fine. Next time if you don't know how to analyze a little less, causing us old men to worry. The second elder grunted and let the wise man go down. Alright, everyone will be happy if Yen Luo can survive this, so let's not strain our faces. The grand elder stroked his beard with a rare look of joy. To say that the last person who wanted anything to go wrong with Yen Luo was him. Yen Luo, but it is related to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. They arranged for the wise men to analyze the odds and to save for a rainy day. And wise guy's analysis would have been correct. It's just that none of them knew how perverse Yen Luo's new skill born to last was. Nearly unlimited blue, wouldn't that be a random build? Good. Fighting 3,000 emperors alone with only one hand, pushing the 19 continents across with both hands. This kid. The Grand Elder shook his head and lost his smile. Although it was a bit of a suspicion of pretending to be an ex, the Great Elder would have been in the way if he hadn't been in the way. Also really want to say this is just too pants hot. Young people, they should have this kind of heart and vigor. Chapter 74. Super Reward Requesting Tickets. Born to Live plus Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon, Yen Luo perfectly interpreted what it meant to be a humanoid turret. A man who froze and fought like an army. The holy electromagnetic cannon blasted furiously, and the current swept underneath. Monster after monster fell like cut wheat. Yen Luo is also getting closer to the finish line. Just at this moment, a pig-headed giant stopped Yen Luo's advance. The pig-headed giant stood 5 or 6 meters tall, and his huge body that was so fat that it was disgusting was clad in a thick layer of iron armor. In his hand was a giant wolfsbane, flashing with a dauntingly cold aura. Boss appeared. Sure enough, a lost forest of this size must have bosses sitting around. It looks so scary. Yen Luo Big Brother, be careful. I'm sure Big Brother Yen Luo will be able to defeat the boss. In the live broadcast room, a group of people sucked in a breath of cool air. This boss looked fierce and couldn't help but worry for Yen Luo. Yen Luo calmly scanned the pig-headed giant, and the Eye of Omniscience instantly parsed all the information about the other party. Name of monster hog-headed giant. Monster type, boss. Level, 50. Strength rating, B+. Weakness. Its eyes and neck are not protected by armor. Daring to kill our pig-headed tribe? Are you ready to pay the price? The pig-headed giants let out a roar, and their cold voice almost resounded through the entire forest. Yen Luo did not say a word. The elven bow was raised by him, bending it to full string and aiming at the pig-headed giant's eyes without hesitation. The arrow broke through the air before the pig-headed giant reacted, hastily sidestepping his body to the side. In this way, the arrow could be easily dodged. The pig-headed giant sneered, "Unless you can turn this arrow, it is absolutely impossible," only to see the arrow in Yen Luo 100 shots under the support, actually in the air to play a big drift. An arrow hit the inconvenient pig-headed giant. The pig-headed giant's eye sockets exploded in a burst of red and white mixture, and his miserable and horrible screams resounded throughout the forest. Ah! The pig-headed giant screamed heartbreakingly as the pain of his eyes being shot out made him shudder. Before he could react, the second arrow had pierced through the wind and missed its other eye. Super doubled. The pig-headed giant howled madly, no longer visible, and took a flurry of wolfsbane. Trees fell in pieces and the earth trembled from the smash. Yen Luo was calm as could be in a fight, firing arrow after arrow in quick succession, mainlining a kill you while you're sick. The pig-headed giant that had lost its vision had completely become a fish on a chopping board, and was at Yen Luo's mercy. After only 3 minutes, the pig-headed giant whose eyes were long and whose neck was pierced with densely packed arrows could only fall to the ground with a resigned expression. You have killed the Lost Forest Ultimate Boss. Congratulations, you have obtained the Medium Experience Stone 1. Yen Luo's expression didn't change much. This reward was too stingy. Still looking forward to what the super rewards are. Based on thought experience, not bad. Outside, the Dragon Nation audience could only express their shock at Yen Luo's performance. Too brutal. One in a bow. Single brush the boss. Yen Luo Big Brother only used the flying skill from the beginning to the end as well as the bow and arrow flat A. Too damn perverted. Is this the strength of a human battle ceiling? Big Brother Yen Luo doesn't even bother to use skills. What do you guys know? Pig-headed giants have thick skin and flesh. Yen Luo Big Brother is fighting with his brain, specializing in hitting the opponent's weaknesses. It's more effective than using skills. Don't blow it off, don't blow it off. Let's see what the super reward is. Someone reminded them, and everyone got energized and stopped posting pop-ups, wanting to see what kind of goodies Yen Luo could open. The endpoint is a large tree that grows to require the arms of several people to hold. The species is unknown, not on Earth anyway. A golden treasure chest was placed at the root of the tree. Yen Luo looked around with his eyes of omniscience to confirm that there were no more other accidents or dangers. Relieved, he walked over to the treasure chest, with thousands of spectators looking on in anticipation. Yen Luo opened the treasure chest. A golden glow caused everyone's eyes to blink. Golden legend. Don't blink. Don't blink. Your eyes are going to glaze over. By the looks of it, it must be good. After a while, when the golden light dispersed, Yen Luo ate an additional rice cooker-sized egg in his hand. The egg had fiery red patterns that looked subtle. Yen Luo's face was tinged with a bit of excitement. Fire unicorn eggs. A grade? Hint. Blood concentration determines grade. Kirin, a powerful creature from the ancient mythology of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only does it represent auspiciousness, but it also represents supreme strength. Only, it was hard to say how much of the ancestor bloodline was left in this fire Qilin egg. Presumably because of this, the grades are 3 question marks. However, even if this griffin's bloodline was thin, he was still a griffin. Yen Luo boldly speculated that when this Qilin entered adulthood, its strength rating would definitely not be lower than SS class. A pet like that is worth training too. It's a big help later on. What anticipation! The corners of Yen Luo's mouth sketched out a smile, and he now couldn't wait for the fire Qilin to hatch on the spot. Suppressing his unrealistic thoughts, Yen Luo returned home with the Qilin egg in his heart. Outside, the audience couldn't see the message again, only knowing that Yen Luo had gotten an egg and his expression was still happy. To make even Big Brother Yen Luo so happy, it seems that this egg is not simple. Based on my years of experience in playing online games, the corners of Big Brother Yen Luo's mouth, rising 45 degrees, is exactly the same as the expression on my face when I fight a boss and explode a divine pet. Talent. Quickly knife this prophet. Awesome in the future. Yen Luo Big Brother fights are not riding a divine pet to soar in the clouds. A group of people were chatting away on the air. Congratulations to Rikoku for winning the replica. National Luck Reward issued. Auspiciousness. 50% probability of all nationals of the Dragon Kingdom encountering bad luck. At this moment, the Dragon Nation exploded. This time, the reward for the national fortune was actually concept level. Doom is a word that encompasses so many things. Is it bad luck to be on the verge of going out of business? Is it bad luck to have a sick family member who can't afford it? Is it bad luck to lose your love life and be devastated? Concept level rewards are just so overbearing. 50% probability of all unlucky events occurring. This is too good to be true. As we all know, it's the concept level that's the most important. The girl I've been chasing for 3 years suddenly agreed today. She said she finally knows I'm the best. My family owns a small food factory, which has been losing money in recent months. And today a big order suddenly came in. My grandmother is getting better and I'm literally in tears. Stop it. I'm going to worship the Yen Luo statue now. Yen Luo Big Brother is awesome. Chapter 75. Crazy Boost. Requesting for tickets. Yen Luo held the fire Qilin egg in one hand and used the hundreds of experience stones in his backpack, including a medium experience stone. Massive amounts of experience quickly leveled up Yen Luo. You use a small experience stone 1 and gain a small amount of experience. You use a small experience stone 1 and gain a small amount of experience. You use a small experience stone 1 and gain a small amount of experience. You have used medium experience stone 1, gained a medium amount of experience, leveled up to level 60, and you have gained a total of 144 free attributes. Yen Luo followed the old rule of dividing it evenly. The panel attributes skyrocketed again. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 4260. Body mass, 170-206. Strength, 142-178. Agility, 145-181. Magic power, 179-215. Charm, 125. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine level. Power of Notification Divine level. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Flow S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, Hundreds of Shots S rank, Wings of the Fire Demon S rank, Unending Life SS rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D, Elf Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart, Gold, 1100, 2500. Physique and magic were the first to break through 200 points. Yen Luo could feel the powerful force within his body. That feels good. He smiled. The feeling of getting stronger was really addictive. You can clearly feel your body becoming more and more powerful, and this power will also transform your temperament and character from the inside out. For example, the average tall athletic student gives off a sunny outlook. He wasn't the wishy-washy office worker he was before he entered the national games. Strength to give him confidence and confidence. The corners of Yen Luo's mouth rose as he returned to his homeland with the unicorn egg in his arms. Daji saw the returning Yen Luo at a glance and was so excited that she ran to Yen Luo's side. You run slower. You're the one with the baby. Yen Luo's eyes widened. Daji's jovial personality really worried him a bit. Aya, it's fine, I'm not an ordinary human. I'm not that fragile. By the way, what's that in your hand? It looks so delicious. Daji's eyes curved into a crescent moon, subconsciously thinking that Yen Luo had brought back delicious food. Yen Luo could clearly feel the unicorn egg in his hand shaking slightly, feeling that if the unicorn egg could talk, it would have already cursed. It's not food, it's a pet, Yen Luo said with a smile. The unicorn egg vibrated again. Before it was horizontal, indicating a shake of the head. This time it was up and down, a nod of the head. It's as if to say, that's right, I'm a pet, not a treat. Yen Luo was dumbfounded. You guys don't sneakily eat it. In the future this guy will be one of us. All right, got it. Daji pouted in dissatisfaction and pulled Miao Weiwei to go swimming in the Star Lake. Yen Luo spent 10 minutes to make a round nest out of wood and then patted it with hay and placed the fire Qilin egg on top. Pet litter done. The next step is to wait for it to hatch. Yen Luo didn't know exactly how long it would take, but he wasn't in a hurry as he didn't lack time right now. After a while, Angie dragged Yen Luo into the bedroom. Yen Luo looked puzzled. What's wrong? because Angie's expression was a little somber. Is it because I'm a cyborg that it's hard to get pregnant? Angie's large eyes filled with watery mist after a moment. No matter, it may take a little time. Yen Lo tenderly stroked Angie's long, soft hair. Angie nodded. She was functionally pregnant herself. But it's been so many times and she's still not pregnant. She's getting a little antsy. Honey, let's cheer together. I want a baby, yours and mine. Angie took Yen Lo's hand and put it on her soft, thin waist. Yen Lo's eyes widened. Angie wasn't as open as Daji and usually relied on him to take the initiative. I didn't expect to be actively pestering myself about wanting a child today. Yen Luo wasn't made of wood, holding a beauty and sitting still. That was something only a monk could do. Looking at Angie's skin, her erect nose, her eyes with a light mist of water. There was even a faint, refreshing fragrance on her body that kept drilling into Yen Luo's nose. Is that body odor? It smells so good. Yen Luo couldn't help it. A mouthful of kisses. The red lips came with a cool touch, and Angie's mouth had a faint, sweet flavor. Yen Lo barged in dominantly, and Angie could only respond with a slightly feeble response. He could feel that her petite body was trembling slightly, and if he hadn't been holding her, she probably would have gone limp. After a passionate kiss ended, Yen Lo gave a gentle push and Angie's entire body collapsed onto the bed. Angie's delicate face revealed a touch of pink, her teeth gently biting her lower lip, the whole person nervous and at a loss for words. Outside, the screen had gone black long before the two had entered the bedroom. The audience didn't see a thing that they shouldn't have. Just the simple word black screen explains it all. Yen Lo went to series again. Yen Luo big brother is trying too hard. Hurry up and have a second child. It's so nice that other national players play survival games and Yen Luo big brother plays love games. A love game? You're looking down on big brother Yen Luo too much. This is called an 18 forbidden game. Ha 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 ha. 18 bans to understand. Damn the national game. Why can't I see any of the key scenes? I don't lack this traffic. Daring. We are the good youth of the new century. Refusing gambling and drugs is a responsibility we cannot shirk. That's right. I don't get along with gambling and drugs. Are you guys missing something? Slander. You're slandering. Someone's slandering us. Yen Lo's side of the screen went black for a full 4 hours. Yen Lo was also deeply reflecting on whether he hadn't tried hard enough, and that was why Angie wasn't pregnant yet. Then punch. As long as you haven't passed out, then you have to keep fighting. For hours later, Yen Lo bared his teeth over his sore loins. He didn't flush. Angie swooned. Yanaro carefully touched Angie's heartbeat, and good lord, there was no heartbeat to be touched. Probed his nose again, and other than being a little weak, he was fine. Yen Lo sighed in relief and tucked Angie in. Don't catch a cold. Just then, the voice of the national games suddenly rang out. Congratulations. You and your spouse, Angie, have fought hard and have been blessed with a love child. Yen Luo looked shocked. He's a father again? Uh-huh. Why say again? Chapter 76. Angie's pregnancy requesting tickets. Congratulations to Rikoku's contestant, Yen Luo, for successfully impregnating his marriage partner, Angie. Congratulations to contestant Yen Lo, you're going to be a father. You receive the following individual award. You have acquired the SS level skill, Electric Cage. Current Cage. Creates a 10 by 10 sized current cage with divine attribute current, continuously bombarding the target inside the cage with divine current, dealing divine damage at 50% of magic value 4 times per second with a paralyzing effect. Lasts a minimum of 5 seconds. Hint: the stronger the user is, the longer the current cage lasts. Awesome. Noble Me control system skills or group control. Yen Luo looked delighted. Current cage is worthy of being an SS ranked skill, with explosive control effects and sustained damage. For 50% magic value damage per second, 1 second is 200%. 1000% in 5 seconds. What's even scarier is that it can also stack the layers of poisonous compulsion. Stacks 4 layers of poisonous compulsion per second. Yen Luo made a rough calculation. If the math was correct, current cage plus poisonous compulsion, 5 seconds cumulative damage, 2500% magic value. This is a horse. Whoever comes will die. Even a high-level boss couldn't carry this killing damage. Yen Luo was so excited that he almost didn't jump up. This damage? It's too explosive. Yet the rewards don't end there. You receive a personal attribute bonus. Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Magic plus 20, physique plus 20, charisma plus 40. For A-rated spouses, the pregnancy attribute bonus is one notch higher than for B-rated or below. Yen Luo's panel attributes changed once again. Player, Yen Luo. Level, 60. Body mass, 206, 226. Strength, 178, 198. Agility, 181, 201. Magic power, 215, 235. Charisma, 125, 165. Talent, Eyes of Omniscience Divine Level. Power of Notification Divine Level. Skills, Charming S rank, Poisonous Compulsion S rank, Hunter S rank, Soul Shock S rank, 2 Sword Flow S rank, Sacred Electromagnetic Cannon SS rank, 100 Shots S rank, Wings of the Fire Demon S rank, Unending Life SS rank, Current Cage SS rank. Special skill, 100 hits. Equipment, Red Fire Blade Grade D, Cold Water Blade Grade D, Elf Bow Grade C. Special item, Summoning card, Lava Heart. Gold, 2,500. A dense swathe of S rank or higher skills, the panel staple a luxury. Yen Luo nodded with satisfaction, having the thrill of putting together a divine outfit. Explosive attributes, top-notch skills, and very accomplished. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Yen Luo's gaze looked towards the still sleeping Angie, and he couldn't help but rub the other party's head with a gentle gaze. Clean, silky hair with a great feel. You can still feel the warmth on your palms. Angie felt a familiar palm rubbing her head. There was also a reassuring scent, something special about Yen Luo that Angie always remembered. Even without opening her eyes, she knew that the person rubbing her little head was Yen Luo. "Honey, I'm tired. I want to sleep," muttered Angie. "Why are you rubbing my head while I'm sleeping?" "You're pregnant, we're having a baby," Yanaro said with a smile when he saw Angie open her eyes in a daze. Oh, Angie rolled over, not sure if she hadn't understood or hadn't woken up. "Go back to sleep." Yen Luo laughed and shook his head. "That ninny." Just as Yen Luo was about to go out into the sun and wait for Angie to wake up before saying the good news, Angie suddenly threw her feet out and her whole body practically sprang up. She looked surprised as she sat up in bed. "Honey, what did you just say?" "I said, we're having a baby." I'm having a baby? Really? Of course it's true." "We're having a baby." Angie's little face reddened with excitement as she hugged Yen Luo, the joy in her heart almost overflowing. The two of them embraced each other tightly, and Angie just hugged Yen Luo to death, as if she wanted to rub Yen Luo into her body and never separate for the rest of her life. Yen Luo, a big man, froze and was a little sore from Angie's hug, but he was also happy at the moment and completely ignored any other feelings. He reached out and gently wrapped his arms around Angie. "We're having a baby. Well, you became a father. That's nice." The two of them just hugged, quietly feeling each other's heartbeats. Both hearts were beating fast. That's the heart of excitement and joy. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, the marriage partner is just a tool to get stronger. But not in Yen Luo's eyes. Every woman who has followed him, including Angie, he has cherished and loved. One by one, they are all beautiful and have great personalities. More to the point, after all this time together, there are feelings. Gardening together, feeding the fish, taking walks, soaking in the bath, and bits and pieces of life have long been imprinted in the memory. Angie, among others, is his woman and the most precious treasure he's ever gotten from the national games. "I will cherish you all," Yen Luo said with the most pristine feelings. Angie nodded, her rippling eyes all thick with love, her eyes seeming to draw silk. She hugged Yen Luo tightly, her whole body buried in Yen Luo's arms, her eyes closed, greedily sniffing the smell of Yen Luo's body. It was a very reassuring smell. Outside, "Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom will be rewarded with national fortune. Life expectancy +2, Constitution +2, Strength +1, Agility +1. Rikoku will unlock technology. Electromagnetic science and technology. Electromagnetic science and technology, including controlled nuclear fusion, electromagnetic artillery, electromagnetic propulsion of space fighters." The Dragon Nation audience immediately exploded. Another piece of technology one can't even read. Controlled fusion? What the hell is that? All I can say is that it's something so awesome that it's going to go to heaven. Couldn't read it, but I was blown away. I know a little bit about it, this controlled fusion thing. It's a new type of energy. Whether or not mankind can interstellar travel depends on this technology. Pre-tech for interstellar travel? Is that awesome? Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Post. At this moment, all of the top management all rose up with an open mind, looking at the rewards announced by the national games with a shocked expression. Ordinary people may not understand the significance of controlled fusion, but how could the top brass present not? Controlled nuclear fusion, the key to the third energy revolution in human history. Whoever grasps controlled nuclear fusion holds the key to a new era. Chapter 77. Dragon Kingdom Revival. Seeking golden votes. There have been 3 energy revolutions in human history. The first energy revolution saw the invention of the steam engine by man, and the Anglosphere took the opportunity to take off and become the strongest hegemon in the shining world. At that time, people called England the Sunset Empire. In the second energy revolution, mankind invented the internal combustion engine, using fossil raw materials as energy sources, and productivity took a further leap forward. The Eagle Jam Nation ate up the benefits of the second energy revolution and jumped to become the world's only superpower. The Dragon Kingdom, which missed 2 energy revolutions, has experienced a century-long history of humiliation. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Perhaps countless of our forefathers thought to themselves as they fell in the trenches, if only we had tanks and airplanes too. Even in the 1990s, the Dragon State was still weak, watching children who had left home but were unable to return to the arms of their motherland. Back then, Eagle Sauce had intended to start a war in the South China Sea, hoping to stop the rapid development of the Dragon Kingdom. In Eagle Sauce's eyes, dragons are lowly yellow people who deserve to be cheap commodities for them for the rest of their lives. High-tech, the common people of Longwa enjoying the blessings, that is what they never want to see. Think of your forefathers setting up cannons on fishing boats and trying to fend off enemy 10,000-ton warships. Hot tears came to the eyes of many of the executives present. And now, they see hope. Controlled nuclear fusion is nothing more than an unintelligible piece of high technology in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the top brass, that's the key to the third energy revolution. The Dragon Kingdom will take this opportunity to return to the top of the world. The world is invincible, and all the nations are coming together. Recreate the heyday. First make the electromagnetic cannons and install them all on the latest warships. We have to protect the surprises Yen Luo brings us. The Grand Elder's eyes reddened and hot tears flowed in his eyes. After so many years of humiliation in the Dragon Kingdom, this time, there was no need to bow down to anyone. On that day, the Dragon Kingdom announced the expansion of its army by 3 million. Tanks, warships will all be loaded with powerful electromagnetic guns. And a high-profile announcement was made that an air-to-air fighter that could fly into space had been successfully developed. This move was made to deter a bunch of curmudgeons in the West. The Western blocs that were originally planning to group together to force the Dragon Kingdom to hand over its controlled nuclear fusion technology were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen that the Dragon Kingdom was actually so tough. Western high-level meeting. What about this? Look at this posture of the Dragon Kingdom. It intends to fight us to the end. The Dragon Kingdom is already strong. Now if they are allowed to monopolize the benefits of the third energy revolution, there will be no more fun? Representative Eagle Sauce. What do you think? A group of representatives of traditional Western powers murmured and finally turned their attention to the Eagle Jam representative. We should unite and proclaim that controlled nuclear fusion technology belongs to all mankind, and that we can't let the Dragon Kingdom keep the technology all to itself, the Eagle Sauce representative said viciously. However, the reaction of the representatives of the countries on the scene was surprisingly ambiguous. Unlike in the past when Hawk Sauce pointed wherever he wanted, now the representatives of the countries are silent. Anyone with eyes can see that Eagle Jam is now on its last legs. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom has become a major trend. The Eagle Sauce representative's face instantly hardened in anger when he saw that not a single person in the room agreed with him. Whoever his gaze touched, that person would pretend not to see it and tilt their head to the side. All the Western representatives are subtly displaying attitudes. If you want to Rokoku, you go yourself. We can't afford to mess with the Dragon Kingdom and we don't want to get ourselves involved. Exasperated, the Eagle Sauce representative slammed the table hard, stood up and turned to leave. The Western Alliance was on the verge of disintegration at this moment. The Western Alliance is supposed to be like that, playing one against the other against opponents who can be taken at will. However, times are different nowadays, and the rise of the Dragon Kingdom has become a foregone conclusion. Flapping wings, electromagnetic guns, swarming fighters, 10,000 tons battleships. Western countries are not little cute. How could they listen to Eagle Sauce to get killed? A meeting of the Western top brass that broke up unhappily, with no one willing to continue to serve as a lapdog for Eagle Jam to offend the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, only Eagle Jam was left with the dragon's controlled fusion technology on his mind, but there was nothing he could do about it. With his family, he can't put enough pressure on the Dragon Kingdom now. A crisis that disintegrated silently. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom have no idea how close they are to war. That's the final pushback that the fallen overlords might mount. However, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom did not release any news, and the army was under martial law 24 hours a day, silently guarding the country, silently guarding the territorial waters, silently guarding the lights of all homes. The people knew nothing about it, not realizing that the state had protected their livelihoods one more time. Supreme Command Post. The group of executives were also relieved to learn that the Western Alliance plan had failed. In fact, even the Grand Elder couldn't pinpoint whether Hawk Jam would doggedly counterattack the Dragon Kingdom. However, in international exchanges, strength is always the strongest backing. Peace at home can only be guaranteed by a strong attitude and a determination to fight at all costs. The expansion of the army continues, and the number of troops must be raised to 5 million. Even if the Western Alliance fails, we can't take it lightly. It is imperative to guard the opportunity that Yen Lo has brought us. The High Command ordered. Even if controlled fusion technology is mastered, it will take some time to actually build it. Now, it's not to be taken lightly. Inside the National Games, the live stream continues. Guys, update. There's a red door on the Pollen side. Really? Don't talk about it. Yen Luo Big Brother's side is still black screen. Let's go take a look. A group of Dragon Country viewers immediately flooded into the Wave Country live streaming room. Challenge space. Heck, it was a skinny white guy. He looked weak. His lips were dry and cracked. So hungry, so thirsty. The Dragon Nation was dumbfounded. This living person could still be given to starvation? The Pollens, however, had long been talking. This guy is really meticulous. Found a supply room once and a few loaves of bread froze for a week. Huh? That's a lot of nerve. Starving yourself alive until now. I know this guy, his name is Robert.